Welcome again rabbits, like this video now, your like encourage me. Chapter 1 2624, May 4th, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lijiang City, Number 2 High School, Class 5 Classroom of Senior 3. I'm going to change jobs in a while, look forward to it. I hope I can switch to the mage profession and master enough spells after the second turn at level 30, so I can directly transform into a magic fort and kill monsters in one piece. The mage is too fragile, I want to switch to the berserker profession. Berserker? That's a hidden profession. If you want to successfully transfer in the popular transfer ceremony, you're not dreaming. In the classroom, except for a few students, everyone else was discussing. In addition to being nervous, these people are more expectant and excited. And Zhou Yi, who was sitting in the window seat in the penultimate row, also had a look of anticipation on his face. It has been a year since I traveled through this world. In the past year, he had already completely adapted to this world where the development of the previous civilization was similar to that of the previous life, but the future development was completely different. It turned out that the eternal game that was popular all over the world at that time was a simulation of the will of the heavens. The purpose is to let the humans who come to the game world through the game virtual helmets subtly adapt and fight against monsters and aliens in the constant brush monster upgrade. After this, the eternal games completely overlapped with the entire reality. The surface area of the earth has expanded thousands of times, and a large number of secret realms and dungeons are coming. Countless beasts, aliens also poured out. At the same time, everyone can also increase their strength by upgrading and changing jobs. And today is the day of the transfer ceremony arranged by the Hyuxia and Xia kingdoms. In the entire second high school, students who have reached level 10 can participate in it and take a turn. And this first job change basically determines a person's future destiny. The job transfer ceremony is about to start. Before that, let me say a few words. On the podium, the head teacher Li Xiangyang clapped his hands and shouted. One turn is a major event related to your future development. So, for the three occupations that appeared at the job transfer ceremony, you should consider more according to your own situation. Classes like summoner and mechanic, don't immediately choose to change careers as soon as you see them. Summoners summons and mechanics various machines require a lot of resource investment, which is not affordable for ordinary people. In the presence of other combat occupations, I still recommend that you choose occupations like warriors and sharpshooters that are not only civilians, but also develop well in the later stage. The head teacher was chatting on the podium. Although the students in the audience have heard this remark countless times, they still listen very seriously. Zhou Yi is no exception. After the eternal game and reality overlap, changing careers has become a very important thing, and each country has different policies on this matter. Zhongxia Kingdom is no exception. The resources issued every year can enable all school students in the country to at least upgrade to level 10 when they are 18 years old, and take a transfer. However, after the success of the first round, the subsequent level upgrade, skill book acquisition, equipment acquisition, the country will no longer provide assistance, and you need to work hard to obtain it. Professions like summoner and mechanic that require a lot of resources to cultivate themselves are really not suitable for ordinary students to change careers. But whether it's a summoner or a mechanic, for me, as long as it's a combat occupation. Zhou Yi said silently in his heart. There are many occupations in the eternal game, not only combat occupations, but also many life occupations. After completely overlapping with reality, there are thousands of occupations that human beings can choose to transfer. Of course, it is said that it is a choice of career change, but at the career transfer ceremony, there are only 3 career choices. These 3 occupations are the 3 most suitable occupations for transferees that are finally generated according to the test of the ceremony. But now that monsters and beasts are raging, it is natural that combat occupations have better prospects and are more respected. For Zhou Yi, though, neither prospect nor respect is paramount. The most important thing is that the earning efficiency of combat occupations is high. For example, the summoner mentioned by the head teacher just now, even if there is not enough resources to contract powerful creatures, and only rely on the goblins who automatically contract after the transfer, they can go to the dungeon, kill monsters, and sell materials to obtain income. And life occupations like enchanter, even if you change occupations, you can't hunt monsters like a combat occupation, but you need to invest resources to learn to draw magic circuits. Xiaoyun's medical bills are getting higher and higher. If you can't change to a combat class to make money from a copy, it will be troublesome. Thinking of his sister, Zhou Yi sighed involuntarily and looked out the window with his eyes wandering. The body he passed through was also named Zhou Yi, a high school student who was very ordinary except for his handsome appearance. If you want to insist that there are any characteristics, it is probably a miserable life experience. His father had long since passed away, and his mother had passed away not long after he crossed. Even the only younger sister, Zhou Yun, was found to be suffering from a strange disease not long after her mother's death, and she needed to stay in the hospital for a long time for observation. The high debt and the monthly medical expenses of her sister made Zhou Yi, who had just crossed over, breathless. If it weren't for his wit and found some part-time jobs that suit him, I'm afraid his sister would have been swept out of the hospital long ago, and he would have been wandering on the streets, unable to continue. But after all, he is only a high school student, it would be nice to find a part-time job, and the money he earns is extremely limited. With the worsening of her sister Zhou Yun's strange disease, the part-time income has gradually become insufficient. This is also the reason why he desperately wants to switch to a combat career and work hard to make money. Okay, it's almost time, let's go to the playground. A word from the head teacher, Li Xiangyang, made Zhou Yi take back his chaotic thoughts and come back to his senses. Hey, let's take a look at the transfer results first. Even if there is no combat class among the three professions, the situation after the job change is much better than the current hell start, isn't it? Zhou Yi let out a sigh of relief, got up, followed behind the crowded students, and walked out. His steps were steady and his expression was calm, but there was a trace of nervousness and excitement in his heart. How will it develop in the future? It's hard, but it's smooth. It just depends on what career he can choose at the next job transfer ceremony. Chapter 2. Lijiang No. 2 High School, Playground. All the students who had reached level 10 gathered here, waiting for the upcoming career transfer ceremony. At the front of the playground, there are 13 magic circles that have been carved with mysterious runes. On the far left of the 13 magic circles standing there was a tall and thin middle-aged man wearing a mage robe and holding a staff. Level 24. Occupation, Mage. The man did not block his information. Therefore, everyone can easily use the identification technique to check his level occupation information. Hey, the one who presided over the class transfer ceremony was actually a level 24 professional mage. Envy, I really hope I can transfer to become a mage. Professional mage, presided over a career transfer ceremony, and the income is at least 6 figures. In the 5th class crowd, many people were whispering in amazement. You must know that after level 10, you need to accumulate experience by yourself to improve each level. Ordinary professionals, if you want to upgrade to level 24, you need not only hard work, but also luck. After all, I don't know how many people died in the process of brushing the copy. Level 24 professional, if I reach this level, I'm afraid I can easily repay the debt left by my parents and treat my little sister's strange disease. Zhou Yi stared at the mage with longing in his eyes. Although, the job transfer ceremony is a popular welfare ceremony in the Zhongxia kingdom. But the mage who presides over the transfer ceremony is not free. Host a job transfer ceremony, and the host can at least get hundreds of thousands of remuneration from the Zhongxia government. Moreover, this is only one of the many ways for mages to make money. Of course, except for the master. At level 24 of the other combat occupations, there are also many ways to make money. After the job transfer ceremony begins, I will pronounce the name according to the student number. Those who read the name will go out of line and stand in the transfer magic circle, waiting for the arrangement of Master Mage. The head teacher Li Xiangyang emphasized, in about 10 seconds, you will be able to determine the 3 most suitable occupations for you when you transfer to the magic circle. According to what I just said, just choose the career that suits you best. Even if none of the 3 occupations is a combat occupation, it is not bad to choose a life occupation. The key lies in yourselves. As long as you work hard, no matter what career you are, you can live a good life in the future. The head teacher Li Xiangyang is a middle-aged uncle with a strong affinity, under his comfort. The students in class 5, who were a little anxious and nervous, gradually relaxed and waited quietly for the transfer ceremony to begin. Soon, the time came to the agreed 2:30. On the ceremonial stage, the principal in charge of the transfer ceremony stepped forward and said solemnly, "The time has come, the transfer ceremony begins now. All students, please enter the venue in an orderly manner under the arrangement of the head teacher." As soon as the words fell, the students below became restless. Li Xiangyang, the head teacher of the 5th class, also began to arrange the first transfer student in this class. Number 1, Wang Ming. The voice fell, and a tall and thin boy in casual clothes took a deep breath and walked out of the class under the gaze of everyone in the 5th class. Stand in the number 5 job transfer magic circle in front of the playground. The 13 magic circles correspond to the 13 classes of Zhejiang number 2 high school. Under the arrangement of each class teacher, the 13 magic circles were quickly filled with students. Seeing that all the students were in place, the imposing level 24 mage on the playground raised his staff and shouted loudly, "Zhejiang number 2 high school, the first batch of job transfers, start." Boom! With the terrifying magic fluctuations, a mysterious magic circle condensed on the staff. Dozens of purple magic powers were drilled out of it and injected into the 13 magic circles on the playground. After receiving the magic power, the magic circle of job transfer shone brightly at the same time, shrouding the students standing in it. I don't know what career Wang Ming can transfer to. Wang Ming's attributes are all good, and he should be able to transfer to a good combat class. He should be a warrior or a sharpshooter. I think it's a little overhanging. Although the attribute value will affect the job transfer result to a certain extent, it is not the decisive factor. In the curious guess of the 5th class, 3 mysterious runes with different brilliance gradually emerged from the void in the number 5 transfer magic circle. Pharmacist, enchanter, decomposer, 3 transfer professions, and they don't even have a combat class. This is too bad luck. Hey, as expected, combat occupations are not so easy to choose. Among the 3 professions, the one with the best development potential should be the enchanter. Seeing these 3 runes, Zhou Yi and other students immediately showed disappointment. According to the probability of previous years, about half of the people in ordinary parallel classes can be transferred to combat occupations. Wang Xian was obviously not very lucky and was not among this half of the people. In the end, after choosing the enchanter profession, Wang Ming walked back to the class with a little bit of loss. As time went by, under the auspices of the transfer mage, a famous student walked into the transfer magic circle to make a transfer. Soon, it was Zhou Yi's turn. Number 31, Zhou Yi. Hearing the head teacher's voice, Zhou Yi took a deep breath, walked out of the class, and stood in front of the number 5 transfer magic circle. Zhejiang number 2 high school, the 30th batch of job transfers, start. Along with the muffled words of the transfer mage, the transfer magic circle erupted with strong magic power fluctuations. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly appeared in Zhou Yi's ear. Ding! I detected that the host has started to change jobs, and the strongest occupational support system is being activated. The system is successfully activated. Newbie gift packs are issued. The novice gift package, the guardian of the SN talent holy angel has been sent, do you want to receive it now? Chapter 3. System. Zhou Yi was startled, and what followed was a burst of ecstasy. As a traveler, he naturally knows the system. However, in the past year, the countless hardships he has gone through have been solved by himself, so he has long since extinguished the thought of owning the system. Unexpectedly, the system will appear now. And as soon as they came up, they sent out such a powerful novice gift package. Guardian of the Holy Angel, S plus the Holy Angel is bound to you, your light affinity is greatly increased, and the effects of all light and God skills are doubled. S plus level talent, the guardianship of Holy Angels, is indeed the strongest occupational support system. Browsing the description of the talent, Zhou Yi was delighted. After the advent of the eternal game, everyone will have their own awakening talents, and talents are also divided into F level to S level. The higher the level, the better the boosting effect brought by the talent. And his own awakening talent is the D-level talent Stone Skin, which can reduce some physical damage. D-level talent, very ordinary, can be called unremarkable. Unexpectedly, now the system directly issued a new S-level talent. And more importantly, in the next job transfer, the adaptation of the three major occupations has a lot to do with the talents possessed by the transferee. If you get an S-level talent, you will likely be transferred to a hidden profession. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi no longer hesitated, and chose to receive it directly in his heart. Old Li, how is your class? How many have been transferred to combat occupations now? On the playground, Tang Tianjun, the head teacher of Class 6, approached Li Xiangyang and asked with a smile. 16. Li Xiangyang glanced at him and said angrily. The two classes were originally next to each other, and my class had transferred several combat occupations, so how could the other party not be clear? It's not for the sake of flirting. Sure enough, after hearing this number, the smile on Tang Tianjun's face became even brighter. 16, it's a little too few. Our class has been transferred to 21 combat occupations. Looking at Tang Tianjun, who was proud and full of show-off, Li Xiangyang could not wait to punch him in the face. Although Zhongxia Kingdom advocates occupational equality, no matter what occupation is transferred, it should not be treated differently. But in today's world of monsters and monsters, how can we achieve professional equality? Everyone wants to change to a combat profession, and everyone is proud of the combat profession. Even the assessment index of the class teacher of the second high school is related to the number of students in the class who are transferred to combat occupations. He and Tang Tianjun have never dealt with each other, and now more people in the opponent's class have been transferred to combat classes than in their own class. And to show off like this, he was naturally a little uncomfortable. It would be great if our class could have a student who was transferred to a hidden occupation, then my assessment indicators for this school year would be filled directly. However, the probability of such a thing happening is almost zero. Shaking his head, he couldn't help but feel a little amused by the thought. Students who can change jobs to hidden occupations are very rare even in those big cities. In a small city like Lijiang, it is even more impossible. Look, what is that? Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and screamed, attracting everyone's attention. Boom! I saw that in the sky above the transfer magic circle, one after another dazzling bright white gold holy light gathered together like shooting stars. Gradually form a phantom of a graceful woman with 6 wings behind her. This woman has a beautiful face and a slender figure. But the indifference in those beautiful eyes and the holy brilliance naturally radiated from the whole body made it impossible for life to feel the slightest blasphemy. Behind her, there is a circle of light that occupies almost the entire sky, consisting of white gold flames. Under the shroud of the halo, the holiness exuded by the seraphim made everyone present feel a sense of awe, and couldn't help but want to worship. This is a holy angel. The holy angel has come, this is a miracle. Looking up at the graceful figure of the holy angel, everyone on the playground fell into shock and shock. After the eternal game and reality overlapped, the area of Blue Star expanded thousands of times, except for the arrival of countless aliens like dwarves, elves, and giants. Demons, angels, and even demons and gods also appeared in this world. However, as a high-level race with an average level of 60 and a small number, humans are rarely able to find angels in the real world. But now, a phantom of such a dazzling six-winged holy angel actually appeared in the sky of a small number 2 high school in Lijiang City. How can this not be shocking? Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling white gold beam of light with a diameter of about 2 meters shot up from the playground, pierced through the clouds, and reached the sky. And the beam of light that suddenly shot up into the sky also made everyone in the playground come back to their senses and looked at the source subconsciously. Next moment, they saw that in the number 5 job transfer magic circle, a handsome young man was standing there straight. And there was a calm expression on his face, and the white gold light shrouded his whole body added a touch of holiness and grandeur to him. It's Zhou Yi. It's actually him. He made this movement? What's the situation? Many people who knew Zhou Yi screamed in surprise. In their eyes, Zhou Yi has always belonged to the type of person who does not have a strong sense of existence. Unexpectedly, the other party actually caused a miracle in this job transfer ceremony. Chapter 4. Just as countless complex eyes converged on Zhou Yi, an ethereal and pleasant voice sounded. Brightness is your belief. Faith is the source of your strength. This voice is not in Huxia. But everyone present could still understand the meaning. Under the support of faith, the holy light will always protect you and burn up all evil. And I will always be by your side. Accompanied by the solemn and sacred chants of holy angels. The white gold light beam that enveloped Zhou Yi seemed to be absorbed and gradually shrank. And the phantom of the holy angel also turned into a little light, and in the shocking eyes of everyone, all of them were put into Zhou Yi's eyebrows. In the end, it turned into a small golden cross. Imprinted on Zhou Yi's eyebrows, and then disappeared. This is the S-end grade talent, the guardian of the holy angel. Zhou Yi, who received the protection of the holy angel, raised his eyebrows slightly. He could feel that his whole body is now full of power, and his attributes have risen by at least 5 points. And, more importantly, he could also sense that in the air around him, there was an active light element like Wang Yang. The guardian oath of the holy angel, Zhou Yi has acquired a new talent. It's so lucky to get a new talent at the job transfer ceremony. This movement, I'm sure, he must have acquired an S-rank talent. How to judge whether a person is worth cultivating? One of the important proofs is awakening talent. The higher the awakening talent level, the more worthwhile investment. Even the 2 rocket classes in number 2 high school were sorted according to their awakened talents. At this time, Zhou Yi acquired a new talent, which made everyone in the room look at him with envy and scorching in their eyes. Even the instructors on the rostrum showed excitement. The arrival of the holy angel did not interrupt the job transfer ceremony, and the job transfer was still going on normally. And it wasn't long after Zhou Yi got a new talent. 3 mysterious runes with dazzling golden radiance slowly condensed out of the magic circle and appeared in front of him. Hey? What kind of rune is this? I haven't seen these occupation symbols before, could it be a hidden occupation? Mr. Li, what kind of occupation are these 3 symbols? Some students asked Li Xiangyang suspiciously. At this time, Li Xiangyang did not turn his head, just stared at the 3 symbols, and explained in a trembling tone. These 3 are all hidden professions. They are light mage, holy priest, and paladin. As an 18th level soldier, Li Xiangyang has also traveled abroad for several years and has extensive knowledge. After returning to high school to teach, I learned a lot about changing jobs. Therefore, he could see at a glance the occupational information represented by the 3 golden yellow mysterious runes. FK? 3 hidden combat classes. That's outrageous. No matter which one you choose, Zhou Yi has a bright future. The job transfer is over, Zhou Yi is about to soar into the sky. Everyone in class 5 was discussing, with envy in their voices, and some girls in the class even flashed admiration in their eyes. They know that Zhou Yi, who has been transferred to a hidden occupation, is. In the future, he will definitely be cultivated to the highest standards. As long as he does not fall, he will surely grow into a giant. Zhou Yi did not hear the discussions of the classmates. At this moment, he looked at the 3 glowing runes floating in front of him and fell into thought. Light Mage, Holy Priest, and Paladin, these 3 are hidden combat occupations. Pick any one, and I can develop very well in the future. But since there are 3 careers to choose from, I naturally have to choose the best one. Zhou Yi rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and made a decision. I saw him stretch out his right hand and tap the last rune. Boom! The rune dissipated as soon as it was touched, turning into a little bit of light, gathering in Zhou Yi's body. A feeling of comfort as if soaking in a hot spring appeared all over his body. After the warm feeling has passed, Zhou Yi's heart moved, and his basic information appeared in his induction. Level 10. Occupation, Paladin. The job transfer was successful. Looking at the information that appeared in his mind, Zhou Yi was overjoyed. In this world where terrifying beasts are raging and all kinds of aliens roam, what is the most important thing for human beings? Of course, life-saving. Among these 3 professions, the Bright Mage is a pure output profession, and there are not many life-saving skills. The Holy Priest has a lot of life-saving skills. After turning 3, he can even master the resurrection skills. But the fighting power is too poor, it can only be a milk. And the last Paladin occupation is different. Not only has enough milk, but also can master resurrection and even group resurrection skills in the later stage, and the actual combat ability is also good, and the ability to brush a single copy is extremely strong. What's more, Paladins are a fusion of close combat and spellcaster. Being able to learn melee skills and spell skills at the same time has a broader future development prospect and stronger adaptability. Therefore, in these 3 occupations, the most suitable for him is none other than the Paladin. Hidden Professional Paladin, and he has obtained at least A and grade talent. I didn't expect that we can also produce such a character in number 2 middle school. On the rostrum, the principal Luo Heng looked extremely excited, and the hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. It's amazing, it's amazing. Lijiang City is an extremely remote area in the entire Sizhou Hangzhou province. Lijiang No. 2 High School is at the bottom of several high schools. In previous years, it would be good for the school to have a B and grade talent student who was transferred to a combat occupation. And this year, there is not only an S and grade talent student, but also a hidden occupation. Once the news is released next year, the source of students in the school will definitely be better. Schools receive higher government funding. And not only that, if Zhou Yi performs well in the college entrance examination and gets a good ranking, the popularity of the school will be enhanced again. The whole school will benefit from this. Chapter 5. Under the envious and respectful eyes of everyone, Zhou Yi walked down. Zhou Yi, great job! The head teacher Li Xiangyang gave a thumbs up, his face flushed with excitement. Go back to the team, you gave us a surprise this time. In the face of the head teacher's praise, Zhou Yi just smiled slightly, and then he stood in the class team. As before, his face was calm and his body stood upright. Seeing this scene, Li Xiangyang nodded indifferently. On weekdays, he didn't pay much attention to Zhou Yi. Looking at it now, there is indeed something special about it. After all, after transferring to an ultra-rare hidden profession, he can still maintain his sense of calm. This is something that most students cannot do. Paladin profession, Zhou Yi, you're amazing. Brother Yi, can the college entrance examination team bring me one? I want to hug my thighs. Me, and me, I'm a summoner, we team up, we will definitely get high scores. Zhongxiaguo's college entrance examination is in the form of a copy, and it can also form a team. As a nanny profession, paladins have always been very popular. Therefore, as soon as Zhou Yi returned to the team, many people sent out invitations to form a team. However, at this time, his mind was not on forming a team. He smiled apologetically to the people around him, and focused his attention on the system he had just activated. Daily tasks: long distance running, 0 km/20 km, power jumping, 0/200, push UPS, 0/200. Complete the daily task. You can choose any one of the following rewards. Reward 1, get 10 free attribute points. Reward 2, get 10 skill points. Reward 3, random skill book. Reward 4, random treasure chest. Daily tasks. It turned out to be a routine to get rewards after completing tasks. As a traveler, Zhou Yi saw the function of this system at a glance. Although the routine is simple, it is very practical. Free attribute points, skill points, random skill books, random treasure chests. Each of these 4 rewards looks pretty good. Especially free attribute points and skill points. It is the fundamental source of professional strength. Generally, it can only be obtained by upgrading. Of course, the rarer heaven and earth treasures can also have this ability. But Tiancadabao is very rare after all, and most of them have a limit of only 1 consumption. And he only needs to complete the daily task to get it easily. The huge gap between the two is self-evident. However, if there are only daily tasks, will this system be too monotonous? Zhou Yi couldn't help but think so. It seemed to sense his thoughts, and a system prompt also appeared. In addition to daily tasks, there are achievement tasks and random tasks, and you can get corresponding rewards when you complete the tasks. Looking at this prompt message, Zhou Yi's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the system is not as simple as I imagined. Time passed slowly, and soon, all the students in the second high school who reached the 10th grade have completed their career transfers. In the end, there were 21 people who were transferred to combat occupations in the 5th class, 6 less than the 27 in the 6th class. But Li Xiangyang not only was not unhappy at all, but kept a smile on his face. After all, Zhou Yi, who was transferred to the Paladin profession, is a dimensionality reduction attack, and is not at the same level as other students. Tang Tianjun, the head teacher of the 6th class, obviously knew this. Barely smiling, listening to Li Xiangyang boast about Zhou Yi's extraordinary performance in their class in the past. The transfer ceremony was over, and each class returned to the classroom. At this job transfer ceremony, there are 42 people in our class. A total of 21 people have been transferred to combat occupations. Among all the classes, the number of people in our class who have been transferred to combat classes can only be regarded as the middle class, but the Paladin that Zhou Yi transferred to is a unique class in the entire number 2 high school. On the podium, head teacher Li Xiangyang was summarizing. While listening to the lecture, many people secretly glanced at Zhou Yi, showing admiration from time to time. The transfer ceremony is over, and everyone is a first-time professional. In the 1 month before the college entrance examination, I hope everyone will continue to work hard, exercise their professional skills, and strive for good results in the examination. As long as you can get good grades in the test, whether it is a combat occupation or a life occupation, there will be a bright future. After the job transfer is over, as a senior high school student, the most important thing next is to work hard and prepare for the college entrance examination. Li Xiangyang also knew this and kept cheering everyone on. Ding! At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Zhou Yi's heart. Achievement tasks: according to the host's college entrance examination scores, you will receive matching achievement rewards. Note: this reward is associated with your chosen Paladin class. Achievement mission. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. Unexpectedly, He hadn't even started to do the daily tasks, and now there is another college entrance examination achievement task. It seems that this month, I have to redouble my efforts. Before the job change, Zhou Yi's strength was not strong, it could even be said to be weak. It is in the middle and lower reaches of the whole 5 shifts. If it weren't for national resources, he wouldn't even be able to reach level 10 at the age of 18. Of course, the reason is also very simple. He is so poor. Even if he has a part-time job, after paying his sister's hospital bills every month, he often only has 700 to 800 living expenses. An 18-year-old boy, just when he needs to supplement nutrition, where is the living expenses of 700 or 800 enough? On the other hand, in addition to having sufficient nutrition, other students will also take some alchemy potions and even magic potions. How could he possibly be better than others? Therefore, this also leads to his various attributes, which are considered to be relatively poor among his peers. And this is the result of Zhou Yi's more than a year of hard work. If not, he is a proper crane tail. And now, although he has acquired an S-level talent and transferred to the Paladin profession, his foundation is too poor. If you want to get good grades in the college entrance examination, you need more efforts. Chapter 6. In the 5th class classroom, Li Xiangyang talked for more than 10 minutes, and only stopped after receiving a call. After answering the phone, Li Xiangyang announced that everyone was dismissed from school, and then called Zhou Yi out of the classroom. Zhou Yi, the principal is looking for you, let's go. In the corridor, Li Xiangyang looked at Zhou Yi with a smile. The only hidden career changer in the school. He could already imagine what the principal was looking for with Zhou Yi. Under the leadership of Li Xiangyang, the two soon came to the 4th floor of the teaching building. Here is the centralized office floor for the principal, vice principal and dean of education. Following Li Xiangyang, Zhou Yi came to the door of the principal's office. Go in by yourself, I won't go in. Li Xiangyang warned with a smile, then turned around and left. He knows. The next conversation between the principal and Zhou Yi was not something he, an ordinary parallel class teacher, could participate in. The head teacher left, looking at the wide-open office door in front of him. Zhou Yi no longer hesitated and walked in directly. Entering the office, with a glance, you can see a middle-aged man working. This middle-aged man has a face with Huxia characters, and he is not angry and arrogant. This person is the principal of number 2 high school, Luo Heng. As a level 21 fighter, he is far stronger than an ordinary teacher. Under his control, the signature pen on his right hand almost turned into a phantom, and soon filled several lines of words. As if hearing a movement, he looked up. Haha, Zhou Yi is here, come, sit down. Luo Heng got up and greeted him very enthusiastically. He was also present throughout the awakening ceremony just now. If it wasn't for fear of bad influence, he wanted to directly trigger a miracle, and Zhou Yi, who was transferred to a paladin, was taken out of the class by himself. The entire principal's office is not large, only about 40 square meters. In addition to the desk and bookshelf, there is a coffee table and a sofa. Under the guidance of Principal Luo Heng, the two sat on the sofa. In previous years, I heard that some people awakened their talents at the job transfer ceremony, but this is the first time I have witnessed it with my own eyes. As soon as he sat down, Luo Heng said with excitement on his face. Not only that, you have also transferred to the hidden profession Paladin. This is another surprise. His face was slightly red with excitement. Warriors like them, who have been away from the front line for decades, have long lost hope of advancing again. The strength can hardly be improved, and the focus has long been placed on the career. And the appearance of Zhou Yi made him see further hope. How could he not be excited? This time you've given our school a face, and now the whole city of Zhejiang is discussing the miracle just now. After speaking, Luo Heng couldn't help but smile. So, after our discussion, we decided to reward you with 100,000 midsummer coins first. 100,000 midsummer coins. Before he came, Zhou Yi had already guessed that Principal Luo Heng would have a plan, but he didn't expect that there would be so many rewards. To know. Before that, aside from his part-time income, his monthly living expenses were only more than 700 midsummer coins. 100,000 is enough for him for a long time. And, most importantly, with this 100,000 yuan, my sister Zhou Yun's increasingly high hospital bills have also been settled. 100,000 midsummer coins is not much. When those top colleges and universities come to recruit you, I'm afraid they will put forward more generous conditions. Seeing Zhou Yi's expression of surprise, Luo Heng couldn't help laughing. Top universities? Special recruits? Zhou Yi looked at Luo Heng with some doubts. Yes, it's a special move. Luo Heng laughed and said. S-end grade talent, coupled with the Paladin's hidden occupation. You are actually qualified to be admitted to the top universities in Zhangzhia. And I have already received a notification from my superiors, and several of these colleges and universities will come over tomorrow. After the magnificent miracle of the Holy Angel appeared in the afternoon, his phone was blown up by the people from the Education Bureau. The special move is also a notice from the Education Bureau. The top universities in the country? How high are they? Zhou Yi couldn't help but wonder. After the eternal game and reality overlap, the entire country on the Blue Star pays great attention to the training of professionals. The same is true of Daxia. There are nearly 3,000 professional colleges and universities across the country. Under such a large base, the top 50 universities are not the same concept as the top 20 universities. At least top 10. Luo Heng waved his hand with excitement. The teachers in the top 10 colleges and universities are at least second-ranking professionals above level 35. And tomorrow, not just one, but several top 10 universities will arrive at the same time. That scene, just thinking about it, made him feel extremely honored. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up when he heard the words. Each of the top 10 universities in the country is prestigious. If you can be specially recruited, you will be able to get the top training in the future. However, I don't know how many TOP10 schools will come to tomorrow. When you go back from school later, you should understand it yourself first, and see which one you want to choose. By the way, take this thing, it's my personal reward to you for honoring our school. After Luo Heng walked back to the desk, he took out a wooden box and handed it over. Zhou Yi was slightly taken aback when he heard the words. But anyway, as people of two lives, he quickly reacted. It's a gesture and an investment. After realizing this, he quietly took the wooden box away. As the principal, the other party lowered their posture like this. If you refuse, it will not only make it difficult for the face, but also leave a bad impression. Moreover, Principal Luo Heng has always had a good reputation, and accepting this gift will not cause him any trouble. Seeing Zhou Yi accept the gift that he had carefully prepared, Luo Heng felt slightly relieved. Zhou Yi, who is about to be recruited by TOP10 colleges and universities, has a very strong potential. As long as the other party can successfully graduate from college, it must be a second-ranking professional above level 30. Moreover, if it goes well, it is not impossible to reach level 40. At that time, Zhou Yi was only 22 years old. And level 30 rank 2 professionals can almost walk sideways Indiana this small Jiang River. With such a potential stock, he naturally has to invest in advance and build a good relationship. The normal closing time for second high school is 4 p.m. However, because of the job transfer ceremony today, I left school early. When Zhou Yi left the principal's office and returned to the classroom, there was no one in the class. So he didn't stay long, returned to his seat, put on his backpack, and left the classroom. Acquired S-end grade talent, caused miracles, and also transferred to Paladin, got the school's reward, and the principal's favor. On the way home, Zhou Yi still felt a little dreamy about what happened today. But the feeling of power in his body and the ever-active light element around him reminded him. All this is not a dream. Anyway, I now have a brand new future. Zhou Yi's eyes flashed with determination. The beginning of hell has been reversed, and then it depends on how you manage your business. Chapter 7. The straight line distance between number 2 high school and the place where Zhou Yi lives is 10 kilometers, and the walking distance is almost more than 20 kilometers. He usually takes the bus home. And this time, in order to complete the daily task, Zhou Yi ran home. Long distance running, 20 km/20 km. When he ran to the gate of the community, the status of the column of the daily tasks running route also changed. Sure enough, transferring to Paladin has improved my attributes a lot. Standing at the gate of the community, Zhou Yi, who had run more than 20 kilometers, was just out of breath. If he changed jobs before he changed jobs, he would probably get tired if he ran less than 10 kilometers. To confirm his current properties, Zhou Yi opened the personal information panel that everyone has. Strength, 18, Constitution, 17, Agility, 16, Wisdom, 18. This is Zhou Yi's current personal data. For ordinary people, 4-dimensional data can be regarded as an average of 10. The 4-dimensional data before his transfer was even worse, not even 10 points of the average. The 4-dimensional attribute has risen so much, no wonder I don't feel tired. In this way, my 4-dimensional attributes are considered to be relatively high among all the second middle school students. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up. There are many people with backgrounds in number 2 middle school, thanks to the support of background families. Among those people, there are a lot of people who reached level 10 at the age of 17 and transferred jobs in advance. However, as far as he had heard before, the first and second people in the rocket class of number 2 middle school, the 4-dimensional data was only about 24 points on average. This job change made the gap between him and these top students almost halved in an instant. There is still a month before the college entrance examination, if the daily tasks can really get the corresponding rewards. It's easy to surpass those people. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi couldn't wait any longer, and hurried back to his home. Continue to complete the exercise requirements for the following daily tasks. His original home had already been sold in order to treat his mother's illness. Therefore, the place where he lives now is just a rental house of more than 10 square meters. Although the rental house is small, it is fine to do some daily exercise. In less than half an hour, Zhou Yi, who had finished the last push-up, also received a system prompt. Long distance running, 20 km/20 km. Power jump, 200/200. Push UPS, 200/200. It is detected that the daily task is completed, and you can get rewards from the following options. Reward 1, get 10 free attribute points. Reward 2, get 10 skill points. Reward 3, random skill book. Reward 4, random treasure chest. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi chose reward 1 directly. And just after he made the selection, 10 free attributes were added to his personal panel. Not only that, at the moment of obtaining the reward, all the fatigue accumulated in the body disappeared, and even his state returned to its peak state. Sure enough, there are 10 more free attributes. Zhou Yi couldn't help laughing. In this way, others can only rely on the free attribute points and skill points obtained by leveling up, which he can obtain through daily tasks. If you want to open the gap with others, isn't it easy? With the free attribute, let's see how to distribute it. Zhou Yi was lost in thought. Because of the rarity of free attribute points, it is impossible to add points evenly between different occupations. They need to be selective in adding points. For example, Mage, mainly add some wisdom attributes. Assassin, naturally the main increase in agility. However, my situation is different from theirs. As long as you can complete the daily tasks, you can get a steady stream of free attributes. If that's the case, then I'll balance it all out first. The Zhongzhia National College entrance examination takes the form of the next copy. Before the start of the college entrance examination, no one knew what they would encounter in the copy. Ordinary students will choose to enter in teams to cope with different situations. But correspondingly, the score will be lower. And Zhou Yi's goal is to single-play dungeons and rush to a higher ranking as much as possible. Therefore, balanced development is very important. Therefore, as soon as his heart moved, the 10 free attribute points were evenly distributed to the 4-dimensional attributes. The 2 extra attributes are added to the wisdom and physical attributes. Clenching his fist slightly, Zhou Yi could feel that his strength was much stronger than before. After the attribute points were allocated, Zhou Yi took out the wooden box given by Principal Luo from his backpack. Principal Luo is a 21st level soldier. I heard that he used to follow the battle group and fought on the front line in his early years. The things he sent should be of extraordinary value. Open the wooden box, and there lies a light blue reagent about 10 centimeters long. Name: Physical Enhancement Potion. Effect: after taking it, with exercise, you can enhance 2 physical fitness points within a month. Note that this effect is only valid for professionals below 25 physical fitness points. It's actually a physique-enhancing potion. Headmaster Luo has made a lot of money. Zhou Yi, who saw this information through the primary identification technique, frowned. A potion that can increase 2 physical fitness points is probably worth more Indiana the market than the 100,000 reward given by the school. After all, now is the critical moment for the college entrance examination. Even if only 1 physical point is added, it is enough to get rid of thousands of others. Pulling off the stopper, Zhou Yi drank the reagent inside. Physique-enhancing agents need to be combined with daily exercise. So Zhou Yi, who had finished taking it, didn't look at his personal information again, and looked up at the wall clock on the wall. At this time, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 5 o'clock, it's time to bring food for my little sister. Zhou Yi's eyes flashed and he took off the smelly clothes on his body. I simply took a shower, changed into a set of clean clothes, and then simply fried a few dishes and put them in the lunchbox. Only then did he walk out of the door and towards the direction of the hospital. Chapter 8. Lijiang City is a small prefecture-level city under the Sizhou Hangzhou province. Does not occupy a large area. Therefore, the sacred seraphim that descended on number 2 high school in the afternoon was seen by almost all the citizens of Lijiang City. With the passage of time, the news of the second high school student who was famous for causing miracles and transferring to Paladin quickly spread throughout the city. In Lijiang City, it is not that there have never been people who have changed jobs and hidden occupations. But like this, hidden career changers who caused miracles appeared in their small place. This is the first time in the history of Lijiang City. As a result, many forces and media moved on the news and began to collect all information about Zhou Yi. Want to take the opportunity to win over publicity. For this, Zhou Yi also expected. And his response is very simple. That is shut down. With the phone off, the only way to find him is to come to the door in person. And the place where he lives is very remote, it is not certain whether he can find it or not. Facts have proved that his coping methods are very effective. No one came to him until he left the house and went to the hospital. Lijiang First People's Hospital. Ward 403 on the 4th floor of the inpatient department. On the number 2 hospital bed, a junior high school girl who looked no more than 13 or 14 years old, leaned her back against the bedboard and held some needles and threads in her hands, as if she was knitting something. This girl has curved eyebrows, clear eyes, and even wearing monotonous hospital clothes, you can see that she is a full-fledged beauty embryo. But the fly in the ointment was that her complexion was not as rosy as an ordinary person at all, but instead showed a morbid pallor. This person is Zhou Yi's sister, Zhou Yun. Xiaoyun, it's time to take medicine. A tall nurse walked in with a tray of medicines. Sister Wang, wait a minute, I'll be finished here soon. Zhou Yun stared at the fine needle in her hand. Under her control, a knitted ornament was gradually revealing its shape. It's a cute wool bunny. You are so sick, why don't you take a good rest? Sister Wang reluctantly put the tray aside. This is not the first time something like this has happened. A little rabbit can be sold for 3 yuan. If you sell a few more, you can earn a meal. With a firmness that does not belong to this age on her face, Zhou Yun said seriously. Besides, I have no cure for this disease. It's always good to save Big Brother some money before I leave. Seeing the distressing maturity on Zhou Yun's face, Sister Wang wanted to comfort her, but she didn't know where to start. In the end, it could only be turned into a helpless sigh. It has been more than half a year since she was hospitalized. Many doctors and even pastors have come, but she still can't find the reason why Zhou Yun feels cold and painful every night. Okay, Sister Wang, don't worry about me, I'll just take the medicine. The little hand picked up the medicine, and Zhou Yun ate all of it very familiarly. These medicines are bitter. But she was used to it and did not show any discomfort. Bed number 2, it's time to pay the hospital bill. At this time, the head nurse walked in with an indifferent expression and handed the bill to Zhou Yun. The head nurse Li Qian is a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She has a pointed nose and high cheekbones. When looking at people, involuntarily there will be a kind of arrogant gaze. Are you going to pay? Hearing the payment notice, Zhou Yun's face tightened, but she still took the bill. 10,000. Why is this month's hospital bill so expensive? Seeing the total amount at the end of the bill, Zhou Yun couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. In the past, the hospital bill for a month was only 5,000 midsummer dollars at most. Aunt Li, could this be a mistake? Even the strong Zhou Yun, at this time, there is a fog rising in the eye sockets. Big Brother worked hard to earn more than 5,000 a month. Now the medical bills have doubled all of a sudden, what should I do? Zhou Yun felt sad. Although she was only 13 years old, the successive deaths of her parents made her much more sensible than her peers. She naturally understands that the new 5,000 yuan in hospital fees is a huge burden for their family, which is only supported by their big brother. That's right, it's normal for you to use a lot of medicines this month, and the hospitalization fee is a little higher. Li Qian didn't care, just explained lightly. A little more expensive for hospitalization? How much more expensive? Suddenly, there was a low voice. A young man with a height of about 1.8 meters and a thin body walked in. He had a calm expression on his face, and his whole body exuded a warm aura like the spring sunshine. This person is Zhou Yi, elder brother. Seeing Zhou Yi, Zhou Yun can be considered to have found the backbone, and quickly shouted excitedly. Xiaoyun. Zhou Yi grinned and walked to the bed. Zhou Yi is here. Sister Wang also greeted with a smile. She is also very fond of this young man who, despite his young age, has a strong family and comes to deliver meals to his sister on time every day. The more expensive the hospitalization fee, the more expensive it is. It's not a big deal. Why cry? Sitting on the edge of the bed, Zhou Yi wiped the tears from the corner of his sister Zhou Yun's eyes with his hands. In the future, we will no longer have to worry about medical bills. Zhou Yi pinched Zhou Yun's small face and said softly. Don't worry about medical bills anymore. Zhou Yi stood up under Zhou Yun's doubtful eyes. Aunt Li, how much is the hospitalization fee this time? Zhou Yi looked at Li Qian. More than 10,300. I don't know why, but I was watched by Zhou Yi's calm eyes. Li Qian was a little uncomfortable all over, and said with a erratic gaze. Brother, this month's hospital bill is several thousand yuan higher than last month. Aunt Li said that I need to take more medicine this month, but I don't seem to feel it myself. But it's possible that I remembered it wrong. Zhou Yun was chatting, while Zhou Yi, who had taken the bill, narrowed his eyes, thoughtful. Because what Zhou Yi needs is not ordinary drugs, the prices of these special drugs are not fixed. When it is more difficult to buy, it is more expensive, and when it is easier to buy, it is cheaper. Of course, all interpretation rights belong to the hospital. Aunt Li, swipe your card. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yi didn't want to look for trouble, and took out his bank card directly. Although he felt that there was some problem with the hospitalization fee. But now he does not have the ability to lift the stage. And his sister wants to be treated here, so he can only endure it. Chapter 9. After getting the hospital fee, Li Qian hurriedly left the ward. Brother, is our family getting rich? We paid so much hospital bills all at once. After Li Qian left, Zhou Yun couldn't bear it any longer, and came over with a curious look on her face. That's it. Zhou Yi smiled slightly. The 100,000 midsummer coins called from the school have arrived. And these 100,000 Zongxia coins are a lot of money for ordinary people. But for him, it was just the beginning. How is it, Zhou Yi, what career did you change today? Nurse Sister Wang glanced up and down at Zhou Yi with a little curiosity in her beautiful eyes. She could see it compared to yesterday. Today's Zhou Yi's temperament has changed a lot. Seems to be more confident and calm. Zhou Yun, who was on the side, quickly cast her gaze upon hearing the words. Today is the Unified Career Transfer Day stipulated by Zongxia Kingdom. She is also very curious and looking forward to what career her big brother has transferred. Facing the pair of curious eyes, one big and one small, Zhou Yi couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to speak, several men in suits walked in. The leader was a tall and thin man with thin gold-rimmed glasses who looked gentle. Seeing Zhou Yi here, his eyes lit up, he took 3 steps and 2 steps, and stepped forward. Hello, Mr. Zhou Yi, my name is Zhao Wenbin. I am the secretary of the mayor. I came here to talk to you about something. Secretary to the mayor. Sister Wang, the nurse next to her, was a little surprised. The mayor of Lijiang City is one of the 2 giants in Lijiang City. The mayor's secretary is equivalent to the mayor's microphone, and he is also a deputy county-level cadre. How could such a person come to find Zhou Yi in person? For a moment, Wang Ji's eyes were full of doubts. Zhou Yi raised his brows when he heard the words. But unlike Sister Wang, he knew that the other party came here probably because of the sensation he caused in the afternoon. After a pause, Zhou Yi said. It's hard to talk in the ward, let's change place. It should be. You stay here, and Mr. Zhou and I go out. With a smile on Zhao Wenbin's face, he warned several other burly men in suits. He followed Zhou Yi out of the ward. Xiaoun, your brother is very social. You actually know the mayor's secretary. After the 2 left, Sister Wang looked at Zhou Yun in surprise. Hey, when did my brother meet such a big man? Zhou Yun was also very puzzled. Not to mention the mayor's secretary, they've seen the highest-ranking managers before, but they're just district chiefs. Just glanced at it from a distance. You don't know yet. A sturdy man in a suit next to him had a smile on his face. At the transfer ceremony this afternoon, Mr. Zhou Yi triggered the miracle of the divine angel's descent, and he was transferred to become a paladin. Now he is a fragrant bun. Not only has he been noticed by all media, but even the mayor has arranged for Mr. Zhao to come over. The miracle of the divine angel's coming was inspired by Zhou Yi. When Sister Wang heard the words, her eyes widened immediately, and her beautiful eyes were full of incredible. The miracle of the holy angel descending in the afternoon almost caused a sensation in the whole city of Lijiang. Of course she heard it too. But she didn't expect that the source actually came from Zhou Yi. Zhou Yun on the side tilted her head, a little unclear. But judging from Ms. Wang's reaction, my big brother seems to have done a great job. Mr. Zhou, congratulations on obtaining the protection of the S-rank talent Holy Angel and transferring to a paladin. In the corner of the corridor, Zhao Wenbin congratulated Zhou Yi. It's just luck. Zhou Yi smiled lightly. Based on the government's database, he was not surprised to be able to confirm his talent through the miracle in the afternoon. And he is not prepared to hide his talent. After all, in today's society, the better the potential, the more people can value it. Getting an S-rank talent in an ordinary job transfer ceremony is not something you can do just by luck. Zhao Wenbin shook his head, then said with a smile. Your job transfer this time has caused a sensation in our entire city. The mayor also attaches great importance to it, and specially arranged a batch of cultivation resources for you. This batch of cultivation resources will be delivered in a few days. It is specially prepared for you to hit the college entrance examination. In addition, if you have any other requirements, you can ask me now. Zhao Wenbin looked at Zhou Yi with a warm expression. S-level talent awakener, but also a hidden paladin occupation. Such people are very worthy of the great investment of the city government. In the future, it may be possible to create a giant. My sister's illness, can you invite a more advanced professional to take a look? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yi said. Zhou Yun started to get sick more than half a year ago. Cold pain all over my body every night. The symptoms are very obvious, but in the past 6 months, neither the doctor nor the pastor has found the cause. Now that there is such an opportunity, of course he has to inquire carefully. Don't worry, we have already contacted the level 36 rank 2 priest for you. Zhao Wenbin, who had anticipated this for a long time, said with a smile, during this period of time, all you need to do is focus on improving your strength. On your sister's side, our professional medical team is available 24 hours a day, so you don't have to worry at all. We have also greeted those eventful media reporters and will not disturb you. Thank you very much then. Zhou Yi sincerely thank you. Nothing is free in this world. With such strong support from the city now, in addition to cultivating geniuses, it is also natural that I hope that I can return it someday in the future. He now accepts these benefits, which means that the default transaction is established. Of course, Zhao Wenbin represents the city government, and even if there is a need in the future, it will not be a problem. That's why he was so happy to accept help. Both sides are smart people. Zhao Wenbin saw Zhou Yi's reaction and knew that the trip had achieved its purpose. So he didn't stay any longer, and patted Zhou Yi's shoulder. After leaving his contact information, he left quickly with his own people. And Zhou Yi, who returned to the ward, also met two hot eyes. Brother, you are amazing. Zhou Yun looked at Zhou Yi with stars in her eyes full of admiration. She had already learned from Sister Wang the meaning of the miracle caused by the Big Brother. Naturally, I understand that Big Brother Zhou Yi is really going to soar into the sky. Zhou Yi, it seems that I have to hug your thigh in the future. There was a strange look in Sister Wang's beautiful eyes, looking straight at Zhou Yi. She's not kidding. Having worked in the hospital for a long time, she knew that even a level 21st turn priest was an extraordinary existence. It would cost a lot of money for the hospital to invite such a pastor. And the paladin that Zhou Yi transferred is much rarer than the priest profession. The future development is also better. Chapter 10. Looks like you all know it. Zhou Yi smiled, not surprised. Brother, I heard that each profession can obtain its own exclusive professional skills after changing classes. Do you also have professional skills after you transfer to Paladin? Zhou Yun asked curiously. Sister Wang next to her followed. Obviously, she is also very curious. Exclusive skills? Of course there are. Zhou Yi said with a smile. After each occupation changes, there will be exclusive skills. Such as the mage's hand of the mage, and the assassin's dagger mastery. After Zhou Yi was transferred to a paladin, he naturally had his own exclusive skills. There are 3 exclusive skills in total, namely Pure White Blade, Slow Healing and Weapon Blessing. Pure White Blade and Blessing of weapons are used to attack, and slow healing can be used to restore health. Might as well try it out for my little sister. I saw Zhou Yi's heart move, and he whispered. Slow healing. Accompanied by faint magic energy fluctuations, Zhou Yun and Sister Wang were enveloped by a pale green illusory light full of life. The light green radiance emanating from the mask made the entire room light up slightly. So comfortable. Zhou Yun squinted her eyes and enjoyed it. She suffers from the pain every night, although the pain will be relieved by taking medicine. But still feel uncomfortable and powerless. But now, under the influence of this energy, she found that the pain in her body disappeared without a trace, as if soaking in a hot spring. Different from Zhou Yun's reaction, Sister Wang hummed directly. So comfy. It's not that she hasn't experienced the priest's recovery spell. But no pastor had ever brought her as comfortable a feeling as a full-body massage. Slow healing LV1, Class C within 30 seconds, restore a certain amount of health to 2 teammates within a certain range. Slow healing is the exclusive skill of Paladins. Although it has the effect of restoring health, it does not have too many special feelings. At this moment, Zhou Yun and Sister Wang's reaction is so great, mainly because Zhou Yi's and the Guardian of the Divine Angel has a strong increase in light and God skills. And originally, the duration of slow healing is 10 seconds, and the cooldown is 20 seconds. But under the talent of Holy Angel Guardian, the duration of slow healing has become 30 seconds, and the cooling time is shortened to 15 seconds. That is to say, as long as Zhou Yi has enough magic power, it can even continue to release slow healing. 30 seconds passed quickly, and Zhou Yun, who had lost her warm feeling, was still reminiscing. And Sister Wang is pretty blushing. She did not expect that she would have such a reaction when she was under a spell. Xiaoyun, how are you? Do you feel better? Zhou Yi looked at Zhou Yun expectantly. In addition to the professional strength, he chose the Paladin profession, partly because of Zhou Yun's strange illness. After all, Paladins also belong to the profession of wet nurse. I feel better. Zhou Yun nodded quickly. Compared with just now, her little face was much rosier. It just looks a little weak. That's good. Zhou Yi's expression relaxed. Before that, even professional priests of more than 20 levels could not do anything about Zhou Yun's illness. So he didn't hope that his slow healing could cure his sister. But it's good to help my sister relieve some of the pain. Next, I finished dinner with my sister Zhou Yun. After telling the other party to listen to the doctor and performing another slow healing for her, Zhou Yi left the hospital. At this time, he is going to work part-time. 7 o'clock in the evening. On the Wutong Road, Zhou Yi was in a strong posture, running like a cheetah. Wutong Road is a small road, usually not many people. That's why he can run with all his strength. Not long after, Zhou Yi ran out of Wutong Road and came to Yingbin Avenue. Running into the avenue, there were more pedestrians on the road, so he slowed down and kept moving forward at a normal speed. In less than 10 minutes, Zhou Yi came to a quiet residential area at the end of the road. Bian Scenic Community. Zhou Yi looked at the quiet residential area in front of him, his eyes flickering. This community is located in the urban area. There are artificial pools in it, and there are also a lot of flowers, plants, and trees. Even if it is a high-rise residential building, every floor has a sky garden. In addition to high-rise residences, there are also townhouses. To know. This is in the city center where every inch of land is expensive, and it is amazing to have such a large-scale greenery. There are even townhouses. It is conceivable that to live in such a community, what an astonishing price is required. One day, I can live here too. With a flash of eyes, Zhou Yi said to the metal gate of the community. I'm going to number 1703, building 17. Above the metal door, an eyeball-shaped camera probe sticks out. Identity scanning. Identity confirmation, Zhou Yi, with access rights. Magic disguise confirmed. With the slight fluctuation of magic power, a mysterious magic circle appeared in front of the camera, aiming at Zhou Yi. Technology and magic developed side by side after the fusion of eternal games and the real world. Creatures like this, which combine technology and magic, are not uncommon in Midsummer. No magic disguise, entry allowed. The last electronic notification sound fell, and with a click, the metal door opened. Zhou Yi stepped into it. 2 hours later, in front of room 1703. Zhou Yi stood there and said to a middle-aged man, "Uncle Li, the college entrance examination is coming soon, and the tutoring work will end today." Tutoring is a part-time job that Zhou Yi found, and it takes about 2 hours a day. In order to make money to pay medical bills, he had to do this part-time job. But now there is less than a month left for the college entrance examination. And he now has enough money in his bank card to pay for his sister Zhou Yun's medical expenses. Naturally, it is no longer necessary to be a tutor to subsidize the family. The middle-aged man was a little surprised when he heard the words, and after thinking for a moment, he said with a little regret, "Although I really don't want you to leave, the college entrance examination is important. Zhou Yi, come on, I wish you a good grade in the college entrance examination." In terms of grades, Zhou Yi's grade is not high, and he can't even reach the average level. But the opponent can rely on the four-dimensional attributes that are not very good to show good combat effectiveness, but it is something that many people can't do. Otherwise, he would not invite the other party to be his daughter's private teacher. Brother Yi won't come anymore. Suddenly, a shadowy figure rushed out of the room. This is a beautiful girl who looks only about 15 years old and is in the age of cardamom. I saw that she was wearing a loose training suit, and her pretty face was full of surprise. The college entrance examination is coming, I have to hurry up and train. Zhou Yi nodded. This girl is the object of his tutoring, Li Wanting. I am a freshman in the first high school. The level has reached level 9, and after a while, you will be able to enter level 10 and transfer careers ahead of schedule. And the opponent's four-dimensional attribute has reached an average of 13 points. It can be said that he is a very talented player. Unfortunately, the actual combat is too weak. Usually need his tutor for guidance and training. Well, Brother Yi, do you still need training? You're so good, isn't the college entrance examination a proper thing? Li Wanting pouted, puzzled. In her eyes, although only one level higher. But Zhou Yi, who can easily suppress himself, is a very powerful character. Zhou Yi couldn't help but smile when he heard this. After crossing over, relying on his previous life experience, he quickly integrated his own strength. The four-dimensional attribute is poor, and there is no way to improve it. So he focused on exercising his fighting skills and the timing of skill release. The training of these two aspects makes him have a good fighting ability in the same level. But because the four-dimensional attribute is so poor, it is only in the middle of the class. However, in front of this Li Wanting, who has good attributes but doesn't know how to fight, he is indeed a powerful figure. Of course, now that he has been transferred to a Paladin, his attributes have skyrocketed. Even if you don't rely on skills, you can completely crush Li Wanting violently. Your brother Yi wants to strive for better results, so of course you need more training. It's not like you are fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days. Okay, don't delay your brother Yi. When the college entrance examination is over, you can invite your brother Yi over for dinner. Uncle Li rubbed Li Wanting's little head. He has been in contact with Zhou Yi for more than half a year. He also appreciates this young man with a calm personality, low-key work, and strong combat ability. But the college entrance examination is important, and he can't drag the other side, right? Unfortunately, the attributes are a little worse. Otherwise, his performance in the college entrance examination is definitely a dominant level. Looking at the back of Zhou Yi leaving, Uncle Li shook his head regretfully. He still doesn't know the strength of his daughter? Although the actual combat is weak, it is not to the extent that anyone can defeat it. And Zhou Yi can crush his daughter with an average attribute of less than 10 points. Such a character, if the attribute points are mentioned. Absolutely the most terrifying kind of existence. Chapter 11. By the time we got back to the rental house, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. However, Zhou Yi did not choose to rest, but directly opened his information panel. Name, Zhou Yi. Occupation, Paladin. Level 10, 200/800. Talent, Guardian of the Holy Angel, S+, Stone Skin, D. Skills, Pure White Blade LV1, Class C, Weapon Blessing LV1, Class C, Slow Healing LV1, Class C, Tiger Attack LV4, Class D, Air/LV3, Class E. Attribute, Strength, 20, Constitution, 20, Agility, 18, Wisdom, 21. Special Bloodline, none. The information panel is a panel that everyone has and can view all their information. At this moment, Zhou Yi looked at his information panel and fell into thinking. Before level 10, he only learned 2 skills, namely Tiger Attack and Top Pick. It's not that he doesn't want to learn more, but the skill book is too rare. These 2 skills are still known to the predecessor, and after he crossed over, he didn't even learn a new skill. Single person brushing the map, battery life is very important. Since this is the case, then I have to allocate more skill points and make these skills higher. In addition to free attribute points, there are also skill points in the daily quest rewards. During this month, Zhou Yi did not intend to only take attribute points every time he completed daily tasks. After all, the higher the skill level, the stronger the power. At a critical moment, high-level skills can complete the reversal in an instant. Moreover, killing boss also requires powerful lethal skills. The additional points are allocated. Next, it's time to think about what weapon to use. The knight class can use many weapons: one-handed hammer, two-handed hammer, one-handed sword, two-handed sword, one-handed axe, two-handed axe, and pole arms. Paladin, as a hidden transfer of the knight profession, can also use the above weapons. And under the training of national compulsory education, most of these weapons Zhou Yi can use, but are not proficient. But there are some weapons in it that I haven't used yet. If you want to choose a weapon to use in the college entrance examination, wait until you have touched all the weapons before talking about it. Zhou Yi quickly made a decision. Then take out your phone and start searching. Tomorrow, the top 10 schools will come over for special recruitment. Before that, he needs to know more about these colleges and universities. The next day, Zhou Yi took the bus to number 2 high school as usual. Brother Yi is here. Zhou Yi, good morning. Brother Yi, good morning. As soon as Zhou Yi walked into the classroom, various greetings sounded one after another. Among them, there are some young girls with beautiful eyes and hot eyes. Nodding in response, he returned to his seat. Morning classes start as normal. However, just after the second class in the morning, Zhou Yi was called to the principal's office by the head teacher, Li Xiangyang. People from the top 10 universities have arrived. This time, a total of 4 schools have come, namely Rongyang University, South Sichuan University, Anji University, and Seoul University. How about it, have you decided where to go? In the office, the principal Luo Heng asked with a smile, the smile on his face almost overflowing. Don't blame him either. The 4 top colleges and universities came at the same time, as the principal of the second high school. This time, he has raised a wave of face fiercely. Zhou Yi raised his brows when he heard the question. Among these 4 colleges, there seems to be no top 3. Principal Luo, didn't the 3 top schools come over this time? Zhou Yi directly expressed his doubts. Among the top 10 schools, the top 3 Suzhou Hangzhou University, Qingjing University, and Modu University are the most detached. These three colleges are also known as the three top colleges and universities in Daxia. The three top colleges and universities have always been based on the results of the college entrance examination. Before the results of the college entrance examination are released, they will not arrange special admissions. Principal Luo explained with a smile. Li Xiangyang next to him also nodded in agreement. The three top universities have always had a detached status. This is indeed in line with their approach. I see. Zhou Yi couldn't help but secretly praised. As expected of the three top universities, the special recruits only look at the results of the college entrance examination, rather than talent and career. However, since the three major universities did not arrange special recruitment this time, he also has a good idea of which college to choose. I saw him looking at Principal Luo Heng and said apologetically, "Principal Luo, I may have to choose to give up this special move." Give up? Principal Luo was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, his eyes widened in surprise, his expression stunned. The smile on the face of Li Xiangyang, the head teacher next to him, also froze there at once. That's right, I'm not going to choose any college for this special recruit. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yi looked serious. The achievement task of the system requires him to achieve good results in the college entrance examination as much as possible. And look at the rewards obtained by completing daily tasks yesterday. After a month, his four-dimensional attributes can reach a terrifying level, and his comprehensive strength will be greatly enhanced. It can even hit the champion of Suzhou in Hangzhou. As long as you become the provincial champion, aren't the universities in Zhangzhia still randomly selected? Including three top universities. And if you choose a special move at this time, it will be a big loss. If you choose to give up at this time, you will lose a lot. Principal Luo Heng couldn't help but persuaded, the gap between the top 10 schools is not big. After the college entrance examination, your best choice is to get into the top 10 universities. And what he didn't say is that, with Zhou Yi's current attributes, the probability of passing the college entrance examination to enter the top 10 universities is almost zero. If you can get into a top 100 university, you will burn a lot of incense. After all, Zhou Yi's foundation is so poor that it can't be made up for by changing jobs and hiding jobs. Unless you want to go to the three top schools, your choice doesn't make any sense at all. Having said this, Principal Luo suddenly stopped and looked at Zhou Yi in disbelief. Your goal is the three top universities. Headmaster's eyes. Zhou Yi didn't hide it either, and nodded to confirm. This. After receiving a positive reply, the Principal Luo Heng was stunned. To know. After the fusion of eternal game and reality, the area of Blue Star expanded thousands of times. Elves, giants, dwarves. Countless aliens joined the human camp. There are many similar alien races in Zhangzhia. In order to promote harmony between humans and aliens, they also have to take the college entrance examination. The average strength of the alien race itself is stronger than that of humans, and there are many geniuses in the Zhangzhia kingdom. The three top universities only admit more than 1,000 freshmen every year. Under such great competitive pressure, it is as hard as the sky to get admitted to the three top schools. Do you want to stop thinking about it? Luo Heng asked with a wry smile. No, Principal, I've made a decision. Zhou Yi shook his head. With the help of the system, he is still afraid that he will not be able to get a good grade in the test. Looking at Zhou Yi's firm and deep eyes, the Principal Luo Heng finally did not choose to continue to persuade. After all, although he didn't have much contact with Zhou Yi, but he understands that Zhou Yi is by no means a brainless person. In this case, the other party chose to give up the special move and attack the three top universities. Naturally, it has its own considerations. Now that the top 10 schools have come, you really gave me a big problem. Luo Heng shook his head with a wry smile. The top colleges and universities in Zhangzhia are not so easy to give up. But the main lord has spoken, and the next step is to take a step by step. Chapter 12. Under the leadership of the principal Luo Heng, the two walked to the VIP reception room. Just a few steps away from the reception room, Zhou Yi heard a loud noise from inside. Lao Zhao, your school came quite fast. Sichuan province is more than 4,000 kilometers away from Lijiang city. Did you use special fighter jets? Hehe, what is a fighter jet? We directly use the ultra-long distance teleportation array. Hey, activating an ultra-long distance teleportation array will consume a level 30 magic core, are you willing? For the sake of genius, what can't you bear? Zhou Yi, we are going to make an appointment for South Sichuan University. Hehe, that has to be done by their own means. Listen to the chatter inside. Principal Luo Heng coughed dryly and walked in with Zhou Yi. Entering the reception room, Zhou Yi saw the four people sitting on the quaint seats in the reception room at a glance. The 4 men, 1 woman, and 3 men, were dressed differently. But they are full of momentum, and their eyes are bright. This also makes Zhou Yi sure that these people are at least level 35 professionals. Just as Zhou Yi was looking at the 4 were also looking at Zhou Yi. A tall and straight figure, a handsome appearance, and a touch of holy brilliance after awakening his talent. All made several instructors nodded secretly in their hearts. This Zhou Yi gives a very good first impression. Under the introduction of Principal Luo, Zhou Yi quickly learned the identities of these 4 people. The bald middle-aged man was a teacher at Rongyang University, his name was Zhao Tianfu. Wearing white casual clothes, the lean Li Bing is from South Sichuan University. The only woman with a beautiful face, Zhu Yu, was a teacher at Seoul University. The tallest middle-aged man was Wang Yuan, a teacher at Anji University. Teacher Zhao, Teacher Li, Teacher Zhu, Teacher Wang. Zhou Yi saluted respectfully. Each of these people is a real boss. He is a senior who hunted countless beasts on the front line and defended his homeland. The proper etiquette must be done. Good. Seeing this scene, the 4 Zhao Tianfu nodded slightly. As admissions teachers, they have seen countless geniuses. A polite student like this gives a very good impression. You should also know that we are here. Without further ado, let me talk about the conditions of our Rongyang University. The resolute Zhao Tianfu was the first to speak. As long as you come to our school, you will immediately be rewarded with 2 million midsummer coins, plus 3 exclusive skill books for paladins. 2 million Zongxia coins? 3 skill books? This Rongyang University is too rich. Zhou Yi couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Ordinary families, the monthly income is only about 6,000 yuan. 2 million, it takes a family not to eat or drink for nearly 30 years to save. It is also a huge sum of money for him now. Moreover, the exclusive skill books of the 3 paladins are extremely rare. Ordinary people can't get it at all. Hehe, only 2 million midsummer coins? Zhou Yi, come to our South Sichuan University, the admission fee will be 3 million. And there will be various benefits every year, the skill books of the paladins, we can give you 3 copies a year. Not to be outdone, Li Bing immediately proposed his school's treatment. 3 million midsummer coins, level 56 3-turn nights teach in person, this is the condition of our South Sichuan University. Li Bing's words were brief. But the domineering tone in his voice was unmistakable. Level 56 3-turn night. In general universities, there are really no such strong tutors. Hearing this sentence, Zhou Yi, who had decided not to participate in this special move, couldn't help but sigh. A level 56 knight. That is the group of beings that are closest to the peak of the entire blue star. You guys, sincerity is still not enough. Zhu Yu smiled slightly and looked at Zhou Yi. Our Seoul University's admission bonus is not much, only 2 million. But as long as you enroll in our school, we will immediately give you a B-level cultivation resource. B-level cultivation resources. When the voice fell, the other 3 looked at Zhu Yu in surprise. The 2 million midsummer coins are fine, and each of the top 10 colleges and universities can take it out. But the B-level cultivation resources are different. There are some heaven and earth treasures in it that cannot be estimated with money at all. It can be said that a B-level resource is smashed down. Even a pig can be cultivated into the most powerful monster. Millions of admission fees, B-level cultivation resources, is it the treatment of geniuses? On the side, Luo Heng, who had heard all the conditions of the 4 colleges and universities, clicked his tongue inwardly. A random reward here, he needs to work hard for most of his life to get it. These are the conditions for our 4 schools. How about, Zhou Yi, which one do you choose? Under the gazes of the 4, Zhou Yi took a deep breath and said slowly. 4 teachers, I'm sorry, I'm going to give up this special move. Give up the special move. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was stunned. Do you know what it means for you to give up this time? Zhu Yuxia frowned. She really wanted Zhou Yi to enter their school, otherwise it would be impossible to give B-level resources. After all, a paladin who grew up. The increase brought on the battlefield is enough to set the victory of a war. I see. Zhou Yi nodded. Can you tell us why? Zhu Yu looked at Zhou Yi. The other 3 teachers were also curious. Such a situation was the first time they met in so many enrollments. I want to go to the top 3 universities. Without disguise, Zhou Yi explained directly. As soon as these words came out, the audience suddenly fell into silence, and an inexplicable aura of depression began to permeate. Even among top colleges and universities, the 3 top schools have extraordinary status. They didn't expect that Zhou Yi gave up the special admission and chose to take the 3 top universities. Humph, I thought it was a good seedling, but it turned out to be so ignorant. That's all, you want this student yourself, Weirongyang University will not accompany it. After a moment of silence, Zhao Tianfu snorted coldly and left. They have all read Zhou Yi's information. There is almost no saving grace other than getting the S-rank talent to become a paladin. Poor strength, low 4-dimensional attributes. Such a person has a really good prospect for training. But with Zhou Yi's current strength, it's a great luck to be recruited by a top college. Now I still want to go to the 3 top schools, it's just too expansive. Recruiting students not only depends on potential, but also on character. With such an inflated personality, even being recruited into a top college is difficult to make. Since Zhou Yi has great ambitions, we won't stay any longer. The remaining 2 teachers, except for Zhu Yu, did not look very good looking. After leaving this sentence, he left quickly. For a while, in the huge reception room, only Zhu Yu, who came to Seoul University, was still here. Unlike the other 3 teachers, Zhu Yu's delicate face showed no displeasure. Instead, he looked at Zhou Yi with interest. Dare to challenge the 3 top universities, you are very courageous, and I look forward to your performance in the college entrance examination. She giggled and gave Zhou Yi one last look, then turned and left with slender steps. Hey, finally they're gone. Seeing Zhu Yu's slender figure leaving, Zhou Yi was also relieved. These 4 big men, the momentum that broke out just now. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to bear it. Fortunately, his will is much stronger than ordinary people. This test is over, but if you don't do well in the college entrance examination, it will be troublesome. Wiping the fine sweat on his forehead because of the explosive outbursts of several mentors just now, the principal Luo Heng sighed. That's one of the top 10 universities. It is a great honor for a high school to have a student admitted to a top 10 university. Zhou Yi has now given up. At that time, the college entrance examination results will come out, if not admitted to the top 10 universities. Not only Zhou Yi will be affected, but even number 2 high school will become a laughing stock. Don't worry, Principal Luo, I won't let you down. Zhou Yi's eyes flickered. The champion of Sizhou Hangzhou province, he is going to be determined. Chapter 13. The so-called good things do not go out and bad things travel thousands of miles. Zhou Yi's rejection of the top 10 high schools quickly spread throughout the second high school. Hehe, Zhou Yi is too inflated. 3 top universities, even the geniuses in our capital cities of Suzhou and Hangzhou dare not say that they will be admitted, why should he? Hidden occupations are indeed rare, but it also depends on your own conditions. The strength is not even in the middle of the second middle school, why are you so confident? Millions of admission fees, and various resources, I have already agreed to it, but it's a pity. Many students thought that Zhou Yi's move was too inflated and missed a good opportunity to enter the top 10 universities. Some people even brought into Zhou Yi's perspective spontaneously, wishing to replace it with their own. Although the rejection of the top 10 colleges and universities caused a lot of trouble, Zhou Yi himself was not affected, and he trained and attended classes as usual every day. With the help of the system, he can also feel that he is rapidly becoming stronger. Soon, the time came to June 1st, the day of the college entrance examination. On the playground of Zhejiang No. 2 High School. 13 classes have gathered here, a piece of darkness. In the middle of the playground, there is a bronze-colored secret gate half floating in front of everyone. Around the bronze door, there are still traces of tiny space cracks. Just looking at it gives a feeling of heart palpitations. Well, the college entrance examination is coming soon, so nervous. I heard that the question setter for the college entrance examination in our Suzhou Hangzhou province is Lao Yang. This is a miserable situation. What the hell? No way, Lao Yang is notoriously ruthless when he posed the question. I remember that he posed the question the year before, and that copy, the average score of our entire Suzhou Hangzhou province was almost the lowest in history. When it comes to Lao Yang, many people in the 5th class team are crying in pain. Each province has its own question maker for the college entrance examination, and the question maker varies from province to province every year. The questioner, Lao Yang, is a ruthless character among the many questioners in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The dungeon produced by him is definitely at the level of hell. Wait until 9 o'clock, the college entrance examination will officially start. At that time, you will communicate with the bronze door in your mind, and you will get the detailed information of this dungeon. The head teacher Li Xiangyang emphasized to his students, remember, once you enter the copy, you will encounter fatal danger in the copy. Don't hesitate to use the return scroll now. There are many monsters in the copy of the college entrance examination. And this year is still the question from Lao Yang, and the copy is even more abnormal. Once hesitating, it is very likely that he will not even be able to use the return scroll, and it will be torn in half. Clear. Everyone in class 5 nodded solemnly. Just kidding, the college entrance examination has casualty indicators. In other words, even if you die inside, it is possible to happen. Of course, everyone knows this very well. Otherwise, you will not take the college entrance examination. Zhou Yi, have you found a good team? Do you have confidence in the dungeon later? In the team, a boy with a national character turned his head. He is the monitor of class 5, Huang Qing. You'll find out later. Zhou Yi didn't say much. If he said that he didn't choose a team, he was going to play a single copy. Then there will definitely be a lot of controversy. After all, in their eyes, Paladin occupation, in the team can play the biggest role. Count down to 10 seconds, 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. 9 in the morning, in the middle of the playground. The dark bronze door suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The heavy door opened slowly, opening to both sides. The whole bronze door seems to have turned into a door of light, and there seems to be another world behind it. When the new students saw this, they already knew that the answering questions had officially started. So I quickly observed the relevant information of the copy through the identification technique. Dungeon Secret Realm, deep in the dark forest. Level 1013. Difficulty, choose easy, hard, nightmare. Number of people, 15 people. Remarks, in the depths of the dark jungle, there are cat demons and minotaurs. They are cruel by nature and love human flesh and blood. When the information showed that it was deep in the dark jungle, every student couldn't help but feel tight. FK, it's actually deep in the dark jungle? There won't be swamp terrain, right? There are actually two types of monsters. The cat demon is too fast, has agile movement, the minotaur has thick skin and thick flesh, and has huge strength. This is difficult. As expected of Lao Yang, this copy is too cruel. Generally speaking, the maximum number of copies required for the copy also indicates the difficulty of the copy. In previous years, the number of people in the copy team of the college entrance examination was extremely high, and it was at most 3 people. And now, the maximum number of 5 people is enough to explain the difficulty of the copy. Tension is tense. Everyone is a senior in high school and has long been prepared to face all difficulties. Soon, calls for team invitations rang out one after another on the playground. Because of the scarcity of combat occupations, in fact, everyone does not have high requirements for the quality of the players. In a 5-person team, it is not bad to have 2 or 3 combat occupations. Generally speaking, these 3 occupations are composed of tank positions, output positions, and auxiliary positions. Soldier occupations generally act as tank positions or output positions. The sharpshooter is an absolute output. Auxiliary positions are generally held by priests. Of course, occasionally there will be druids, summoners, and other occupations as guest appearances. In addition to the 3 combat occupations, the remaining students in the team who have changed careers in life are acting as a panacea. If the output is lacking, make up for the output, and if the stamina is not enough, it will act as a tank. Of course, although as a life occupation. But that doesn't mean they don't have any means of output. After all, it has only been more than a month since the job change. Most people's main output method is to rely on the basic skills before changing jobs. Whether it is a combat occupation or a life occupation, the release of basic skills will not be affected. On the playground, there were endless calls to form a team, and Zhou Yi, who had been prepared, chose one person to download the dungeon. When his mind communicated with the bronze gate, within a few seconds, his entire figure had disappeared in place. The college entrance examination has officially begun. Chapter 14. Zhou Yi. The head teacher, Li Xiangyang, noticed Zhou Yi's actions and couldn't help but be startled. The score of the copy of the college entrance examination is related to the number of people. The same customs clearance copy, the number of people entering is different, the final result will also be different. When multiple people enter, each person's experience will be shared, and the score assigned to each person will be reduced accordingly. Even the fixed rewards in the dungeon may require several points. If one person clears the dungeon alone, the difficulty of the choice is also high. Naturally, the score is high, the score is good, and the boss reward can be enjoyed by one person. Correspondingly, there are no teammates who can take care of each other in single-player dungeons, and the risk of death is high. After all, this is not a real game. Once you die in it, you are truly lost. Zhou Yi's goal is the 3 top universities, and it's normal to play a single copy. Li Xiangyang could only comfort himself like this in his heart. In fact, Zhou Yi's next performance in the dungeon is a bit uncertain. Now I can only hope that Zhou Yi has some trump card by doing this. On the playground, the old teams converged and quickly entered the dungeon. And students who have absolute confidence in their own strength also entered the dungeon alone. In less than a minute, all the candidates on the playground entered the copy. Next moment, the official invigilator in front of the bronze gate waved his hand and saw a holographic screen directly above the gate. All student information and status of number 2 high school are displayed on the screen without exception. The number 2 high school playground is similar in shape to an open-air gym, with auditorium seats around it. At this time, except for the head teacher on the playground, there are more principals, high school students sitting in the auditorium to watch the game. Class 1, Sun Jiang, Occupation, Warrior, Challenge Difficulty, Difficult, Team Size, 1. Class 1, Zheng Li, Occupation, Knight, Challenge Difficulty, Difficult, Number of Teams, 1. Class 2, Yang Rui, Occupation, Summoner, Challenge Difficulty, Difficult, Team Size, 1. Among the 13 Senior 3 classes, the first and second classes of the Rocket class naturally attracted much attention. As expected of the Rocket class, except for the formation of 2 teams, basically everyone chooses to play the dungeon alone. By the way, where is Zhou Yi? Isn't he going to challenge the 3 top universities? In addition to the members of the Rocket class, Zhou Yi, who was transferred to Paladin and rejected top colleges, has also attracted much attention. Many people are looking for Zhou Yi's information on the screen. Class 5, Zhou Yi, Occupation, Paladin, Challenge Difficulty, Nightmare, Team Size, 1. At the moment of finding Zhou Yi's information, bursts of noise and controversy emerged from the entire auditorium. Nightmare difficulty. Oh my god, he's crazy, how dare he choose nightmare difficulty? What kind of routine is this? The Paladin's auxiliary ability is super strong, why did he choose to download the copy alone? For a time, everyone's attention fell on Zhou Yi in Class 5. Nightmare difficulty can only be said to be unique, too much to attract attention. Principal Luo, what's wrong with Zhou Yi? Why did you download the dungeon alone? And you chose nightmare difficulty. In the auditorium, Zhu Tao, director of the Education Bureau next to Principal Luo Heng, immediately turned black. After changing to Paladin, the city gave Zhou Yi a lot of resources. In order to make the other party get a good grade in the college entrance examination. Indeed, the score obtained by a single copy is much higher than that of a team copy. But it also depends on the profession. Like the priest profession, the paladin profession is also more supportive. Only the team can play the greatest role of the paladins. Under a single copy, it is tantamount to cutting off both arms. Moreover, the nightmare level copy is extremely dangerous. If Zhou Yi, who has received much attention, dies in the copy, the prestige of the entire Lijiang city government will suffer a huge blow. Facing the question from the director of the Education Bureau, the principal Luo Heng smiled bitterly and did not dare to answer. When I chose to give up the special move and hit the 3 top universities, he expected that Zhou Yi would download the dungeon alone. However, what he didn't expect was that Zhou Yi did not choose the difficult difficulty, but chose the nightmare difficulty. Nightmare difficulty. That is a terrifying difficulty with an average mortality rate of 40%. At this time, Luo Heng felt a little regretful. If I knew earlier, Zhou Yi shouldn't have let Zhou Yi make his own decisions. This time, let's get to the point. But in addition to regret, Luo Heng was also a little curious. Zhou Yi is not the kind of person who cares about the big. What is it that gives him the courage to enter the nightmare level dungeon alone? The spirit was in a trance, and when he came back to his senses, Zhou Yi is already in a forest. The atmosphere in the forest is very gloomy. The sky was obscured by tall trees, and the entire forest appeared dim and dark. Coupled with the white bones that can be seen everywhere on the ground, and the remains of beasts that have been eaten in half, a bloody aura came over him instantly. If ordinary people suddenly face this scene, I am afraid they will be directly frightened. This is the depths of the nightmarish dark jungle. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and at the same time he noticed a new thing in the personal backpack space. This is a scroll of magic that is blue and black in its entirety. He who has received training related to the copy of the college entrance examination naturally knows that this is the return scroll. It is also the most important life-saving thing in this copy. Once lost, you can shred the scroll and return safely. Certainly. This method also has certain risks. If he was killed before he had time to tear up the scroll, then everything would be over. In front of the nightmare-level dungeon cat demon known for its agility and weirdness, this possibility is very high. Of course, the risks and rewards are equal. As long as you can kill the final boss, clear this dungeon deep in the dark jungle. Finally got a good result. Coming. His keen senses had already caught the sound coming from the depths of the jungle. Wow! Wow! The sound of objects rubbing against the leaves is getting closer and closer, and the frequency of the sound is getting denser. Whoosh! 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 Soon, a cat demon with a dark blue body and about the size of a leopard rushed out of the woods and appeared in Zhou Yi's field of vision. The cat demon is originally a manic beast, and it is extremely easy to enter a state of madness. Feeling the breath of human beings, then they are also ready to throw each other down and eat each other's heads. Then, the moment they saw Zhou Yi, a large group of cat demons spread their forelimbs, and their slender bodies charged towards Zhou Yi like a ghost. The ugly and cruel eyes glowed scarlet in the dim light of the forest, like the greed of the devil. There are about 15 or 6 cat demons in this team. He rushed towards Zhou Yi in a panic. Hoo hoo hoo! The gust of wind whistled, and the cat demon rushing in front was already within 5 meters of Zhou Yi. He pushed his hind legs hard, and he opened his mouth and flew straight towards him. Good to come. Zhou Yi yanked it out from behind, and he was already holding a huge battle axe in his hand. Single-edged axe. Single-edged axe, bronze two-handed polearm, equip strength +7, agility -2. Death to me. Next moment, Zhou Yi held the battle axe and slashed violently. The cat demon flying in the air saw that the situation was not good, but had nowhere to use it, and could only watch the battle axe enlarge in his pupils. Puff! With an axe, the cat demon flying in mid-air was directly split in half, and bright red blood splattered everywhere like rain. The first one. Zhou Yi licked his lips, his eyes flashing with burning fighting intent. Strength, 45, Constitution, 51, Agility, 43, Wisdom, 52. For a month, he completed daily tasks every day and obtained free attributes and skill points. This also led to the fact that although he is still level 10, the average value of various attributes has reached a perverted 47 points. To know. The first and second people in the most powerful rocket class in the second high school, their four-dimensional data is only about 25 points on average. Looking at the entire Suzhou Hangzhou province, the more famous high schools naturally have many rivals. The presence of an average of 40 may also have. But four-dimensional attributes with an average of 47 points are extremely rare. This is enough to put Zhou Yi among the top candidates in Suzhou and Hangzhou. And this is also the reason why he dares to challenge the Nightmare Dungeon alone. Chapter 15. A month ago, Zhou Yi was malnourished. Although he was 1.81 meters tall, he was extremely thin. The weight is only 60 kilograms, and standing there, it is about the same as a bamboo pole. During this month, he trained every day and had sufficient nutrition. Coupled with the resources provided by the listed government, his stature swelled rapidly. Today, the weight has reached 80 kilograms. A weight of 80 kilograms may feel a little fat for an ordinary person with a height of 1.8 meters. But for Zhou Yi, it was completely different. Daily physical training has made him develop a well-proportioned muscle. Even in loose casual clothes, you can see his sturdy figure. The sturdy figure, the corpse of the cat demon that was split in half on the ground, and the two-handed weapon, the single-edged axe, which was still dripping with bright red blood with great visual impact. For a while, the remaining dozen or so cat demons who were charging towards this side stopped at the same time and looked at Zhou Yi in surprise. The entire dark jungle fell into a strange silence. I don't dare to come here, so let me launch the attack. With a grin, Zhou Yi strode forward, dragging a single-edged axe. Instead, they charged towards the cat demon group. In the process of rushing, Zhou Yi's whole body lit up, and a golden emblem of crossed illusory swords suddenly appeared. And the huge single-edged axe that was dragged on the ground suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light, and the whole body was golden. Under the light of that holy brilliance, the gloomy atmosphere nearby disappeared. Weapon Blessing LV4, Class C condenses holy light to increase weapon attack, strength, and hit rate for a teammate within a certain range, and the effect lasts for 10 minutes. Paladin exclusive skills, Weapon Blessing. Under the effect of the SN talent Holy Angel Guardian, the effect of Weapon Blessing has also been strengthened. Under the effect of the enhanced Weapon Blessing, the power of the single-edged axe was only +7, but it suddenly increased to +21. It has more than tripled. Such a powerful increase, if other students knew about it, they would definitely be envious. After all, the copy of the college entrance examination limited the use of weapons with a bronze rating of 3 or less. And the power increase of 21 points is comparable to the effect of a bronze 5-star weapon. In the college entrance examination, where every attribute is precious, the power increase of 21 points is enough to open a huge gap between Zhou Yi and others. After witnessing the death of the same kind and being oppressed by Zhou Yi's imposing manner, the cat demon did have a momentary fear. But looking at a small human being, he dared to take the lead in attacking. The cat demon with an already brutal personality was immediately filled with anger. Meow! Meow! Furious roars sounded one after another, and the remaining dozen or so cat demons charged towards Zhou Yi again. Although he was equipped with a single-edged axe, a heavy-loaded weapon, Zhou Yi's speed was not slow, and he quickly rushed to the front of the cat demon formation. Give me death! Zhou Yi swings the axe again. Puff! Blood spilled wildly, and the stump flew around. With one axe, 4 cat demons were killed at the same time. There are also some cat demons who were only touched by the handle of the axe and flew out as if they were hit hard. At this time, there were also several cat demons attacking from behind Zhou Yi, waving their sharp claws in the gap of the axe. Looking at the big head in front of him, the scarlet in the cat demon's ugly eyes became brighter and brighter. It seems that he has seen the picture of this human being dying under his claws. Pure white blade. At this moment, a low drink sounded. Zhou Yi released the single-edged axe, turned around quickly, and made a cross with both arms. Swish! Swish! 2 white light blades suddenly condensed out, forming a cross-shaped attack, directly hitting these cat demons. Thump! Thump! Just like cutting tofu, the cross-light blade attack directly cut the cat demons who were attacking behind them smoothly. The stump fell to the ground, blood-filled. Pure white blade LV5, Class C concentrate strength, draw a cross with both arms, and form a cross blade to attack surrounding enemies. After hitting the enemy, it takes light magic damage and enters a stun state. Pure white blade, as a melee skill, was also added to LV5 by Zhou Yi. Being added to the C-level skill of LV5, the damage is not weak. Coupled with the increase of the SN talent Divine Angel Guardian, in one blow, the light attribute magic damage instantly explodes. It is also within Zhou Yi's expectation to kill these level 10 cat demons in seconds. It was only a few seconds after Zhou Yi charged and came into contact with the cat demon formation. And after these few seconds, 8 of the more than 10 cat demons died directly. 3 or 4 were seriously injured. For a time, there were only 3 well-preserved cat demons left. And this is just the first wave. From here, it can be seen that Zhou Yi can be called a crushing level in the face of this group of cat demons. Weak, too weak. Zhou Yi shook his head, carrying a single-edged axe, and rushed towards the remaining cat demons like lightning. For ordinary students, the nightmare-level cat demon has a strange movement, moves very fast, and is extremely difficult to deal with. But for Zhou Yi, who has reached 43 agility points, The speed of these cat demons, in front of him, is tantamount to the speed of a turtle. Puff! A cat demon was split in half, and the gushing blood dyed the green grass on the ground blood red. Zhou Yi's figure flashed, and he suddenly charged towards a nearby cat demon. Just like replaying the old trick, with one axe, it can be easily solved again. In less than 5 seconds, the remaining cat demons were all executed by him. All fell under the huge axe blade. What Zhou Yi didn't know was that he had already been broadcast live. His extremely violent scene, and even his previous performances, had already aroused the admiration and shock of all teachers and students in the auditorium outside. Chapter 16. The college entrance examination is a major event in Daxia. In addition to having an official proctor at each high school, a large-scale magic true sight is also enabled. Live stream the students' performance in the dungeon. In the past, the privilege of live broadcasting only belonged to the top students of the rocket class. Only. In front of the nightmare level copy, the students of the rocket class have long been the focus of attention. Most of the people's attention was attracted by Zhou Yi from class 5. Nightmare level dungeon, I heard that the monsters in it are several times stronger than the hard level dungeon. Zhou Yi won't be instantly killed as soon as he enters, right? Probably not. If you dare to go through the nightmare level copy alone, you should have a few brushes. Maybe, what if he overestimated his strength? In the auditorium, many high school and high school students were guessing about Zhou Yi's next performance. However, most people are not optimistic about Zhou Yi. Humph! I want to see how Zhou Yi, a paladin who prefers to support, has no teammates to help, how can he get through the nightmare level dungeon alone? Jiatao, director of the Education Bureau, looked rather angry. Some even blamed Zhou Yi for not taking the college entrance examination seriously enough, and for not paying attention to the training of the city government at all. With this anger, there was a little dissatisfaction even with the eyes of the principal Luo Heng. Under Jiatao's gaze, the principal Luo Heng could only laugh awkwardly. But in his heart, he was quite looking forward to Zhou Yi's next performance. After all, based on what he knew about Zhou Yi, the other party was not the kind of person who cares about him. Look, there is a picture. Along with a commotion, on the screen, 4 split-screen images lighted up one after another. The first, second, and third screens show the top students from the first and second classes respectively. The fourth screen corresponds to the live broadcast of Zhou Yi. The light flickered, and in the fourth screen, a tall figure slowly emerged. In the auditorium, every teacher and student of the school turned their eyes to Zhou Yi, who was observing the environment. Even the rocket class teacher, who has always been known for his strictness, gave up the top student in his class and looked at Zhou Yi on the fourth screen. He was very curious. Why on earth does Zhou Yi dare to challenge the nightmare difficulty that even the top students in his class dare not challenge? This is Zhou Yi? I have to say, he's a bit handsome. Indeed, this figure is much better than some TV stars. Because of the rejection of the top 10 high schools a month ago, Zhou Yi's name resounded throughout the second high school. However, most of the students only heard his name and did not see him. It was the first time I saw Zhou Yi's strong and handsome face and tall and slender body. Many junior high school students immediately took the topic off track. Some male classmates even had a sour expression. The cat demon is out. FK, it's worthy of nightmare difficulty. This cat demon's aura is much stronger than the normal difficulty dungeon. Even if I'm stared at across the screen, I can actually feel a little scared, it's terrifying. At the moment when the cat demon appeared, the topic finally returned to the college entrance examination. However, many students were surprised to find that, compared with the other 3 screens, the cat demon in the nightmare level dungeon that Zhou Yi was in was much more terrifying and ferocious. Even across the screen, people feel heart palpitations. If it were me, I'm afraid that the moment I saw these cat demons, I would tear open the return scroll without hesitation. There are students with emotion. The people around couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement. The monsters in the nightmare dungeon are really scary. There are 16 cat demons in total. Senior Zhou Yi is in trouble now. Some schoolgirls couldn't help frowning, worried for Zhou Yi. Come on, senior. There are also some schoolgirls cheering for Zhou Yi. Under the various emotions of the teachers and students, the 16 cat demons charged at Zhou Yi at the same time. When the first cat demon flew over and Zhou Yi showed his weapon, there were bursts of exclamations from the audience. Zhou Yi's weapon is actually a battle axe. Although the battle axe increases the strength relatively large, it will also reduce its agility accordingly. In front of the strange cat demon, if you don't have enough agility, you can only be played. The paladins don't go to equip totems and crosses, but choose tomahawks. This is not a question. In the audience, a male student was preparing to make a mockery. But the next scene made him lose his voice in an instant, like a CK strangled by his neck. On the fourth screen, a giant battle axe measuring 1.8 meters long was easily held by Zhou Yi like a toy. Then it turned into lightning and slammed down. Puff! Blood spurted out, and the cat demon was directly split in half, flung far away by inertia, and fell weakly on the grass. To kill the cat demon in seconds, Zhou Yi stood with an axe, his oppressive feeling like a god of war. Not only did the cat demon group in the dungeon stop charging, but also the teachers and students in the audience fell into silence instantly. It wasn't until Zhou Yi took the initiative to attack that he came back to his senses, and there were bursts of clamorous discussions. FK. One axe and one cat demon, is it so perverted? Is this how the battle axe is used? Why do I feel that when I hold the battle axe, I can't swing it at all? Hey, what a lot of strength! Everyone immediately noticed the special place of Zhou Yi. An axe and a nightmare cat demon. Not only great judgment is required, but also enough strength to swing the battle axe. If you don't have enough strength, before you can swing your battle axe, you will already be directly protruded by the cat demon. The single-handed axe is very heavy, but Zhou Yi swings it so easily. Could it be that all his free attribute points before level 10 are given to his physique? A teacher tried to explain. Only get slapped quickly. Because the figure in the rushing attack has already actively cast a spell, under the blessing of the weapon, the surging magic power surges, and the entire single axe is covered by golden holy light. What a fast casting speed! And the power of the spell feels good. It should be a lot of free attributes to the wisdom attribute. Wrong. The power of this weapon's blessing seems a bit terrifying. Seeing Zhou Yi killing 4 cat demons with one axe, everyone's heart skipped a beat. What a lot of damage! Even if the cat demon just touched the handle of the axe, it was seriously injured and thrown away. How much power is on the axe? In just an instant, many teachers' and students' impressions of Zhou Yi changed completely. Next, Zhou Yi killed 2 cat demons with one pure white blade. Then he carried a single-edged axe, dashing like lightning, and kept dashing and beheading. One axe and one cat demon is even more addicting. So bloody, so violent. But why do I feel so good? Brother, I'm just like you. It's really fun to watch one axe after another. It's so fun, it makes me want to use a battle axe as a weapon. 16 or 17 years old, at the age of youth. The young man's blood is nowhere to be swayed. At this time, the picture of Zhou Yi killing the cat demon was bloody, but it made them see a special kind of violent aesthetics and felt hearty. Everyone blushed and talked excitedly. Chapter 17. Hey! Killed the remaining 5 or 6 seriously injured cat demons in just a few seconds. When the battle axe is in his hand, it feels like a toy. It's so strong. Under the violent aesthetics, almost everyone in the audience focused on Zhou Yi's screen. And the neat, sharp, and extreme fighting technique is even more intoxicating. Some people even compared Zhou Yi's fighting scenes with the top students of the rockets on the first, second, and third screens. Surprisingly, it was found that Zhou Yi's fighting technique was more than a half-star sharper than those of the top students. The sharpshooter on the number 1 screen slid to and fro, and it took him a long time to kill the 3-headed cat demon. He doesn't think he is handsome, does he? Indeed, it's too frustrating. Let's see how quickly Senior Zhou arrives, 1 axe 1 by 1, and it's neat. That's right, Senior Zhou is strong, and watching him fight is an excellent experience. At this moment, the teachers and students in the audience were immersed in Zhou Yi's battle. Some high school students even raised their mobile phones to take pictures. After all, such a violent and beautiful battle scene. After shooting, I edited it a little and put it on the internet, and there must be a lot of playback. Moreover, it is even more valuable to be able to do this with the opponent's Paladin profession. By the way, I remember, isn't the Paladin from the nanny profession? When did it become so powerful? Suddenly, a word that came out of nowhere, instantly brought many teachers and students back to their senses. That's right, isn't a Paladin a nanny job? Only in the team can you play the biggest role. Why is Zhou Yi so fierce now? This is not normal. Have you noticed, Senior Zhou's skill damage is so high? Yeah, I just checked it online. The damage of the pure white blade of the Paladin is not high, and it is mainly used to fight stiff. But he directly used this skill to instantly kill 2 nightmare cat demons, which is outrageous. I think this should have something to do with his S-end grade talent Holy Angel Guardian. A knowledgeable student explained. Ordinary people can't find information on S-end talent on the internet. It took me a lot of effort to get the information. According to the data, the protection of this S-end grade talent Holy Angel can not only enable the awakened person to obtain a very high affinity for the light element, but also provide a huge increase in light and God skills. And the skills of the Paladins are almost all light and God skills. The student who spoke earlier explained mysteriously. The people around were also suddenly enlightened. No wonder Zhou Yi is so strong. It turns out that his talent is so perverted. Nonsense, can I be rated as an SN talent if I'm not strong? 2. In Zhongxia Kingdom, as long as the talent is A level or above, it is almost impossible to search for relevant information through the internet. In the past, everyone knew that SN talent was rare, but there was no basic concept. At this time, after explaining it, everyone understood that the SN talent was so powerful. You guys, you still only see superficial phenomena. At this time, the head teacher of Rocket, who had been following Zhou Yi's battle, couldn't help but teach. The guardian of the Holy Angel, this talent is really strong, and it has a huge increase in skills. But don't forget, Zhou Yi didn't use any skills when he killed the first cat demon. Rocket's head teacher's eyes flickered. Zhou Yi's first kill seems simple, but it is very difficult to do. The angle of the axe, the control of the attack distance of the cat demon, and so on. As long as there is a little negligence, Zhou Yi will be torn apart by the cat demon. It can be seen from here that Zhou Yi's fighting consciousness is extremely strong. The head teacher of Rocket's class was a little annoyed as he spoke. Such a good seedling, why was not assigned to the Rocket class when they were divided into classes? However, what he didn't know was, Zhou Yi's change only started a year ago. Yes, if it was me, even if I had an S-rank talent in hand, I'm afraid I'd be killed before I had time to react in the face of this leap. Senior Zhou's skill release timing is also very accurate. When he was attacked by the cat demon, he released the pure white blade almost instantly. I did a comparison just now. Senior Zhou's fighting technique is much more severe than the top students on the other 3 screens. After listening to the explanation from the head teacher of the Rocket class, many students also responded. Zhou Yi's strength is not just because of his talent and that fierce fighting style. It can be called a fighting genius. Zhou Yi's fighting awareness is really good, but this is just the first wave of cat demons. It's really unwise to waste so much physical strength. Looking at the dazzling performance on the screen, in the first row of the auditorium, Jiatao, director of the Education Bureau, looked slightly relieved, but he was still not very optimistic about Zhou Yi. As the director of the Municipal Education Bureau, he can sit in this position, and he does not know how many college entrance examinations he has experienced. Of course, as a nightmare-level copy. It's not just the strength of the monster that is difficult. There are also waves of monsters that seem to never end. That huge number of monsters, even the best mages, may be depleted of magic power and fail the college entrance examination. And Zhou Yi, although most of them are using pure brute force. But you know, this is not in the game. The huge weight of the battle axe is itself a huge burden for professionals. 1 slash, 2 slashes, maybe it doesn't feel like it. If you slashed hundreds of times in a row, at the end, you may not even have the strength to hold the battle axe. Chapter 18. As if to verify the conjecture of the director of the Education Bureau. In the jungle above the screen, nearly 20 cat demons soon emerged. There is still a steady stream behind, as if there are more cat demons gushing out of the jungle as if it were never ending. In a short period of time, it has already approached hundreds of heads. Hey, is the next wave of cat demons coming so soon? It just doesn't give anyone any breathing time. Hey, the hard level dungeon will also give you some time to rest, and the nightmare level dungeon will not even give you any rest time. It's too embarrassing. I'm afraid there are hundreds of cat demons, right? How do you play? On the screen of Zhou Yi's copy is still playing in real time. In the wide forest clearing, there were a total of 6 waves of monsters before and after, all of which were ferocious and cruel cat demons. In the dimly lit jungle, Zhou Yi was surrounded by scarlet eyes, dense and palpitating. And Zhou Yi's golden weapon shrouded in blessing light, like a candle in the dark night, bright and dazzling. Next moment, the tall and dazzling figure took the lead in attacking. As always, swing the axe to slash, and then use the pure white blade to prevent sneak attacks. His attack range is very large, and he can usually kill 5 or 6 cat demons with one axe. And his speed is extremely fast, and he rushed to the next location in the blink of an eye. On nightmare difficulty, there are 6 waves before and after, a total of 120 cat demons. In less than a minute, it was like reaping wheat, and it fell into pieces, with corpses everywhere. The emerald green grass that was originally covered by the grass also turned dark red. Meow. The last cat demon had no time to roar, and was slashed on the head by the sharp axe. Under the heavy blow, the cat demon was directly cut down to the ground and lost its vitality. The last cat demon was destroyed, and a door of light suddenly appeared between the jungle clearings. Obviously, after entering this gate of light, another wave of fierce battles awaits the Paladin. At this moment, this tall and sturdy handsome figure stopped. Carrying the huge battle axe behind him, he slowly exhaled a suffocating breath. Naturally, this scene was broadcast live in full view of the public. This is too handsome. In the audience, a sigh broke the silence. More than 100 cat demons, what a terrifying number. Moreover, it is a nightmare cat demon, which is several times stronger than ordinary cat demons. And that wasn't enough for Zhou Yi to cut a minute. I ran and slashed all the way, and at the end, I was just breathing lightly. What is the physique point of Senior Zhou? This endurance is too terrifying. Another exclamation sounded. To know. Physical fitness represents physical strength and endurance. The higher the physique point, the less tired you feel. In 1 minute, he killed more than 100 cat demons the size of a leopard, and the weapon used a huge tomahawk. This physique can no longer be described as terrifying, it can be called a monster. I just heard Director Jia of the Education Bureau say that the first wave of Senior Zhou was too physically exhausted and not rational enough. Now it seems that the words of the Director of the Education Bureau cannot be taken lightly. In the second row of the auditorium, a beautiful sophomore girl said softly. After witnessing Zhou Yi's sturdy figure, handsome appearance, and aggressive attacking style, Many girls in high school have become Zhou Yi's little fans. And she is one of them. At this time, I finally caught the opportunity, and naturally I wanted to say a few words for my idol. Zhang Fifei, take a good look at the college entrance examination. How can Director Jia's words be false? Li Xiangyang, the head teacher of Class 5, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but scold. Although he is the head teacher of Class 5 of Senior 3, Li Xiangyang is also the teacher of Class 7 of Senior 2. And Zhang Fifei is an eccentric girl in Class 7 of the second year of high school. Mr. Li, how do I see that you seem to be smiling happily too? Zhang Fifei not only did not restrain, but said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. Li Xiangyang narrowed his eyes. Under the pressure of the teacher, Zhang Fifei stuck out her pink tongue and did not speak again. Is the smile on my face so obvious? Li Xiangyang took a peek at Jia Tao, director of the Education Bureau in the first row. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to pay attention here, he was relieved. At the same time, I was secretly happy for Zhou Yi. Being able to kill hundreds of cat demons in the nightmare level dungeon, even if Zhou Yi is eliminated now, he can still get a good grade in the college entrance examination. At least, top 100 universities are stable. As a level 22 sharpshooter, Jia Tao, director of the Education Bureau, is not bad in all attributes. Naturally, I heard the conversation between Li Xiangyang and Zhang Fifei in the back row. He also heard the rebuttal to himself. But he didn't feel angry, after all, he was indeed wrong. With such a strong physique and intelligence, it seems that Zhou Yi is not arrogant, but is very clear about his own strength. That's why I chose to enter the Nightmare Dungeon as a single player. With such a heart, coupled with such a powerful strength, Zhou Yi will become a great weapon in the future. The resources of the city government are right. After a series of performances just now, Zhou Yi's impression in his mind was greatly changed. Even he was a little annoyed, why didn't he allocate some resources to Zhou Yi at that time? If more resources are given, Zhou Yi's strength may be even stronger. After the impression changed, Jia Tao was no longer angry. On the contrary, he was looking forward to whether Zhou Yi would give him more surprises. Come on, enter the door of light. In the picture, after resting for less than a few seconds, the tall figure that everyone looked up at walked into the illusory light gate in the forest. Chapter 19. Entering the gate of light, after being a little lost, Zhou Yi has come to the next level. The first thing that comes into view is the familiar jungle. The trees are equally tall and the light is equally dim. But, unlike the previous level, in this forest clearing, there are cat demons of different shapes and colors. In the distance, there is also a huge minotaur with a height of 4 meters. Ho! Perhaps the presence of Zhou Yi disturbed the monsters here. This scarlet-eyed, ferocious-looking monster simultaneously looked at the human who had suddenly entered. Zhou Yi glanced at it and made an estimate. There are hundreds of monsters in the entire open space. Coupled with the sound of rustling in the dense forest in the distance, it is obvious that there are monsters in ambush. Monster, Fluorescent Cat Demon. Level 12. Qualification, Bronze. Skill, Mastery of Light, Healing. Monster, Fire Cat Demon. Level 13. Qualification, Bronze. Skills, Fire Mastery, Fireball, Flame Surge. Monster, Dark Cursed Cat Demon. Level 11. Qualification, Bronze. Skills, Mastery of Darkness, Curse. Monster, Minotaur. Level 14. Qualification, Silver. Skills, Berserk, Savage Crash, War Trample, Overlord. Under the observation of the identification technique, the information of all monsters can be seen at a glance. This information can be easily found. Compared with the previous level, the types of monsters in this level are much richer. If you compare the cat demon in the last light card to the warrior in the human profession. In this level, there are not only warriors, but also fluorescent cat demons who act as priests. The flame cat demon and the dark curse cat demon that act as a mage. Warfare, animal husbandry, for humans, is a classic team match. The team composed of 3 different occupations is far from being comparable to the team composed of 3 ordinary fighters. The combat power can be said to be doubled. The same goes for monsters. Although there were many cat demons in the last level, they were all warrior-type monsters. As long as you have enough physical strength, you can go all the way recklessly. And now, these different types of cat demons are matched together, and the difficulty of customs clearance is several times more difficult than the previous one. What's even worse is the level 14 Minotaur with 1 silver star. Rough skin and thick flesh, as well as output skills, are extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, if this Minotaur is at the front, it will also provide output space for the Flame Cat Demon and the Dark Curse Cat Demon behind. It can be said that in this level, the pressure on personal survival is compressed to the extreme. Death threats are hundreds of times higher than before. Interesting. A smile appeared on Zhou Yi's angular face, and the determination in his clear eyes remained unchanged. Meow. Roar. Staring closely at the human who suddenly broke in, the roar in the forest clearing became more and more intense. Then, under the roar of the Minotaur, all the monsters in the entire clearing attacked. Bam! Boom! Bam! The first is the giant Minotaur. I saw that its eyes were scarlet, and its nostrils were blowing hot air, charging towards this side like a giant armored vehicle. Every time its hooves landed, the ground trembled slightly. Behind the Minotaur, there are 50 or 60 ordinary cat demons, and their bodies are flashing with fluorescent light, which is the spell amplification used by the fluorescent cat demons. Above the sky in the forest clearing, dozens of fireballs bombarded Zhou Yi. That is the fireball technique of the flaming cat demon. In addition, Zhou Yi suddenly felt a slight weight on his body, and his whole body was shrouded in an ominous, strange black. That is the curse imposed by the dark cursed cat demon. At this moment, all monsters perform their respective duties and cooperate in tacit understanding. Instantly turned this forest clearing into a small battlefield. If it was an ordinary candidate, facing this scene, I am afraid that they would be smashed to ashes by the influx of attacks before they could react. But Zhou Yi is no ordinary candidate. In the face of the impending violent offensive, I saw that he did not take off his battle axe, but closed his eyes slightly, lowered his head slightly, and stroked his eyebrows with his right hand. Immediately afterwards, a majestic voice resembling a god sounded. Holy Light Cross! Boom! A bright golden light suddenly lit up from Zhou Yi's body. That hot and bright light illuminated the entire dark forest as bright as day. The golden light keeps gathering. In the end, it turned out to be a huge golden cross formed by light behind Zhou Yi. On the edge of this golden cross, the dazzling golden flames were burning recklessly, and it seemed that it would never burn out. Cross of Light LV4, Class B summons Holy Light, condenses the cross of light behind you, causing enemies within a certain range to continuously suffer light attribute fire damage every second, and the effect lasts for 5 minutes. Remarks: where the holy light shines, all darkness will be annihilated, and the damage of holy light cross to dark attribute enemies will be doubled. At the moment when the holy light cross condensed, all the monsters in the forest clearing were engulfed by the golden flames at the same time. Meow! Roar! In the golden fireworks, countless monsters' pain and mourning sounded. Monsters in the form of crispy wizards like the fluorescent cat demon, the dark cursed cat demon, and the flame cat demon were instantly killed. And the ordinary warrior cat demon is also like being hit hard. Just one burn, it will be seriously injured and fall to the ground, losing its combat effectiveness. For a while, in the entire forest clearing, the original mighty group of monsters turned out to be only the elite Minotaur still capable of fighting. And this minotaur was also continuously burned by the holy light flame, and the blood volume continued to decrease. Chapter 20. The minotaur is huge, up to 4 meters tall, with rough skin and thick flesh, and high muscles. Tough skin is like a protective film. Protect the minotaur from being burned to death by the flames. Area damage, and it's still persistent. Holy Light Cross, worthy of a B-level group attack skill. Seeing the terrifying damage done by his Holy Light Cross, Zhou Yi's eyes lit up. Like talents, skills also have their own levels. From low to high, there are 7 levels of F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. The higher the level, the stronger the skill effect. Of course, the higher the level of skills, the more difficult it is to obtain. And this Holy Light Cross skill. It was from the random skill book in the system's daily quest rewards. Since he has never used it in actual combat, he doesn't know what the damage of this skill is. Looking at it now, the damage effect of the Holy Light Cross turned out to be better than he imagined. Of course, Zhou Yi also knew. Among them, the SN talent of the Guardian of the Holy Angels is at work. If it were a normal paladin to release this skill, there would never be such a high output. You're the only minotaur left, let's solve it in one breath. Zhou Yi smiled slightly, pulled out the battle axe that was still shining with the golden light of weapon blessing, and charged towards the minotaur in front. Although it is a monster, the minotaur already possesses a certain wisdom. Feeling the contempt on Zhou Yi's expression, the hot air from the minotaur's nostrils grew thicker. Roar! After roaring furiously, the minotaur, who was wearing the Holy Light's cross with continuous flame damage, bent down and charged forward with its horns, charging towards Zhou Yi. Savage Clash. Minotaur's talent skills. After using this skill, the minotaur will be in a state of dominance, and no damage can interrupt the charge state. In the face of the minotaur who charged with brutal charge, Zhou Yi did not dodge. When approaching the minotaur, he grabbed his left hand forward. It was in a state of dominance, and the huge minotaur was grabbed directly by Zhou Yi, and then rushed forward with it. Tiger Attack LV5, D-level. Grab an enemy in front, run forward for a distance, and then throw it away, which can cause multiple damage to the enemy. Tiger Attack, a prerequisite skill for the knight profession. The damage is not high, but because it has the practical effect of interrupting the hegemony and putting himself in the hegemonic state. Let many knight professionals assign some skill points to this skill. Tiger Attack is also a skill that Zhou Yi had already learned before changing jobs. Because the functionality is higher than the damage, he only hit LV5. But even so, the minotaur caught by Zhou Yi banged on the towering tree with a diameter of more than 50 centimeters. The trunks swayed and the leaves fell. Bright red blood seeped from all over the minotaur's body. Roar! The minotaur swayed and climbed up from the ground. Realizing that its savage charge had been interrupted, it roared. The earth-brown skin, which had a little blood, quickly turned red, and the color in his eyes became more and more scarlet. It turned out to be directly into a violent state. Under the frenzy state, the minotaur charged again at a speed more than twice as fast as before. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed, like a windmill. He turned the battle axe around. Air slashing LV7, E-level. Attack the enemy with giant soldiers, and make them float in the air, and they are in a state of domination when activated. Under the effect of the air slashing skill, the huge minotaur was hit directly into the air by the battle axe. Pure white blade. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi slashed with both arms and immediately added a luminous attribute magic damage. At the same time, the flame formed by the Holy Light Cross, which exudes holy and dazzling light behind it, is also burning continuously, causing damage to it. Under the multiple attacks, the already injured minotaur's injury aggravated again. And at this time, Zhou Yi swung his battle axe and slashed down like lightning. Wow! The axe light flickered, and a wound with a length of more than 40 centimeters appeared on the abdomen of the minotaur. This wound is not only long, but also very deep. You can even see the squirming internal organs of the minotaur through the wound. Puff! Blood gushed out from the wound like a faucet. Berserk state, in addition to giving monsters more powerful strength. It also makes monsters take more damage. At this time, multiple injuries stack up, plus a huge wound in the abdomen. Even a silver-level minotaur couldn't stand it. With a bang, it collapsed. That huge weight, at the moment when it fell to the ground shook slightly. Hey, it's finally resolved. Looking at the huge minotaur corpse lying on the ground, Zhou Yi also let out a sigh of relief. So far, this silver-level minotaur. It was the most difficult monster he had ever encountered. All monsters were killed, and a door of light emerged. Slow healing. After adding a state to himself, Zhou Yi walked into it without stopping. Wow! At this moment, there was a burst of cheers from the audience outside. Because of Zhou Yi's fierce and powerful operation, all teachers and students were amazed at this moment. FK, the fierce Holy Light Cross actually killed all the low-level monsters in 1 second. The Holy Light Cross is so strong. You told me that the Paladin is an auxiliary occupation, are you not kidding me? I have decided, in the future I will also turn to a Paladin. Hehe, Paladin is a hidden profession, you can't switch if you want. Seeing the terrifying group attack damage of the Holy Light Cross, all the students present were moved. You must know that this is the monster in the nightmare copy. Each one placed in a simple copy can be used as a boss. And now, just a Holy Light Cross, it was all engulfed by flames and burned to death. From this point, it is enough to see the domineering of this skill. Of course, everyone said so verbally. In fact, I also know how difficult it is to switch to a hidden professional paladin. There is one last elite monster left, here comes, the best part. Many teachers and students stared at the screen with hot eyes. After seeing Zhou Yi pick up the Minotaur in a dominant state with a tiger attack, many students were in an uproar. Shit, the tiger attack was actually judged to be successful? What's the situation? It's so shocking, a human actually threw a 4-meter-tall Minotaur onto a tree. Tiger attack, as a prerequisite skill for the knight profession, many people have mastered this skill. It is different from the simple description of skills. In order to achieve the skill effect of grabbing, a series of complex judgments are required. And this judgment has a lot to do with the power attribute of the skill releaser and the object being grabbed. If the grabbed object is a common monster like a cat demon, then the skill is easy to determine success. If it is a huge elite monster like the Minotaur, it is easy to fail. Not to mention that this elite Minotaur has entered a state of savage charge and dominance. If you want to release Tiger Raid successfully, at level 10, it is almost impossible to do. FK, the empty slash is also judged to be successful. Another exclamation sounded. Looking at the Minotaur who was hit by Zhou Yi's giant axe on the screen, many students who had mastered this skill were already stunned. Air slashing is also a prerequisite skill for the knight profession. Like Tiger Strike, in order to achieve the effect described in the skill, it also needs to go through a complex power determination. Moreover, Air Slash is an E-level skill, and the conditions for determining it to take effect are even harsher than D-level Tiger Attack. And at this time, the Minotaur also entered a state of rage. But even so, Kong Zhan is still judged to be successful. Tiger Attack, Air Slash, all are judged to be successful, and it is still in the case of the Minotaur entering a violent state, this power is too outrageous. Some students smacked their tongues in amazement. Chapter 21. If you want both of these skills to be successful, Zhou Yi's strength attribute must be at least 50 points. Aside from the battle axe bonus with weapon blessing, Zhou Yi's own strength attribute has at least 35 points. Jiu Tao, the director of the Education Bureau, has a stern look on his face. However, what he didn't know was Zhou Yi's own strength attribute has 45 points, plus the bonus of the battle axe. His current strength attribute has reached a terrifying 66 points. It is precisely because of this that in the face of an elite minotaur in a violent state, his tiger attack and air slash will be judged to be successful. With a strength attribute of 35 points, no wonder he dared to play the nightmare dungeon alone. He was already prepared. At this time, Jiutao realized that he seemed to underestimate Zhou Yi. Such a power attribute is no longer inferior to some geniuses in the capital city. Hey, this combo of tiger attack and empty slash is so handsome. That's right, it's almost the same as the short clips I usually watch online, it makes my blood boil. Some students are excited to know. A battle scene that can stand out from the network requires extremely harsh conditions. Such an evaluation is not too high. In fact, the classroom teachers of number 2 high school also felt this way. As high school teachers who have taught for many years, they all have good strength. When they looked at the students' battles and operations, they naturally felt that there were many mistakes. But watching Zhou Yi fight, it feels very refreshing. Just the right time to release skills, absolute confidence in one's own strength. All of these. It's hard to believe that this is the battle scene of a high school student who is only level 10. The elite minotaur was killed. At this moment, Jiutao's eyes lit up, who was staring at the picture. Amazing! It's awesome! Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations to your second high school for having such a Kailan son. Jiutao changed his displeasure at the beginning, with a bright smile on his face. Generally speaking, the director of the Education Bureau is not allowed to speak indiscriminately. But first, he came to number 2 high school for Zhou Yi. Second, Zhou Yi's performance was too good, and he couldn't help but blurt out praise. Moreover, to be able to sit in the position of director of the Education Bureau, he is also an experienced teacher and has experienced many college entrance examinations. It is naturally clear that with Zhou Yi's performance, it is basically certain that he is the first person in the second high school entrance examination. The results in Suzhou and Hangzhou can at least enter the top 100. If Zhou Yi can kill the boss even further in the subsequent levels, maybe he can even enter the top 20 in the province. In this way, it is not bad to have a good relationship with number 2 high school and have a good relationship. The feng shui turns, and it should be our second high school who has a great person. Ha 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 ha. Principal Luo also clenched his fists excitedly at this time. Lijiang City is just a small prefecture-level city under Suzhou and Hangzhou. And Lijiang number 2 high school, among several high schools in Lijiang City, is also in the middle and lower reaches. Since the establishment of the school, Lijiang number 2 high school's best college entrance examination is only the 721st in the province. Zhou Yi, who is now a paladin, is guaranteed to be in the top 100 in the province. How could he be unhappy? I knew that Zhou Yi chose to reject top10 colleges not because of inflation, but because of his confidence in his own strength. Principal Luo was grateful for his choice. If Zhou Yi had been strongly demanded at that time to choose to be recruited by the top 10 universities. Let's not say whether Zhou Yi will really listen to him, but he will never leave a good impression in the follow-up. I think Zhou Yi, a student, is determined to win the top 50 in the province. Pharaoh, you are conservative, I think there are at least the top 30. The best record in school history should also be broken this year. Zhou Yi is a rising star in our number 2 high school. The teacher on the side has already touted it a little. Old Li, come and sit here. Principal Luo waved eagerly to Li Xiangyang, the head teacher of class 5. There was a vice principal sitting next to the principal, but at this time, he deliberately gave way to Li Xiangyang, the head teacher of class 5. Now Zhou Yi is doing well. As the head teacher of class 5, Li Xiangyang also learned from Zhou Yi. Sitting beside the principal, he looked at his old enemy Tang Tianjun with an envious look. Li Xianjiang's heart was also relieved. After fighting with Tang Tianjun for so many years, this is the first time he is so beautiful. In addition to being proud, Li Xiangyang secretly cheered for Zhou Yi. Barry is only half of 90. Although Zhou Yi has already killed the elite Minotaur, the hardest part is the final boss fight. As a nightmare level copy, the strength of the boss is extremely terrifying. He only hoped that in the next boss battle, Zhou Yi could continue to stabilize. Looking at Li Xiangyang, who became the principal's guest and was dragged to chat with the director of the Education Bureau. The two head teachers of the rocket class looked at each other with a wry smile. Although helpless, but they also know. Even the top student in his class might not be as good as Zhou Yi. In the end, I just hope they can perform exceptionally well. With Zhou Yi's dazzling performance, the two head teachers of the rocket class could only hope so. He has entered the next level. Soon, Zhou Yi stepped into the door of light. Going to the next level so soon? Why don't you rest for a while? Principal Luo Heng frowned slightly, and many teachers also looked solemn, and they couldn't help sitting upright. There is no time limit to enter the level. Generally, after clearing a level of monsters, they will rest for a period of time and recover before entering the next level. Recklessly. Director Jia also frowned. If he fails in the next boss battle because his state has not recovered well, that's a big loss. Senior Zhou is too impatient. Hey, you should rest for a while. Seeing that Zhou Yi did not choose to rest, he stepped directly into the door of light. This time, all the teachers and students who were immersed in joy immediately became nervous. Chapter 22. Zhou Yi naturally had his own reasons why he had to enter the next level so quickly. That's just to grab time. Suzhou and Hangzhou, as a major province in the college entrance examination, are full of geniuses. As for the top students in the province, as long as they rank among the top 100 in the province, they will basically choose the single-player nightmare difficulty mode. Everyone has the same difficulty, and the rest depends on the clearance time of the dungeon. As for Zhou Yi, if he wants to hit the top spot in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he will naturally have to race against time. Step into the door of light. After a moment of dizziness, he regained his senses and immediately looked at his surroundings. Unlike the previous two levels, this time, in a stone palace. This palace is extremely wide, and it is estimated that it is nearly 2,000 square meters. Under the golden light emitted by the holy light cross behind him, you can see 8 huge stone pillars standing in the palace. The stone pillars are engraved with various complex runes and patterns of cat demons and minotaurs. At the end of the 8 stone pillars, there is a magnificent staircase with hundreds of steps. Looking up, there is a huge stone pedestal on the platform at the top of the stairs. Due to the distance, Zhou Yi could only vaguely see a giant shadow sitting on the stone seat. Since the entire palace is hidden in the forest, the entire palace hall looks a little dim. Now that Zhou Yi walked in, the holy light cross behind him was emitting light recklessly like a small sun. Under the stimulation of the holy light, a pair of scarlet eyes exuding a bloodthirsty and icy aura slowly emerged in the shadow on the stone seat. Just by looking at it, you can feel the bloody aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Humanity! How dare you set foot in my palace? Prepare to die! A low voice with strong killing intent echoed in the empty palace. The tall figure also stood up from the stone seat and walked out of the shadow. Under the dazzling light behind him, Zhou Yi was also able to see the whole picture of the figure. This is a minotaur with a height of 3 meters. Its muscles are tied together, its skin is dark, and it exudes a metallic icy luster. The 2 horns on the bull's head are huge. The one on the right was broken in half, and the one on the left was intact and shot straight into the sky. If you look closely, you can also see some dark red blood stains on the surface of the horns. The fangs in its mouth were exposed, and the cold light flickered. And on his right hand, he was holding a peculiarly shaped battle axe that was more than 3 meters long. Zhou Yi raised his brows and looked at this sturdy monster with interest. Can minotaurs speak human languages? Before that, even that silver-ranked Minotaur would only use wild roars. Interesting. Under the observation of the general skill appraisal technique, the information of the last boss in front of this head was also presented. Monster, Bullhead King. Level 16. Qualification, Gold. Skill : Remarks, the Minotaur King is the king of the Minotaur family, who can lead the entire Minotaur deep in the dark jungle. This is the final boss deep in the dark jungle. Looking at the information displayed by the identification technique, Zhou Yi raised his brows. Identification is not a panacea. When the level gap is too large, symbols of. Therefore, he was not surprised that he could not see the skill information. For a level 16 gold level boss, it seems that I have to add a little more strength. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yi closed his eyes slightly, and the magic energy surged in his body. Next moment, I saw him suddenly open his eyes, the cross mark between his eyebrows appeared, and countless holy rays of light bloomed from him. Dawn Blessing. Bonus of Courage. God's Gift. Guardian Gift. Paladin, why is it called an auxiliary occupation? It's because it has too many augmentation skills. On the battlefield, a legion with paladins and a legion without paladins, combat power is completely two concepts. The various enhancement halos and guardian gifts of the paladins are enough to increase the combat effectiveness of a legion by several grades. Although Zhou Yi did not follow the auxiliary route, how could he not learn the augmentation skills that belonged to the essence of the paladins? After all, it is different from the situation where ordinary students are short of skill points. He can get a lot of skill points through daily quest rewards. Don't worry about not having enough skill points to add skills. In the palace, with the increase of this series of gifts and blessing skills, the aura emanating from Zhou Yi became stronger and stronger. When he climbed to the top with momentum, I saw his eyes condensed, his right hand clenched the battle axe, and he was about to prepare to start the final boss battle. However, what he didn't know was, his series of actions caused another commotion in the outside world. FK, why does Senior Zhou still have so many boosting skills? There are more than 10 skills before and after, right? How did he master so many skills? With so many buffs stacking up, how terrifying the final boost should be. Don't forget, most of the Paladin's buff skills are divine skills, and they are also augmented by the guardian effect of the SN talent Holy Angel. Hey, it turns out that this is Senior Zhou's true strength. Now, all the teachers and students in the auditorium were stunned by the various lights on Zhou Yi on the screen. Judging from the series of performances just now, everyone thinks that Zhou Yi is a paladin who takes the line of pure violence. The result is the final boss battle. Zhou Yi took out 5 or 6 auxiliary booster skills with his backhand. How can this not be shocking? In addition to being shocked, many teachers and students were also deeply moved. It turns out that this is the real strength of Zhou Yi. Chapter 23. God's Bounty LV3, D-level. Obtaining God's Bounty can increase the effects of Weapon Blessing, Dawn Blessing, Wisdom Blessing, and Honor Blessing, and all abnormal state resistances released to you. Blessing of Dawn LV3, D-level increases the independent power of a teammate within a certain range, and the effect lasts for 3 minutes. The increased independent strength increases with the releaser's physique and intelligence. Bonus of Courage LV3, D-level. Increase your own strength and wisdom. Guardian Gift LV3, D-level. Increase your own physique and agility. Among the resources provided by the municipal government, in addition to various resources to improve strength, there are also some skill books. Although the level of these skill books is not high, only D-level, and are some common paladin skills. But for Zhou Yi, who is extremely short of skill sources, it is a treasure. Not only did not stay, but all chose to study, but also added points to LV3. At this point, all the boosting skills burst out. Zhou Yi's body was surrounded by various sacred auras, and his momentum climbed to the extreme. Strength, 74, not counting weapon augments. Constitution, 67. Agility, 64. Wisdom, 72. With the buff fully stacked, Zhou Yi's four-dimensional attributes at this time are terrifying. Coupled with the 21-point strength increase of the giant axe, his true strength has even reached a terrifying 95 points. Moreover, it is affected by changes in intelligence attributes. The huge golden flame of the holy light cross behind Zhou Yi also rose sharply, and its power increased by 1 point. Come on, let me see what the final boss of the nightmare dungeon is capable of. Zhou Yi looked at the bull-headed king on the steps, his dark eyes were full of fighting intent. Under the increase of various buffs, he only felt that his whole body was full of power. The magic in the body is also very active. Court death. Seemingly feeling provoked, the bull-headed king above the steps jumped in the air with a battle axe in his hand. Leap slash. The bull-headed king jumped down from hundreds of steps with bloodthirsty scarlet eyes, and the battle axe in his hand was also haunted by violent red power, and his target was directly at Zhou Yi on the ground. Without gaining the power of the boss, Zhou Yi naturally did not dare to take this move. The figure flashed, and it was more than 10 meters away. Bang! A deafening voice sounded. The bull king smashed the ground with an axe, and even carved out a deep pit with a diameter of up to 5 meters on the stone ground. Looking at the cracks spreading to the soles of his feet, Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. What a horrible attack! When he first entered the palace, he had already looked at it. The stones in the palace are not ordinary stones, but blue meteorites. The hardness of the blue meteorite is comparable to that of steel. But even so, it was actually smashed into a deep pit by the bull king's axe, and the crack even spread to 10 meters away. Bang! With a loud bang, the bull king rushed out of the dust, leaping more than 10 meters in an instant. With a cold killing intent, he slashed at Zhou Yi with an axe. Good to come. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up, but instead of retreating, he attacked with the same axe. Files. One small and one large, 2 axe blades collided, and a huge metal crash sounded. Under the impact of the force of the blast, 1 person and 1 car retreated at the same time. This power is worthy of being the bull-headed king. Zhou Yi, who had settled in the distance, shook his hands that were a little sore from the shock. The blow just now. He retreated more than 6 meters away, and the bull king retreated more than 5 meters away. In terms of strength attributes, the opponent still has the upper hand. Zhou Yi was amazed inwardly, but he didn't know that the bullhead king on the opposite side was even more surprised. In his long life, I don't know how many humans he killed. And those human beings have always been hiding in Tibet, wandering around to release their skills, and dare not take his axe head-on. Of course, there are also humans who have high self-esteem and want to forcibly take their own axe. But those people, without exception, were chopped into meat sauce. Like this, it was the first time he had encountered a human who was still fine with his own power. Human, you are strong. If you quit now, I can let you go. A dull voice emanated from the bull-headed Wang Jianchuo's chest. The murderous aura in his scarlet eyes actually subsided a lot. Zhou Yi, who was preparing for a big fight, was slightly taken aback. You know, the holy light cross behind him has always been shining. The Tauren king has also been suffering from fire damage. But even in this case, the bull king actually said the words to let him go. After all, this is not in the game. Even if there is continuous damage to pull hatred, the boss will not necessarily continue to pursue. Shaking his head, Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed, the holy light crossed behind him, and the golden flame burned even more. Joke. He wants to compete for the top spot in Suzhou and Hangzhou, how could he give up here? Court death. Niu Tao Wang also clarified Zhou Yi's choice from Zhou Yi's actions. The killing intent in the scarlet eyes resurfaced, and at the same time, a stream of red energy quickly gathered around him. Like a super scion. Red energy forms an updraft around him. His red hair also stood on end. Violent. The berserk skills that Minotaurs can master, turned out to be even more powerful on the Minotaur King. When the Bull King entered a violent state, Zhou Yi naturally did not idle. I saw his left hand in the void, and countless rays of light gathered together, condensing into a golden red spear about 2 meters long. The Spear of Victory LV3, Class C throws a spear condensed by divine power at the enemy, and the enemy stabbed by the spear suffers great damage. Remarks: according to the judgment of divine power and strength attributes, the enemy can be pinned in place. Whoosh! The Spear of Victory was thrown violently by Zhou Yi. Puff! The spear pierced through the bull-headed king's thick calf, and blood splattered everywhere. For the huge size of the Minotaur King, such a blow is not worth mentioning. He didn't even bother to pull out the lance. But just when he wanted to move his hoof and charge, he was surprised to find out his left leg was firmly nailed, unable to move. Chapter 24. Zhou Yi knew it from the moment he took the first axe from the Bull King. The power gap between him and the Bull King is not that big. Therefore, it was Zhou Yi's expectation that the Spear of Victory was determined to be successful and nailed it in place. I saw him grinning. The tall figure wrapped in various sacred rays of light took a step, and the entire body even disappeared like a teleportation at this moment. Only a glorious afterimage of the holy light cross was left in place. The Bull King was startled. What a great speed! Seeing Zhou Yi disappear from his field of vision, he hurriedly swung the giant axe, preparing to resist the next attack. However, as soon as he raised the battle axe, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Wow! I saw an incomparably sharp open wound, suddenly blooming from the left abdomen of the Bull King. In a state of rage, the blood flow of the Bull King's whole body increased. This also led to the moment when the abdominal wound appeared. Red blood spurted out like a blowout. Under the superposition of various buffs, Zhou Yi's agility is terrifying. Forcibly taking the first axe of the Bull King was just to estimate the strength gap between the two sides. At this time, Zhou Yi was attacking, and it was impossible for Niu Tao Wang to capture his figure. Roar! At this moment, the Tauren King, who knew that he was being teased, was extremely angry and irritable. A surging energy fluctuation gradually became stronger with the red energy around him, as if affected, the entire palace began to shake slightly. His aura was also rising. Boss is going to make a big move. Zhou Yi naturally won't let the Bull King use his ultimate skills. Empty slash! He swung the giant battle axe that shone with dazzling golden light. Bang! The 3-meter-high Bull King was directly beaten into the air, and the release of his ultimate move was interrupted. Zhou Yi naturally would not miss this good opportunity, and hurriedly continued to pursue. Pure white blade! The cross blade of light mercilessly slashed at the Bull King, causing him to light magic damage, but also making him into a state of immobility. Zhou Yi then waved his giant soldiers and started to attack. At this moment, the huge and heavy tomahawk was danced by Zhou Yi like a toy. Puff! 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 The holy light cross was shining behind him, and Zhou Yi, who was wrapped in various divine breaths, was like a god at the moment. Every time he slashed, it left a deep scar on the skin and flesh of the bull-headed king. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. In just 0.7 seconds of rigidity, Zhou Yi swung 5 axes. When the Tauren King's rigid state was about to end, Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the strength in his hand increased by another point, and the battle axe was cut like a dragon. At this moment, the stagnant state of the Bull King finally came to an end. But he was already seriously injured, so he could only lift up the battle axe and let the white axe blade protect his key points. Boom! The seriously injured Bull Tao King ushered in the heaviest blow, only to see this heavy axe bombarding the axe blade on the bull's head. Under the bombardment of this huge force, this poor boss flew out like a cannonball. Boom! After knocking down several stone pillars, plowing a gap on the ground, and hitting the palace wall, it stopped. The spear of victory. Give me death. Looking at the bull-headed king who collapsed to the ground with the door wide open, Zhou Yi grabbed it in the air, and the spear of victory had already condensed out. Then aim at the heart of the Tauran king and throw it hard. Roar! The Taurus king, whose body was severely injured, groaned in pain. He had at least 5 bone-deep axe wounds on his body, which even his strong physique could not recover. He could feel his physical strength fading rapidly. Looking at the glowing spear that gradually enlarged in his pupils, he wanted to raise the battle axe. But no matter how hard he tried, his body seemed to be disobeying commands and couldn't move. Puff! The spear of victory penetrated the bull-headed king's chest with great ease and nailed it to the wall. Ho! Ho! Ordinary monsters, hit hard by this, I am afraid that they have already died and can no longer die. But the bull king can still survive at this moment. It's just that the protective red energy covering his whole body dissipated because of the loss of magic power supply. Boom! Losing the protection of the protective red energy, the golden flame generated by the holy light cross quickly engulfed it. In a blaze of light, the bull king died. Hey, I finally killed the boss. Zhou Yi let out a long breath. In order to quickly solve the boss, he can be said to have done everything to the limit. Not only all gain buffs are added. Even the way of shooting and the timing of the release of skills are the result of his quick thinking and choices. Use a lot of skills in a short period of time. This also caused the magic power in his body to be almost exhausted, leaving only the magic power to release a few small skills. At this time, suddenly there was a sound in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to candidate Zhou Yi of Zhejiang No. 2 High School for successfully clearing the dungeon in the depths of the dark jungle. Your difficulty level is Nightmare. Your clearance time is 9 minutes and 24 seconds. Your college entrance examination results have been successfully included. Please receive your own copy of the customs clearance reward. In view of your clearance difficulty and time, your clearance evaluation is SSS level. Congratulations that you have been confirmed as the first person with this dungeon clearance record. Next, start to distribute customs clearance rewards. The first person in the copy of the customs clearance record. Hearing a series of prompts echoing in his ears, Zhou Yi keenly captured the key points. The question makers in the entire Sizhou Hangzhou province are Lao Yang. In other words, all the exam questions of the college entrance examination candidates are copies of the deep dark forest. At this moment, the voice prompt records the first person for the dungeon clearance. Doesn't that mean that he is already the provincial champion of this Sizhou Hangzhou college entrance examination? Of course, Zhou Yi also understood. The final ranking still needs to end the college entrance examination, and the province will not release the list after the results of all students have been counted. Provincial champion, I did it. Zhou Yi couldn't help but punch hard. Only those who have walked in the dark know how precious light is. In the 1 year that passed through, the mother passed away, and the younger sister became seriously ill. Not only does he need to pay off the debt left by his parents, but he also needs to pay for his sister Zhou Yun's treatment. All of this made him gasp for breath. Under a heavy burden. After school every day, he has to go to 3 divisions of labor. If he hadn't met Uncle Li later and asked him to be a tutor, his life might have been even worse. But even so, after paying the monthly medical expenses, he still has only 700 or 800 living expenses per month, and his body is severely malnourished. In such a difficult situation, he still did not choose to give up and trained hard every day. Since there is no way to improve your attribute value, you should do your best to exercise your fighting skills and cultivate your fighting awareness. Since there are not many skill books, then the only 2 skills mastered by Doom training, find the right time to release the skills. It is precisely because of this that when the system appears, he knew that his turn was coming. And after the SN talent Divine Angel's protection was released, he did not become proud of it, but chose to exercise more hard. The daily task is the running standard of 20 kilometers, double it, and directly mention 40 kilometers. The daily task is 200 push UPS, also doubled, 400 push UPS. Destiny is in your own hands. The system suddenly appeared, and no one knew if it would suddenly disappear one day. Therefore, Zhou Yi has to work harder. Even if the system disappears one day in the future, his strength will not retreat because of this. It is precisely because of such an obsession that he was able to kill the Bull King today and set the record for the first person to clear the dungeon. Chapter 25. Zhou Yi's goal is actually quite simple. As long as she can live and her sister Zhou Yun can live well, that's enough. But unfortunately, in today's world, such a simple request, if there is not enough strength, it will collapse in an instant. Just like his father who died early. It's just a trip, encountering the space transmission channel opened up by another world. In an instant, he was buried in the wild beast tide. When my father died, a beautiful family lost its backbone and fell apart. My heart is one, unshakable. Zhou Yi's eyes flashed with determination. Right now, he is still very weak. But he believes that one day, he will have enough strength to make the world clear and bright. At that time, everything that stands in his way will be swept away. Ding! The reward statistics are completed, and the distribution begins. Suddenly, a prompt sounded, and the customs clearance rewards belonging to Zhou Yi finally began to be distributed. Congratulations for getting 5,212 experience points. Congratulations on getting 20 free attributes and 20 skill points. Congratulations on getting the equipment Jungle Forest Belt, Gold. Congratulations on getting the equipment Jungle Ring, Gold. Congratulations on getting a random treasure chest. A series of voices sounded one after another, making Zhou Yi a little overwhelmed. At this time, a golden beam of light fell from above the palace and landed directly in front of Zhou Yi. When the light dissipated, there were only 2 more pieces of equipment and a wooden box on the ground in front of him. It is the 2 gold quality equipment and random treasure chests that are rewarded for clearing the game. Equipment, Jungle Belt. Quality, Gold. Attribute, Constitution plus 10, Strength plus 7. Level requirements, above level 10. Race restriction, none. Occupation restrictions, none. Effect of the jungle suit, 1 2-piece suit. When fighting in the forest, you will get a continuous buff based on your own body constitution, with a maximum life recovery speed x3, stamina recovery speed x3, and magic recovery speed x3. 2 4-piece suit. When fighting in the forest, you will receive a continuous buff based on your own body constitution, with a maximum of x6 health recovery speed, stamina recovery speed x6, and magic recovery speed x6. Equipment, Jungle Ring. Quality, Gold. Attribute, Agility plus 8, Wisdom plus 10. Level requirements, above level 10. Race restriction, none. Occupation restrictions, none. Effect of the jungle suit, 1 When fighting in the forest, you will obtain a continuous buff based on your own body constitution, with a maximum life recovery speed x3, physical recovery speed x3, and magic recovery speed x3. 2 4-piece suit. When fighting in the forest, you will receive a continuous buff based on your own body constitution, with a maximum of x6 health recovery speed, stamina recovery speed x6, and magic recovery speed x6. As expected of gold level equipment, this attribute bonus is a bit fierce. Zhou Yi was a little emotional. Before that, the equipment he had the highest level was only black iron. The battle axe in his hand is even more unbearable, only bronze rank. Also, this is a special effects suit. In terms of value alone, his novice outfit has been completely destroyed. According to Zhou Yi's estimation, these 2 pieces of equipment in the world, at least the price of millions of Zongxia coins can be sold. Level 10, 5412/800. Free attribute points, 20. Skill points, 20. On the personal information panel, experience and attribute skill point rewards have also been distributed. With full experience, Zhou Yi chose to upgrade without any hesitation. Congratulations, you have upgraded to level 11, you have gained 10 free attributes and 10 skill points. Congratulations, you have upgraded to level 12, you have gained 10 free attributes and 10 skill points. Congratulations, you have upgraded to level 13, you have gained 10 free attributes and 10 skill points. Level 13, 212/2500. After you have fully upgraded to level 13, the accumulated experience on the level panel will be completely consumed. Upgrade is complete, plus customs clearance rewards. Zhou Yi now has a full 50 free attribute points and 50 skill points. According to the balanced distribution, Zhou Yi distributed all the free attributes, but did not move the 50 skill points. After the college entrance examination, he is about to enter university. At that time, he will also learn other paladin skills. It's also good to keep some skill points as backup. Strength, 55, Constitution, 66, Agility, 53, Wisdom, 67. After the allocation of free attributes, Zhou Yi clenched his fists, obviously feeling that his strength was much stronger. Next, he equipped himself with 2 gold-level equipment, the Jungle Forest Belt and the Jungle Forest Ring. Because I am not in the forest terrain, I feel that my various values are slightly enhanced. The suit effects of the jungle suit are not triggered. After wearing the equipment, Zhou Yi finally looked at the wooden box on the ground. Random treasure chest. There are also random treasure chests in the system's daily quest rewards, which Zhou Yi has opened twice. They are all useless materials, bronze equipment. Choosing a random skill book is more cost-effective than choosing a random treasure chest. The random treasure box rewarded by this dungeon is probably similar to the one rewarded by the system. Shaking his head, Zhou Yi leaned over and opened the wooden box. Squeak! The wooden box was opened, and under the identification technique, the items in the wooden box were at a glance. Item: Wild Strawberry X10. Note: after taking it, a certain amount of health is restored. Item: Cat Demon Teeth X20. Remarks: the cat demon's teeth are extremely sharp. Item: Bull King Card X1, Gold Level. Remarks: enchanting materials, after the enchanting is successful, the equipment will have plus 20 strength. Note that a piece of equipment can only enchant one card. When the last item was scanned, the information that appeared on the identification technique made Zhou Yi slightly stunned. This is, a good thing broke out? The enchanting card is still at the gold level. It's a big profit. Zhou Yi couldn't help but be overjoyed. On the blue star, equipment is divided into 6 levels: bronze, black iron, silver, gold, epic, and legend. There are 1 to 3 stars for each level of equipment. However, this is only the equipment in the normal form. If it is enchanted, a piece of equipment can even be upgraded to 4 to 7 stars. The enchanting card is one of the rarer types of enchanting materials. Equipment, experience, attribute points, and enchantment cards, this customs clearance reward is too rich. Zhou Yi quickly put the items in the wooden box into the backpack space that everyone brought. By the way, he also put his battle axe in it. At this time, it would be too cumbersome to carry a weapon again. It's time to come back. With such a good result, even Zhou Yi, who has always been calm, couldn't help but feel a little excited. I want to tell my sister the good news as soon as possible. Taking out the return scroll, Zhou Yi ripped it hard. The whole person turned into a spot of light and disappeared in place in an instant. Chapter 26. Outside World. Many teachers and students watched Zhou Yi's operation nervously. The spear of victory pinned the bull-headed king firmly in place, and the air slash interrupted the boss to release his big move. The pure white blade made it stiff, and the axe swung wildly, instantly slashing the boss into serious injuries. The final blow of the spear of victory pierced through the heart. The holy cross of light and the golden flame finish. A series of operations are in the light of flint. When many teachers and students reacted, the bull-headed king had already been reduced to ashes under the burning of the flame. The final boss of the nightmare dungeon died just like that. Quiet. The entire auditorium fell into deadly silence. No one thought of it. In just 1 minute, Zhou Yi killed such a terrifying beast. Senior Zhou killed the boss. Does that mean he is qualified enough to hit the top 20 in the province? Finally, a voice came from out of nowhere, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Under the reminder of this voice, like a volcanic eruption, the entire silent auditorium instantly boiled over. FKU, Senior Zhou really cleared the nightmare-level dungeon. Zhou Yi, Brother Yi. Really too fierce. In the audience, countless teachers and students cheered excitedly. At this moment, Zhou Yi represents not only himself, but also the second high school. Even the always calm Principal Luo Heng couldn't help but stand up and waved his fist excitedly. The start timer on the screen was less than 10 minutes away. In other words, Zhou Yi cleared the entire nightmare-level dungeon within 10 minutes. Such a short clearance time. Not to mention the top 20 in the province, even if it is the top 5 in the province, there is still a chance. Top 5 in the province. Number 2 high school has been established for more than 100 years, and he has done what the previous principals have not done. At this moment, the principal just feels extremely honored. Oh my god, he really did it. The head teachers of the 2 rocket classes looked at each other, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Single-player clearance nightmare-level copy. What an honor this is! In addition to being shocked, the 2 teachers were also a little bitter. The 2 rocket classes almost concentrated most of the resources of the entire number 2 high school. Now, the first person in the second high school has appeared in a parallel class. Zhou Yi, great job! Li Xiangyang, the head teacher of Class 5, also turned red and was extremely excited. Inspired by the miracle, Zhou Yi, who was transferred to the hidden profession of Paladin, has already given him a surprise. Unexpectedly, the other party's grades in the college entrance examination are so good. It takes less than 10 minutes to clear the nightmare-level dungeon, it's too strong. Principal Luo, how much do you think Zhou Yi can rank in the province? Many teachers expressed their emotions, and some teachers asked the Principal Luo Heng questions. As soon as these words came out, the nearby students looked over curiously. They also want to know what ranking Zhou Yi will get in the end. Facing the questions of the teachers and students, the Principal Luo Heng did not answer directly, but humbly asked Director Jie. Director Jie, what position do you think Zhou Yi can rank in the province? Although he had some guesses. But the director of the Education Bureau is here, and he naturally cannot speak rashly. Director Jie glanced at Luo Heng a little surprised when he heard the words. The principal of this second high school has a very high ideological awareness. It looks like I can make a point in the future. With a dry cough, Director Jie slowly said. This year's college entrance examination questioner is Lao Yang, and the difficulty of the question can be said to be very abnormal. And Zhou Yi, in just 10 minutes, cleared the nightmare-level dungeon. Judging from my years of experience in studying the college entrance examination, Zhou Yi's grades may be able to hit the top spot in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Director Jie said with excitement flashing in his eyes. The champion of Suzhou and Hangzhou was born in Ning'an, the capital city of Suzhou and Hangzhou in previous years. Once Zhou Yi succeeds in winning the provincial champion, the entire Lijiang city will become famous. Even if Zhou Yi failed to hit the provincial champion, that's also the second and third place in the body. Lijiang city will also be famous for it. What? Senior Zhou Yi can actually hit the provincial champion. Hey, as expected of Yushan, too strong. According to this situation, the 3 top schools, Yushin is determined. Nonsense! Not only does Yushin want to go to the 3 top universities, but he is also begging for it. The news that Zhou Yi might become the champion of Suzhou Hangzhou province spread quickly throughout the audience. The teachers and students who got the news were all excited and proud. Some students from class 5 who were acquainted with Zhou Yi who were eliminated from the copy of the college entrance examination in advance. He even started to brag about his previous friendship with Zhou Yi. While the teachers and students in the auditorium were boiling, Zhou Yi on the screen had just finished receiving his reward. The golden light is shining, this is a good equipment. He has a golden light on his body, he has been upgraded, and he has been upgraded to 3 levels in a row. With such a short time to clear the dungeon, the score must be very high, and it is estimated that there are additional rewards. The most basic free attribute points and skill points must have disappeared. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, with envy in the tone. Ordinary people, it is not bad to be able to pass the copy of the college entrance examination. How can you expect extra rewards? Look, Zhou Yi has torn open the return scroll. He's coming back soon. A voice came from out of nowhere, causing the entire auditorium to fall silent. Subconsciously, everyone turned to look in front of the bronze gate. With a flash of light, a tall figure was teleported back. Surprisingly, it was Zhou Yi who came out of the dungeon. I saw him wearing light armor, with a huge long-handled battle axe behind him. The sharp and wide axe blade was still stained with red blood, as if to describe the tragic battle just experienced. Senior is out. Senior Zhou, welcome back. Chaotic cheers and applause mixed together, like a wave. It's hard to hear what each word is saying. Facing this scene, Zhou Yi, who just came out, was somewhat stunned. He guessed that people watching the college entrance examination outside would have some reactions. I didn't expect that it would be such a welcome scale in Hongdi. Chapter 27. The college entrance examination belonging to Zhou Yi is over. It ended with countless applause and cheers. Above the group photo, the principal, the director of the education bureau, the head teacher, and a famous teacher all had bright smiles on their faces. Zhou Yi, after the college entrance examination is over, the results will be released in 3 days at the earliest and 7 days at the latest. You can go home with peace of mind and bring the good news back with you. In the auditorium, Principal Luo exchanged greetings for a while, and stopped talking. As soon as the news arrives, we will notify you as soon as possible. You will have a good rest these few days. During this time, you have worked hard. Jiu Tao, director of the Education Bureau, also took out his mobile phone and ordered. Driver, bring my car over and see Zhou Yi off. In all kinds of different sights, the vehicle carrying Zhou Yi slowly drove out of number 2 high school. The college entrance examination belonging to Zhou Yi is completely over. The candidates who are in the copy need to continue. Once the college entrance examination fails, it is necessary to consider repeating the 2nd year. Or simply choose to go to a not-so-great university. But it has nothing to do with him. Lijiang First People's Hospital, Outpatient Department. As the hospital with the best medical conditions in Lijiang City, people come and go here every day. Boom! At this time, with the low roar of the engine, a Mercedes S400 with a dark body came from a distance and stopped at the entrance of the outpatient department. The streamlined body and its low-key and luxurious appearance immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding pedestrians. All eyes were focused on the car. The latest Mercedes S400 can accelerate to 100 per hour in just 1 second, and the top speed can reach 600 km per hour. As a magical mechanical creation, at a critical moment, this car can also be switched to flight mode in an emergency, and it is not a problem to fly at low speed for an hour or 2. Wow, it's the newest Mercedes S400. Which big man is here? Many people are amazed that such luxurious vehicles are very rare in the small city of Lijiang. In the eyes of the people around, a tall and determined young man walked down from it. "Uncle Li, trouble you?" "Thank you" to the driver. Ignoring the surprised eyes around him, Zhou Yi didn't stop at all, passed through the outpatient department and went straight to the 6th floor of the inpatient department. Since the city government fulfilled its promise and arranged for a special medical team to come over, Sister Zhou Yun was also assigned to the 604 luxury medical room on the 6th floor. "Mr. Zhou." As soon as he reached the door, a robust bodyguard dressed in black shouted respectfully. Zhou Yi nodded. This person is a bodyguard arranged by Zhao Wenbin, the city's leading secretary, who is responsible for monitoring Zhou Yun's condition 24 hours a day. Once any situation arises, the other party will report to himself and the city government. This month, Zhou Yi can see him every day. The two also knew each other. "Brother, are you back?" Zhou Yun in the room heard the movement and rushed out like a fly. Like a swallow bird throwing a nest, a jumper jumped directly into Zhou Yi's arms. "Brother, you finished the college entrance examination so soon." After being excited, Zhou Yun tilted her small head and asked in a silly manner. In her impression, the copy of the college entrance examination should be over soon. "Is it? The Big Brother dungeon failed to clear the customs and fell off the list?" Seeing to see Zhou Yun's thoughts, Zhou Yi pinched her pink nose and smiled. "Your big brother, I only came back after completing the dungeon." As he spoke, Zhou Yi walked into the ward while holding Zhou Yun in one hand. Unlike the multiple beds in the ordinary ward, this deluxe ward has only one bed. The environment in the ward is also very tidy, apparently it is cleaned every day. Beside the hospital bed, there was also a beautiful woman in a white robe uniform who looked no more than 23 or 4-year-old. This person is one of the members of the medical team arranged by the city government to come and guard him 24 hours a day. Level 23 Priest Lu Qing. "I've been bothering Sister Lu for a while now." Putting Zhou Yun on the hospital bed, Zhou Yi looked at Lu Qing and said seriously. Compared to a month ago, the younger sister Zhou Yun's complexion was much more rosy, and she could jump and jump. If changed to before, even if he wanted to jump into his arms, he still had the heart and the strength. And all of this is due to Lu Qing, who continuously releases healing techniques for Zhou Yun every day. "It's nothing to worry about, it's my job responsibility." Lu Qing chuckled lightly. As a level 23 priest, she naturally has her own job. When she was first arranged to come here, she was a little unhappy. "I thought it was to serve some dignitaries." After learning that the service object was Zhou Yi, who caused a miracle in Lijiang City and was converted to a paladin, her mood immediately made a 180-degree turn. She is at ease to serve such outstanding talents. "Sister Lu, how is Xiaoyun doing recently?" "Then peel the fruit," Zhou Yi asked. "Not very optimistic." Lu Qing shook her head. "The coldness in Xiaoyun's body is getting worse and worse. At this rate, even I can't hold back. It's getting more and more serious. Can't suppress it." Zhou Yi frowned, and his right hand that peeled the fruit froze slightly. "Sister Lu is a level 23 priest. If the other party can't do anything, it will be troublesome. But you don't have to worry too much, I already received a notice from Mr. Zhao in the morning. The level 35 priest from Qingyun City has agreed to our request and will come over tonight to give Xiaoyun all-round treatment." Lu Qing smiled. A month ago, the city government promised to invite high-ranking priests over. Unfortunately, Lijiang City is located in the northernmost part of Suzhou and Hangzhou, where materials are scarce, and high-level professionals are extremely scarce. Not to mention the most popular priest profession. The situation in the surrounding cities is similar to that of Lijiang City. It would be nice to have a level 23 priest. As for other cities that are far away, although there are high-level priests, they are also full of schedules. Therefore, it was delayed until today, when I contacted a level 35 rank 2 priest Ken to squeeze out the time. Great! Zhou Yi couldn't help his eyes light up when he heard this. Above Blue Star, the higher the level of professionals, the rarer they are. At level 35, it can already be regarded as a powerhouse. And it is even rarer for a level 35 second rank priest who can cast purification spells. I believe that under his hands, my sister's strange disease can also be quickly cured. Chapter 28. 8 p.m. Zhao Wenbin and his party from the municipal government appeared at the door of the ward. Walking side by side with him was a middle-aged man wearing a blue priest's robe with a dusty temperament. This is Kui Jianghai, Mr. Kui, the 35th grade second turn priest from Qingyun City. Zhao Wenbin introduced to Zhou Yi. Before Zhou Yi could answer, he saw Kui Jianghai's eyes lit up, stretched out his hand and said with a smile. This is little friend Zhou Yi, hello, I have heard of your name for a long time. Seeing it now, it's really extraordinary. Hello. Zhou Yi shook hands with each other in a daze. When did you become so famous? Seemingly seeing his doubts, Zhao Wenbin on the side explained with a smile. Mr. Zhou, I have informed teacher Kui of your performance in the copy of the college entrance examination this morning. After listening to Mr. Kui, he appreciates you very much. Zhao Wenbin also had some emotions in his words. Level 35 priests are naturally not so easy to hire. The city government took a lot of effort to invite him from Qingyun City. Even if he came here, he still looked like he was ignoring him along the way. Until he said that the therapists on this trip were relatives who could impact the champions of this year's Suzhou Hangzhou province. The other party changed his initial indifference and became eager. Sure enough, no matter where you go, geniuses are the most popular. Zhao Wenbin felt a little emotional. Also a little fortunate. Fortunately, such a character, they had a good relationship early in the morning. Ward 604. On the tidy hospital bed, Zhou Yun's eyes were tightly closed, and a small face carved from pink and jade was extremely pale. A trace of cold air visible to the naked eye slowly penetrated out of his body. The originally soft bedding was frozen stiff, and more fine ice chips appeared on it. The whole room also felt a little cold because of this. Several of the nurses who were in poor health couldn't help shivering. Mr. Kui, look, what's wrong with my sister? Seeing the pain on his sister Zhou Yun's face, Zhou Yi looked worried. This kind of cold attack is something Zhou Yun has experienced every night for the past year. Every time at this time, there will be an extremely strong burst of cold energy in her body. Under that kind of cold air, her body will become extremely painful. And recently, this kind of cold has become more and more serious, even to the extent that it will affect the temperature of the room. The cold is overflowing, it's really weird. Kui Jianghai's expression also became solemn. As a pastor for so many years, this is the first time he has seen such a strange situation. Let's try the purification spell first. I saw Kui Jianghai's right hand holding a void, and a light blue staff about 1.7 meters long also appeared. Purge. With a low voice, a white gold hexagram magic circle emerged out of thin air under the strong fluctuation of magic power. Then, an incomparably pure white holy energy poured out from the magic circle and injected into Zhou Yun's body. Under the purification of this holy energy, like encountering a natural enemy, the ice debris on Zhou Yun's body quickly subsided. Zhou Yun's little face also became rosy again. But I haven't had time to be happy, when the effect of purification is over. A cold air that was several times colder than before, filled Zhou Yun's body again. Completely cover its frail body. It's over. Including Zhou Yi, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The first turn of a professional is at level 10, and the second turn is at level 30. The skills that can be learned in the first turn and the second turn are different. The skills that can be learned from the second turn are stronger. Better results. Purification is a powerful skill that can only be learned by rank 2 priests to remove negative states. If the purification skills don't work, then the rest of the other skills are likely to be useless. Kui Jianghai obviously knew this. The eyebrows were twisted into Sichuan characters, and another spell was thrown. Quick treatment. Just like before, the ice chips can be quickly removed. Once the effect of the skill disappears, the cold will swept in again. After several spells failed, Kui Jianghai frowned and fell into thinking. After a while, he asked Zhou Yi. Zhou Xiaohu, when your sister's body broke out with cold energy for the first time, did you have any characteristics? Like, some weird symbol marks on the forehead or something? No. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yi shook his head. The first cold outbreak was when my mother died, and I remember it very clearly. She was fine at the time, but suddenly a chill broke out in her body, and she fainted in pain. The day his sister suddenly fainted, he was worried that it might be caused by some trauma. So I paid special attention. That's why I remembered that at that time, there were no strange symbols. There is no weird symbol mark, which means that this cold burst should not be caused by a curse. Kui Jianghai rubbed his chin. Yes, if it is a curse, when the purification spell is released for the first time, even if it cannot be completely eliminated, it should be relieved. And the first time the chill broke out, it happened to be when the mood fluctuated violently. Could it be? As if thinking of something, his eyes suddenly lit up. A strong magic wave erupted from the staff in the right hand again. Blood accumulation technique. The magic hexagram flickered, and Zhou Yun, who was lying on the hospital bed, was haunted by a blood-red energy. This red energy is like blood, exuding a faint smell of blood. But it is different from the bloody smell, with a touch of sweetness. Under the shroud of this red energy, the coldness on the hospital bed gradually faded, and Zhou Yun's pale face slowly returned to its blood. Unlike the previous few times, this time, the chill did not come back after the spell was released. And Zhou Yun, who had a painful look on her face, gradually softened as if she was in a nightmare. Breathing calmed down. There was a sweet smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he was dreaming of something beautiful in his sleep. It's cured. Seeing Zhou Yun, who was gradually entering into a sweet sleep, Zhou Yi's face was overjoyed. The onlookers Zhao Wenbin, Lu Qing and others were also relieved when they saw this. In this way, their task can be considered completed. In order not to disturb her sister Zhou Yun's rest, the group came to the outside of the ward. Close the door gently. Only then did Zhou Yi turn around and thank Kui Jianghai respectfully. Thank you Teacher Kui for curing my sister's illness. If you need any reward, just speak up. If I, Zhou Yi, can do it, it will never be ambiguous. Zhou Yi's remarks were loud, without any false intentions. This also made Zhao Wenbin on the side nod secretly. Affectionate and righteous, with clear grievances. This Zhou Yi, not only has infinite potential, but also has a personality that suits his appetite very well. And such a genius, the government invested resources, it is definitely worth the money. There's no need for remuneration, Secretary Zhao and the others have already paid. Also, for your sister's illness, I just delayed the onset of symptoms, not really cured. Kui Jianghai shook his head. Just to suspend the onset of symptoms. Zhou Yi frowned slightly, then quickly asked. Teacher Kui, what is my sister's illness? Why can't even you be cured? The surrounding Zhao Wenbin and others also paid attention when they heard the words. If a level 35 priest can't do anything, then they'll have to find another way. After all, the city has explained that the problem of Zhou Yi's family must be solved. According to my observation, your sister's cold every night is not like a disease, but a sign of the awakening of the blood. After pondering for a moment, Kui Jianghai said. Chapter 29. The fusion of eternal games and reality is something that happened 200 years ago. At that time, many players chose not the human race in the game. It is the alien race such as elves, giants, dwarves, and demons. These players choose aliens, after the game and reality merge. It also brought the corresponding alien bloodline, showing the characteristics of the alien race. For example, humans with elf blood will have green eyes, slightly pointed ears, and their overall appearance will be higher than that of humans. People with giant bloodlines are even more conspicuous. Once an adult, the height can reach 3 or 4 meters high. These human beings, although they appear to be aliens, but most of them are still human, and they will eventually choose to marry and have children. In this case, after more than 200 years, they have been intermarrying with the human race. The alien blood in the descendants is also getting thinner and thinner. The appearance is the same as that of ordinary humans, and it may not show the characteristics of aliens in a lifetime. But there is also a special case, that is, the bloodline awakening. When the blood vessels are awakened, the thin alien blood vessels in the body are activated, and various anomalies will appear. You mean that Xiaoyun has a special bloodline in her body? But I asked before, and the information in the special bloodline column on her information panel shows none. Zhou Yi frowned. Through the information panel that everyone has, not only can you know your own attributes, and you can know the special bloodline contained in oneself and what skills he has mastered. As early as when Zhou Yun first started to get cold, he asked him if there was anything unusual in the special bloodline column. The answer is yes, none. Moreover, Zhou Yun is her own younger sister, and she has no blood. She probably won't either. The alien bloodline in your sister's body is very thin. It's normal that you can't see it on the information panel before the bloodline awakening is over. Based on your description and the spell just now, I also tried to find out that the reason why your sister's cold energy broke out was because of the bloodline awakening. Kui Jianghai explained. After a pause, he added. The awakening of the blood vessels brings blessings and misfortunes. Once the bloodline is successfully awakened, the power of the alien race will be successfully mastered. After that, the upgrades and learning skills can also achieve a multiplier effect. And once the bloodline awakening fails, the light is half paralyzed, and the heavy is dead on the spot. Your sister suffers from the cold every night, which is a sign that her body is too weak to withstand the power of the bloodline. The spell I just used can improve her physique and strengthen her physique. The power of the bloodline in her body was absorbed, so the cold air did not continue to erupt. You mean, as long as my sister's physique is raised, she will be safe and sound. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up. If this is the case, the problem is easy to deal with. Improving one's physique is just a matter of delaying the outbreak of cold air. Really want to let the cold completely disappear? Not so simple. Kui Jianghai shook his head. According to my observation, the chill that broke out in your sister's body is not simple. Extremely cold, extremely overcast. Therefore, the source of her bloodline awakening should also be an extremely rare ice bloodline. This kind of rare bloodline is useless just to improve the physique. Be sure to change your physique. Use the treasures of heaven and earth to turn her body into a body of ice suitable for the blood of ice. Then what can change her physique? Zhou Yi asked quickly. As far as I know, it is suitable for human consumption. And there is only one thing that can turn into a body of ice without side effects, and that is the extremely cold ice lotus. But this thing is priceless and extremely rare, and very few people can buy it. Kui Jianghai shook his head slightly. Extremely cold ice lotus, something he heard about when he traveled around the world in his early years. With the rarity of this thing, even if the power of the entire Lijiang city government is used, I am afraid there is no way to get it. Of course, there is another way to save your sister from this torture, and there will be no more worries. Kui Jianghai continued, you can find a level 42nd turn spiritual deist to come over and perform the great sealing technique for your sister to seal the alien blood directly. But the price is that she will not be able to upgrade her level in the future, and her level will always stay at the moment when her bloodline is sealed. Spiritualist is one of Blue Star's many professions. The ability is similar to that of the ancient Taoist priests, and all spells are biased towards the seal type. According to my calculations, your sister only needs to take one blood accumulation pill every week. To ensure that the physique keeps up, you can ensure that you will not be disturbed by the cold. However, after 2 years at the latest, the cold outbreak could no longer be suppressed. So, within 2 years, you will have to make a decision, whether to change your physique or seal your bloodline. Kui Jianghai reminded. The extremely cold ice lotus is illusory, and it is uncertain when it will appear in the world. And after this world, it is not certain whether it can be obtained or not. If it were him instead, he will definitely choose to find a spiritual master and perform the great sealing technique. But the other party is a star candidate for the college entrance examination this year, so there may be other channels. Therefore, in this matter, he only proposed 2 solutions. It didn't let Zhou Yi choose which one. I understand, thank you Teacher Kui for clarifying the confusion. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yi nodded his thanks. After the provincial college entrance examination ranking list is released, it is not difficult to find a level 42nd turn spiritual master, and it is not difficult to use the great sealing technique. But unless absolutely necessary, he will not choose this method. After all, once the great sealing technique is finished, her younger sister Zhou Yun's level will never be improved. It will stay at the lower level for the rest of your life. In this world, a space transmission channel will be opened at any time, and monsters will emerge. Without strength, it is a very dangerous thing. And he can't always protect his sister by his side. So, find the polar ice lotus. It is the best choice to let younger sister Zhou Yun change her physique and successfully complete the bloodline awakening. In a year, if you don't find the extremely cold ice lotus, you will perform a great seal on Xiaoyun. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yi made a decision in his heart. Although there are still 2 years. But he couldn't hold off until the last minute. A year is the deadline he set. If by then, there is no news of the extreme cold ice lotus, then you can only give up and seal the bloodline for Xiaoyun. Chapter 30. Although it was not completely cured, I learned from Kui Jianghai about the specific situation of my sister Zhou Yun and how to deal with it. Zhou Yi was also relieved. According to Kui Jianghai's method, he first gave Zhou Yun a blood accumulation pill the next day. Sure enough, on the night of taking it, there was no more cold in her body. The excruciating pain caused by the burst of cold air was resolved. Zhou Yun was also very surprised and shouted to be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible. After staying in the hospital for more than half a year, the little girl was suffocated. However, to be on the safe side, Zhou Yi did not choose to discharge Zhou Yun immediately. Instead, let her continue to be hospitalized for observation for a period of time. As a luxury ward, there is naturally an accompanying room. Unlike ordinary escort rooms, the configuration of the escort room on the 6th floor is almost the same as that of a luxury hotel room. Seeing this, Zhou Yi simply lived here directly. The 5 days passed gradually. Zhou Yi, who lives in the hospital, is still very disciplined. When I just got up every day, I did 200 sit UPS, 200 squats, 200 push UPS, and ran 20 kilometers along the river. Daily quests must be completed. In most cases, he chooses a reward of 10 points of free attribute. Paladins, taking into account both melee and caster functions, physical and intelligence points are very important. However, he did not miss other attribute points. Generally, 4-dimensional attributes are assigned in a 2-3-2-3 manner. Balanced development will minimize flaws. Of course, in addition to free attribute points, he also chooses skill point rewards. All his skills now are not the original LV1. If you upgrade the skill level again, it will consume more skill points. For example, the Spear of Victory of LV3, if you want to upgrade to LV4, you need about 8 skill points. The main function of the Spear of Victory is to limit the movement of monsters. According to the skill description, the judgment of this imprisoned monster is mainly related to his strength attribute and wisdom attribute. If you spend 8 skill points to upgrade to LV4, it will only increase some damage, and it will not increase the imprisonment time. Among the skills he has mastered, there are many skills that are like this. Large consumption, small improvement. Considering the cost of adding points and the fact that he will soon go to the 3 top universities, he has not used this part of the skill points for the time being. Save it to learn some other new skills after you go to school. Except for tasks, exercise-related things. He also often takes his sister Zhou Yi to play outside and hang out. And took the opportunity to go through the admission procedures for her again. A year ago, when the coldness in Zhou Yi's body broke out, it was the summer vacation of the first day of the new year. After a year of delay, re-enrollment was supposed to start from the second year of junior high school. But during the time she was in the hospital, Zhou Yi did not sit idle, and taught herself all the courses in the second year of junior high school. After passing the school's simple test, she found that Zhou Yi could completely keep up with her learning progress. Zhou Yi also went through the admission procedures for her third year of junior high school. Wait until September to register directly for admission. In the past 5 days, there has been no news about the release of the college entrance examination results in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Zhou Yi himself didn't really care. On the contrary, the principal Luo Heng was so anxious that he had to call to comfort him while pretending to understand. In addition to the principal, Zhu Tao, director of the Education Bureau, and Zhao Wenbin, the secretary, also visited one after another during this period. For a while, many people in the hospital were rumored that a mysterious big man lived in 604 on the 6th floor. This leads to when he goes out to exercise on his own. From time to time, I will also perceive some sneaking glances. In this regard, Zhou Yi naturally chose to ignore it. June 7, the 6th day after the college entrance examination. Lijiang First People's Hospital, a spacious single-person escort room on the 6th floor. A tall figure with a naked upper body was holding a battle axe and was training. Chop, chop, sweep, chop. The weight of the giant battle axe, which is as high as 40 kilograms, does not seem to bring him the slightest burden, and the basic movements of each axe are extremely standard. His muscles also bulged slightly from the force. Unlike the extreme fitness enthusiast, each muscle of his is not large, but it is very well proportioned. And as he exercised, he showed an extreme sense of strength. Call. After another set of exercises, Zhou Yi stopped training and stood with an axe. The morning sun shines through the floor-to-ceiling glass. Under the reflection of the sun, hot air steamed up from him. Crystal clear sweat dripped slowly down his angular and sturdy face. With the increase in strength and constitution attributes, this bronze double-star battle axe is no longer enough. But if you do thousands of extreme axe swing training, you can still get a lot of exercise. As a supplementary training after daily tasks, the effect is very good. Ding dong! Suddenly, the mobile phone placed on the desktop sounded a prompt tone. Put down the giant axe, picked up the towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and put on his clothes. Zhou Yi then walked to the table and picked up the phone. An SMS message is displayed on the lock screen. Zhou Yi, candidate of Lijiang No. 2 High School, the college entrance examination ranking in Suzhou and Hangzhou has been announced, please check it in time. The college entrance examination rankings have been announced. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up. When I was about to check it carefully, the door opened with a click. Zhou Yun's figure appeared in front of the door. I saw her holding a mobile phone in her right hand, and her cute little round face was full of excitement. Brother! The ranking has been announced. You are the first person in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and you are the champion. Zhou Yun rushed over and threw herself into Zhou Yi's arms. Well, I see. Zhou Yi rubbed Zhou Yun's little head, and there was a little excitement in his eyes. The rankings are announced, and the college entrance examination achievement task has been completed. That system reward that belongs to him should be able to get it too. Chapter 31. Suzhou Hangzhou Province is one of the largest provinces in Daxia. There are as many as 53 subordinate base cities. These include Ning'an, the capital city of Suzhou, and Hangzhou, 23 prefecture-level cities, 4 autonomous prefectures, and 25 county-level cities. Among these base cities, Ning'an City, the capital of Suzhou and Hangzhou Province, is recognized as the most prosperous city with the most talents. And the 25 county-level cities close to the north are admittedly barren, with few talents. Of course, this is also the case. For more than 20 consecutive years, the champions of Suzhou and Hangzhou were all born in Ning'an. Even if it is not in Ning'an City, it was born in the surrounding prefecture-level cities. Therefore, when this year's provincial champion broke out in the barren north of Lijiang City, the entire southern part of Suzhou and Hangzhou is boiling. Dark Horse. The provincial champion from Lijiang City. Shocked. The provincial champion was only level 10 when he entered the dungeon. A miracle was triggered at the job transfer ceremony. It turns out that the provincial champion has long been foreshadowed. Shocked. The occupation of the provincial champion is actually this. One article after another arousing curiosity was sent out, quickly flooding the entire network. In previous years, the ownership of the provincial champion was always a hot topic. Today, the provincial champion appears in an obscure city in the north of Suzhou and Hangzhou. What does that mean? That means breaking point. Once the article was published, it attracted a lot of clicks and, in particular, netizens in Suzhou and Hangzhou continue to leave their own under these articles. What the hell? The provincial champion is actually a paladin class? Isn't the paladin a heavy equipment support? I don't read much, don't lie to me, the paladins are very slow to brush dungeons alone. Can you clear the nightmare dungeon alone at level 10? Are you kidding me? In the prosperous south of Suzhou and Hangzhou, it is not uncommon to change jobs to hidden occupations. Even, many people have come into contact with paladins, or they are paladins themselves. Unlike auxiliary priests who only add status, paladins can add status. It does have some fighting power. But this combat power is similar to that of an ordinary meat shield. The damage resistance is alright. If you really want to use this combat power to single play a nightmare level dungeon, you can only find death. So, as soon as the press release came out, these people were stunned. How is this paladin transferred by Zhou Yi different from the paladin in their impression? Even, some radical people are clamoring on the internet. Zhou Yi is not a paladin who has been transferred at all, the media made a mistake. In all kinds of doubts. The video of Zhou Yi's customs clearance copy also circulated. In this regard, some trolls who had no good intentions and had been ready to spray hard were suddenly dumbfounded. Zhou Yi, the provincial champion, is actually a paladin. FK, what a ferocious power, the judgment of the tiger attack to grab the minotaur was actually successful. You told me this is the holy light cross of the paladin? Why do I feel that it is more powerful than the mage's high-level fire magic? Weapon blessing, God's gift, courage blessing. Can someone help me count how many buff skills this provincial champion has released? Looking at the video screen wearing the holy light cross, the whole body is wrapped in all kinds of holy light. Holding a luminous giant tomahawk, he chased after the tall figure beaten by the boss. Countless people were shocked. Paladin. Is it like this? Some people are amazed at Zhou Yi's strength and operation, while others are gradually deviating, discussing Zhou Yi's appearance. Wow! This provincial champion is quite handsome. I really want to go to the same university as him. Haha, all the previous provincial champions were admitted to the 3 top universities, are you sure? Cough, I'm sorry to bother you, but, he's still handsome. Many girls fell into nympho under the video, and even wanted to go to the same university as Zhou Yi. But after learning that Zhou Yi will go to 3 top universities in the future, they can only call out to interrupt. The base city of Ning'an, the capital of Suzhou Hangzhou Province, is extremely rich. In the main urban area, there is a very large area. The entire community was shrouded in a large protective magic circle, enough to withstand the attack of a level 3 beast horde. Inside the community, there are small bridges and flowing water, exquisite rockery waterfalls, and a lot of greenery. In addition, the most conspicuous are the luxury villas. Between the villas, some intelligent robots shuttle back and forth to provide the most comprehensive services for the host. Tropic of Cancer. One of the most luxurious communities in Ning'an. In this place, money alone can't buy it, and the right alone can't buy it. At this time, in the Tropic of Cancer community, a well-decorated villa living room. A holographic projection is playing a video of Zhou Yi clearing the nightmare level copy. After a while, the video finished playing, and the holographic projection disappeared. A young man with red hair in loose training clothes was exposed on the sofa behind him. The clearance time, 9 minutes and 24 seconds, is 20 seconds faster than me. This Zhou Yi is a bit interesting. There was a playful smile on the handsome boy's face. However, you dare to take my honor. The next time you encounter it, just run over to death. The boy got up and walked inside. Around him, a little bit of dazzling sparks diffused. One of the sparks fell to the clean white floor. Like ice and magma, a pothole the size of a bowl takes shape in an instant. Chapter 32. Lijiang City has won the provincial champion. Different from the shock and sensation caused in the southern part of Suzhou and Hangzhou, Lijiang City is a sensation of excitement. To know. Over the years, even the key high schools in Lijiang City, the students trained by the first high school. The best achieved in the college entrance examination is only the 121st place in the province. And the emergence of the provincial champion. It is tantamount to dropping a giant bomb in the calm lake, which caused an uproar in an instant. The gate of the number 2 high school in Lijiang City was suddenly crowded with many people, all of them journalists and media. On the day that Zhou Yi was transferred to Paladin, there were a lot of media at the gate of number 2 high school. But the number of interviews today is not of the same order of magnitude. Not only reporters from this city, but even exclusive reporters from Ning'an have arrived here. Faced with such a good publicity opportunity, Principal Luo Heng naturally would not let it go. I told the security guard at the gate to let it go. And he himself, already wearing a suit and leather shoes, was interviewed by Lijiang City in the principal's office. In addition to the principal, Li Xiangyang, the head teacher, is also a popular interviewee. There are even teachers of various subjects, and everyone is full of microphones in front of them. Those reporters who couldn't get in, simply did not find teachers, but found students in the first and second grades of high school and asked them to talk about their impressions of the top scorer in the college entrance examination. How do I put it? I didn't know Zhou Yi before, and the first time I met was on the screen of the college entrance examination. But if I want to describe him, the deepest impression he gives is his toughness and calmness. A sophomore boy with glasses said so. Just standing there gives a great sense of security. A beautiful girl's eyes flashed with admiration. Taking advantage of the large number of students, the reporter quickly asked around. Then he was shocked to find that every junior and junior who watched the exam was full of admiration for this Zhou Yi, and their admiration was beyond words. Some daring girls even directly expressed their opinions through this. As a reporter, of course, all this was completely recorded in his notebook. At the same time, he was also somewhat emotional. It is worthy of being the first provincial champion in Lijiang City for so many years. This charm is too strong. In addition to number 2 high school, senior officials from the Municipal Education Bureau and the municipal government were also interviewed. When Zhou Yi was transferred to become a paladin, I knew that this son would become a great man. That's why I suggested to the city government to increase the training of Zhou Yi. After 10 minutes of impassioned talk about the training of Zhou Yi by the city government and the City Education Bureau, Jiu Tao, director of the Education Bureau, also said that Zhou Yi will be rewarded with a gift of 5 million in cash and a C-level practice resource. The Municipal Education Bureau's awards are over, and the municipal government will naturally not fall behind. Immediately afterwards, he made a promise to send 2 million in cash to Zhou Yi and a set of luxury courtyards in the city. It is an old tradition in Suzhou and Hangzhou to reward the champion of the province. Although Jiang City is poor, it is not sloppy in this matter. Moreover, the resources that Jiang City can obtain in the future by cultivating the provincial champions are far from what this reward can match. After the official statement is complete, local companies in Jiang City naturally cannot sit still. Joke. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, nearly 3 million candidates took the college entrance examination this year. And stepping on these more than 3 million candidates, the first provincial champion in Suzhou and Hangzhou province is naturally a dragon and a phoenix, and the future is boundless. Now flatter, but also leave a good impression. In addition, it is basically a disguised advertisement for a company to give a big gift to the champion of the college entrance examination. Without exception, major companies have expressed their desire to reward the only champion in Jiang City so far. The machinery manufacturer said that they would send a robot with 3-level intelligence. The equipment manufacturer said to send a whole set of enchanted equipment. Even the Warcraft breeding base came in, saying that they would send Zhou Yi the best contract summons. The whole city of Lijiang is boiling because of the announcement of the provincial rankings, and the provincial champion settled in Lijiang. And the other side. Zhou Yi's strongest career assistance system also started reward settlement. Monitoring the announcement of the college entrance examination results, the college entrance examination achievement task has been completed. Congratulations, you won the first place in Suzhou and Hangzhou province in this college entrance examination. The task reward will be distributed according to your first place result. In the room, Zhou Yi, who sent Zhou Yun away, stared at the system interface by himself. After a while, a series of system prompts appeared one after another. According to your Paladin occupation status, matching quest rewards are now issued. Congratulations on obtaining the God level skill Hand of God, S. Congratulations on getting the S-class Fetish Rebirth Cross. Congratulations on obtaining the one-time God level Mystery Serenity, S. Congratulations on obtaining the rare skill Light Punishment, A. Congratulations on getting 30 free attribute points. Congratulations for getting 30 skill points. This reward is too generous. Looking at the series of prompts on the system interface, even Zhou Yi, who was psychologically prepared, was a little shocked. 3 S-rank skill items, and 1 A-rank rare skill. In front of so many rewards, the last 30 free attribute points and skill points are simply insignificant. Chapter 33. On the Blue Star, the skills mastered by professionals are divided into 7 levels, F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. The higher the level, the rarer it is. Take Zhou Yi himself. Before he was transferred to a Paladin, he had only mastered 2 skills. A D-rank Tiger Attack, and an E-rank Air Slash. And this was because his father was a level 16 knight, so he left these 2 skill books. Ordinary people, it would be good to have an F-rank and E-rank skill. The C-level and B-level skill books are even rarer. Generally, only the municipal government and the Municipal Education Bureau will collect them. And the more advanced A-level skills are almost all kept in the library of the top universities in Zhangzhia. This is one of the reasons why many students prefer top universities so much. As for the highest ranked S-rank skill, even in the 3 top universities, it is extremely rare, and it is generally in the hands of the group of people who have set foot on the top of Blue Star. Therefore, when Zhou Yi saw that there was an S-level skill, an S-level secret technique, and an A-level skill in his college entrance examination achievement reward, he was instantly shocked. Let's see what effects these skills have. Taking a deep breath and suppressing his excitement, Zhou Yi hurriedly checked the skill description. First of all, it is the A-level punishment of light. Light's retribution LV1, A increases the magic defense of a teammate within a certain range, and makes it master the power of lightning. The magic attack lightning of the light attribute can be dropped on the designated enemy. The power of the lightning is affected by the affinity of the light attribute of the releaser, and the effect lasts for a certain period of time. Master the power of thunder and lightning, and drop magic attack lightning on the designated enemy? Isn't this directly becoming a thunder mage? Zhou Yi was stunned for a moment, followed by a burst of joy. The positioning of the Paladin is indeed a reloading auxiliary type. Although there are output skills, the effect is not too strong. For example, now he has mastered more than 10 skills. But among these skills, the buff type augmentation skills are the most, followed by some small skills that block the movement and interrupt the hegemony. For example, the Spear of Victory, Tiger Strike, and Air Slash. Even the Holy Light Cross, which can continuously burn monsters, is actually a buff skill. The reason why such a terrifying group attack area damage is caused is because of his own S-level talent. If you lose the SN talent of the guardianship of the Holy Angel, Holy Light Cross, it is just a very common continuous area damage skill. Far less than the terrifying output of the mage. Therefore, Zhou Yi has always lacked pure output skills. The appearance of punishment of light just solved his urgent need. The first skill was so surprising, Zhou Yi hurriedly looked at the second skill. Hand of God LV1, S condenses holy light, summons the projection of the left hand of the God of Light, and attacks the enemy, causing high light magic damage. The skill description of God's hand is very brief, but Zhou Yi noticed two key words, the left hand of the God of Light and high magic damage. You know, there are indeed gods in this world. The God of Light is one of the gods that many priests believe in. Even if it is just a projection, it is extremely terrifying. It's another pure output skill. It seems that the system is trying to make up for the shortcomings of the paladins. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up. Retribution of Light and Hand of God. Plus his bunch of buffs. In this way, he can be regarded as a real meat and output. Hey, upgrading from LV1 to LV2 actually requires 200 skill points, which is indeed an S-level skill. Looking at the skill points required to upgrade the Hand of God on the information panel, Zhou Yi took a deep breath. Even if he receives all skill points from the daily quest rewards. It also took more than 20 days to collect enough 200 skill points to upgrade it to LV2. Furthermore, as an S-rank skill, the consumption of releasing this Hand of God once should be terrifying. Zhou Yi's eyes flashed solemnly. Everyone's magic level is related to their level. The higher the level, the more magic in the body. Of course, the wisdom attribute will also affect the magic level to a certain extent. But the impact is not great. At the 10th level, he killed the Bull King, and the magic power in his body was already exhausted. Now at level 13, the magic power level in the body has increased a lot. But he is still not sure whether this S-rank Hand of God will drain his magic power instantly. Look for a place to try when you have time. Shaking his head, Zhou Yi stopped paying attention and swept his gaze to the last S-rank skill. Seance, S, a one-time secret technique from the Temple of Knights. The release of this secret technique does not need to consume mana, and is not affected by silence skills. After using this secret, part of the power of the God of Light will be borrowed. According to the physical endurance, the four-dimensional attributes will be increased accordingly, all the gods and light skills will temporarily increase by 5, and the recovery speed of health, stamina, and magic will be x20. The effect lasts for a period of time, and after the skill ends, it will enter a weak state. The four-dimensional attributes are increased accordingly, all skill levels are +5, and the recovery speed of each attribute is directly increased by 20 times. This is a desperate skill. Zhou Yi's breathing became rapid in an instant. With such a skill in hand, even in the face of an enemy many times stronger than himself, he still has the power to fight. Unfortunately, it can only be released once. Zhou Yi has some regrets. But he also knows that this kind of magical skill that can increase his strength dozens of times is extremely rare, and it would be good to have a chance to release it. Moreover, this skill does not consume magic power, and is not affected by the silence skill. It is simply perfect to the extreme. After checking the skills, Zhou Yi took a look at the effect of the rebirth cross seal. The effect of this S-rank fetish is very simple, that is, resurrection. A resurrection point can be bound, and once the bound object dies, it can be revived at the resurrection point immediately. However, after resurrection, all attributes of the bound object will be reduced by 30%. Compared with life, 30% attribute loss is nothing. Zhou Yi didn't care about this side effect. After all, even if the attributes are lost, it is enough to slowly add some points back, but it will only pass through a period of weakness. All the reward items and skills have been sorted out, and Zhou Yi is also very satisfied. This reward not only solves the problem of insufficient output of paladins. He also gave a desperate skill of seance and a life-saving artifact of the Ankh of Rebirth. In this way, even if he encounters an enemy who cannot be defeated by the seance, he can still be resurrected directly at the resurrection point. Security can be said to be directly full. Chapter 34. OM. While Zhou Yi was sorting out the system rewards, the phone on the desktop kept vibrating. The above are congratulatory messages from the principal Luo Heng, the director of the Education Bureau Jiutao, and the head teacher Li Xiangyang. In addition, there are many congratulatory text messages from unfamiliar numbers. Jingle bell, jingle bell. Suddenly the phone rang. When the rankings of the college entrance examination in Suzhou and Hangzhou were announced, Zhou Yi had expected that many people would call him. So set a whitelist in advance. Those who can call in now are all acquaintances. So Zhou Yi, who had sorted out the system rewards, didn't hesitate and got on the phone directly. Mr. Zhou, in view of your outstanding performance in the college entrance examination, the city government has decided to reward you with 2 million Zongxia coins and a luxury courtyard. You see, do you want to decide where to live in this luxury courtyard? Or we choose for you? Zhao Wenbin's voice came from the other end of the phone. Compared with before, his voice was a lot more respectful, and there was a faint hint of flattery. After all, it was just speculation that Zhou Yi would win the first prize in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Now that the rankings are announced, the status of the provincial champion has been confirmed. Zhou Yi's future development is limitless. Although he is the secretary of the city, he is also a deputy county-level cadre. But in front of Zhou Yi, it's really nothing. Giving a luxury courtyard. Then choose be in scenic community. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yi said. After crossing into this world, what he liked most was be in scenic community. Since the city wants to send it, it just happens to be there. Okay, we will start the formalities for you now. After the formalities are completed, I will notify you to check in. Zhao Wenbin hung up the phone respectfully. On the other hand, Zhou Yi received another incoming call. Principal Luo Heng called. Zhou Yi, the admissions teacher from the top 10 colleges and universities will arrive at the school in the afternoon, and then I will send a car to pick you up. Don't worry, this time, all the top 10 colleges and universities will gather, including the 3 top colleges that you are thinking about. Luo Heng's words were filled with unconcealed joy. In the last special recruitment, it was said that it was a top-10 university, but in the end only 4 universities came, and none of the top 3 universities came. This time, the top-10 colleges and universities have all gathered together, which is completely different from the last time. Okay. Zhou Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. After hanging up the phone, there was a little curiosity in his eyes. The 3 top universities have a detached status. Now that I have come to the special move, I don't know what conditions will be given. But in any case, the pay will definitely not be too low. Brother. The Municipal Education Bureau said it would give us 5 million in cash and a sea-level cultivation resource. The city government will also give us 2 million in cash and a set of luxury courtyards. There are also many companies that say they want to send us something on TV. At this time, Zhou Yi rushed in. There was excitement on her pretty little face. I know, I just received a call notification. Zhou Yi rubbed Zhou Yun's little head and said curiously. Where did you go just now? After notifying herself of the provincial champion just now, Zhou Yun ran out. At that time, his mind was on the system reward, and he didn't pay attention to where Zhou Yun went. Hey, I just went out to tell Sister Wang and Sister Lu the good news. My brother, the champion of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Zhou Yun straightened her chest, like a proud little phoenix. Zhou Yi couldn't help but smile when he heard this. This girl, the CO author, is going out to show off. By the way, brother, I received a lot of calls just now. Not only those companies, but also relatives who have not been in contact for a long time have called. Zhou Yun raised her phone, and there was a series of missed calls on it. Also, Aunt Li came over just now and said that the previous medical expenses were miscalculated, and they refunded me a lot of money. She took out some bright red cash from her pocket again. You don't need to care about the company's phone calls, and we can't ask for the things they send. There are relatives, except for the aunt and second uncle who helped us at the beginning, don't care about others. As for Aunt Li's miscalculated medical expenses, you can take it yourself. Zhou Yi made arrangements quickly, and at the same time felt a little emotional. The so-called poverty in the downtown area is not asked, and the rich have distant relatives in the mountains. At that time, the mother died of illness, and the younger sister was seriously ill, and urgently needed hospital expenses. Desperate, he called these relatives to borrow money, but most of them were like hiding from the plague god. Either you don't answer the phone, or you just say you don't have any money. However, he was screened before he called. These relatives should have some spare money. Borrowing money to no avail, if it wasn't for the aunt and second uncle who had the same family difficulties and squeezed out some money, my sister Zhou Yun might not be here now. Of course, he didn't blame the other party for anything. After all, borrowing money is inherently sensitive. What's more, the borrower is still a poor person who has even sold the house and has a poor child with a seriously ill sister. It is understandable that there is resistance to this. However, since he couldn't share weal and woe at the beginning, he would naturally ignore it when we contact him again. As for Aunt Li who miscalculated medical expenses, Zhou Yi did not reveal it either. After all, in the eyes of his sister, the other party is still a head nurse with good senses. The top 10 colleges and universities are moving fast. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Yi received a call from the principal Luo Heng. The admissions teachers of the top 10 colleges and universities have arrived, and the special car I arranged is already on the way. You can just take the special car after a while. Hey? So fast? Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. The provincial exam rankings were announced at 8 am, and it's only been 6 hours now. The top 10 have already arrived? You know, these top 10 universities are located all over the country. With an ultra-long distance teleportation array, it's not easy to reach the Li River. It's just a matter of cost. Principal Luo Heng explained with a smile. I see. Zhou Yi was instantly stunned. Also, as a major infrastructure country, Zhongxia Kingdom has basically built a teleportation array in every city in Gao Nei. Even if the distance is far, as long as you are willing to spend the magic core and magic crystal, is it still a matter of blinking an eye? The top 10 colleges and universities are gathered together, or it's time to decide which college I apply for. Zhou Yi's goal has always been the top 3 schools. However, which of the 3 top schools to choose, he has not yet made a decision. Of course, no matter which school he chooses, he can get the most top-notch training. Not long after the call from Principal Luo Heng, the special car arranged for him arrived downstairs in the hospital. And Zhou Yi also took the special car directly and went to number 2 high school. Chapter 35. Lijiang number 2 high school. The 6th floor of the teaching building, the VIP reception room. At this time, the originally empty black round table was already full. Zhu Yu from Seoul University, Li Bing from South Sichuan University, and Wang Yuan from Anji University, many of them are familiar faces. For 3 days, please look at it with admiration. On the seat, Zhu Yu with a beautiful face swept around, his eyes paused on the 3 people in the forefront, and his tone was full of emotion. At the beginning, when Zhou Yi said he was going to challenge the 3 top schools, people in the other 3 schools thought he was arrogant. She was the only one who felt that Zhou Yi was very courageous and had a lot of energy, which left a good impression on her. But although she admires Zhou Yi's courage, it does not mean that she is optimistic about Zhou Yi. On the contrary, she is not optimistic about Zhou Yi's performance in the college entrance examination. As a result, I did not expect that the other party not only performed well in the college entrance examination, but also won the first prize in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Now not only those familiar faces from other schools have come over. Even the 3 top colleges and universities, which have always been aloof, were moved by the wind and arranged for admissions teachers to come. Who said it wasn't? Li Bing from South Sichuan University also inserted in, and smiled bitterly. If I had known that Zhou Yi would win the provincial champion, I shouldn't have gone so fast. Otherwise, it would not be so passive now. At the beginning, when he and Wang Yuan from Anji University heard that Zhou Yi was going to attack the 3 top universities, they didn't give a good look and left. If he had stayed as long as Zhu Yu at the time, he might have left a good impression. We're pretty good. Wang Yuan from Anji University pouted towards a middle-aged man sitting not far away. The senior management of Rongyang University heard that Zhao Tianfu was not only the first to leave when he was recruiting for the first time, but also angrily rebuked Zhou Yi for being ignorant. His nose was crooked. Not only did he find him a year's salary, but he also brought in a new admissions teacher. No, this is their new recruiting teacher. I was fined 1 year's salary, and I was also revoked as an admissions teacher. The punishment is a bit heavy. Zhu Yu was a little surprised. You know, although most teachers in colleges and universities will make money by hunting monsters and selling materials. However, salary income also accounts for a large part of all income, and the sudden loss of 1 year's salary is not small. Moreover, as an admissions teacher, each time the admissions ends, you can also get a hard fee. Now that the qualification has been revoked halfway, most of the hard work is not available. Who said it wasn't, but what he said at the time was really too heavy. Shaking his head, Wang Yuan did not continue to speak. According to the normal development trajectory, Zhao Tianfu's remarks at that time were not a problem except that they were a little heavy. But who is Zhou Yi is too evil, he just won the champion of Suzhou and Hangzhou province. If his grades were close, and he was only in the top 10 in the province, the punishment for Zhao Tianfu might not be that serious. The top 10 colleges and universities came at the same time. As the principal, Luo Heng was also busy in the VIP reception room, and did not dare to rest for a moment. Of course, his main service targets are the 3 people at the front of the round table. These 3 people are Su Mei from Suhang University, Sun Rui from Qingjing University, and Cai Tianyun from Modu University. Zhou Yi, we are going to make an appointment for Modu University. You two should go back as soon as possible. Cai Tianyun is a middle-aged strong man with an extremely domineering tone. Do you want it? Have you asked us at Qingjing University? Sun Rui's eyebrows stood upright next to him, also not to be outdone. Hehe, what's the use of arguing now? When Zhou Yi comes, don't you have to rely on your own means? Su Mei, the plump beauty from Suhang University, sat on a chair and stretched out, and her close-fitting tutor clothes immediately drew a thrilling arc. Cai Tianyun and Sun Rui snorted coldly when they heard the words, and immediately stopped talking. Indeed, the most important thing for special recruitment is the means of their respective schools, and it is useless no matter how fierce the quarrel is now. In the entire VIP reception room, all the top 10 universities were present. However, when the three argued, they did not seem to take the other 7 schools into consideration. In this regard, the admissions teachers of the other 7 schools were not surprised. After all, the 3 top universities have a detached status and profound background. They didn't come here to compete with these 3 top universities for Zhou Yi, but to get to know each other well. This made Principal Luo, who had been with him all the time, couldn't help but feel a little emotional. As expected of the 3 top universities, this aura is not comparable to the average top 10 universities. In the VIP reception room, the admissions teachers did not wait for a while. With a bang, the sliding door of the conference room opened. A strong and slender figure walked in under the leadership of the principal's secretary. This person is Zhou Yi. I saw that he had just entered the reception room. More than a dozen lines of sight were instantly focused on him. Although Zhou Yi looks young, he still exudes a solemn and condensed temperament under his suit-like jacket. Whether it is the glory of the provincial champion status, or the confidence brought by the guardianship of the SN talent divine angel, both of them made his already decent temperament even more extraordinary. Good picture for sale. Su Mei in the middle couldn't help but admire such a temperament and appearance, coupled with that powerful strength. If you go to university, you don't know how many school sisters and schoolmates you will be fascinated by. And the teachers present are at least level 35 professionals. Although everyone deliberately restrained their breath. But the stress of looking at the same person at the same time is terrifying. Under such circumstances, it was not easy for Zhou Yi to keep his complexion unchanged. Everyone is a high-level professional. Su Mei can see this, and everyone can naturally see it. So, as soon as we met, Zhou Yi left a calm and confident impression in everyone's mind. Zhou Yi, you are here. Come, let me introduce to you, this is from the universities. Principal Luo immediately greeted him and introduced with a smile. Under his introduction, Zhou Yi also quickly learned the identities of many teachers. These are all admissions teachers from top 10 colleges and universities. And the 3 at the front are the admissions teachers from the 3 top universities. Hello, teachers. Zhou Yi said respectfully. Chapter 36. Classmate Zhou, long time no see, you surprised me. But since you are already the provincial champion, I won't say much more. As long as you come to our Seoul University, you will be immediately rewarded with 4 million midsummer coins, plus a B-end grade resource. Zhou Yu was the first to say hello, and as soon as he opened his mouth, it was a recruitment condition that was several times more precious than the last time. Zhou Yi, as long as you come to our Rongyang University, we are willing to donate a B-end level resource, plus 6 million Zongxia coins. We Tianese University are willing to give 3 pieces of golden equipment, plus a top-quality contract summon. We at Hangzhou University are willing to give 2 B+ level cultivation resources. With Zhu Yu taking the lead, the rest of the schools set out their own recruitment conditions. Although Zhou Yi has said before that he wants to go to the 3 top universities, but they have to try too, right? What if? If Zhou Yi's heart is moved, then he will make a lot of money. Therefore, the conditions offered by these schools are richer and more generous than the other. After all the schools offered their own conditions, the 3 people at the front of the round table also spoke up. The first is Cai Tianyun, a strong man from Modu University. Student Zhou, we don't have anything else in Modu University, but there are quite a lot of cultivation resources. As long as you are willing to come to us, from freshman to senior year, we will provide an A-level practice resource every academic year. When the words fell, except for Su Mei and Sun Rui, the other admissions teachers gasped. Rich, really rich. One A-level resource per academic year is 4 A-level resources. Taken together, the resources invested in Zhou Yi are sky high. As expected of one of the 3 top colleges, this treatment is great. Principal Luo on the side couldn't help but sigh. Compared with top schools such as Motu University, other schools are a bit dwarfed. Humph, what Motu University can give, we Qingjing University can give it as well. Sun Rui snorted coldly and joined in. Not only does 1A resource per year, but we guarantee you a full set of gold-level gear every school year. As soon as this statement came out, the people around were shocked. 4 copies of A-level resources, plus a set of gold-level equipment for 1 academic year, Qingjing University has made a lot of money. Is this the battle of the 3 top universities? It's terrifying. How to play this? The gap is too big. Some college admissions teachers who are dealing with the 3 top colleges for the first time are helpless. This is purely a dimensionality reduction blow. At this moment, all the schools present, except Suhang University, have proposed their own special admission treatment. Seeing this, Su Mei also looked at Zhou Yi with a smile. Student Zhou Yi, although our Suhang University doesn't have as many cultivation resources as Motu University and Qingjing University, we still get 1 A-level resource every year. And not only that. Our school believes in strength. For the student population, we have a ranking list for the first rank on the ground, and a ranking list for the second rank in the sky. As long as you are strong enough after entering the school and get a high enough position on the leaderboard, let alone A-level resources, even S-level resources, we will give them the same. Furthermore, among these 3 top universities, the actual combat ability of the students trained by our Suhang University can definitely be called one of the best. Especially in the past 4 years, the freshman exchange competition has won the first place. Trust me, choose our Suzhou Hangzhou University, you are right. As a major education province, Suzhou and Hangzhou are undoubtedly the most powerful universities in the province with strong faculty. Especially in the past 4 years, the National College Exchange competition has taken the limelight. This is an irrefutable fact. The teachers from the other 2 colleges obviously knew this too, snorted coldly, and didn't speak. With the end of Su Mei's last sentence, all the colleges and universities gave their own special treatment. Zhou Yi also thought about it at this time. His goal from the beginning was the 3 top universities. Therefore, for the other 7 top 10 colleges and universities, he did not take it into consideration at all. But this is Magic Capital University, Qingjing University, and Suzhou Hangzhou University. Which school should you choose? These 3 schools have similar special admissions treatment. Moreover, they belong to the 3 top universities, and it is promising to choose any one of them. But since you have to choose, you must choose the one that suits you best. The comprehensive faculty of the 3 schools is similar, otherwise it would not be the top 3 in the country. And what I want to get in college is stronger combat power and stronger actual combat ability. That being the case, which school should I choose? I also know in my heart. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yi made a decision in his heart. Zhou Yi, how is it, have you considered which school to choose? At this time, Sun Rui couldn't help but ask aloud. Facing everyone's gaze, Zhou Yi nodded and said. Well, my choice is Suhang University. Chapter 37. What is the purpose of going to university? The purpose is to quickly become stronger. Since the resources provided by the 3 schools are similar, and the teachers are also similar, then we can only see who is stronger among the students trained by the 3 parties. Obviously, Suzhou Hangzhou University, which has won the championship of the National Freshman Exchange competition for 4 consecutive years, is even better. Therefore, Zhou Yi finally chose Suhang University. Moreover, Suzhou Hangzhou University is located in Ning'an City, the capital city of Suzhou Hangzhou Province. At that time, it is also very convenient to go back to Lijiang to see my sister. After telling the college of his choice, Zhou Yi apologized to the other teachers. The rest of the teachers, I'm sorry. It's okay, it's all a school in Zhangzia, no matter which school you go to, we will support it. Although a little disappointed, Sun Rui also waved his hand to express his understanding. Congratulations, Mr. Su, your school has got another good seedling. Another provincial champion has been won by your Suzhou Hangzhou University. It seems that this year's college freshman exchange competition, you are bound to win. Hey, it seems that we are going to be crushed again in this exchange competition. Seeing the results come out, the admissions teachers of other colleges didn't have much hope, and after congratulations, they left one after another. And the smile on Su Maiqiao's face became brighter. After winning Zhou Yi, Suhang University's lineup in this year's National College Freshman Exchange Competition has become much stronger. Okay, since you chose Sudai, then I won't stay any longer, Zhou Yi, see you in the Freshman Exchange Competition. With a wave of his hand, Sun Rui also followed. If you are not used to staying in Suhang University after enrolling, you are welcome to transfer to our Modu University. Facing Su Mei's murderous gaze, Cai Tianyun patted Zhou Yi on the shoulder. Then he quickly walked out of the reception room. Hey, this guy, he's still not dead. With a cold snort, Su Mei looked at Zhou Yi and quickly put on a bright smile on her face. At the same time hand over a contract. This is the special recruitment contract of our Su University, you see, if there is no problem, just sign it. Okay. Zhou Yi, who took over the contract, checked it carefully. As Su Mei said, in the first line of the contract, the special move reward this time is explained. After enrollment, one A-level practice resource will be awarded each academic year. The list of A-level resources available for selection is as follows. Fire Ling Z, after taking it, it can increase the output of the fire element. Depending on the effect of the medicine, it can add at least 40% of the fire damage. If it is used with auxiliary materials for neutralization and conditioning, the effect will be better. Physique Pill, after taking it, it can increase 40 physique points, which is valid for those below 300 physique points. Cloud Monroe, after taking it, it can increase 35 points of agility points. It is effective for those with less than 200 points of agility. If it is combined with the corresponding medicinal materials, the effect will be further enhanced. There are heavenly materials and earth treasures as well as finished medicinal pills in A-level cultivation resources, if you choose heavenly materials and earth treasures. It's best to wait until after school and find the school's pharmacist to help refine the medicine pill. In this way, the effect will be better after taking it. Of course, some ancillary materials and pharmaceutical costs can only be consumed in credits. And because there are too many A-level resources in our school, not all A-level resources are listed above. If none of the items listed above are what you want, you can wait until the school and then choose. Su Mei reminded. As one of the top 3 universities in Daxia, Suzhou and Hangzhou University receives resources from the Zhangzia Guo government every year. The strongest principal, and the few vice principals also throw some good things into the school's warehouse from time to time. This also led to the accumulation of many good things in the warehouse of Suda after so many years. Zhou Yi's heart moved when he heard the words, and he quickly asked. Mr. Su, do we have the resource of the extreme cold ice lotus in our school? Extremely cold ice lotus? Wait a minute, I'll check it out for you. Su Mei took out her mobile phone and projected a virtual screen into the air, quickly operating it. After a while, she heard her shaking her head and saying. The extremely cold ice lotus belongs to the S-class resource, which is extremely rare and rare. It is not preserved in our school warehouse. Understood. Zhou Yi was slightly disappointed. But also, if it was so easy to find, it wouldn't be listed as an S-level resource. But if it's useful to you, I'll keep an eye out for you. Su Mei added. Then I will trouble Teacher Su. After thanking him, Zhou Yi checked for a moment, and after confirming that there was no problem with the contract, he also pressed his handprint at the end of the contract. The moment he raised his right hand, a six-pointed star magic circle appeared, locking the fingerprints that belonged to him on the contract. This is the official sign of the establishment of the magic contract of the Zhongxia Kingdom. Once locked, it means that the contract is officially established, and even a level 63rd turn mage cannot change it without destroying the logo. Because it is extremely safe and officially recognized, this kind of magic contract is generally used in formal occasions. By the way, I forgot to tell you just now. As a specially recruited provincial champion, you also have the right to choose a gold-level weapon. Sumia waved her hand, and while the magic power surged, a screen composed of stored magic power also appeared in front of Zhou Yi. Wandless spell casting. Zhou Yi whispered in his heart. Generally speaking, if a wizard wants to cast spells, he needs to use a wand or wand. But there is another technique, and that is wandless casting. However, this is generally a skill that only high-level mages can master. Can you take the liberty to ask, what level of professional are you, Mr. Su? Zhou Yi asked curiously. It is very rude to use identification techniques on others. Especially in front of the strong, not only will one not get any information accidentally, but it may be backlashed due to the failure to release the appraisal technique. Therefore, he did not know Sumi's professional level information. Me? A second turn mage at level 42. Sumi did not hide it. Level 42. Zhou Yi's eyes almost popped out. Judging from her appearance, this teacher Sumi may not even be 30 years old. It was already a level 42 powerhouse. It was terrifying. Don't make a fuss, when you enter Sudai, you can see more powerful people. Even some of the more enchanting students can reach my level. Thinking of the group of enchanting students in the school, Sumi brows with emotion. Those students are the real promising ones. A student who has reached level 42? Does that mean that he is already level 42 before he reaches the age of 23? Zhou Yi felt that his brain was not enough. In Lijiang City, being able to meet a level 30 professional is not a big deal. If there is a professional who can reach level 25 at the age of 23, it is enough to be called a genius. Unexpectedly, in Zhou University, at the age of 23, he can reach level 42. Zhou Yi's three views have been somewhat subverted. The Li River is still too small, it's normal for you not to know this. When you arrive at Suzhou University, you will know how wonderful the outside world is. It seemed that she remembered the day she first arrived at Sudai, and so Mimi's eyes were filled with reminiscence. Back then, she was the same as Zhou Yi. It's a little white who comes from a small place and doesn't know anything. Outside world. Zhou Yi's eyes gradually became firmer. Indeed, Lijiang City is still too small. Only when I went to Suhang University, I saw geniuses from all over the country. Only then will you understand what the world is like. At the same time, he also had some expectations. What kind of strength will these geniuses have? Will you surprise yourself? Chapter 38. After transferring to Paladin and obtaining the system, Zhou Yi found a very embarrassing problem. That is, among his peers, he can't find an opponent. Even for the first and second people in the key classes of the second high school, the average value of each attribute is only about 25 points. With his average attribute of 47 points, it can almost be said to be a crushing level. In this nightmare-level dungeon deep in the dark jungle, although it was very refreshing. But after all, it is not human, and I always feel that something is missing. When the copy of the college entrance examination is over, he will get a series of system rewards, and his strength will be strengthened again. He has no rivals. Therefore, when I think of entering Suhang University next, I will meet many geniuses of the same age. Zhou Yi couldn't help but get excited. Hey! It's actually burning up? It's interesting. Seeing the change in Zhou Yi's temperament, Su Mei was amused. Such students should be very popular with those fighting freaks. Weapon, Giant Eagle Battle Axe. Quality, Gold. Level requirements, Level 12. Attribute, Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 20. Race restriction, none. Occupation restrictions, Warrior, Knight, Guardian. Effect, the longer the battle time, the higher the attack speed increase, up to 20% attack speed increase. Weapon, Xianguang warhammer. Quality, Gold. Level requirements, Level 13. Attribute, Constitution plus 18, Wisdom plus 24. Race restriction, none. Occupation restrictions, Warrior, Knight, Guardian. Effect, increases the level of all light-based skills below B rank plus 1. On the other hand, Zhou Yi, who didn't notice the change in Su Mei's expression, also began to browse the equipment on the magic screen. I have to say, as a top university, these weapon attribute bonuses and side effects given by Suhang University are very good. Even among gold level weapons, it should be considered a very good type. There are many weapons on the screen. Zhou Yi browsed for a while before reading them all, and made a choice. Mr. Su, my weapon is the Xianguang warhammer. Xianguang warhammer? I remember that you used a battle axe in the college entrance examination. Why is it changed to a warhammer now? Su Mei was surprised. Generally speaking, the professional chooses the weapon type, and it will not change easily. To me, these weapons are actually pretty much the same, so I wanted to see how a warhammer would work. And this is just more than 10 levels of equipment, and it is easy to change. Zhou Yi explained with a smile. 1 month before the college entrance examination, after trying all the weapons that the paladins can use, he found that giant soldiers like battle axes and warhammers were more suitable for him. However, because there was only one single-edged axe with 2 bronze stars at home, he finally took the battle axe to the examination room. Now there are other giant weapons, and he wants to try more. After all, he is only level 13 now, and the level will be raised soon. This level 13 warhammer might have to be replaced soon. Well, since you chose the Xianguang warhammer, this weapon will be sent to you later. Su Mei nodded slightly. By the way, the admission date for special enrollment of our Suhang University is June 20th, and the admission date for ordinary students is August 1st. Today is June 7th, and I will come to pick you up on the 20th. During the 13 days in between, you can relax and rest. After you register for school, you will never have such a leisurely time again. As a level 42 mage, Su Mei herself is also a strong one. It stands to reason that there is no need to escort a student to report in person. But Zhou Yi is the champion of Suzhou Hangzhou province. If there is any problem on the way to Suzhou Hangzhou University, it will be troublesome. And she herself was born in the northern region of Suzhou and Hangzhou. This time, I just came back to my hometown to have a look. Su Da's check-in time so early. Zhou Yi was a little surprised. On June 20th, at that time, the students in the first and second year of high school had not had their summer vacation yet. Of course, you special recruits, if you register early, you can also receive higher level training earlier, and your strength will increase faster. At that time, the performance in the National College Freshman Exchange Competition will also be better. Su Mei's charming face was filled with a smile. National College Freshman Exchange Competition. Zhou Yi was suddenly stunned. The National College Freshman Exchange Competition is generally held in October and November every year. At that time, colleges and universities across the country will send their strongest batch of freshmen to participate. At the end of the exchange competition, the country will replan resources according to the ranking. The resources allocated by the state are related to the rise and fall of a school. Even Suhang University, a top university, does not dare to be sloppy. Okay, after the contract is signed, I'll go first. Remember to wait for me at the door at 9 a.m. on the 20th, and I will come and pick you up. Sign a special recruitment contract and choose your own weapon. Zhou Yi has officially become one of the many freshmen of Suhang University. Su Mei's task was successfully completed, and she swayed and turned to leave. At this time, Principal Luo and head teacher Li Xiangyang, who were watching the whole process, also surrounded him. Specially recruited by Suzhou Hangzhou University, Zhou Yi, you really did it. Until now, Principal Luo still feels a bit like a dream. Suhang University, although it is the top university in the province. But over the years, no one in Lijiang City has ever been admitted to this top university in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The appearance of Zhou Yi, however, made up for the regret of number 2 high school and even the entire Lijiang City. When you come back from the summer vacation next year, you have to go back to school and talk to your younger brothers and sisters about how you feel in Suzhou University. The head teacher Li Xiangyang also said with a smile at this time. The third-year college entrance examination is over, and next year he will bring a new batch of senior students again. If Zhou Yi went back to school to give a lecture at that time, it would definitely cause a stir. Old class has a request, so he has to come back. Zhou Yi immediately laughed. Looking at the time, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Now that the special move is over, he doesn't need to wait any longer, so he waved his hand and said, "Principal, old class, then I'll go back first." "Go." The two nodded at the same time. "This time, when we meet next time, I don't know what the scenery is like." Seeing Zhou Yi leaving, Li Xiangyang couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Yi is extremely powerful and has entered the top Suhang University in the country. He can't imagine what height he will reach as a student when they meet next time. Don't worry, you can still see him on TV when the National College Exchange competition starts. Patting Li Xiangyang on the shoulder, Principal Luo comforted. As the head teacher of Class 5, Zhou Yi, in Li Xiangyang's eyes, is just like his own child. Now that he is leaving after graduation, he will naturally be a little sad. "Let's go, I'll treat you at noon, and we too have a good drink." "Hehe, then thank you Principal." Chapter 39. "Brother, hurry up, the goods are already loaded, let's go quickly." "I'm coming." Minjiao Community, a building that looks at least 40 or 50 years old with dilapidated walls, is downstairs. A beautiful girl in a floral dress with a bright smile on her face jumped out of the downstairs passage. Behind her, there is a tall figure who looks young but exudes a condensed temperament. "Xiaoun, are you moving?" "Yes, Aunt Jian." "Hehe, I heard that you are moving to be in scenery?" "I heard that it is a luxury community." "Hehe, yes, Aunt Lu will come over to play when you have time." All right, definitely come, definitely come." Looking at the little girl who was full of youthful vigor, walking in front of her big brother. Many neighbors sitting in the courtyard of the community to rest also smiled involuntarily. They had heard about the little girl's strange disease a year ago. Now that the little girl was cured of her strange disease and regained her health, they felt happy from the bottom of their hearts. Zhou Yi is such an amazing kid. Looking at the slender figure with the same smile behind him, many neighbors were amazed. Over the past year, they have all seen Zhou Yi's performance. "Every day after school, I have to go to the hospital to deliver meals for my sister, and after delivering the meals, I have to go out to work part-time." Many people feel distressed. When everyone was going to raise donations for them, they were greeted with "Uncle Aunt, it's okay, I have a way." Was stopped abruptly. Faced with such a stubborn and strong child, they had no choice but to give up. Fortunately, it was as the other party said later. Although it was hard work, it persisted in the end. Now, it is even more famous. Not only did he cure his sister, but he was also about to move to a luxury community. "Aunt Jian, Aunt Lu, Uncle Wang, then let's go first." At the gate of the community, Zhou Yi waved goodbye to the neighbors inside. The city's work efficiency is very fast. On the second day after his special recruitment, the settlement procedures for bee and scenery have been completed. Coincidentally, Xiaoyun's observation period in the hospital is over and she can be discharged. So he simply called a car in the afternoon, packed up the things in the rental house, and prepared to move to a new home. And in this year, although he lived in a rental house, but also received a lot of care from these neighbors. Now that I have moved away, it is naturally impossible to leave without a word. Uncle Aunt, bye. Zhou Yun also waved her small hand. She was admitted to the hospital after living in this community for a long time, but she also remembered the kindness of these warm-hearted neighbors. Let's go. After saying goodbye, Zhou Yi took Zhou Yun into the car. Boom! With the low roar of the engine, the truck started and galloped away in the direction of Bee and Scenic Area. At this time, the bustling city center. Located at the end of Yingbin Avenue, the gate is closed on weekdays, leaving only the small entrance of the luxury community with the north extension of the scenery, and the main gate is wide open. At the gate, there are also many people wearing suits with good temperament, who are distinguished by a glance, waiting quietly beside them. Such a big battle has also attracted many owners who are walking in the community to cast their curious eyes here. Hey, is that Secretary Zhao in the city? Director Jia of the Education Bureau is also here. Tisk tisk, in this scene, it seems that some big person is going to live in our community. Owners who can live in Bee and Scenic community are already small and powerful. At this time, they looked at it and found it. Among the crowd waiting at the gate of the community, there are actually many high-level figures from the city government and the city education bureau that they would never expect to see. Seeing this, many people simply waited in the community together. Want to see who it is worth waiting for so many big people. Lao Yang, Lao Zhao, what are you doing here? At this time, a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 30s walked over from a distance and said curiously, Uncle Yang, Uncle Li. Behind him, a beautiful-looking 16-year-old girl also shouted politely. Yan Zhuo is here. Lao Yang greeted him with a smile, subconsciously glanced at the girl next to him, and couldn't help but admire. Your wanting is getting more and more beautiful. Slender body, handsome and beautiful appearance. Although she is only 16 years old and still a bit young, this girl already has a lot of charm. Thank you Uncle Yang for your praise. Li Wanting smiled sweetly. Haha, it's a shame, it's a shame. Li Yanzuo smiled humbly, and then asked curiously again. Why are you all gathering here? No, just look over there and you'll know. Following Lao Yang's suggestion, Li Yanzuo immediately found the group of people standing at the gate of the community. Secretary Zhao, Director Jie, hey, there are several high-level officials in the city. Seeing the appearance of the group of people, Li Yanzuo suddenly widened his eyes and took a deep breath. These people, just pick one out, are all the people he needs desperately to curry favor with. Now they are actually gathered here at the same time. What's going on? Wait, there should be a big man coming, maybe someone from the province. Old Li didn't turn his head back, staring at the gate of the community, for fear of missing something. People from the province? Then I have to wait here too. Li Yanzuo said quickly. Just kidding, if people from the provinces and regions can make friends, they will be able to fly to the top right away. Even if it is not a person from the province, the status will definitely not be low in this battle, and it is also very valuable to make friends. All in all, just wait. Dad, then wait here, I'll go back first. Li Wanting was not interested in this kind of thing, and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly a burst of brakes came from the door. She looked at it subconsciously, and saw a tall, slender figure with a resolute face walking down from the truck. Looking at the slightly familiar face, Li Wanting couldn't help but be stunned. This is, Yi, brother. Chapter 40. At the entrance of Bee and Scenic Community, I saw Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun coming down. Zhao Wenbin, who had been waiting here for a long time, was greeted by Jiatao and others. Mr. Zhou is here, let's go, I'll take you to your new home. Student Zhou Yi, the resources of the Education Bureau have been put into your new home. Please check them later. Come here and unload all Mr. Zhou's things and send them to Villas 4-12. Zhou Yi, who had just got off the car, didn't react, so he walked into the community surrounded by Zhao Wenbin and Jiatao. Hey? Who is this person? I don't understand a bit. Are the people who are arranged by the province so young? It's really strange, but why does this young man seem familiar to me? Looking at the group of people who quickly disappeared from sight, the group of people watching in the community were a little stunned. The big figures from the province are generally around 40 or 50 years old, with a condensed temperament. And why does this man look so young? They were stunned, but Li Yanzuo, who had watched the whole process, was even more stunned. That person just now, was Zhou Yi. Yes, it's Brother Yi. Li Wanting on the side affirmed excitedly. Although compared with a month ago, Zhou Yi's body, temperament and figure have changed a lot. But she still saw it at a glance, this is Brother Yi. Zhou Yi? Isn't that the provincial champion of our province? I heard that the city is going to send him a luxury courtyard. It seems that he chose to be in our community. No wonder so many high-level city government officials came to pick him up. Hurry back and get ready, and visit later. Provincial champion. The future is endless. As long as you don't fall, you will definitely become a giant in the future. As soon as they heard the identity of this young man, everyone couldn't sit still, and they all went home and began to prepare to visit. It was not until the last person left that Li Yanzuo reacted, his eyes widened, and he said incredulously. Zhou Yi, is the provincial champion. The provincial champion is Zhou Yi, he knows it. But he never associated the name with Zhou Yi, who taught himself. After all, the difference in strength between the two is too great. Uncle Li, the college entrance examination is coming, I have to hurry up and train. Try to get good grades in the exam, and you won't be a tutor in the future. Inexplicably, in Li Yanzuo's mind, the words Zhou Yi said to him at the door of his house appeared again. Striving for good grades in the test, and CO authoring, you are directly trying to get the provincial champion. At this time, Li Yanzuo felt that the world was a bit magical and at the same time proud. The first provincial champion in the history of Zhejiang City, he once worked as a tutor in my house. Dad, why are you still standing there? Since Brother Yi is the champion of the province, then we are not ready to prepare, we will visit the door later? No matter how late, the daylilies are cold. Li Wanting couldn't help but reminded anxiously. The visit was fake. In fact, she just wanted to see Brother Yi, who hadn't seen her for a month. Yes, let's go, let's go. After listening to his daughter's reminder, Li Yanzuo reacted and hurried to the direction of home. On the other hand, under the leadership of Zhao Wenbin and his party, Zhou Yi and his sister also came to a luxurious villa. Mr. Zhou, the building in front of you is another courtyard donated by the city government. Zhao Wenbin introduced. Villa 4-12 has 3 floors in total, with a basement, a special training room on the 2nd floor, and a super large terrace on the 3rd floor. The total area is 712 square meters, nearly 1,000 square meters if you include the basement, courtyard, oversized terrace, etc. Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun look at each other. He carefully looked up at the luxurious villa with red and white walls in front of him. This is their future home. Nearly 1,000 square meters. Zhou Yun had a cute expression on her face. Although she is young, it is not that she does not understand anything. Instead, she knows a lot. In a residential area located in the center of Bian scenery, the value of such a luxury villa of nearly 1,000 square meters is probably tens of millions of dollars. At this moment, her admiration for her big brother Zhou Yi deepened. Mr. Zhou, let's go in and have a look. Walking into the villa, the first thing that catches your eye is the dozen or so silver password boxes placed on the floor of the living room of the villa. Zhou Yi, these are the rewards for your cultivation resources from our city government and the City Education Bureau. Why don't you open it all up? Jiu Tao, director of the Education Bureau, also said with a smile at this time. Zhou Yi became the provincial champion, and he was also arranged to come and contact Zhou Yi in person. No, I'm fine. Zhou Yi quickly shook his head. Just kidding, these resources were originally rewards from the city. It's good to have. How could he really open the box and count in front of everyone? Mr. Zhou, the new house and cultivation resources are here, so we won't bother. When you come to Suhang University in the future, you can contact us directly if you have anything. Remember, Lijiang City will always be your strongest backing. After exhorting them, Zhao Wenbin and Jiu Tao didn't stay much, and left with a group of people. Well, the uncles are finally gone. The younger sister Zhou Yun was also completely relaxed at this time, leaning on the sofa and looking around. When her eyes turned to an electronic device in front of the TV wall, her eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, is this a 3D virtual holographic projection device? When she was in the hospital, Zhou Yun taught herself to knit dolls in addition to her second-year courses. The only interest is to like to see some new things on the cutting edge of technology. And this three-dimensional virtual projection device is a brand new device that was released a few years ago, and the price is extremely expensive. At this moment, we see electronic devices with such a similar appearance. With a sense of surprise, she trotted to the TV wall. This girl, who is so interested in the latest technology, will not change her career to become a mechanic in the future. Shaking his head, Zhou Yi walked to the center of the living room. Get ready to see what the city has delivered. Crack! Crack! The lock boxes on the ground were opened one by one. Physical recovery potion, magic power recovery potion, constitution enhancement pill, wisdom enhancement pill. Zhou Yi took a look. The contents of these lock boxes are not particularly precious, and they may not be worth a B-level resource in total. But it's more than quantity. And similar to physical recovery potion, magic power recovery potion and other potions, almost every professional can use it. Give all these medicinal pills to Xiaoyun. Such low-level physique enhancement pills and wisdom enhancement pills are generally limited to those who have 25 or 30 physique points and below wisdom points to be effective. And Zhou Yi's current average 4-dimensional attribute has reached about 70 points, so naturally he can't use it. Chapter 41. The Lijiang Municipal Government has sent a remittance of 5,000,000 to your Suzhou Hangzhou bank account ending in 7013, please pay attention to check. The Lijiang Education Bureau has sent a remittance of 2,000,000 to your Suzhou Hangzhou bank account ending in 7013, please pay attention to check. Just when Zhou Yi was checking the resources, 2 remittance to account text messages also appeared on his mobile phone. It arrived so quickly. The efficiency of the city government is very fast. Zhou Yi, who received the text message, smiled slightly. The city government and the City Education Bureau have a total of 7 million awards. And 7 million is a relatively large amount. In just one day, the remittance was sent, and the efficiency can be said to be very high. Part of the 7 million Huaxia coins is reserved for Xiaoyun, and the other part should be used for the tuition and living expenses of Suhang University. Zhou Yi is not a person of luxury. Except for things related to strength, other things can't attract him. But now, he has weapons, he also has equipment, and he doesn't even need medicine pills at the moment. Therefore, this money, he naturally will not use it casually. Xiaoyun, let's go to the bank tomorrow, and I'll help you get a bank card. Zhou Yi just finished speaking. Suddenly there was a ding-dong, and the doorbell rang. Through the monitoring screen on the wall of the living room, it can be seen that a middle-aged strange man in a suit is standing at the door. Seemingly aware of the existence of the camera, he smiled brightly at the camera. "Hello, I'm a neighbor living in the villa next to you, my name is Wang Ming. I heard that Mr. Zhou Yi, you have moved into our community, and came to visit." Magnetic sounds emanate from hidden speakers embedded in the walls. From the sound, you can hear that this man has a high probability of being a successful person. "It looks like the neighbors already know my identity." Shaking his head, Zhou Yi got up and went to open the door. "Now that I live in an scenic community, I still have to build a good relationship with my neighbors. After all, her younger sister Zhou Yun may live here alone in the future. Get to know a few more neighbors and take care of each other. Those who can come to visit are all human beings. Everyone knows that giving gifts for no reason at this time will not only not win goodwill, but will cause some dissatisfaction. So most people just come over to chat, introduce themselves, and get familiar with each other." In this regard, Zhou Yi is also happy to relax. In this way, he sent away several waves of people who came to visit. After he sent off another neighbor, a slightly familiar voice sounded. "Brother Yi." Following the voice, Zhou Yi saw a young girl standing not far on the right. This girl looked only about 16 years old, with a ponytail and no makeup on her face, but she looked extremely delicate and beautiful. Next to him, there was a middle-aged man with a good temperament. Seeing Zhou Yi looking at him, the man also laughed and shouted. "Zhou Yi, long time no see. Uncle Li, wanting." Seeing the two of them, Zhou Yi was not surprised, and directly welcomed them in. "Wow, Brother Yi, your family is so big." As soon as she came in, Li Wanting was surprised. Although their home is also a single-family villa, in terms of internal area, their home has more than doubled in size. Moreover, the decoration in this villa is also much more exquisite than their home. So far so good. "Xiaoyun, come here." Zhou Yi smiled slightly, called Zhou Yun over, and introduced. "This is Uncle Li who I often mention to you. Your brother and I used to be a tutor in his family. This is your sister Wanting, Uncle Li's daughter." "Uncle Li, Sister Wanting." Zhou Yun greeted obediently. "What a beautiful sister." Li Wanting's eyes lit up when she saw Zhou Yun. "Brother Yi, is this your relative?" "Well, this is my sister, Zhou Yun." Zhou Yi nodded. "No wonder I think you guys look a bit alike. It turned out to be brothers and sisters, so why didn't you mention it to me before?" Li Wanting pouted. If she had known that Brother Yi had such a beautiful and lovely younger sister, she would have asked Brother Yi to bring her over to class. "I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you, but it's not too late to know now." Zhou Yi fooled him with a haha. He didn't mention his sister's illness to Uncle Li's family because he was afraid they would be worried. After a pause, he said to Zhou Yun again. "Xiaoyun, it's the first time for sister wanting to come to our house. You can take her around to see it." Zhou Yun nodded obediently, dragged Li Wanting and walked inside. "Sister Wanting, there is a courtyard behind us. There are a lot of flowers in it. I will show you." "Zhou Yi, you surprised me. I didn't expect you to be the champion of Suzhou and Hangzhou." Seeing the two leave, Li Yanzuo also spoke at the right time. However, unlike before, his tone involuntarily brought some caution. "Uncle Li, even if I become the provincial champion, I'm still that Zhou Yi, don't be nervous." Seeing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but smile. You know, in the past, Li Shuk was always the image of an elite. So many high-level leaders in the city have to be careful with you just now, I can't help but be nervous. Although he said so, Li Yanzuo was relieved after hearing what Zhou Yi said just now. It's not that he hasn't seen people who turn their faces and don't recognize people after gaining power. Fortunately, Zhou Yi is not such a person. Zhou Yi is not a transgender, and Li Yanzuo also breathed a sigh of relief, and gradually relaxed in the next conversation. As a high-level elite who manages a large company, he naturally knows how to find topics. And although Zhou Yi is only 18 years old, but 2 generations are human, they are not embarrassed to chat. For a while, Zhou Yi and Li Yanzuo chatted happily. "You're leaving on June 20th, so soon?" Li Yanzuo was a little surprised when he heard that Zhou Yi was going to report to Suhang University on June 20th. "Then what will your sister do then?" "She's here alone, do you rest assured. This is exactly what worries me." Zhou Yi sighed. He went to Suhang University not to play, but to improve his strength and train with his mentor. Moreover, as a top university, Suhang University will not let students do nothing every day. It is even possible to arrange actual combat missions to go out, and it may happen that they do not go back to school for a month or 2. Therefore, when the situation at the school is still unclear, it is impossible for him to take his sister Zhou Yun to Ning'an to take care of him. Even if he wants to take it, he will only take Zhou Yun after he finds out the situation over there and settles down completely. "I've already talked with my second aunt, and they come over 2 days a week. But in normal times, I might have to trouble Uncle Li to take care of you," Zhou Yi said sincerely. Although she is much more mature than other girls of the same age, Zhou Yun is only 14 years old after all. Living alone here, he will be somewhat uneasy. But if there are second aunt and Uncle Li around, he can be a little more at ease. "Don't worry, it's on me. Wanting and your sister are only 2 years apart in age. They should be able to play together soon." Li Yanzuo hurriedly patted his chest and made a ticket. "Just kidding, this is a good opportunity to deepen the relationship with the provincial champion, how could he refuse? So, I will trouble Uncle Li." Zhou Yi sincerely thank you. In this way, he is also relieved for the safety of his sister Zhou Yun. Of course, before he left, he would buy Zhou Yun some magic scrolls and enchanting equipment for self-defense. This will ensure that nothing goes wrong. Chapter 42. There is still some time before the special enrollment registration. During this period of time, the Xianguang warhammer, the gold-level weapon selected by Zhou Yi, was also delivered to him. This is a 2-handed warhammer about 1.8 meters long. The handle of the hammer is about 6 centimeters in diameter and 1 meter 6 in length, and the hammer head alone occupies 20 centimeters long. There are also many mysterious runes depicted on the thick and long hammer handle. With the dark metal texture of the warhammer itself, a heavy and fierce aura that is unique to the giant's blows. Although it is a giant weapon like the battle axe, the use of the warhammer is quite different from the use of the battle axe. So, during this time, Zhou Yi began to frantically hone his fighting skills and became familiar with the new warhammer weapon. The battle axe itself has a sharp attribute, and under the blade of the axe, it is easy to kill the enemy. For example, the Minotaur in the copy of the college entrance examination, although the body is strong, but being attacked by a battle axe with 5 or 6 axes, he can only die with hatred. However, in the actual fight, human enemies will wear light armor, heavy armor, and even plate armor with the most abnormal physical defense. High-level monsters of Warcraft also have heavy armor similar to exoskeletons. In the face of heavy armor, the lethality of the battle axe will be reduced a lot. And this time, the warhammer comes in handy. Warhammer is all about pressing people down. The large hammer face, even if it is wearing plate armor, the powerful impact is enough to pass through the metal splint, and directly smash the enemy's internal organs. Of course, in order to achieve this effect, the weight of the warhammer is also higher than that of ordinary equipment. And the Xianguang warhammer sent by Suhang University meets the weight requirements very well. A full 80 kilograms. If it wasn't for the system rewards that improved his attributes, Zhou Yi would not be able to wield this giant soldier's warhammer. While the strength is sufficient, the difference between carrying an 80 kilograms warhammer and a 40 kilograms axe is simply too great. When he first started training with the new weapon, many of Zhou Yi's movements were distorted. Fortunately, under the crazy training that followed, he also gradually mastered the tricks of using the profound light warhammer. The body is also familiar with the 80 kg load, and the movement gradually returns to the previous level. It's even better. In addition to training your combat skills with new weapons, the most important thing is the daily quests. Long distance running, 20 km/20 km. Power jump, 200/200. Push UPS, 200/200. It is detected that the daily task is completed, and you can get rewards from the following options. Reward 1, get 10 free attribute points. Reward 2, get 10 skill points. Reward 3, random skill book. Reward 4, random treasure chest. After selecting Reward 2, Zhou Yi suddenly gained 10 skill points. The A-level skill of Retribution of Light is currently the most powerful pure output skill other than the Hand of God, and it takes 20 skill points to upgrade one level. This also makes his daily reward distribution more evenly distributed to skill points. Fortunately, although it takes a lot of skill points to level up the Retribution of Light, Zhou Yi is very satisfied with the actual combat effect. June 19, 9 p.m., Villas 4-12. There are 4 extraordinary rooms on the second floor of this villa, namely the bedroom, the audio-visual room, the living room and the oversized training room. This training room is more than 150 square meters, accounting for almost one class of the total area on the second floor. At night, the light of the street lamps in the community is reflected through the glass of the audio-visual room and into the training room on the second floor. Wearing a loose training suit, Zhou Yi shook hands with the warhammer and ran quickly in the training room. Call! Call! While running, he kept swinging the hammer. The weight of the giant soldier's warhammer is as high as 80 kilograms, and it also makes a dull sound while squeezing the air. I saw Zhou Yi's figure constantly changing directions while running. Even with the amazingly heavy warhammer, there is no sense of lag at all. Laugh! Suddenly Zhou Yi stopped in place, from extreme movement to extreme stillness between the electric light and flint. But he showed no lack of focus. Strength, 87, Constitution, 94, Agility, 86, Wisdom, 92. With the free attribute of the college entrance examination achievement reward and the free attribute of the daily task reward, my 4-dimensional attribute has now reached an average of 89 points. Compared with the time of the college entrance examination, it has doubled. Zhou Yi stood with a hammer. The college entrance examination is over now, but only less than 20 days have passed. In 20 days, the 4-dimensional attributes have fully doubled. If this news spreads out, I don't know how many people will be shocked. Of course, the 4-dimensional attribute is only the most basic strength performance. If you add the Hand of God and the Punishment of Light, this S-rank magical skill and A-rank rare skill, his true strength can be said to be terrifying. Now that he is about to go to Suzhou Hangzhou University, Zhou Yi, who has nowhere to show his strength, is also looking forward to the favored people from all over the world. Xiaoyun. If you have any difficulties in school or in daily life, remember to call me directly. If you can't get in touch with me, I'll find you Uncle Li and Sister Wanting. Also, remember to take 1 Yongxiu pill every week. If you are afraid of forgetting to take it, you can take 2 more pills a week. Don't be afraid of spending money. On the first floor, Zhou Yi sat next to Zhou Yun and warned. Yongxiu pill is an elixir to improve physical fitness. It has no side effects. Even if you eat more, there will be no problem. I have Sister Wanting and my second aunt to accompany me, it's nothing. Brother, it's you are alone, you have to be more careful. Tomorrow we'll be parting, and Zhou Yun, who has always been young, has lost the liveliness of the past. Sitting on the sofa, there was an irresistible look of disappointment on his delicate and white face. The parents died, and the siblings depended on each other for life. Even in the hospital, we see each other every day. But now, it still has to be separated for a period of time because of studies. Seeing her sister's slightly red eyes, Zhou Yi reached out and rubbed her little head. Rest assured, now that virtual video communication technology is developed, we can still meet face to face through mobile phones. Moreover, when the brother settles down, he will pick you up immediately. Lijiang City is still too small. According to Zhou Yi's plan, as long as he has a foothold in Ning'an City, Zhou Yun will be taken over immediately. Send her to the best middle school in Ning'an, so that she can receive the best training. Of course, before that, he will definitely solve the problem of Zhou Yun's blood awakening. The next day, 9 in the morning. A car carrying Su Mei appeared in front of the courtyard of the villa on time. Put luggage in the trunk. Under Zhou Yun's tearful wave, Zhou Yi, who had finished his last instructions, rode away in the black sedan. This is your first time out. In front of the co-pilot, Su Mei said. Yeah. Zhou Yi nodded. Whether it is his predecessor or himself, in the past 18 years, he has never left Lijiang City for half a step. Haha, then you may feel uncomfortable after a while. People who use the teleportation magic circle for the first time will generally feel a strong sense of discomfort. Su Mei smiled. Chapter 43. Teleportation magic circle? Didn't we take public transportation to go there? Zhou Yi was a little stunned. Zhongxia Kingdom, although it is an infrastructure powerhouse, has set up teleportation magic circles in major provinces and cities. But this teleportation magic circle is generally used to transmit weapons and reinforcements in wartime. Normally it will not be enabled. Of course, similar to the transmission of teachers from the top 10 colleges and universities in the country to the Lijiang River some time ago, it is considered a special situation, and most of those colleges have also paid a high price. Now that there is no hurry, there is absolutely no need for this. The Li River is too far from Ning'an City. If you take a car, I'm afraid it will take 2 days to get there. It's okay to take a plane, but there are several no-fly zones along the way, and you also need to detour. If you accidentally encounter a flying monster, it will be very uncomfortable. In this way, only the teleportation magic circle is the fastest and safest way to arrive. Su Mei explained. Zhou Yi was stunned when he heard the words. 200 years ago, Eternal Games game and reality merged. The area of Blue Star expanded thousands of times, and countless game maps and mountains rose from the ground. Zhongxia Kingdom also benefited from it, and its land area expanded hundreds of times. As a relatively large province in Zhongxia, Suzhou and Hangzhou have also expanded several times in area, and many game maps have appeared on it. In some areas, even some level 60 rank 3 professionals dare not set foot in them, and are listed as restricted areas. As for Lijiang City and Ning'an City, one is in the north and the other is in the south. Going all the way, it is equivalent to crossing the territory of the entire Suzhou-Hangzhou province. Naturally, it is not realistic to take a car. Even if you take a high-speed train, it will take almost a day. And if you take an airplane, you will face the danger of encountering a group of flying monsters. Our Suzhou-Hangzhou University has cooperated with the military of various cities in Suzhou-Hangzhou province, and the same is true of your Lijiang City. When I came here, I borrowed the teleportation magic circle of the Lijiang military, and this time I went back the same way. During the conversation, the car passed through the bustling urban area and drove into the suburbs. Finally, it stopped in front of a heavily guarded military district building surrounded by professional teams patrolling back and forth. After getting out of the car, Zhou Yi first noticed a tall tower several hundred meters ahead. The tower is about 80 meters high and is the tallest building in this complex. The whole body of the tower is black and blue, exuding vast magical energy fluctuations like Wang Yang. On the top of the tower, there is also a huge luminous mysterious rune. The light that bloomed from the runes covered the entire military area. It looks like an inexplicable sturdiness. What a spectacular military area, there is actually a mage tower. Zhou Yi praised. The mage tower is a strategic building where hundreds of mage can be gathered. A mage tower is fully activated, and the violent firepower is even comparable to a small army. The mage tower is the standard configuration of the military region. If you are interested in this, you can find out more about it in the future. After all, many outstanding graduates of our school have gone to the army. Moreover, even those augmented skills of your paladins can also be amplified through the mage tower. It won't do you any harm to learn more about the inner structure and usage of the mage tower. Zhou Yi casually mentioned that under the leadership of the Legion commander, the two entered the military area. Then stopped at a facility. This is the teleportation magic circle. I saw a huge six-pointed star drawn on the ground under Zhou Yi's feet, and there were many cross lines and mysterious runes on the surface. It seems to be drawn with a special liquid, and these patterns are exuding a faint white light. Under the operation of the Legion commander, a surging magic power emerged from the lines under the feet, and the entire teleportation magic circle immediately emitted a dazzling light. It's the first time you use teleportation magic. You may feel uncomfortable after a while, but it'll be fine when you get there. Zhou Yi's voice just fell. With a swoosh, the two of them, along with their luggage, disappeared in place. Suzhou Hangzhou Province, the provincial capital, Ning'an City. Different from the entire administrative division of Zhejiang City, Ning'an City is divided into 6 districts. To the north is the Biwen district. To the west is Zifeng district. To the south is the Nanpu district. To the east is the Dongjiang district. In addition, Wanhe district, the commercial area in the center of Ning'an, and the riverside area in the southeast, the specially divided university town, is planned as an administrative area separately. The world-renowned top universities, Suzhou Hangzhou University, are located here. In other words, except for a few unpopular colleges and universities, the colleges and universities with a certain reputation in Ning'an are concentrated in the university town. The university town is also very large, covering an area of more than 800 square kilometers. And Suzhou Hangzhou University is the highest-ranking institution in the university town. As the highest institution of higher learning, Suzhou Hangzhou University occupies an amazing area. There are 30,000 acres. Just looking at the data may not have a concept. You must know that the entire Zhejiang City is only more than 90,000 acres. In other words, Suzhou Hangzhou University alone is 1/3 the size of Zhejiang City. 30,000 acres, 24 square kilometers, this is Suhang University. And these are all the information that Zhou Yi found on the internet before he came. Although I already had a certain hunch about the grandeur of Suhang University before I came here. But when Zhou Yi really recovered from the dizziness after the teleportation, he was still stunned by the scene in front of him. Roar! Ow! I saw that on the square not far ahead, someone was riding a 2-meter-high demon wolf that exuded a violent aura. A gorgeous outfit shone with dazzling golden light under the sunlight. There are also people sitting on a 3-meter-high humanoid machine, and every time the mechanical thigh moves down, the entire ground will be shaken slightly. Looking up, you can vaguely see in the sky in the distance, someone riding a flying beast, soaring in the sky wantonly. This is too exaggerated. Zhou Yi was dumbfounded. This scene is completely different from Zhejiang City. Just like playing an online game and entering a channel full of people, it is very lively. In the university town, in addition to our Suzhou Hangzhou University, there are a total of 5 universities. This is the only square passage to enter and exit the 5 colleges and universities, so it is so lively. Of course, the teleportation magic circles of all colleges and universities in the university town are collectively built here, which is one of the reasons why this place is so popular. Zhou Yi's voice came from behind. Zhou Yi hurriedly looked around when he heard the words. This is a semi-open teleportation magic platform. In addition to the teleportation magic circle under his feet, there are nearly 20 teleportation magic circles around. Same as what Zhou Yi said. At this time, in these teleportation magic circles, the rays of light continued to flicker, and people were constantly teleported and merged into the square. Chapter 44. Let's go, I'll take you to report to Zhou University. Su Mei walked to the front, and Zhou Yi quickly followed. Along the way, he was very curious about everything and looked around. Ferocious beasts, mechanical creations, rock guards. These rare things that are rarely seen in Lijiang City for a year or two can be seen everywhere. In addition, Zhou Yi also found some girls with cat ears, cat tails, and orc blood. If the group of otakus from the previous life were here, they would definitely call their dreams come true. There are many students in the university town with some alien blood. Even some of the teachers in our school have special blood. When you see it later, don't show an unusual look. Su Mei warned. She knew Zhou Yi's background, her father died in the beast swarm. She worried that Zhou Yi would be prejudiced against humans with alien blood because of this. Don't worry, I'm not that pedantic. Even if it is completely alien, as long as it is on the side of us humans, I will not have any hostility. Zhou Yi smiled slightly. Orcs and demons, although they are the main culprits of invading humans. But there are also many orcs and demons who have joined the human camp. He didn't want to hold grudges against the entire orcs and demons because of his father's death. Continuing to observe the surroundings, Zhou Yi used the identification technique to take a look. Along the way, there are many people who have not blocked their own level occupation information. Level 21. Occupation, Sharpshooter. Level 22. Occupation, Knight. Level 24. Occupation, Swordsman. What shocked Zhou Yi was that none of the people he saw with his appraisal technique was lower than level 20. Even, there are individual 25, 26 people. Generally, people who don't choose to block their level information have good strength. Seeing Zhou Yi's shock, Su Mei explained with a smile. But it's almost the same. The average grade of students who graduated from our Suzhou and Hangzhou University is around 27 and 28. Although the nearby colleges and universities are a little worse, the average grade of graduates is almost 21 and 22. A provincial champion like you, after graduating from school in 4 years, is at least level 40. Of course, this doesn't mean that you can reach level 40 while lying down. You have to work hard. Okay, here we are. Su Mei stopped in her softly listening voice. And Zhou Yi also looked forward subconsciously. Only 100 meters ahead, there is a gate with a width of nearly 100 meters and a height of about 10 meters. And above the gate building, there are 4 big characters carved with dragons flying and phoenix dancing, Suzhou and Hangzhou University. Unlike ordinary fonts, this font is all black and bright. Just looking at it, you can feel a heavy historical atmosphere. Behind the gate, you can vaguely see a group of tall buildings. At this time, although it was only less than 10 o'clock in the morning, there were many students entering and leaving the gate. Although it is not as exaggerated as what I saw in the square before, there are also many people riding on magical beasts and walking on mechanical creations. The special admissions meeting will start tomorrow, and the school leaders will announce how to allocate colleges and training arrangements for your special admissions during this time. By the way, let me tell you first, in Zhou University, cash money is not very useful, everything is based on credits. As long as you have enough credits, you can buy everything you want, S-level skills, S-level resources. There are many ways to obtain credits. In addition to getting a high enough ranking on the Earth ranking and Heaven ranking, you will also receive corresponding credits for completing school tasks. In addition, this year's freshman at Suzhou University is said to be the most luxurious in history. There are several provincial champions from each province alone. Of course, in addition to the provincial champion, other students should not be underestimated. After all, the college entrance examination cannot fully demonstrate the strength of a student. So, after registering for school, remember not to be arrogant, let alone offend people in your life. Since she was a student she recruited, Zhou Mei couldn't help but say a few more words. Okay. Zhou Yi nodded solemnly to show his understanding. Okay, it's almost time to send you here. You can see the registration office for freshmen when you go in, and the people at the registration office will help you arrange the follow-up accommodation and other chores. I have something to do, so I'll go first. As a level 42 professional, Zhou Mei is naturally not idle. Now that Zhou Yi was safely escorted to Suhang University, her mission was completed. I saw her take out the staff, and the wind was surging. Impressively soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the sky. Tisk, high-level mage is good, a flying technique, come and go freely. I don't know when my paladin will be able to master the flying skills. Flying, a flying skill that second turn mage can master. At a low level, you can only do low-altitude taxiing. Once you upgrade to a high level, you can fly directly and freely, which is extremely convenient. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Yi dragged his suitcase and was about to go inside. Suddenly, a melodious voice sounded from behind. Excuse me, are you a freshman at Suhang University? As a level 13 professional with an average 4-dimensional attribute of 89 points, Zhou Yi sensed that someone was behind him before. But he didn't care. After all, at the moment, there are not many people at the gate of Suhang University, but a lot of people. In addition to the students of our school, there are also some tourists who come here. Zhou Yi turned his head and glanced at him. A young girl who looked about the same age as him was standing pretty on his left back. She was wearing simple light blue jeans and white short sleeves, and her black hair was tied up high by a bunch of red silk. Although the girl's clothing is simple, it is difficult to hide the proud figure. I saw that her legs were round and slender, her breasts were proud and full, and her waist-to-hip ratio was just right like the golden ratio. In addition to the proud figure, the girl's appearance is also very good. Bright eyes and white teeth, skin like snow, thin lips, although not smeared with lipstick, but still rosy. However, Zhou Yi's attention was not about her figure or her appearance, but rather the scabbard long sword that the girl carried behind her back. The dark-colored hilt, although there is no blade in sight, makes people feel a little cold involuntarily. This made Zhou Yi feel a strong sense of disobedience. A modern and beautiful girl, dressed in casual clothes, looks like a legendary sword fairy, with a long sword over 1 meter long behind her back. But fortunately, along the way just now, I have received too many shocks. Zhou Yi quickly reacted to this sense of disobedience, nodded and said, Great. I'm worried that I can't find someone with me. Hello, I'm Zhang Churan. I'm a freshman just like you. Nice to meet you. Zhang Churan extended his right hand generously. It can be seen that this girl should be a lively and youthful personality type. Zhou Yi. Seeing this, Zhou Yi also politely shook hands with her. Chapter 45. When Zhou Yi stretched out his right hand, Zhang Churan had time to quietly look at the boy in front of him. Her clear eyes and the faint sense of danger emanating from her body made her eyes flash with a look of surprise. But she quickly reacted, and the surprise in her beautiful eyes quickly returned to calm. After the two introduced each other, they walked into the school together. On the way, Zhou Yi also learned the reason why the other party found him. It turned out that this Zhang Churan was from Sichuan province, and it was the first time that he went out alone. After being teleported to the square in the university town, it took a long time to find the gate of the Suhang University. When I saw myself dragging a suitcase at the door, I guessed that I should be a freshman like her. So I hurried to find it, and I would like to have a companion next time. But then again, you didn't bring a suitcase. On the way, Zhou Yi was a little surprised when he saw Zhang Churan, who was empty-handed and leisurely. After the fusion of eternal game and reality, although everyone has their own backpack space. But this backpack space is often only used to hold weapons and equipment. Something like a suitcase cannot fit into the backpack space. Because I have this. Zhang Churan stretched out his right hand, wearing a simple and elegant light cyan ring on his fingers as white and tender as scallions. From this ring, you can also feel some inexplicable fluctuations. Space ring. Zhou Yi frowned. The space ring is a very common enchanting equipment among professionals. Unlike the backpack space that everyone brings with them, there is much more freedom in what can be placed in the space ring. But even so, the price of a space ring is at least more than 20 million midsummer coins. From this, he also saw that Zhang Churen's background is not simple. Suhang University is not an ordinary university. If you enter here for the first time, you may get lost. Fortunately, the reporting office that teacher Su Mei said was not far behind the school gate. Is it this year's special enrollment? Here. Wow! There is a very tall and handsome freshman, come and receive it. Hey, the girl next to me is so pretty, and her figure is too good. Although Suhang University only recruits about 50 special students every year. However, on June 20th, the day of registration for special enrollment, there were quite a few registration sites set up, as many as 12. At this time, seeing Zhou Yi, a tall and handsome man with a suitcase, walking towards him, many girls' eyes lit up. On the other hand, Zhang Churen, who was tall and charming, also attracted some male students' eyes. However, don't you think this boy is a little familiar? It's like yet, I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. I remembered, he is Zhou Yi, and I even swiped his video of passing the college entrance examination on the internet yesterday. With the confirmation of their identity, the members of the entire registration office all looked at the tall young man walking in front. Zhou Yi, the champion of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Oh my god, it really is him. Compared with the video, he feels more temperamental in reality. Immediately, there were exclamations. Among the nearly 4,000 students of Suzhou Hangzhou University, many are from Suzhou Hangzhou Province. Among them, many were originally natives of Ning'an City. Many people have heard about Zhou Yi, who was born in the barren north and won the provincial champion by relying on an alternative Paladin fighting style. At this time, the other party appeared at the registration point of Su University, which means that the institution that the other party finally chose to enroll in was Suhang University. Our provincial college entrance examination champion is here. Hey, I just registered for the second place in our province. The first and second people in the college entrance examination in Suzhou and Hangzhou have entered our school. Next, I'm afraid there will be a good show to watch. Before the results of the college entrance examination, the most popular candidate for the champion of Suzhou and Hangzhou was Shen Lingfeng, a student in the rocket class of a key high school in Ning'an. Shen Lingfeng was born in a top-notch family, and both of his parents were over 50 level 3 rank professionals. He himself is also in the blood of Yanlong, and at the age of 17, he changed his job to a hidden professional berserker early. When he participated in the college entrance examination, his level had already reached the 13th level, and his strength was extremely amazing. However, when the final ranking came out, it was Zhou Yi who won the first place with a 20-second clearance time gap and became the provincial champion. And Shen Lingfeng only got the second place. After the college entrance examination, if the two did not go to the same school, then everything would be fine. Now both of them are recruited by Sudai, and they face Zhou Yi who snatched their first place. With Shen Lingfeng's arrogance, I'm afraid he won't be convinced. Zhou Yi, it seems that you are very famous in Su University. Seeing everyone's reaction, Zhang Churen teased. Zhou Yi smiled slightly and didn't speak. Feel free to walk to a check-in site and take out your admission letter. Hello, I'm here to go through the registration procedures for new students. Different from the general paper notices, the admission notices of Su University should be made of special materials. Although it feels similar to paper, it cannot be easily torn or damaged. Okay, just a second. Resist the urge to ask the handsome provincial champion for contact information. The short-haired girl who reported to the site took the admission notice and started it on the computer. Student ID. Enter the student number, click OK, and a series of relevant registration information will pop up on the display interface. Girls with short hair check one by one. Name, Zhou Yi, level 13, occupation, Paladin, serial number, 001. At this moment, the short-haired girl couldn't help being stunned for a moment. The serial numbers are arranged according to the strength of the students, and the number 001, isn't that the number 1 freshman? What? What's the problem? Zhou Yi wondered. By convention, the serial number represents the student's strength ranking. That is to say, Zhou Yi, who has serial number 001, is now the default first person for freshmen. The short-haired girl quickly reacted and laughed. Although Suda has recruited many provincial champions this year. However, as a major education province in Suzhou and Hangzhou, it is normal for the provincial champion to be placed first among freshmen. Anyway, she thinks so, and she doesn't know whether the champions of other provinces will accept it or not. The serial numbers are sorted by strength. I have the 003 serial number, which means that I have the third-rank strength among the freshmen. Zhang Churan, who had also registered the information beside him, was curious on his face. According to the rules of previous years, this is true. The student in charge of helping her grade was also a little surprised. When she registered the information just now, she discovered that the girl named Zhang Churan was actually the provincial champion of Sichuan province. Level 14 Hidden Profession Spirit Harness Swordsman Class Transfer. From the first meeting, Zhou Yi felt that Zhang Churan's strength was not bad. Therefore, he was not too surprised about the serial number 003. On the other hand, Zhou Yi did not expect that the school had arranged the sequence number 001. Chapter 46. At the time of the college entrance examination, although he had the protection of the SN Talent Holy Angel to increase all his divine and light skills. But Zhou Yi still lacks output ability. Almost all of them are supplemented by terrifying four-dimensional properties. If there was an A-level skill called Punishment of Light at that time, the speed of his clearance could even be improved by 2 or 3 minutes. Even though he lacked the output ability, he was still recognized as the 001 sequence by the school. This shows that the strength of the other freshmen in this class is probably not as strong as he imagined. Of course, it is also possible that the school leaders did not estimate the strength properly when estimating the strength. But this probability is extremely small, almost approaching 0. After all, the instructors of Suhang University are extremely strong and have rich combat experience, so it is almost impossible to have the problem of wrong strength estimation. After completing the registration procedures, Zhou Yi and Zhang Churan were taken to the dormitory by the student union members at the registration office. The dormitory for special admissions is different from the dormitory for ordinary students. It is usually a single building, and everything inside is brand new, so you can rest assured. Also, your special enrollment meeting tomorrow will be in the conference hall of the number 1 teaching building. The time will be 9 o'clock in the morning. Be careful to attend it on time. In addition, our school has a total of 5 colleges. The short-haired senior sister led the way, and shared with the two of them some basic knowledge that freshmen need to know. First of all, it is the credit system mentioned by Mr. Su-mei. Unlike ordinary schools, the most common currency in Suhang University is not Zongxia coins, but credits. After registration, each freshman can obtain the corresponding basic credits according to the default ranking serial number. Credits can be used for meals, equipment, potions, skill books. Anyway, it's very useful. The second is the school department. There are 5 colleges in Suzhou University. They are the School of War, the School of Elements, the School of Weapons, the School of Tactics, and the School of Logistics. Each college is divided into different departments: Storm Department, Auxiliary Department, and so on. No matter which student they are, as long as they come to Suhang University, they can find their own department. Of course, different colleges have different teaching directions and training concepts. Zhanzheng College mainly trains students who will go to the battlefield in the future, and the occupational restrictions are very loose. Of course, with the exception of students who change careers in life occupations. As the name suggests, the Elemental Academy mainly recruits elemental mages, and other occupations that can use the power of elements are also included. It aims to cultivate professionals who control the power of the elements to the extreme. The Weapon Academy focuses on cultivating close combat fighters, using the weapons in their hands as the main means of attack. The Tactical Academy cultivates commanding and combat-oriented talents, and the requirements for strength are not high. Of course, it can't be too low. After all, the place where the students of the Tactical Academy flex their muscles is on the battlefield. The strength is too low, and it may not even be able to withstand a rush of the Legion. As for the last Logistics College, it only recruits students who have changed careers in life. Compared with the other 4 colleges, the Logistics College has more departments, including Enchanting Department, Cooking Department, Pharmacy Department, and a series of departments. As a student of the Logistics College, although the first and second year of the first year are all learning basic knowledge and skills, but when they enter the junior and senior year, they can master the skills of this profession, and earn credits and money by selling alchemy potions, enchanting equipment, etc. Even the geniuses in the Logistics College can achieve financial freedom in their freshman year. By the time they graduate, they are already well-known alchemists or enchanters. However, for students who have transferred to the combat profession, the Logistics Academy with the wrong major is naturally out of consideration. Except for the Logistics College, the 4 colleges have their own advantages and different focuses. According to the custom of previous years, after the freshman competition is over, students will be asked to choose a college. During this time, the 2 of you can think carefully about which school to choose in the end. Senpai said while walking. But these 2 are provincial champions, one is from Suzhou and Hangzhou, and the other is from Sichuan province. They are also close combat professionals with strong actual combat ability. The Tactics Academy and the Element Academy should not be considered, and the final chosen academy should also be the Zhanzheng Academy or the Weapons Academy. After some introduction, the 3 passed through the teaching building and passed by an artificial lake. In the end, according to the guide, I found Zhang Churen's dormitory first. This is a very luxurious detached villa. It covers an area of at least 400 square meters. There is also a number 003 hanging on the door plate of the north courtyard. As expected of a special enrollment dormitory, the dormitory is actually a single-family villa. The short-haired senior sighed in admiration. As an ordinary student, this is the first time she has seen the special enrollment dormitory up close. Compared with ordinary dormitories, this condition is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. Zhou Yi, then I'll go first. With the crisp voice, Zhang Churen stepped into it with slender thighs, and the shadow gradually disappeared into the villa. And the remaining Zhou Yi also continued to move forward. The entire 6-district dormitory is located on a small mountain, and the living quarters for ordinary students are located at the foot of the mountain and halfway up the mountain. The special enrollment area is located near the top of the mountain. Dormitory No. 003 is already close to the top of the mountain, and Zhou Yi's dormitory No. 001 is located at the highest peak. This is a single-family villa that is several times more luxurious than dormitory 003. The decoration of the entire villa is extremely delicate, and many lines and runes are carved on the tiles on the exterior. From these patterns, you can even vaguely feel the huge magic energy fluctuations. Needless to say, it can be guessed that this is the result of the continuous operation of the defensive magic circle. In addition, through the wall, you can see the outdoor swimming pool inside. The light blue pool water reflects the intoxicating light under the sunlight. In addition, there is a long sports track within the fence, and a warehouse where resources can be placed for the director at any time. This dormitory 001. Looking at the single-family villa in front of her, the short-haired senior sister only felt shocked. Luxurious, very luxurious. No, it can't even be said to be luxurious, it is simply luxurious. Is there also a difference in the dormitories between special admissions students? Looking at the luxurious villa in front of him, Zhou Yi raised his brows. This dormitory is much more luxurious than Zhang Churen's. Compared with the villa in Lijiang City, it is even more luxurious. Considering that this is still at the top of the mountain, and it is still located in Ning'an City, the value of such a villa is sky high. There is a difference, but I didn't expect that the difference between the first and third places would be so big. The short-haired senior murmured. Judging from his look, the impact should be quite huge. Is that so? Zhou Yi was thoughtful. He originally thought that the special enrollment was just a disparity in the treatment of ordinary students. Unexpectedly, the treatment gap between special enrollment is also so large. In this way, this 001 sequence might really be of great use. Sister, can you tell me, what kind of treatment does my 001 serial number have? Zhou Yi's heart moved. There is no relevant information about the sequence ranking in the previous online query, and he is only now aware of it. Sure. Under the narration of my sister, Zhou Yi probably knows what kind of treatment he, the default freshman of the University of Sunao, is getting. First and foremost, the luxurious accommodation. Then there are the basic credits and resources that are much higher than ordinary students. However, the sequence ranking of the freshmen after registration is based on the opinions of the school's top management. After 1 month, all the freshmen have registered, and there will be a competition for freshmen. At that time, the ranking sequence numbers of the freshmen will all be shuffled, and the shuffling will end, and all benefits will be redistributed. And you, the default freshman first place, will also become the target of public criticism, and everyone will definitely want to take your place. In the living room of the villa, Zhou Yi on the sofa echoed in his mind what the senior sister said before she left. Freshman competition, re-ranked by strength. The higher the ranking, the better the treatment. Zhou Yi's eyes twinkled. The cruelty of Suhang University has been slowly unfolding in front of him like a picture scroll. The strong can kill, have the absolute right to speak, and have the greatest resource tilt. And the weak have nothing. Only the most basic school resources can be received. However, this way of survival is exactly what I want. With a grin, Zhou Yi's Xianguang warhammer was already in his hand, and he walked towards the training room. Since he is now the first freshman by default, he will never go back. Chapter 47. Villa 003. After putting all his luggage away and making sure everything was fine, Zhang Churen sat lazily on the sofa. Her round legs, wrapped in skinny jeans, were stacked on top of each other, complementing her impressive figure and stunning face. The whole person looks sexy and alluring. At this time, she took out her mobile phone and made a video call request. Xia Ran, have you arrived at Zhou University? After a while, a quiet and beautiful girl with light blue hair was projected in front of the sofa. If you look closely, you can vaguely see her ears that are different from ordinary people, with slightly pointed ears. This girl is Zhang Churen's best friend in high school, Xiaolan with elf blood. I just arrived at the dormitory for a while, how about you? Have you been to Qingjing University? Zhang Churen had a smile on his face. She and her best friend Xiaolan are students in the rocket class of key high schools in Sichuan province. In the college entrance examination, the two also won the first and second place in Sichuan province respectively. Originally, both of them planned to apply for Suhang University, but Qingjing University gave a heavyweight condition that was beneficial to the blood of the elves. So, although very reluctant, Xiaolan finally chose Qingjing University. And she still chose Suhang University. Although the universities are different, both of them reported on June 20. I just arrived at the dormitory too. Xiaolan's camera circled around. Like Zhangchuran, it can be seen that the place where she is located is also a very luxurious dormitory. That's good. Zhangchuran nodded, then moved his red lips slightly, and said with a little excitement. Xiaolan, let me tell you, just now at the gate of Zhou University, I met a boy who made me feel a little dangerous. Furthermore, he actually resisted the succubus power that I naturally radiated. There is not even a momentary sinking, and the eyes have been kept clear. When it comes to Zhou Yi, the glamorous purple in the depths of her eyes is rippling like a blue wave. It makes you feel a little dangerous, and it also resists your succubus power. Xiaolan's eyes widened, suddenly feeling a little weird. Like himself, Zhangchuran also has alien blood. The only difference is that her bloodline is the elf bloodline, while her best friend Zhangchuran has the succubus bloodline. The blood of the succubus, in addition to bringing Zhangchuran a very high affinity for the dark attribute, strong physical recovery ability and the ability to perceive demons. It also naturally exudes a charm. And her best friend herself is a big beauty with a proud figure and a beautiful appearance. With this charm, almost everyone who saw her fell for a moment. Of course, if the level gap between the two is too high, it will not be affected by this. This boy is the senior of the senior year. Xiaolan asked quickly. Almost all seniors at top universities are in the 27th and 28th grades. And Zhangchuran is only level 14, so it's normal that the power of charm doesn't work. No, he is a freshman just like me. Moreover, his level is one level lower than mine, only level 13. Zhangchuran shook his head slightly. When she checked in, she took a peek and secretly wrote down all the information about Zhou Yi. Hey? The level is lower than yours, and you can actually resist your charm. Xiaolan's heart set off a storm. This is something that has never happened before. After thinking for a moment, she analyzed, then his will must be very firm. Generally speaking, the stronger the will, the less affected by the power of charm. And the eyes have always been clear, and there is no momentary sinking, which can only represent the terrible willpower. I think so too, but whether this is the case remains to be verified. A strange look flashed in Zhangchuran's beautiful eyes. This is the first boy she has met who can resist its charm. Before that, even those who were praised by the heavens would also perish. Just when Zhangchuran was chatting with his best friend. Suhang University, the 8th floor of the most central teaching building, the vice president's office. Su Mei, who had put on her gorgeous tutor uniform, swayed and stepped into it. Behind the desk in the office, a thin middle-aged man with golden glasses and short hair is working. Seeing Su Mei walk in, he raised his head slightly. Came back. His voice was very low, with an unquestionable sense of majesty. Well, Zhou Yi, the provincial champion, has been delivered to the school safely and is currently going through the admission procedures. Su Mei nodded slightly, the look on her beautiful face was extremely solemn. Chen Fan, vice president of Suhang University, 56 level 3rd turn priest. In front of this boss, she, a level 42 second rank mage, didn't even dare to take a breath. During this period of time, after being in contact with Zhou Yi, how do you feel about him? Chen Fan's hands are operating on the virtual interface, but he is not much different from ordinary people. His hands have turned into phantoms. It's very good, calm, the fighting style is very fierce, and the strength is strong. After a pause, Su Mei added. And tough character, affectionate and righteous. Oh? How can you see it? Chen Fan's fingers operating the virtual interface paused slightly, and a look of interest appeared on his face. Zhou Yi's life is miserable. 10 years ago, his father died in the beasts of the alien invasion, his mother died a year ago, and his sister was found to be deeply ill and in urgent need of money. But even when he sold the property and borrowed money to no avail, he still did not choose to give up. He passed the most difficult period with the perseverance of working 3 jobs a day. From here, you can see some of his character qualities. When recruiting students, Suhang University will never blindly only look at grades, and character quality is also within the scope of inspection. As Zhou Yi's specially recruited teacher, Su Mei obviously checked Zhou Yi's background very clearly. As you say, this Zhou Yi is indeed a good seedling. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, and then said with emotion. Thanks to the adjustment of national policies, the college entrance examination this year, the strength of the entire Zhongxia national candidates is much stronger than in previous years. In previous years, the existence of the provincial champion can only become the second and third place this year. And the freshmen we recruited this year can also be said to be the most powerful plastic surgery in recent decades. There are several provincial champions in each province alone. However, it is troublesome to have too many champions in the province. Everyone is the proud son of heaven, and no one obeys the other. I set Zhou Yi to the 001 sequence, and I don't know if it hurt him. Zhou Yi is the 001 sequence. Su Mei was stunned for a moment. During this period of time, she was in her hometown of Anyang City, and didn't pay much attention to things at school. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yi was actually designated as the 001 sequence. That's right. Chen Fan nodded. Judging from the strength shown in the college entrance examination, there is no doubt that Zhou Yi is definitely the first. But after a month, whether Zhou Yi can keep this 001 sequence is not certain. After all, the further back his output ability is, the weaker he will be. As a level 56 3-turn priest, he has quite a wealth of practical experience. You can see Zhou Yi's current problem at a glance. The output ability is too weak. Other combat occupations, such as berserkers. As the level increases, the output ability will become more and more powerful. As for the Paladin, as the level increases, the improvement is the auxiliary ability of healing and buffing. Although it has a certain combat power, it is far from the pure output profession like berserker. When the level is low, it can't be seen. But as the level increases, this gap will become more and more obvious. After the semester begins, all freshmen will receive basic credits and various resources. The strength will usher in a stage of crazy improvement. And this shortcoming of Zhou Yi is likely to be exposed in the new student competition a month later. By then, he, who has occupied the 001 sequence for a month, will probably be targeted by everyone. Su Mei also understood what Chen Fan meant. But she is very optimistic. The default ranking for admission is based on the strength of the college entrance examination. Zhou Yi showed the strongest strength in the college entrance examination, so he should get the 001 sequence. At that time, even if he loses the ranking in the freshman competition, it is because his own strength is not growing fast enough, and he has not made up for the shortcomings quickly. And, I don't think he will drop the 001 sequence. A strange look flashed in Su Mimi's eyes. Oh, it seems that you have confidence in Zhou Yi. Then let's wait and see. Chen Fan smiled lightly. He is also looking forward to Zhou Yi's performance in the freshman competition a month later. After all, this is the only provincial champion in northern Suzhou and Hangzhou in recent years. Chapter 48. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after receiving the system's daily task rewards, Zhou Yi also finished the training. After taking a shower in the bathroom, I walked out of the villa refreshingly. He was going to go shopping in the urban area of Ning'an City. Although there is no ice lotus in the school to solve the problem of the awakening of the younger sister's bloodline, the city does not say that it is not necessarily. Walking out of the villa, just as he passed Villa 002, a group of teenagers walked out of the villa surrounded by them. The leader was a young man with red hair and a handsome face. Seeing the tall and slender figure passing by, he paused slightly. Shen Xiao, what's wrong? A young man wondered behind him. Nothing. The boy narrowed his eyes and looked away. However, there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Zhou Yi. Actually in the same school, then there will be some play. Ning'an City, the bustling commercial center of Wanhee district. Here, you can not only find a variety of large shopping malls, clothing stores. You can also see many shops related to professionals. Alchemy store, potion store, weapon store, herb store. Everything you need. But Zhou Yi spent more than 2 hours walking around Wanhee district. I went to several large professional material sales malls and saw many rare materials that I had never even heard of before. But still haven't found any news about the extremely cold ice lotus. Extremely cold ice lotus, is it so hard to find? Next to the hustle and bustle of the street, Zhou Yi sat on a wooden seat, frowning. As the provincial capital of Ning'an, all major professional chambers of commerce in Daxia have branches here. If there is not even here, it will be troublesome. This is my first day in Ning'an City, take your time, I will find it one day. But if you can't find any ready-made materials for the extreme cold ice lotus, you can go to the wild to find it yourself, but you just don't know where you can find it. Go back and check first to see if there is any relevant information. With a bang, the beverage bottle in his hand was accurately thrown into the trash can 5 meters away. Zhou Yi also got up and left. Back in dormitory 001, Zhou Yi went to the bedroom on the second floor of the villa, sat at the computer desk, and turned on the computer. With a light beep, the computer starts up. This computer is equipped by Suhang University, which is very technological. The keyboard is also a virtual keyboard, and even the screen is made of special machinery, which can be enlarged to a height of more than 2 meters, which is similar to a projector. Zhou Yi typed the keyboard proficiently and quickly logged into the school's official website. The school's official website is divided into 4 sections: news announcements, school mall, student forums, and task management. Name: Zhou Yi. Student ID ***. College classes, TBD. Credits, 1000. In the upper right corner of the page, there is also basic information related to yourself. However, Zhou Yi didn't care, and went directly to the student forum section, entered the search keyword extremely cold ice lotus, and clicked to confirm. Suddenly, 6 posts appeared on the computer screen. You got news. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up and quickly clicked to enter. After more than half an hour, Zhou Yi, who had read all the posts, leaned back on the seat. While relaxing, he also fell into contemplation. Among the 6 posts just now, 4 were introductions to the extreme cold ice lotus. There are only 2 traces of the Arctic ice lotus. One of the posts from 6 years ago said that someone picked the S-class material in the Windy Mountains at that time. Another post, with only a slight mention, said there may be traces of this thing in the Windy Mountains. Wind Mountains, both posts are related to this place. Zhou Yi's eyes were solemn. According to the information he found, this Gufeng Mountain, located in the south of Ning'an City, is a large mountain range that rose from the ground after the fusion of Eternal Games and Blue Star. The area is extremely large as 4 Ning'an cities. Among them, there are countless beasts and monsters, and even rank 3 professionals would not dare to go into it easily. Of course, danger also means opportunity. In the Gufeng Mountains, there are countless treasures, exotic flowers and plants. To say that there may be wild ice lotus near Ning'an City. That's only in the Gale Mountains. Wind Mountains. I am level 13 now, with my current strength, if I enter the mountains. If you encounter ordinary monsters, you may be able to deal with them. If you encounter high-level monsters, you can only escape. Zhou Yi looked at the position next to the computer desk. There was a holy cross floating in the air. On the ground, there is also a mysterious magic circle. The Cross of Rebirth, this S-class fetish, he has bound it to himself. And set the resurrection location here. There is a Cross of Rebirth, even if you are dead, you can be resurrected. Furthermore, the most dangerous monsters in the Gale Mountains are concentrated in the depths of the mountains. As long as they don't go deep, with my strength, there should be no problem. It really doesn't work. There is also an S-level secret technique called serenity. Even if you can't really encounter a high-level beast that can't be defeated, you can save your life. In this case, you can go to the Gully Mountains first. Looking for the time to find the polar ice lotus, Zhou Yi prescribed 1 year for himself. A year, which looks like a long time, is actually very short. Therefore, as long as there is a little bit of news related to it, Zhou Yi will not let it go. Chapter 49. After deciding to go to the Tornado Mountains, Zhou Yi also fell asleep. The next day, he is still very self-disciplined when he wakes up early. 200 push UPS. 200 power jumps. Because Villa 001 had its own running track, Zhou Yi didn't have to run to the school playground, so he ran 20 kilometers easily. Ding! Daily missions are completed and you can get rewards from the choices below. Reward 1, get 10 free attribute points. Reward 2, get 10 skill points. Reward 3, random skill book. Reward 4, random treasure chest. Some time ago Zhou Yi accumulated almost 200 skill points, so this time he chose 10 free attribute points. As for reward 3 and reward 4, he generally does not consider it. After all, the randomness of these two rewards is too large, and if you are not careful, you will lose blood. After finishing the daily tasks, Zhou Yi also sweated a little. After a casual shower, I walked out of the villa. Suda is very big, so big that you may get lost if you are not careful. There are many buildings on the campus, and it is completely unknown which one is which. Fortunately, the new student guide was distributed at the registration office yesterday. According to the above map of Suzhou University, Zhou Yi easily found the conference hall of the number 1 teaching building. At this time, it's still early. There were not many people in the conference hall, and most of the seats were empty. He randomly found a seat in the back row to sit down and waited quietly. As time passed, the number of people in the entire conference hall gradually increased. Wow! What a handsome little brother! The temperament is also very good. Is he also a special recruit? Nonsense, can't special enrollment appear here? In the conference hall, many people noticed Zhou Yi, and some girls even had bright eyes. The special enrollment of Suzhou University comes from all over the world, and they do not know Zhou Yi. I just feel that this little brother has a good temperament and has a peculiar charm. Only some local students in Suzhou and Hangzhou were surprised when they noticed Zhou Yi's appearance. Brother, is there anyone next to you? Suddenly, a voice came from Zhou Yi's left. Turning to look, it was a tall and thin young man with long hair and a smile on his face. No, sit down. Zhou Yi shook his head slightly. Thank you, brother Zhou Yi. The tall and thin young man smiled, sat on the seat to the left of Zhou Yi, and introduced. My name is Wang Li, and I come from Jiangsu province. From now on, everyone will be classmates. You know me? Zhou Yi raised his brows. The champion of Suzhou and Hangzhou, the paladin who takes the violent route, of course I know. And it's not just you, I can match all the 52 special students of our Suzhou University this year. Wang Li looked proud. From the special enrollment registration to the current special enrollment meeting, only 1 day has passed. In order to get this information, he spent a lot of effort. Certainly. The information collected is also of great use to him. I saw him approaching Zhou Yi and sighed. Brother Zhou Yi, don't you know yet? You are in a very dangerous situation. Why is it dangerous? Seeing the rapid change in Wang Li's face, Zhou Yi couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Good guy, you put on this Sichuan opera to change your face. How dangerous? Of course it's because of your serial number 001. In our special enrollment this year, besides you, there are several provincial champions. These people, all of them are very arrogant. Now, they don't know who the 001 sequence is. If they do, they may challenge you. And Shen Lingfeng, who ranks second in Suzhou and Hangzhou, is also in this school. He is not convinced that you are number one in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and he should challenge you in the future. Wang Li looked at the front row of the conference hall, where a young man with red hair was talking to his companion. Even though this young man was wearing casual clothes, he still made people feel a faint sense of oppression. This feeling seems to come from the pressure on the blood vessels. By then, almost everyone will challenge you. After waiting in the ring, even if there is a special instructor guarding him, but his fists and feet have no eyes, he may be injured. And a month later, the new student competition will begin. If I participate with an injury. Wang Li didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning of the words was very clear. The big competition for freshmen is about the next academic year. Then what should I do as you say? Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. Cough cough. Wang Li coughed dryly, put on a smile again, and said. That's it, I've already got in touch with a few friends. If you're willing to give us some credits, we can help you catch some challengers while others challenge them. Rest assured, although the strength of the few of us is not top-notch, our ranking is also in the top 20, so you can easily share some of the pressure. It turned out to be trying to earn credits. Zhou Yi immediately understood the other party's routine. You should have spoken to me more than just this rhetoric. Hey, brother Zhou has a good eye. Wang Li didn't deny it, he straightened his back, and said righteously. We are doing our best to let other students suffer as little as possible, this is for their own good. Zhou Yi was dumbfounded when he heard the words. This was the first time he had met such a bold person who would talk about earning credits. Okay, I don't need your services, you can find someone else. Shaking his head, Zhou Yi did not intend to continue wrangling with the other party. In a few minutes, the special admissions meeting will begin. Don't. Brother Zhou, you are in a really dangerous situation right now. When those people start a wheel war, you can't stand it alone. Seeing Zhou Yi's refusal, Wang Li was in a hurry. Wheel battle. Just defeat one by one. Zhou Yi's expression did not change. With his current strength, all the people in the special recruit class are united together, maybe there is still a chance of winning. If it is one-on-one, it can only be crushed. Chapter 50. Zhou Yi's tone was flat, but the domineering and self-confidence revealed in his words made Wang Li slightly stunned. After a while, he responded. As expected of the owner of Sequence 001, he is extremely confident in his own strength. Wang Li had a wry smile on his face. According to the plan, Zhou Yi should be the one who needs this service the most. Now it seems that this hope should be in vain. However, it is naturally extraordinary to be recognized as the number one freshman by the school. Hey, it's hard to earn credits. He shook his head and sighed. At Suhang University, credits are everything. So came up with this note. Now, it seems a little unreliable to earn credits in this way. Brother Yi, can I ask how many basic credits you have? After a pause, Wang Li came over and said curiously. 1,000. Seeing that Wang Li had no intention of continuing to sell services, Zhou Yi also replied. This basic credit is what he saw on the personal information in the upper right corner when he logged into the official website last night. 1,000. Wang Li widened his eyes and clicked his tongue in amazement. My ranking sequence is 012, and the basic credits are only 700. There is a third difference between the two of us. To know. Credits are the most common and the best currency in Suhang University. In the outside world, rare resources that cost a lot of money can be easily purchased here. And 1,000 credits is enough to buy an A-level resource in the school mall. If there is a third of the 700 credits missing, you can only buy one B and level resource. The two are only 12 places apart. I have long heard that the competition of Suhang University is cruel, and the stronger it is, the more important it is. I didn't expect the difference in treatment to be so big. Wang Li couldn't help feeling a little emotional, but he could understand it. After all, the country invests so many resources into the 3 top universities every year. What for? For the sake of making the strong. A strong man can easily resist a legion, even guarding a crack in another world. It is precisely because of this that the 3 major universities, including Suhang University, are working hard to cultivate top talents. Resources are tilted towards the strong with good potential. Wow! What a beautiful girl! She is also a special recruit? It seems that our freshmen are blessed. I heard that there are many beauties in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and now I see that they are well deserved. I unilaterally announce that she is the flower of our school. Suddenly, there were bursts of low voices in the conference hall. Many male students stared at the door of the conference hall with bright eyes. There, a tall and slender girl walked in. I saw her charming appearance, wearing only a simple floral dress. However, the proud chest and a pair of round and slender thighs exposed in the air were undoubtedly revealed, which ushered in a lot of amazing eyes. This person is actually Zhang Churan. She glanced at her and quickly noticed Zhou Yi in the back row. Then his eyes lit up, and he walked over here quickly. Zhang Churan, Sequence 003. The champion of Sichuan province. She actually came to me. Looking at the slender figure walking over, Wang Li's eyes lit up, and he immediately forgot the unhappiness just now. Just when he was about to speak, I saw Zhang Churan greet him warmly. Mr. Zhou Yi, good morning. After speaking, he sat down next to Zhou Yi very familiarly. This. Wang Li, who noticed this scene, instantly felt that something was broken in his heart. Immediately afterwards, the eyes that looked at Zhou Yi gradually showed a fiery adoration. It is worthy of being the first person of the freshmen, not only powerful. And the flirting technique is also a must. In less than a day, he has become so familiar with this Sichuan province champion. You know, in his intelligence. Although this Zhang Churan has a lively personality, he has never been very close to the opposite S**X. Brother Yi, I will follow you in the future. Seeing Wang Li's frantic look, Zhou Yi was a little dazed. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Not long after Zhang Churan entered the conference hall, a sturdy man with a face with a national character walked in. He was 3 meters tall. Fortunately, the door of the conference hall is high enough, otherwise, the strong man would have to lower his head to enter. Behind him, there are 5 or 6 people. These people, both male and female, all wore the uniforms of the instructors of Suhang University. The powerful aura of their body, even if it is extremely restrained, also vaguely brings a faint sense of oppression. It was like a lion stepping into a flock of sheep, at the moment when this group of people entered the conference hall. The atmosphere in the entire conference hall is one of solemnity. Giant blood. Looking at the strong man at the head, Zhou Yi was secretly shocked. Unexpectedly, just as soon as I entered the school, I met a mentor with a special bloodline. Looking to both sides, in addition to this strong man, there are 2 other mentors in the team who also have conspicuous alien characteristics. Among the remaining few mentors without special bloodline, there is Su Mei's figure. Entering the conference hall, a group of instructors walked up to the podium and sat down. The strong man who was more than 3 meters tall walked up to the front desk and said, "Introduce myself, I'm the president of Zhanzheng College, Wu Meng. Today's special admissions meeting will be hosted by me. First of all, I will be called according to the ranking sequence." The students who were called to introduce themselves. The self-introduction should include your name, grade, and occupational information. The entire conference hall is 500 square meters, which is extremely wide. He didn't use a microphone, but the deep and powerful voice still clearly reached the ears of every student. By ranking sequence? When I reported yesterday, I heard that the higher the sequence, the stronger the strength. Is that true? Yeah, I confirmed it on the official website yesterday. Tisk tisk, I'm the 4th place in the province, and I'm only ranked 25. It's not a mistake, right? You're mistaken. Do you think the 4th place in the province is very strong? There are several provincial champions in the special enrollment. Yes, then who do you think our school's 001 sequence will be? Don't you know right away? Dean Wu said that he will be named according to the ranking sequence. The students in the seats were all looking around, and there was an inexplicable light in the eyes of several provincial champions. Those who can be specially recruited by Suhang University are the elites among the elites. The higher the sequence, the higher the potential. They were a little curious as to who the 001 sequence was and was able to rank ahead of them. Chapter 51. Sequence 001, Zhou Yi. Listening to Wu Mang's name, Zhou Yi stood up. Zhou Yi, level 13, occupation, Paladin. His self-introduction was very brief. But just after speaking, it was like throwing a boulder on the calm lake, causing an uproar in an instant. Paladin, can't you? The first person in the freshman is actually a paladin. It's outrageous. Although the paladin is a hidden profession, isn't it biased towards support? Just add buffs to the team. Why is it the first person to be a freshman? Isn't the school wrong? In the conference hall, almost all the students' eyes were focused on Zhou Yi. Many of them looked suspicious. After all, most of the people present were students from other provinces. Although Zhou Yi is famous, it is only limited to Suzhou and Hangzhou. For people from other provinces, they only saw the fact that a tank assistant became the number 1 freshman. Even many people are doubting, is there any shady secret in this? Of course, some local students who have watched the video of the college entrance examination are not surprised. After all, in the Nightmare Dungeon, the opponent's dominance is terrifying. Facing so many eyes, Zhou Yi's expression remained unchanged. When he was done, he sat back in his seat. I knew it would be like this. After getting all the information about the new students, Wang Li had already expected this scene to happen. But unfortunately, Zhou Yi did not accept the idea of protecting him and others. He glanced to the right. Zhou Yi, who was questioned by everyone, had a calm expression, as if nothing could make him emotionally fluctuated. The 001 sequence appeared, and the commotion among the students below did not seem to attract the attention of Wu Mang on stage. I saw him continue to call. Sequence 002, Shen Ling Feng. The voice fell, and in the front seat, a figure with fiery red hair stood up. My name is Shen Ling Feng, I'm from Ning'an City, and I'm a level 14 berserker. With a faint smile on his face, he looked graceful. But the breath emanating from him gave people a sense of rage. It makes people feel a little palpitated involuntarily, as if being stared at by a powerful and fierce beast. Hey, this Shen Ling Feng doesn't look simple. Just looking at it, there is a feeling of being suppressed. It seems that it has a special bloodline, and unconsciously it will exude pressure. A level 14 berserker, this 002 sequence is a bit of a look. The hidden profession of the warrior profession, berserker. The output ability is extremely strong, even stronger than the mage, and it is a proper output position in the team. Moreover, Shen Ling Feng knew at a glance that he had a special bloodline. Such a person, possessing the 002 sequence, did not cause any controversy. Shen Ling Feng, from the deep-rooted Shen family. Both parents are third-rank professionals and have the most top-notch training. In addition, he himself contains the bloodline of the top Yanlong, and he is extremely self-disciplined in his daily life. The strength can be said to be terrifying. Brother Yi can even step on him, it can be said to be very perverted. When the information about Shen Ling Feng appeared in his heart, Wang Li couldn't help feeling a little emotional. With Shen Ling Feng's background strength, it is the top in the entire Zhongxia kingdom. It can be said that a proper provincial champion strength. Pity. This year, a pervert like Zhou Yi appeared in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and the other party only won the second place. Sequence 003, Zhang Churan. The roll call continued. Qianying on the right of Zhou Yi stood up and introduced herself. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Churan from the 003 sequence, from Sichuan province, level 14, and my occupation is spirit harness swordsman. Zhang Churan had a faint smile on her face. Unlike Zhou Yi, her self-introduction is longer. With her melodious voice, many students in the classroom were immersed in it. What should I do? I feel like my heart has been taken away. Hey, such a beautiful beauty is actually not weak. It's the 003 sequence. It's amazing. Spirit control swordsman, I remember it seems to be a hidden profession, and the output ability is also very good. In the discussion of the students below, Wu Mang nodded slightly and motioned Zhang Churan to sit down. Next, he continued to be called next to each other. It took almost half an hour to complete the names of all the students. There are a total of 52 special recruits, and each one has an extraordinary origin. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. In the roll call just now, many people not only stated their name, level, and occupation information, but also stated their ranking in their respective provinces. And none of these people ranked below the top 10 in their respective provinces. It can be said that almost the top talents from all over the country have gathered in this conference hall. Also, no one who can be specially recruited into Suzhou and Hangzhou University is a simple person. A very simple truth, in the entire conference hall. Even the unreliable Wang Li next to him must be extremely powerful. Put it in Lijiang City, and you can easily crush all Tianjiao. Chapter 52. After the introduction of special enrollment, I will tell you about the rules of our university. Wu Mang glanced below. The height of more than 3 meters and the sense of oppression belonging to a high-level professional made many students unable to hold their breath. First of all, it's the ranking mechanism. In our Suzhou University, students of each grade will have a corresponding sequence ranking. The higher the strength, the higher the ranking. You are all freshmen, registering for the first time, so the ranking sequence is based on your performance in the college entrance examination. Arranged according to the performance of the high school entrance examination. The exam questions are different in each province, which is not fair at all. In the crowd, someone whispered a word. Obviously a little dissatisfied with his default serial number. Wu Mang seemed to have heard these words, and said lightly. Some of you may feel that this sequence ranking is unfair, but that's okay, this ranking sequence number is temporary. After 1 month, all freshmen have registered, and the competition for freshmen will begin. At that time, everyone will face the same test questions. When the competition is over, the sequence ranking will be rearranged. The credits are already issued according to the serial number when you register for admission. It's useless to shuffle the cards after waiting for the freshman competition. Someone complained. Many students also nodded in agreement. They have found that students ranked in different sequences have different base credits. And on the day of registration, the basic credits have already been issued. Even after a month, the rankings are rearranged. But if there is only one dry ranking, it doesn't make much sense to not get the corresponding credits. As a top university, Suzhou and Hangzhou University will naturally not ignore this point. Just listen to Wu Mang on the podium continue. Freshman competition, after rearranging the rankings, the missing credits will be made up for you accordingly. And not only that, as long as you improve your ranking, you will receive a credit reward of X50 for your improved ranking. Some people may not understand how important the credits of Suzhou University are. Let me simply say that at Suzhou University, 100 credits can be exchanged for a C-level resource. 250 credits can be exchanged for a C and level resource. You can regard one credit as 10,000 cash, or it can be understood as 30,000 cash from the outside world. Because the exchange ratio of Suda is almost equivalent to 1/3 of the market value. That is to say, if you improve by 5 places in the freshman competition, then you can get 250 credits, enough to buy AC and resource. Wu Mang's voice fell, and the entire conference hall instantly burst into exclamations and discussions. A credit reward of X50 for progressing ranking. 250 credits is AC plus level resource? That's outrageous. 1 credit is equivalent to 30,000 Zongxia coins outside, it's terrible. Hey, my current rank is 050, then if I rush to 001 in the freshman competition, wouldn't I be able to get 2,500 credits in one breath? At this moment, the students in the seats were immediately excited. Some people who are not satisfied with their rankings are even more eye-catching. After all, as long as you show your strength in the freshman competition and your ranking rises, you can get the missing credits, and you can also get progress credits. Simply make a profit. Moreover, with a ratio of 1 to 3, the credits of the University of Zhou are actually more precious than they thought. How do you feel that this rule is a little bit against me? Zhou Yi frowned. As a 001 sequence, his ranking has been unable to improve. In other words, he definitely won't be able to get the credit reward of X50 for the advanced ranking. Of course, he also knew that if he wanted to get this progress credit, unless he hit his strength in the college entrance examination, which resulted in a lower sequence ranking. Otherwise, it will be difficult to rush up in just 1 month. After all, everyone is a genius from all over the country. If you improve, others will also improve. Wu Mang didn't care what the following students were saying, and continued to speak loudly. Compared with the other 2 top universities, the establishment of Suhang University is not very long, 231 years ago. In the past 231 years, there have been countless students from the University of Zhou, who have thrown their heads and shed their blood, so that we can live a stable life, have the current Zhou University, and have your present. Entering Zhou University is not for you to enjoy life, nor for you to be superior to others. As special admissions, each of you must have at least 200 basic credits. These credits are all for you to buy resources and improve your strength. Our school has a special law enforcement department and a supervision department. If we can trace someone using these credits to buy school resources and resell them. Immediately dismissed, sent to the Procuratorate for accountability, and blacklisted, never admitted. Wu Mang's voice echoed throughout the conference hall. The seriousness in that tone made everyone present understand the seriousness of the matter. 2. Some of the resources of Suzhou University are invested by the state, and some of them are obtained by the principal, vice principal, and various tutors. It is distributed to students to increase their strength. Even if it's because of talent, the school won't care if the strength doesn't change much after use. However, if you buy school resources and then sell them for cash, the nature will be completely different. Chapter 53. The sequence ranking mechanism, as well as the credit mechanism, have been introduced. Next, I'll tell you about where to level up in the school and how to earn credits. In our University of Zhou, there are a total of 3 copies of the Secret Realm. The first instance, Goblin Dungeon, is limited to level 1721. The second instance, Twisted Forest, is limited to levels 23-26. The third instance, Purgatory, is limited to levels 28-31. These 3 dungeons, in addition to reaching the corresponding level, also require a certain amount of credits to enter. There will be a lot of extra rewards for clearing the dungeon for the first time. In addition, at our Suzhou University, in addition to the credits issued by the school, there are 2 ways to obtain credits. The first type is the credit task. You can log into the official website and find it in the task management module. The second type is the ranking on the Earth ranking and the ranking on the Heavenly ranking. As long as you can enter the top 500 in the ranking of the first ranking professional, you can get 10 to 50 credits every month. Second ranking professionals can get 50 to 80 credits every month. In short, the higher the ranking, the more credits you get. These two methods of obtaining credits can be completed by yourself as needed. Wu Mang said a lot in one breath. Also very detailed. Of course, this is also because everyone here is special enrollment. If he were an ordinary student, he would definitely not tell these things. Ranking? I'm familiar with this one. I was ranked first or second in high school, and this time I'll be able to rush to the top 500 soon. That's right, the district rankings, trivial. 20 credits, here I come. Everyone is specially recruited, and they all have full confidence in themselves. Thinking that even if there is no way to reach the top 100 soon, but it should be easy to get into the top 500. Earth list, sky list, task system, credit system. This Suzhou Hangzhou University has built a rigorous cultivation reward system. Zhou Yi couldn't help feeling a little emotional. This system, the stronger the strength, the more rights can be obtained. In this way, students are also more willing to spend time on practice. Of course, he would not be like the students around him, thinking that this land ranking is a good way to improve the ranking. After all, this is the total ranking of more than 4,000 students in the school. Among them are the veteran seniors and seniors of juniors and seniors. With these people here, it would be a fool's errand for a freshman to raise the ranking to the top 500 in a short period of time. Next, Wu Mang talked about some precautions for new students and left because of something. Continue to come forward by another instructor to popularize some basic knowledge. The entire special enrollment meeting was almost over until nearly 12 o'clock noon. Today's special enrollment meeting is here. I hope that during the period before the freshman competition, everyone will use the basic credits issued to practice more and strengthen their strengths. Otherwise, if you rank lower than ordinary students in the freshman competition, you will be laughed at. On the podium, Su Mei was making her final conclusion. As a beautiful teacher with a good figure and appearance, when he spoke, all the students present were extremely serious. Everyone smiled knowingly when they heard the last sentence. As special recruits, they have their own arrogance. Naturally, it is impossible to lose to ordinary students because of laxity. Okay, it's almost time, let's disband. This concludes the special admissions meeting. In addition to gaining a lot of common sense with Suzhou University, the special admissions students also understand their current sequence rankings, and have a certain understanding of the students who are also in the special admissions class. Among them, the most striking. Undoubtedly, it is the Paladin Zhou Yi with the 001 sequence. Many students don't understand why a Paladin who prefers heavy equipment support is recognized by the school as the number 1 freshman. I don't understand why the school arranges the sequence rankings like this. I also don't understand how a Paladin can hold down the berserkers, even though Shen Lingfeng's level is still higher. The exam questions in each province are different. It is really inappropriate to force a Paladin to be the first freshman. But no matter what his strength is, I think he is so handsome. At the end of the meeting, everyone was still discussing the sequence rankings just now. Some girls sighed at Zhou Yi's sturdy figure and sturdy appearance, which made people involuntarily feel good when they saw it. Humph, I see this 001 sequence, it's just a false name. In this discussion, a voice suddenly sounded loudly, and the entire classroom was instantly silent. FK? Someone is looking for trouble. There's a good show to watch, and we'll leave later. For the 001 sequence, it seems that someone wants to use him as a stepping stone. Also, this Zhou Yi is too conspicuous and not a strong profession. It's not surprising that some people want to step on him. Although everyone has some doubts about this new student's number 1, they still choose to trust the school's arrangement. Now that someone is actually standing up, this is obviously going to cause trouble. Because of the overall policy of Zhongxia Kingdom, high school students began to receive various trainings, and similar things happened more or less. When I entered the university, I was not surprised by this kind of scene, but I found it interesting. Many students who were going to leave also stayed, preparing to watch the play. Zhou Yi raised his brows and looked towards the source of the sound. I saw a tall boy in the front seat, looking at him with a cruel smile. Chapter 54. Seeing Zhou Yi, the smile on the boy's face was even worse. My name is Lu Jing, a 13th level discipline knight, from Qingdong City, Baihe Province, and the current serial ranking is 038. I highly doubt that you have enough strength to be rated as 001 sequence. So, I want to challenge you to confirm your true strength. Lu Jing directly stated his purpose. Lu Jing, he actually initiated the challenge first. I know him, he ranks 5th in the college entrance examination in Qingdong. He is a hidden professional disciplinary knight, and I heard that his strength attribute seems to have increased to more than 55. Hey, strength attribute above 55? Zhou Yi is in trouble now. Disciplinary knights, like paladins, belong to the hidden occupation of the knight occupation branch. But unlike the paladins, punishment knight is not a reloading auxiliary type, but a violent output position. Let the disciplinary knight grow up, and the combat power is even stronger than that of the berserker. Therefore, the main points of punishment knight are the two attributes of strength and physique. And this Lu Jing, obviously, has added the strength attribute to the extreme, and his muscles are extremely strong. Listening to the praise from the surrounding students, the smile on Lu Jing's face grew brighter. It was as if he saw Zhou Yi being trampled under his feet. At the same time, his eyes swept across Jianying next to Zhou Yi, his eyes were hot. In addition to wanting to use Zhou Yi as a stepping stone to achieve his own reputation, Zhang Churan next to the other party is also one of the reasons why he is so eager to challenge. Oh! Zhou Yi squinted his eyes and played with the taste. Then why should I agree to your challenge? 100 credits, you win if you win, and you don't have to pay anything if you lose. It seems to have been expected, Lu Jing said. 100 credits, too few. Zhou Yi shook his head. 300 credits, I will play with you. No need to do anything special, as long as you win, I will still give you the 300 credits. They are all young people in their youth, and the more you don't fight them, the more motivated they are. For the sake of purification in the future, Zhou Yi did not intend to refuse this challenge. And 300 credits is just to make the other party pay more and remember this lesson. At the same time, it is also killing chickens to warn monkeys. 300 credits. Lu Jing's complexion changed slightly. As a student ranked 038 in the sequence, he only got 400 basic credits. If you lose this 300 credit resource, then in the new student competition a month later, you will properly drop the ranking. Don't worry, let's go. Seeing that Zhou Yi and his party were about to leave, Lu Jing gritted his teeth and shouted. Okay, 300 credits are 300 credits. Let's go to the ring. It seems that you still have some courage. Zhou Yi turned around and smiled. But there's no need for the arena, just stay here. The arena is too far from here, and it takes at least 10 minutes to walk there. He doesn't have the time to spare. Besides, at this time, Miss Su Mei and the others have not left yet, so they just happen to be the referees. Here. Lu Jing looked around, although it was only a conference hall. But the area is not small, more than 500 square meters. Moreover, the podium in front of him was still an open area, which was just right for him, a punishment knight, to make a sudden advance. So he nodded and said, "That's fine. Mr. Su, can you help to be our witness teacher?" Zhou Yi shouted to Su Mei, who had not left yet. Generally speaking, the competition between students must have the presence of a mentor as a witness teacher. And the only teacher he is familiar with now is Su Mei. Can only trouble the other party to help. Can. 300 credits per person, transfer them to my account first. Su Mei, who was watching the whole process, nodded with interest and walked over. Unlike ordinary universities, Suzhou University encourages competition among students. As long as no one is killed, everything is fine. It doesn't matter if there is a real accident. There is also a third-turn priest in the school, who can complete the resurrection directly on the spot. Zhou Yi and Zhou Yi quickly transferred their credits, and the surrounding students who acted as spectators also voluntarily retreated. A field of about 200 square meters is exposed. Because it is at the front of the conference hall. Therefore, 2/3 of the site is empty podium ground. The other third is a dense seating area. On the empty podium ground, Zhou Yi and Lu Jing were about 10 meters apart, standing opposite each other. Compared with ordinary people, Zhou Yi's body type is relatively strong. But compared with Lu Jing, whose muscles are high and bulging, it is a lot inferior. Retribution night, will brother Zhou be unable to beat him? Wang Li frowned. He has watched Zhou Yi's video of passing the college entrance examination, and it is clear that Zhou Yi with full buff is in his prime. And now that he is not in the dungeon, Lu Jing will definitely not let Zhou Yi add buffs to himself. Once Lu Jing chooses to come in suddenly, it will be troublesome. Unlike Wang Li, Zhang Churan on the side was not worried at all, but licked his red lips excitedly, looking forward to the next battle. She is very curious, Zhou Yi, who can make herself feel dangerous. Fighting, what kind of scene is it? Between the two, Su Mei was in charge of hosting. Not far away, the teachers and students who did not leave also sat and watched. After the countdown of 3 seconds. You can do it. Remember, in the battle between classmates, remember to kill the killer. Su Mei, who acted as the referee, looked solemn. 3, 2, 1. Start. As soon as the words fell, a red light flickered under Lu Jing's feet, and with one step, he instantly crossed a distance of 9 meters and came to Zhou Yi. Dash. Disciplinary Knight's exclusive skill, which can dash a certain distance within 0.5 seconds. This dashing distance will be increased by the skill level and strength attribute. And Lu Jing, who burst into 9 meters in one breath, is obviously extremely proficient in this skill. Blood slash. A giant sword was already in his hands, his arms swelled violently, and the giant sword slashed towards Zhou Yi with a dull sound of breaking through the air. Above the blade, there was even more violent blood-red light lingering. He was not a fool to be specially recruited into Sudai. Although I don't know why a paladin would be designated as the first freshman by the school. But as long as you grasp the weak point of the paladin's lack of strength without adding a buff, you can easily defeat it. And the dash paired with the blood slash is a set of classic face-rushing combos. Defeat. Looking at the giant sword that was getting closer and closer to Zhou Yi, the smile on Lu Jing's face became more and more hideous. And at this moment, Zhou Yi moved. I saw his right foot lifted slightly, and his thigh suddenly turned into a phantom and popped out. What? That astonishing speed made Lu Jing too late to react. Hearing a muffled sound, his body suddenly bent and deformed. The waist was suddenly hit by a huge force, as if it flew out like a cannonball shot from the barrel. Bang! After smashing a depression in the back wall, he fell down weakly. In the original position, Zhou Yi slowly retracted his right leg. Weak, too weak. Looking at the figure who had passed out on the ground in the distance, Zhou Yi shook his head in disappointment. Originally, he also had expectations for Lu Jing, the level 13 punishment knight. But I didn't expect that the other party couldn't even bear his own ordinary whip. Chapter 55. During the college entrance examination, Zhou Yi's four-dimensional attributes were Strength, 45, Constitution, 51, Agility, 43, and Wisdom, 52. Today, his four-dimensional attributes are Strength, 90, Constitution, 97, Dexterity, 89, Wisdom, 96. In terms of four-dimensional attributes alone, his data has almost doubled. The real combat power has been enhanced by an unknown number of times. Although Lu Jing's transfer is a punishment knight with a violent output orientation, his strength value is more than 55 points. Such data is indeed terrifying for ordinary people of the same age. But for Zhou Yi, it's no more than that. At first, he was still thinking. Lu Jing, who ranked 4th in the college entrance examination in Baihu province, should have some special means. Unexpectedly, I didn't take out the Xianguang warhammer and used any skills. It was just an ordinary whip leg, and the opponent was directly defeated. From Lu Jing's shot, he used the dash and blood slash in succession, until he was pulled out by Zhou Yi and slammed into the wall, unconscious. The whole process takes place between the electric light and the flint. And all the students who were preparing to witness a big battle were completely stunned. Is this the end? Lu Jing, who is ranked 032 in the sequence, just lost? In this battle, Zhou Yi wins. Until Su Mei's beautiful voice sounded. Everyone reacted, and what followed was a series of exclamations. FK. Lu Jing just lost like that. This whip leg, if you tell me he is a fighter, I will believe it. Horrible. It's terrifying. It's completely crushing. The strength and physical attributes of the two are not at the same level at all. Is this the repressive power of the 001 sequence? It's too powerful. Steady, accurate, ruthless. It was the impression that most of the students present had about this whip leg. And as special recruits from all over the country, they also know how difficult it is to do this. Tricky eyesight, strong fighting consciousness. Indispensable. Moreover, the most important thing is that Zhou Yi's strength and physical attributes are much stronger than Lu Jing. Otherwise, just relying on the strength of the fighting consciousness is like water without a source. Even if you know the weakness of the opponent's skill, you can't forcibly interrupt it. Some students are secretly estimating, if they were Zhou Yi, what would the result be? Then I was surprised to find that this combo was difficult to resist. Dash forward, add chi and blood to cut. Although only 2 skills are used, the combo is very simple, but it is quite practical. Crispy occupations for general mages and priests. As long as the hand speed is slightly slower, if the magic barrier is not opened, and there is no time to dodge, I am afraid that it will be killed on the spot. Melee professions like fighters and fighters. Without enough strength attributes, there is no way to stop this cut. And a whip like Zhou Yi pulled out, directly interrupting the means of skill release. It's something that very few people can do. Considering that Zhou Yi is still a paladin, if you add buffs and weapon boosts, his ultimate strength is terrifying. The strength attribute is at least 15 points worse. Zhang Churen's beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance. Retribution Knight is a profession that mainly adds strength attributes among many professions. The main direction of adding points for paladins is physique and wisdom attributes, and strength attributes are not the main direction for adding points. That's it, Zhou Yi even crushed the opponent's attribute value by at least 15 points. It is conceivable that the other attributes of the other party are also ridiculously high. It's outrageous, this strength is simply unfathomable. In the conference hall, some students expressed emotion, and many people also nodded in agreement. To know. Lu Jing is not an ordinary student, but a level 13 punishment knight ranked 38. Originally, they were all ready to watch a battle. Who knows, Zhou Yi ended the battle with just one whip kick. Is Zhou Yi's strength so strong? Su Mei, who saw the whole battle process in her eyes, was also a little surprised. She knew that Zhou Yi could win, but she didn't expect to win so easily. Subconsciously, I used the identification technique to look at it. Zhou Yi's level is still level 13, and nothing has changed. He should have other means of enhancing his strength. Shaking her head, Su Mei didn't think much about it. From an ordinary student, to become the champion of Suzhou and Hangzhou. In addition to the role of the guardian of the SN talent divine angel, Zhou Yi himself should have other secret methods to enhance his strength. As a teacher, as long as the students can become stronger, she does not intend to explore the secrets of each other. Zhou Yi, 600 credits have been transferred to your account, please confirm. Let the medical team carry Lu Jing away. Su Mei operated on her phone again, and transferred the credits they had just transferred to Zhou Yi. Okay. Suhang University has its own student system app, which Zhou Yi downloaded yesterday. Take out your phone and log in. I saw that my credits changed from 700 to 1300. The corner of Zhou Yi's mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. He was very happy to get 300 credits out of thin air without much effort. Mr. Su, the credits have been credited, so I'll go first. After the credits have been credited, and looking at the reactions of the people around him, the effect of this battle has basically been achieved. So he didn't stay much, and immediately walked out of the conference hall. Seeing this, Zhang Churan, who was on the side, pondered for a moment, and quickly followed with slender steps. No wonder the school chose him as the first freshman. This strength is indeed powerful. To be able to achieve the level just now, you must at least be in the top 10, and Zhou Yi hasn't used any skills just now. Great, great! Watching Zhou Yi leave, the students in the conference hall were quite emotional. Although it was only a move, the strength of the opponent had already been revealed. Among them, perhaps only the top 10 ranked people can kill Lu Jing so neatly. Most importantly, Zhou Yi is also a paladin. A series of buffs and a series of skills of the paladin have not been used at all. If you wait for Zhou Yi to add a buff and use his skills, no one knows how terrifying it will be. Get stronger. On the seat, he looked at the cobweb-shaped recessed crack on the wall that Lu Jing had smashed out. The corners of Shen Lingfeng's mouth evoked an inexplicable arc. But that's fine. The stronger, the more interesting it is. Chapter 56. Walking out of the conference hall, Zhang Churan quickly looked for Zhou Yi. The conference hall is located on the first floor of the number 1 teaching building. The classrooms of Suhang University are not divided into grades and buildings. At this time, it was close to noon, and the course in the morning was over. Many seniors and seniors also walked out of the classroom after class, preparing to go to the cafeteria for lunch. For a while, there were many figures walking in the corridor. However, although there were many people in the corridor, Zhang Churan found Zhou Yi at a glance. A tall figure and a broad back. And the faint sense of oppression emanating from him made him look extremely conspicuous in the crowd. Zhou Yi, wait a minute, are you free? She took a slender step, approached Zhou Yi with a quick step, and smiled. Is something wrong? It's nothing serious, I just want to have a fight with you. Zhou Yi, who was walking, stopped and turned to look. On his left side, although there was a smile on Zhang Churan's delicate face, it didn't look like a joke. Are you serious? Just in case, Zhou Yi confirmed it. Well, I'm serious. Zhang Churan nodded, wisps of seductive purple rippling in the depths of her eyes. Yesterday, I met Zhou Yi at the school gate, and I sensed a dangerous aura from the other party, and found that the other party was not affected by the power of charm. She developed a strong interest in Zhou Yi. And just now, Zhou Yi's powerful strength showed at will. It made her feel like a cat smelling dried fish, and couldn't help but want to explore the depth of Zhou Yi. At the same time, it can also be confirmed to what extent the other party can resist the power of their own charm. Sorry, I'm not free lately. Shaking his head, Zhou Yi refused. Yesterday, I had already inquired about the news that the polar ice lotus might be in the Wind Mountains. Therefore, he will soon go back to prepare, and then set off for the Gale Mountains. Where will there be time to discuss with Zhang Churan? Although he really wanted to see the strength of the champions of other provinces. But when the freshman competition starts, it will also be able to play a game. Don't be in a hurry at this time. Zhang Churan couldn't help being stunned when he heard the words, with doubts in his big clear eyes. No boy could refuse such a small request. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yi did this without even thinking about it. Growing up, she doubted her own charm for the first time. Just when she was stunned, Zhou Yi had already stepped forward. So she quickly chased after her and asked again. Are you going out recently? 39. Well, I'm going to go to the Gale Mountains. Zhou Yi didn't hide it. He knows. If you don't tell the reason, this girl probably won't give up easily. Wind Mountains? Zhang Churen's eyes lit up and quickly said. Then have you got your gear ready? I've heard that the Gale Mountains are dangerous. Although she is from Sichuan province, she had already checked the relevant information about Suhang University and the surrounding places of Suhang University long before she registered. And as the Wind Mountain Range, which is home to many monsters, she also knows a lot. After all, she is only level 14 now. And she was still 3 levels away from the minimum limit level of 17 in the first instance of the Goblin Dungeon of Suzhou and Hangzhou University. In addition to dungeons, the only way for professionals to gain experience is to kill wild beasts. Therefore, after a while, she might also enter the Gale Mountains. Kill monsters and gain experience. From this, she learned a lot about the Tornado Mountains. Equipment. Only then did Zhou Yi react. For professionals, a complete set of professional equipment should include tops, bottoms, belts, shoes, weapons, necklaces, and rings. And now he only has 3 pieces of equipment on his body. Jungle Ring, Jungle Belt, and Dark Light Hammer. The first 2 pieces of equipment were obtained in the copy of the college entrance examination, while the last weapon was given by the school. During the college entrance examination, his equipment was all bronze. Therefore, apart from the newly acquired gold level equipment, he did not bring the rest of the equipment. When I talk about it now, I realize that he doesn't seem to be able to put together a complete set of equipment. All the equipment can be purchased on the school's official website, and it is much cheaper than outside, but it will not be delivered until the next day. Otherwise, will you wait until tomorrow? Seeing Zhou Yi's reaction, Zhang Churen also knew that the other party might not have the equipment ready, so he said with a smile. That pure and sweet smile has attracted many passing students to cast bursts of amazement. Also. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yi nodded. Going to the Gale Mountains this time is likely to be life-threatening. So, the more prepared the better. You can wait another day for the equipment. After all, in the end, there might be a completely different result because of the difference in the attributes of some equipment. Would you like to go to the ring later? Before we leave, let's go to the last one. Seeing that Zhou Yi was not in a hurry to leave, Zhang Churen was also relieved. At the same time, my heart praised my wit. If it wasn't for her quick response. This time, I don't know when to wait. Okay, but it's getting late, let's have a meal first. 39. Zhou Yi nodded. A high-level professional can do without food for 10 days and a half months without any discomfort. Those who are just starting out as more than 10-level professionals can't do it, they still have to eat every meal. And Zhou Yi, because of the appointment to discuss later, the two went to the cafeteria together. There are many canteens in Suzhou University, and there are 3 in the vicinity of the number 1 teaching building alone. Because he ate outside the dormitory yesterday, Zhou Yi knew very little about the cafeteria. Although Zhang Churen only reported yesterday. But she seems to know a lot about the cafeteria. On the way to the cafeteria, Xu Jiachen explained. The 3 canteens nearby are the 3rd, 4th, and 5th canteens. The 3rd cafeteria specializes in local dishes from Suzhou and Hangzhou, and it tastes good. 99. The 4th canteen is mainly northern food, but I don't know if it's because I'm not used to it, and the taste is not very good. 35. The 5th canteen, which specializes in Sichuan cuisine, is authentic in my opinion. However, no matter which cafeteria, the cost of eating is very low. For an ordinary meal, it only takes about 0.01 credit, which is less than 300 hyuxia and summer dollars. While they were talking, the two had already arrived at the 5th dining hall. Like the dormitory, the cafeteria of Zhou University is also very luxurious. The layout is similar to that of a typical restaurant, rather than the humble 4-seater table with seats attached. However, there is no waiter here to ask you to order, but the self-service mode is adopted, and the dishes are prepared by yourself. Good food. With the combination of meat and vegetables, the aroma of bone soup can be smelled from far away, and fruits and milk can be used at will. The two took their meals and found a place to sit down. Compared with the appetite of ordinary people, Zhou Yi's appetite is quite large. But when he saw the food that Zhang Churan brought, he couldn't help being surprised. I saw that on the table, almost all the food brought by the other party. There are many kinds, including meat, vegetarian, and various fruits. It was full, almost covering 2/3 of the entire tabletop. My physique is special, so I eat more. Seeing that Zhou Yi noticed this, Zhang Churan's face turned slightly red and explained shyly. As the owner of the succubus bloodline, her energy consumption is much higher than that of ordinary professionals. In fact, not only her, but also her best friend Xiaolan. Of course, the large appetite also shows that her succubus bloodline is still growing. If one day she is the same as ordinary people, it means that her bloodline strength has been enhanced to the maximum, and she cannot go further. It's okay, I understand. Subconsciously glanced at the other party's proud chest, Zhou Yi nodded, expressing understanding. 2. Without such a large appetite, her figure could not be so good. 0. After dinner, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhou Yi was going to go directly to the ring, but Zhang Churan had to go back to the dormitory. No way, he followed back to the dormitory area. After waiting outside for a while, Zhang Churan walked out of dormitory No. 003. I saw that she had changed into a black suit. Behind her, she was still carrying the black and simple long sword she saw yesterday. My sword can't be put in the equipment slot and space ring, so if you want to use it, you can only hold it yourself. 5. Zhang Churan explained. At this time, her black hair was tied up high, and she was wearing a black battle uniform with a slightly tight-fitting effect. While outlining the proud figure, it also gives a very capable feeling. There is no way to put in the equipment slot and space ring. 35. Zhou Yi raised his brows and looked carefully. Only then did I discover that the long sword behind Zhang Churan looked very different from the ordinary long sword. Except for the mysterious rune on the hilt, the entire sword seemed to be vaguely enveloped by a black energy. Gives a cold, chilling feeling. Subconsciously, Zhou Yi used the identification technique to take a look. Weapon, Dark Moon Ancient Sword. Quality, Inheritance. Level requirements. Attributes: Race restriction, Human race. Occupation restriction, Swordsman. Effect: Look at the several question marks displayed by the appraisal technique, and the word inheritance that is very conspicuous in the quality column. Zhou Yi fell into silence for a while. On the blue star, the quality of equipment is divided into 6 grades: bronze, black iron, silver, gold, epic, and legend. In addition to these 6 grades, there is also a very special kind of equipment: inheritance equipment. Heritage equipment is extremely rare. It is generally evolved from the epic and legendary equipment held by the top powerhouses after the fall. Can only be bound once. It has a very abnormal growth attribute, and various powerful effects and attributes can appear as the holder's level increases. In general, it is an ultra-rare equipment comparable to legendary equipment. Chapter 57. You're not going to fight me with this sword, are you? At the door of Villa 003, Zhou Yi looked at Zhang Churan, who was standing quietly in front of him, and couldn't help but complain. Equipment, as long as it reaches the gold level, the increase brought by it is very considerable. For example, his gold-level weapon, Xianguang Warhammer, can add 18 physical points and 24 wisdom points. His original physique and wisdom attributes were 9,796 respectively. With the increase of weapons, you can reach 115 physique points and 120 wisdom points respectively. Equipped with weapons, the four-dimensional attributes can be said to have increased by more than 1/5. In addition, the Xianguang Warhammer also comes with a special effect that increases all light skills below B rank by +1. This is another powerful booster effect. And this is just a gold-level weapon. If it is replaced with epic and legendary weapons, the increase will only be more perverted. And this heritage weapon, Dark Moon Ancient Sword, can be compared to a legendary weapon. Even if he can add more than 40 attribute points, Zhou Yi will not be surprised. Not to mention, I don't know what special effects this weapon will have. It can be said that as long as this weapon is used, Zhang Churen's strength will definitely increase. Why don't I change it? Zhang Churen also felt a little embarrassed and said quickly. This Dark Moon Ancient Sword was an inheritance weapon awarded by her family when she was 16 years old, when she was transferred to a spirit harness swordsman. Because the college entrance examination restricts the use of only 3-star bronze equipment. Therefore, she did not use this weapon in the college entrance examination. At this time, she wanted to discuss with Zhou Yi, so she took out the sword subconsciously. But he forgot that 20 seemed unfair to Zhou Yi if he used this sword. Forget it, you'd better use this one. Tuko returns to Tuko. Zhou Yi has no plans to let Zhang Churen change weapons. After all, there are other battle occasions besides the college entrance examination. The opponent will not say that the weapon is too good to change it. He also wanted to see if this provincial champion from Sichuan province, with a heritage weapon, would be powerful in the end. Suzhou Hangzhou University, South Regional Center. There is a huge modern building with a height of more than 60 meters and 12 floors. On the side of the building, the 3 characters "Training Building" are written in block letters. The training building is a place where Suhang University provides students with various trainings. Each building is enough to accommodate more than 2,000 students to train at the same time. There are 3 such training buildings on the campus of Suhang University. Among them, this one is located in the number 1 training building in the southern area of Suhang University. Because it is relatively close to the cafeteria, dormitory, and teaching building, it is also the most popular of the 3 training buildings. The arena where students learn from each other and practice combat is also set up on the 10th, 11th, and 12th floors of the training building. Hehe, Wang Ziwei, a month has passed and your strength hasn't improved much. Humph, I made a mistake just now, let's do it again. Missed? Okay, then let's fight again. 6. The 10th floor of number 1 training building is very spacious. Looking around, there are at least 4,000 or 5,000 square meters. Within this wide area, there are a total of 5 large arenas with a length and width of 20 meters. Unlike ordinary arenas, this arena is made of alloy as a whole. Enchanted defensive runes that solidify the appearance are depicted on the outside of the arena and on the ground. And not only that, there is a built-in level 5 intelligence in each arena, which can monitor the status of students at any time. Once it is judged that there may be a fatal danger, the protective cover will be propped up immediately to ensure that students do not have accidents. At this time, these 5 arenas are all in the open state. People who fight in it. Not only are there fighters who wear gloves and attack fast, but there are also mages who hold a staff and have elegant movements. There are also mechanics and summoners who have summoned a bunch of machines, as well as a bunch of monsters. The arena was lively, and there was a rest area under the arena. There are also many people watching the battle, cheering from time to time. Wow! The automatic door opens. A young man and a young girl walked in. The young man was tall, with a angular face and a calm expression on his face, as if everything was under control. And the girl next to him looked only about 18 years old. She has black hair, a tall and plump figure, and a delicate and beautiful appearance. The inadvertent smiles seemed to be very sweet. And behind her, she also carried a sheathed long sword that exuded icy suffocation. Hey! There are so many people! Zhou Yi was taken aback by the liveliness of the ring area. He thought that there should not be many people right here. Hello, two classmates, do you want to use the ring to compete? Also, you just came to watch the battle. A girl in her 20s, dressed in uniform and with big black waves, walked over with a gentle smile on her face. Many venues of Suhang University cooperate with off-campus companies, as does the ring area. The cooperation is a technology company called Yuanfang. This sci-fi arena is what they provide. And, as a commercial company, they also know how to make their guests have a better experience. For example, the uniform that the staff member was wearing was a short black dress. It was paired with slightly curvy black knee socks, although it did not reach the unforgettable level of Zhang Churen's. But she is also a pretty lady. And staff like that, here, are nothing but the norm. 35. Without paying too much attention to the other's appearance, Zhou Yi nodded slightly. Then please come with me. Under the leadership of the short-haired girl, Zhou Yi and Zhang Churen came to the front desk. After showing the student ID, under her operation, the battle information of the two was quickly entered into the system. There are more people using the ring now, and there are still 3 games ahead of you, so you may have to wait for a while. When it's your turn, a beep will be played. The short-haired girl said with a sweet smile. All right. Zhou Yi was a little helpless, but Zhang Churen, who was beside him, was not surprised and smiled. It seems that we can only wait for a while. By the way, we can also watch the battle of the seniors and seniors. Also. The two walked to the rest area, found a sofa and sat down, and began to observe the battle on the ring. The students of Suzhou University are generally around the 17th and 18th grades. Because there are top teachers to teach, everyone has a very good fighting awareness, and the scenes of fighting are also very pleasing to the eye. Please prepare students with student number and student number in the number 2 arena. After a while, an electronic beep came from the stereos on the surrounding walls. The student number starting with 2624, is there a new student coming here? Didn't the special admissions meeting just end in the morning? Is this someone coming to the ring? Haha, it's probably some kind of conflict. Suzhou University number is ordered by the time of admission. I heard the student number starting with 2624, which means the freshman who just entered this year. In the rest area, many seniors and sisters suddenly became interested. Number. Chickens peck each other. This is a rare scene on weekdays. These seniors, 99. Zhou Yi couldn't help but smile. Then he shook his head and entered the number 2 ring with Zhang Churen. These are the 2 freshmen who will go to war right away? No matter what their strength is, they are all good looking. 95. Tisk tisk, this is not bad. When did our school have such beautiful girls? Cough cough, also. Gossip is human nature. As soon as the two took the stage, before the fight started, the seniors and seniors below began to discuss their bodies and appearances. On the arena, a protective barrier rose up, isolating the arena from the outside world. The two of you have 20 seconds to prepare, and after 20 seconds, the battle officially begins. Electronic prompts echoed in the ring space. The two stood 10 meters apart, facing each other. Student Zhou Yi, don't be merciful in a while. 057 Zhang Churen licked his red lips and giggled. On her right hand, the dark moon long sword was already held, and a cold and murderous aura came from the surface. It was a strange contrast to her delicate face. Although the contrast is great, it is inexplicably harmonious. Rest assured. Zhou Yi smiled slightly, and the Xianguang warhammer was also held in his hand. 3,2,1. Start. The moment the electronic beep fell. From 10 meters away, Zhang Churan's slender figure suddenly turned into a phantom and struck Zhou Yi like lightning. The dark blade of the dark moon ancient sword on her right hand seemed to split the air, dragging out a long dark trail. Shadow Slash. The exclusive skill of the swordsman class, dash forward a certain distance, and swing a slash with a dark attribute attack. As a swordsman profession, a hidden transfer spirit swordsman, she will naturally do this trick. Moreover, during the college entrance examination, she used this trick to kill an elite monster directly. Block. A huge sound of Zhou Yi colliding sounded, and the ears of the surrounding crowd buzzed. On the ring, Zhou Yi was holding a warhammer. Zhang Churan's violent sword was accurately stopped by the giant soldier's warhammer, and he could no longer dash forward a single point. This is swift shadow slash? Why does it feel like my release speed is more than twice as fast? What a fast slash, this speed, the average junior and senior can't do it. 5. FK? Such a fast swift shadow slash was actually stopped by a warhammer. This level, this movement, you're telling me it's two freshmen fighting? That's outrageous. The moment the two fought, the rest area was watching this side at the same time, and the seniors and sisters who were about to see a joke almost glared their eyes out. As soon as the so-called expert makes a move, he will know if there is any. Swift shadow slash, as the exclusive skill of swordsman, many people can do it. Naturally, it can be seen that the power of this slash in the arena is huge and extraordinary. And the most outrageous thing is that such a powerful skill was easily stopped by the opponent. Simply incredible. Chapter 58. Great Strength. On the arena, Zhang Churan frowned slightly, feeling the pain from the shock from the long sword. When she saw Zhou Yi and Lu Jing fighting, she knew that the opponent's strength attribute should be very strong. Now that you get in touch, you'll know. This can no longer be described as powerful, it can be called a monster. The anti-shock power from the sword, even her physique with the bonus of the succubus bloodline, would actually feel a little pain. Come again. 35. Zhou Yi grinned. Not pity Xiangziyu, he stepped forward with his right foot, waving the warhammer at the same time, and smashed at Zhang Churan. It stands to reason that the attack speed of giant weapons should be very slow. However, in the hands of Zhou Yi, the warhammer attack was still fast, and it was about to hit Zhang Churan in the blink of an eye. However, Zhang Churan's speed was not slow, holding the sword in his backhand, laying horizontally in front of him. Files. The quaint long sword and the warhammer collided together, making a harsh collision sound. The quaint long sword held by her slender arm actually blocked this blow. Feeling the anti-shock force from the warhammer, Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. This power, although weaker than him, is not much worse. Very good, I finally found someone who can compete with me head-on. Zhou Yi's eyes were filled with fiery fighting intent, dragging the warhammer and rushing forward again. Block. 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 On the ring, one tall and the other slender, two figures were fighting together. The warhammer and the long sword collided together, making a loud noise. There is no gorgeous skill effect between the two. But the sense of rage emanating from the collision made the entire arena filled with a depressing aura. In the rest area, more and more people were attracted by the movement and looked at the ring. I read it right? Is this a level 13 paladin fighting with a 14 spirit harness swordsman? What the hell? When did the paladin in the reload support position confront the spirit harness swordsman in the output position? Not only is it a confrontation, but it is also a match. Equally? Haven't you found out yet, so far, that paladin hasn't used his skills yet? The sudden reminder made the entire rest area instantly stagnate. Oh yes. Because the offensive of the paladins was too fierce, they all forgot that the other party didn't seem to have used any buff skills or other skills. And not only that, 55. Have you noticed that compared to when he first started, the spirit-controlling swordsman's movement has slowed down a lot? 99. In the beginning, the Paladin usually had 3 strikes before she had to use a long sword to resist one of them. And now, when the Paladin swings 2 hammers, she has to use a long sword to resist 1 hammer. The person reminded earlier spoke again. This is a thin man with short hair. Standing behind the rest area, he looked at the 2 figures fighting together on the arena with interest. As expected of Senior Li, his eyesight is good. Hehe, this observation is much stronger than our average person. Seeing the short-haired man, many people greeted him. Li Dongsheng, a level 29 sharpshooter. At the same time, he is also one of the ministers of the largest society of Suzhou and Hangzhou University, the Aurora Society. The strength is extremely strong, and many people know it. While saying hello, some people continued to ask, "Brother Li, why is this happening?" Judging from the movement of the 2 weapons fighting together, the strength of the 2 sides is similar, and the anti-shock force they receive is also similar. Why is it that the spirit-controlling swordsman can't bear it first? Hehe, of course, it's because her physical attributes are not comparable to the paladins on the opposite side. Li Dongsheng smiled and said, "Also, take a closer look at her weapons. Arms." Everyone hurriedly used the appraisal technique to look at it, and a large series of information was suddenly revealed. Weapon, Dark Moon Ancient Sword. Quality, Inheritance. Level requirements. Attributes: Race restriction, Human race. Occupation restriction, Swordsman. Effect: FK, this girl is actually carrying an inheritance weapon. The moment they saw the information, everyone was shocked. This is a legacy weapon. In the entire Suhang University, there are only a handful of students who have inherited weapons. Unexpectedly, now another new student has emerged. That's right, it's heritage weapons. 99. B. According to my estimation, her Dark Moon Ancient Sword should mainly increase the strength attribute and agility attribute. Although physical attributes and wisdom attributes have also increased, they should not be increased much. 35. Li Dongshen's eyes flickered. Weapons below the gold level often only increase a single attribute. Once it reaches the gold level, it will increase the dual attributes. On the epic and legendary weapons above, it is to increase the 3 attributes and all attributes. As a heritage weapon that can be compared with legendary weapons, naturally all attributes have increased. It's just that some attributes have high increases and some have low increases. Brother Li, what you mean is that this spirit-controlling swordsman can compete with the paladin in strength because of the bonus of the weapon. 99. And because this weapon has a low increase in physical attributes, the swordsman of the spirit cannot compete with the paladin in physical fitness. 9. That's why I was the first to be unable to withstand the force of the shock. The more I hit, the more affected my body was. Someone instantly understood what Li Dongsheng meant and said suddenly, "That's right." Li Dongsheng smiled and nodded, and at the same time he couldn't help but sigh. This class of freshmen is a bit perverted. A paladin holding a gold-level weapon can actually beat a spirit-controlling swordsman in the output position. 359. As a sharpshooter who is about to turn 2, he has also gone out to practice many times in the past 2 years at school. Meet many different professionals. It's not uncommon for paladins to take violent routes like this. But it was 1 level lower, without using any skills, and he was fighting against an output occupation with a heritage weapon. It was the first time he saw it. Indeed, Li Dongshen's inference is not wrong. The inheritance weapon, the Dark Moon Ancient Sword, has an uneven increase in the 4-dimensional attributes. But one thing, Li Dongsheng guessed wrong. Dark Moon Ancient Sword is a total of 3 powerful attribute enhancements, namely Strength, Constitution, and Agility. Among the 4-dimensional attributes, only the Wisdom attribute has a relatively low increase. However, even the physical attributes have been greatly enhanced. In the battle with Zhou Yi, the wave after wave of anti-shock force made Zhang Churan feel more and more overwhelmed. Block. After another long sword blocked the attack of the warhammer, Zhou Yi suddenly lifted the hammer and stepped back. Zhang Churan was a little unclear. Not far ahead, Zhou Yi, who stopped the offensive, raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a smile. The warm-up is over, all right, let's start now. Warm up. Zhang Churan's big eyes were a little dazed, and then he widened his eyes and said incredulously. Just now, were you just warming up? Zhang Churan was a little stupid. You know, in the battle just now. In addition to a few unique skills at the bottom of the box, she has almost done everything. Unexpectedly, in Zhou Yi's view, it was just a warm-up. You haven't released your skills just now. She finally reacted at this time. From the very beginning of the battle, she felt something was wrong. It's just that Zhou Yi's offensive was so strong that she forgot about it for a while. When I think about it at this time, I realize that in the battle just now, Zhou Yi has never even used a skill. Next, be careful. Zhou Yi smiled slightly, his heart moved, and he started the normal play of the Paladin. Stack the buff first. Blessings of weapons. Blessings of dawn. Bonus of courage. God's gift, 9. Guardian gifts. I saw a golden cross lit up between his eyebrows, and countless sacred and dazzling rays of light erupted from him wantonly. Wait until all buffs stack up. The Xianguang warhammer on Zhou Yi's right hand had already turned golden yellow. Under his feet, stepped on a mysterious hexagram magic circle formed by a guardian gift. On the top of his head, the two mysterious talisman diplomas formed by the gift of courage are spinning, constantly increasing his strength and physical attributes. At this moment, his momentum climbed to the top. Like a high-level demon beast, even if he just stood there, Zhou Yi recklessly exuded a heart-pounding sense of oppression. What a strong sense of oppression! It turns out that this is his heyday. Zhang Churan bit her red lips lightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with purple meaning. She did not expect that Zhou Yi's strength in his heyday would be so perverted. Before, her succubus body, coupled with the enhancement of her inheritance weapons, were still being beaten. Now that the opponent's buffs are stacked, she doesn't know what to do next. The Spear of Victory. Zhou Yi pinched the void, and the light elements quickly converged in the form of a spear. And then he was thrown violently. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Sheng, the king's spear of profit crossed a distance of 6 meters, and it was about to pin Zhang Churan in place. Instant step. Zhang Churan was very decisive, and another displacement skill was released. The figure flashed, dodging the spear. Bang! The Spear of Victory shot on the ground where Zhang Churan was standing, and immediately exploded a small pit. Just waiting for your move. Pure white blade. Just after Zhang Churan stood up, Zhou Yi's deep voice came from the side. At the same time, he made a cross with his arms, forming a cross-shaped blade that instantly slashed out. When Zhang Churan didn't have time to react, and he was able to lift the Dark Moon Ancient Sword to defend in front of him. Block. The cross blade was blocked, but the magic damage belonging to the light attribute directly hit her body, causing her to enter a state of rigidity and unable to move. Do you want to continue? Not far ahead, Zhou Yi was carrying the warhammer and looked at Zhang Churan. On his left hand, countless light elements converged, about to condense into the shape of a spear. No. Don't hit the bow. 35. Feel the uncontrolled body and the light element spear that condenses the terrifying magic fluctuations. Zhang Churan sighed and chose to give up. Although she still has a way to break free. But under the opponent's almost crushing offensive, if they continued to fight, the final result would be the same. Defeated without a doubt. Chapter 59. This. Terrible. Seconds have passed since this battle was a new battle. After experiencing the initial disbelief at the fighting strength of these two freshmen, the seniors and sisters below began to admire them. There were even people applauding, and it was sparse at first. Led by Li Dongsheng and praised for the wonderful battle, many people also applauded involuntarily. Beautiful, so beautiful. 35. Although there are only two freshmen, the fierceness of the battle is almost the same as watching the battle of the junior sister and senior. Especially the Paladin, his offensive is fast and merciless. If it weren't for the fact that the student number couldn't be faked, I doubted whether they were freshmen. Indeed, Zhou Yi's fighting skills are too exaggerated. Ordinary occupations that use giant weapons generally take defensive counterattacks. Try not to swing heavy weapons in a big way to save your stamina. Only when the opponent's flaws are caught, will he suddenly attack and complete a suppression. There is absolutely no idea of conserving stamina. Swinging a warhammer is like swinging a toy, it's about to swing out a phantom. It's not that no one doubted that Zhou Yi's warhammer was underweight. But after seeing the depressions on the ground of the arena that were smashed by the warhammer, all doubts vanished in an instant. The arena floor is made of a very hard alloy, and even the impact of pistol bullets cannot leave any traces. At this time, it was smashed out so many depressions. This is enough to show that the opponent's weapon is not just an exaggerated visual effect, but a real weight. Some people have counted, in the battle just now, Zhou Yi swung the warhammer nearly 100 times. Moreover, Zhou Yi was not attacking at Hu 077 indiscriminately. From beginning to end, the warhammer is restricting the opponent's movement, so that it has to use the sword to block the warhammer's offensive. Hundreds of times to swing the warhammer, and consciously limit the movement. How did you do that? They can't understand. If it was them, it is estimated that they would not have the strength to fight dozens of times. Not to mention the need to limit the opponent's movement. And, most admired by them. This is a beautiful and moving beauty, and warhammer greeted each other mercilessly. Simply unmoved by the beauty. The final casting speed is also very fast, the buff is full, and the strength is directly improved to a prosperous state. Indeed, this paladin is too good, and the crush is completed in an instant. Many people also noticed the speed with which Zhou Yi finally released his skills. All 6 skills were released in almost 2 seconds. This is something that many mages cannot do. On the ring, Zhou Yi put away the warhammer and walked to Zhang Churan. Are you okay? After nearly 10 minutes of fierce fighting, she sweated a lot. Under the moisture-rising effect of this tiny sweat, the slightly tight-fitting black battle suit fitted her body a little more, and the curves outlined were seductive and full. It's okay, nothing major. Before Zhang Churan finished speaking, he suddenly felt a burst of warm energy wrapping him. Under the healing of this energy, she only felt that the pain caused by the battle just disappeared instantly. At the same time, an extremely refreshing feeling came to my mind. Fortunately, she responded quickly, otherwise she would just snort. This is... Zhang Churan looked around. At this time, she was haunted by a pale green energy full of life. The source of that kind of comfortable feeling comes from this. This is my release of slow healing. How? Feeling better. Zhou Yi smiled. The warhammer he used, although there was no sharp direct damage, there was no way to see the injury from the outside. However, the shock damage brought by the warhammer is real, and it is easy to damage the internal organs. According to Zhang Churan's physique, it should not be injured. But to be on the safe side, it is better to add a slow healing one. Feel much better. Zhang Churan moved his body a little. Immediately felt that in this short period of time, most of the pain in her body disappeared. It's slow healing? How does it feel different than what others release? There was a little surprise on her pretty face. The slow healing of the paladin was something she had not experienced before. Although it can also relieve soreness, it has never given her such a comfortable feeling like Zhou Yi. Maybe it has something to do with my talent. Zhou Yi explained with a smile. The first time he treated his sister Zhou Yun's slow healing, he found that his slow healing seemed a little different. Later, when he released the treatment for himself, he found out. Slow healing on your own is not only much better, but it also gives you an extremely comfortable feeling. The healing effect is good, and it can also be attributed to the SN talent and the guardianship of the holy angel. And it gave people a very comfortable feeling, and he didn't know why. I didn't care about it at all, and it was generally understood as the characteristics brought by the SN talent. Oh. Zhang Churan nodded thoughtfully, and then stopped worrying about it. With a smile on his face he said. As expected of the first freshman, he defeated me so easily. Hehe, you probably didn't use all your strength just now. 35. Zhou Yi looked at Zhang Churan. After obtaining the guardianship of holy angels, his affinity for the light element has reached a terrifying level. It seems that it is precisely because of this that he is also very sensitive to dark attribute power. At this time, he could easily feel it. In Zhang Churan's body, there is an extremely powerful dark attribute force, which has not yet been used. Moreover, he also knew about the swordsman profession to a certain extent. In this battle, Zhang Churan did not use those powerful swordsman skills. It was discovered. Zhang Churan stuck out his pink tongue and chuckled lightly. It's just a sparring session, I will definitely not use my trump card. The amount of dark attribute energy, Kaph, in her body is the power of succubus brought by the blood of succubus. After being stimulated, the strength can be greatly improved in a short period of time. The price is that she will enter a weak state for the next 2 days. Moreover, even if the power of the succubus was used, the tricks of pressing the bottom box were used. She also doesn't think she can beat Zhou Yi. After all, the gap between the two is simply too great. She couldn't capture Zhou Yi's actions after stacking the buff skills at all, how could she continue fighting? After a pause, Zhang Churan continued. Besides, don't you use all your strength. She has seen the video circulating on the internet of Zhou Yi clearing the nightmare level copy. Naturally, in the battle just now, there were quite a few skills that the opponent had never used. Moreover, nearly half a month has passed since the college entrance examination. She didn't believe it and became Zhou Yi, the champion of Sizhou Hangzhou province. During this time, more powerful skills will not be learned. The only explanation is that my strength is too weak, and there is no way for Zhou Yi to use more strength. I hate to admit it, but it's the truth. Facing Zhang Churan's question, Zhou Yi smiled slightly and did not speak. Now, his four-dimensional attributes in normal form are slightly better than Zhang Churan, who is holding an inheritance weapon. All the buff skills are superimposed, and his four-dimensional attributes have been increased to a terrifying level. You don't need too many skills at all, you can crush the opponent. Not to mention the punishment of light and the hand of God that he mastered later, which is simply useless at this stage. Of course, if Zhang Churan liberated the power in his body, it would be another situation. Slow healing, as a relatively powerful recovery skill, was added to LV6 by Zhou Yi. Among the many skills he has mastered, this level is relatively high. Of course, the duration of the effect is also very impressive, as long as 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, Zhang Churan only felt that the pain all over his body disappeared completely. Apart from being a little tired mentally, his physical condition was as refreshing as before the battle started. This recovery effect is terrifying. Zhang Churan praised again. If Zhou Yi used this skill in battle, the endurance would be sky high. As long as he can't be defeated in a short time, he can only watch him continue to recover. We've recovered, let's go down, don't take up the ring for too long. Okay. 99. Zhang Churan smiled and carried the Dark Moon ancient sword behind him. With slender steps, he followed behind Zhou Yi and walked off the ring. Sharp. Too strong. With you in this class of freshmen, we are sure to secure this year's National College Freshman Exchange Competition. Under the ring, many seniors applauded, and some even gave thumbs up. At the same time, a thin young man with short hair also appeared in front of Zhou Yi and Zhang Churan. "Hello, two classmates. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Dongsheng. A level 29 sharpshooter, and an old fritter who is about to enter his senior year." While Li Dongsheng introduced himself, he also observed the two in front of him. Compared with watching from a distance, you can see the extraordinariness of the two when you get closer. The boy is tall and slender, and he vaguely exudes a sacred aura, exuding a faint sense of oppression all over his body. And this girl is slender and moving, giving people a sense of surprise, and the breath of her body is not weak. If I guessed correctly, the two should be Zhou Yi and Zhang Churan. Li Dongsheng continued. As the minister of the Aurora Society, he has his own channels of information. Just a while ago, they found out the relevant information of the two. "Senior, is there something wrong with us?" Zhou Yi looked at Li Dongsheng, his eyes narrowed slightly. The 29-level sharpshooter is about to enter his senior year. That is to say, the other party has only been in the school for 3 years, and he is already close to reaching the level of second rank. "That's right, I want to invite the two of you to join our Aurora Club. If you are willing, our Aurora Society can give you the position of Deputy Minister." Li Dongsheng did not deliberately lower his voice, and many people around heard the invitation. Immediately, a series of envious glances came over one after another. The Aurora Club is an organization that many students of Zhou University dream of joining. Not only the benefits are good, but also the bosses take them to the wild to farm monsters. Ordinary students, who have not reached the 20th grade, are not even qualified to submit an application for admission. Unexpectedly, an invitation has been issued to the two freshmen, and the position of Deputy Minister with certain rights is given. Chapter 60. On the Blue Star, there are two main ways for professionals to gain experience to level up. The first is to go to the wild to kill monsters of Warcraft to gain experience in leveling up. The second is to enter the copy, kill monsters and bosses, and gain experience in leveling up. Because the copy will have a return scroll. Therefore, relatively speaking, the safety of brushing a copy is much higher than that of going to the wild to brush monsters. Of course, the way to enter the dungeon on Blue Star is almost all controlled by the large-scale forces. The same is true of the Zongxia Kingdom. Institutions of higher learning and large-scale forces control almost all the ways to enter the dungeon. It is precisely because of this that in the college entrance examination, everyone sharpened their heads and wanted to squeeze into the top universities. Generally speaking, a school with a copy is already considered a better school. And Suhang University, as a top university, has 3 copies. However, although there are many copies, the entry level is restricted. When the level did not reach the entry standard, many students also went to the wild to level up by killing monsters. Once you go to the wild, you will inevitably encounter high-level monsters. In order to cope with this situation, but also to improve their own survival rate, most students choose to go in groups. In order to make it easier for everyone to form a team, in Suhang University, students have established many clubs, such as Aurora Club, Yanjiao Club, etc. Among these societies, Aurora Society is the largest and most powerful society in Suhang University. Not only the ordinary members of the club are generally above level 20, but the cadres of the club are also level 27 and 28. The president and vice president are only level 35 second-rank professionals. In the history of the school, there have even been cases where several professionals above level 40 served as presidents. There are many strong people, and the strength is strong. Every time they go to the wild, each team of the Aurora Society will ensure that at least one level 30 rank 2 professional will be the leader. This also makes the Aurora Club the club with the lowest casualty rate when Suzhou and Hangzhou University team up to hunt and kill monsters in the wild. Countless students want to join, but can't reach the threshold. Therefore, when Li Dongsheng sent an invitation to Zhou Yi and Zhang Churan, the students around were instantly sour. The seniors and seniors of the Aurora Club have all graduated and left the school. It seems that they are going to add fresh blood. Nonsense! Which year did the Aurora Club not recruit the most special students? Tisk tisk, the position of deputy minister, even if it is a special enrollment, few can enjoy this treatment. 35. I really want to join the Aurora Club, but unfortunately, I'm only one level worse, damn it. 39. The people around were talking a lot, and their words were extremely envious. As the protagonists, Zhou Yi and Zhang Churan were blank. Aurora Society. Today is only the second day of the special enrollment registration. For the community, they really don't know how much. Li Dongsheng also expected this, and introduced with a smile. Let's briefly introduce our club. Our Aurora Club is one of the largest clubs in Seoul University. Except for freshmen like you, all the members of the club are above level 20. Our club's former president, Lu Chengyuan, is a level 43 mechanic who has now graduated and left the school. The current president is the former vice president Wang Ziweiyuan. Like me, he also entered the senior year this year, but his level is much higher than mine, and he is a rank 37 berserker. Level 43 Tier 2 Mechanic? Level 37 Tier 2 Berserker. Zhou Yi was secretly shocked. He did not expect that there would be so many high-level professionals in a society. The level of the former president is even higher than that of teacher Su Mei. By the way, now our president Wang Ziweiyuan was also the champion of Suzhou Hangzhou province 3 years ago. After joining, Zhou Yi, you should have a lot in common with him. Li Dongsheng laughed. In fact, it is not only Wang Ziweiyuan, there are several provincial champions in the other provinces in the Aurora Club. This is why the Aurora Society is so strong. How about it, do you want to think about it? If you become a deputy minister, there are many other benefits. Li Dongshen's eyes were filled with admiration. They have just entered school, and both of them are already so powerful. It will be even more terrifying if it is cultivated in school for a longer period of time. And Zhou Yi is also a paladin. The super resilience and team enhancement ability are definitely in existence that can be cultivated as a preparatory president. I'll think about it after I come down, how about you? Zhou Yi looked at Zhang Churan. Societies are not welfare organizations. Enjoying benefits comes with certain obligations. He couldn't have rashly joined the Aurora Society without knowing more about it. Then let me think about it. Zhang Churan said the same. Okay, this is my contact information, when you guys think about it, you are welcome to contact me at any time. Li Dongsheng also knew that Zhou Yi and Zhang Churan, who were provincial champions, could not join an organization rashly. After giving his contact information, he stopped disturbing and left quietly. You actually said to think about it. If it were me, I would have agreed immediately. 35. Vice Minister position. That's Xiang Momo that can get 20 credits every month. Under the incredible eyes of the seniors and sisters, Zhou Yi and Zhang Churan also left here. Zhou Yi, where are you going next? On the way. Zhang Churan's tall and graceful figure has always accompanied Zhou Yi on the same road. A black battlesuit with a slightly tight-fitting effect, while being capable and refreshing, also outlines a proud arc. Especially those clear eyes, the succubus power that unintentionally exudes. People can't help but cast their eyes, and the rate of return is extremely high. Of course, Zhou Yi next to him is not bad either. His tall and strong figure is very well proportioned, and he does not show any roughness or bloat. The white inch shirt couldn't hide a sense of power underneath. Coupled with that angular and resolute face, and the faint divine aura, the whole person exudes a positive aura. The two were walking on the road, and naturally many people turned back frequently. You go back first, I'm going to go to the skill library. Zhou Yi responded. Skills library, which stores various vocational skills collected by Suhang University. Among them, naturally also includes the skills of the Paladins. Now that he is about to set off for the Gale Mountains, he has to learn more skills. After all, the nearly 200 skill points he had saved were unused. I'll go as well. Zhang Churan's eyes lit up and followed happily. I'm also going to learn a few more skills of the spirit harness swordsman. It just so happens that we are together. Although her background was not ordinary, she had already learned a lot of the skills of the spirit harnessing swordsman when she was at home, and had selected some to study. But as a top university, Suzhou and Hangzhou University must have the professional skills of spirit harness swordsman that she didn't understand. Therefore, it is impossible for her to let go of the treasure house of the Suzhou University Skills Library. Suzhou Hangzhou University covers an area of 1/3 the size of Lijiang City. In such a vast area, there is only one skill library. This is enough to show its importance. I heard that the Skills Library of Suhang University brings together various mainstream occupations and hides occupational skills. Whether it is primary skills, first turn, second turn, or even third turn, as well as various general skills, rare skills, racial skills, secret techniques, etc. Everything is here. Therefore, the entire skill library was built incomparably tall and lofty, like a crawling giant beast, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. It seems to have terrifying combat power. And the fact is also true, just the existence of the third-rank professional, there are 3 people sitting here. Not to mention the dozens of mage towers erected around, exuding terrifying magical energy fluctuations and imprinted with various ancient guardian formations. Even if multiple rank 3 professionals from the enemy come together to release forbidden spell level skills together, this guardian formation cannot be destroyed. Drib. Drib. After swiping their student ID cards at the door, the 2 were able to enter. Zhou Yi, the champion of Suzhou and Hangzhou, and Zhang Churan, the champion of Sichuan, welcome you. When the 2 came to the front desk, a female teacher wearing glasses stood up and greeted them. You know us. Zhou Yi was a little surprised, both of them should be here for the first time. When you swiped your card to enter, the student information has already been reported to me. 0. The female teacher explained with a smile. Her temperament is very good, and she naturally has a kind of bookish atmosphere. According to a book called Introduction to Elements placed on her desktop, this teacher is not just a receptionist. I see. Zhou Yi nodded and then said. Teacher, we want to go into the library to learn vocational skills 35. A month ago, in the special recruitment contract signed by teacher Su Mei, it was clearly stated that the relevant skills could be read after registering at the school. That's why they came from. Okay. For this request, the teacher was not surprised, he checked it out on the computer, and then said. Student Zhou, your reading room is in reading room 04 on the first floor. Student Zhang, your reading room is in room 08 on the third floor. The 2 looked at each other and parted ways. Led by a uniformed staff member, Zhou Yi walked inside. He found that the style of the skill library was somewhat Western, with many separate rooms. On each room, the room number is displayed with a magic circle, and there are some complicated and luxurious patterns. Please. 35. After walking for a while, a room marked 04 appeared in front of Zhou Yi. The door has been opened by the staff. Go into the room. It can be seen that there is a single large table inside, and a holographic projection operation screen is also placed on the table. I'm sorry, because the skill book is very precious, so the skill book was not originally stored here. You can search for all relevant skills through the internal holographic operation screen in front of you, and there are also career paths of seniors for reference. When you determine the skills, we will send someone to send the skill atlas. After saying some precautions, the employee closed the door and left Zhou Yi alone in room 04. Zhou Yi sat up impatiently and tapped the holographic operation screen. Bang! Accompanied by the crisp sound, a huge 3D image like a star map suddenly appeared. And next to the shining stars, there are skill names and related descriptions. This is a route for adding points to Paladin skills. Zhou Yi's pupil shrank, and his tone was horrified. Chapter 61. In the Eternal Game, different occupations have different skills. Even, in a certain occupation, there will be hundreds or even thousands of skills. And the same is true after the fusion of Eternal Games and reality. And every professional cherishes the skill points, and the number of skills that can be learned in the end is very limited. Probably less than a tenth. It is precisely because of this that a problem of adding skills is extended. Even if it is the same profession, with different skills plus points, it will develop a completely different genre. For example, in the warrior profession, if you use the block, shield wall, and toughness skills as the main skills to add points, you will go to the meat shield position of pulling hatred. If you regard collision, shield strike, and heavy strike as the main skill plus points, you will take the route of output position. Of course, there is also a situation, that is, a miscellaneous party with evenly added points on both sides. This situation generally occurs in novices who do not understand occupational characteristics. The final result is that neither direction is taken into account, and it belongs to the scumbag profession in the team. After the fusion of Eternal Game and reality, in order to better cultivate the strong, the mainstream skills of major occupations can be found on the internet. Certainly. This is also limited to mainstream occupations only. 077 is similar to the skill points route for hidden occupations such as Berserker and Spirit Harness Swordsman. They are all preserved as the background of the major forces, and there is no way to find them on the internet. The same is true for the Paladin profession. Before the college entrance examination, Zhou Yi looked for it on the internet. As a result, I searched for a whole night, but I couldn't find any path for adding points to the Paladin skills that could be used as a reference. In the end, you can only rely on your own understanding to add skills. Unexpectedly, on the second day after entering Suhang University, the school sent such a big surprise to the Paladin skill plus route. Level 67 3-turn Paladin, Middle. Rise is known around the world for its powerful amplification and restoration effects during the fusion of Eternal Games and reality. Once led the Ashes chapter, rushed into another world, killed a demon venerable, and annihilated the legion under his command before retreating. The main bonus skills are Wind of the Sanctuary, God's Gift. Next to the 3D Starry Sky skill plus point map, there is also a projected virtual figure. This virtual figure is incomparably tall, with the sacred radiance blooming behind it. Next to the figure, is the introduction of this person. Zhou Yi looked at it for a while, and then realized that this 3D skill with some starry sky map should be the corresponding character. The level 67 third rank Paladin has also entered another world and killed the demon venerable, which is really amazing. Zhou Yi was a little emotional. A demon venerable is at least level 65 and above, and it is also a legendary boss, which is extremely difficult to kill. And this Paladin, not only killed, but also retreated. Knowing the origin of the other party, Zhou Yi hurriedly checked the skill points route next to him. This middle has a lot of skills, 70 or 80. It took him about 20 minutes to sort it out. This Paladin mainly takes the auxiliary boosting route, and most of the skills he masters are halo skills and buff skills. Although there are output skills, they are very few. But even so, in the end his strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Everyone says paladins are just tank supports. However, in the end, even the paladins who take the heavy equipment auxiliary route can still have powerful combat effectiveness. Zhou University's skill library should not only include the addition route of this paladin. He slides the holographic projection screen. Another brand new skill point map is projected. The same as before, there is also a figure next to it, and related introductions. Level 65 3-turn Paladin, Yang Zhentian. The paladin who brought heavy armed melee combat to the extreme used to fight with the legendary boss Bronze Dragon for 4 days and 4 nights, and finally completed the kill. The main bonus skills are Tiger Attack, Straight Punch, Holy Fist Combo. Another new plus point direction. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up and quickly checked. In this way, it took him almost 2 hours to check all the directions of the paladins in the Seoul University database. This time it's really big. Sitting on the seat, Zhou Yi was very excited. In the review just now, he learned a total of 10 paladin skill points. Each of these paladins is above level 60. And the direction of adding skills is different. It is very valuable for reference. A priceless treasure. Although the skill points of these paladin masters are different, they are generally divided into 3 schools: support, melee, and spells. Zhou Yi operated the holographic screen with both hands and recorded his thoughts on it. The auxiliary department mainly adds buffs and halo skills, just like the first character I saw, middle. In the early stage, the output ability is weak, but in the later stage, all the buffs are superimposed, and then put the resurrection skills on yourself, the output is equally terrible. And not afraid of death. The melee system mainly adds melee skills, and the free attributes are mainly allocated to strength attributes and physical attributes. 35. In the later stage, a powerful body can even be compared to a giant dragon. And the paladins of the spell department almost regard themselves as mages, mainly learning spell skills like Light Retribution and Divine Thunder. It acts as a violent output position in the team, mainly adding some wisdom attributes. In the later stage, a random divine curse can destroy a city. After listing all the points of the paladin's route on the holographic screen, Zhou Yi fell into thinking. As a hidden profession, no matter which direction you go, paladins can play their own light. But among these people, there is not one person who has taken into account all directions, integrating the auxiliary system, the melee system and the spell system. However, the higher the skill level, the stronger the effect. If all directions are taken into consideration, skill points are simply not enough. The holographic screen has the function of simulating the addition of points. Zhou Yi casually listed the main points of the 3 major schools of skills, and added points to the level to the extent that they can be used. In the end, it turns out that the skill points required for this are horrific. Even the one with the highest level among the paladins just now has 3 times as many skill points. In other words, it is simply impossible for a paladin to truly integrate the essence of the auxiliary system, the melee system and the spell system. On the contrary, it is likely because there are too many skills. Too complicated. As a result, the skill points are not enough, and he has become a jerk in the Team 0. However, this is relative to the average person. For me, it's different. The corner of Zhou Yi's mouth lifted slightly. Once a professional, from level 10 to level 15, each level up can get 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points. From level 15 to level 20, each level up will grant you 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. By analogy, with level 5 as a threshold, the higher the level, the more free attribute points and skill points can be obtained after upgrading. After the second and third rounds, you will get more free attribute points and skill points for each level up. If you take some special medicines and treasures, you can also get additional attribute points and skill points. But in any case, the attribute points and skill points that these people can finally get are limited. And he has the strongest professional assistance system to help. By completing daily tasks every day, you can continuously get free attribute points and skill points. There is no such thing as insufficient skill points. If that's the case, then I will combine the auxiliary, melee and spell systems to become the strongest paladin. 39. Zhou Yi's eyes skyrocketed. Paladins can have great achievements in a single direction of development, if the Trinity. It's hard for him to imagine how terrifying it will be in the end. But even so, it doesn't mean that I need to swallow all the dates and learn all the skills of the 3 schools. I have to get the best of it, otherwise it's too bloated. And the amount of blue is not enough. Zhou Yi started to operate the holographic screen again. This time, he began to record some of the core skills of each genre. An hour later, 3 skills appeared on the holographic screen. This is the most essential skill of the 3 schools that he can learn as a level 13 first turn Paladin at this stage. First of all, it is the Guardian of the Holy Light of the Auxiliary Paladins. Guardian of the Holy Light, B+, put yourself in a holy halo and become immune to all physical damage. The effect is 1.5 and lasts for a certain period of time. Immune to all physical damage. The effect of this skill is called Metamorphosis. If you encounter an enemy who uses physical attack as the main attack method, this skill can be called the ultimate torture. Moreover, the Guardian of the Light is also increased by the SN talent Holy Angel Guardian, and the duration will definitely skyrocket. Zhou Yi can already see the despairing eyes of a profession similar to a fighter after adding the protection of the Holy Light. The second is the Holy Fist combo of the melee paladins. Holy Fist combo, B quickly send out a jab, straight punch, and swing punch to the enemy ahead, which can cause great damage to the enemy. This skill can be used even without weapons. It can quickly deal a lot of damage to the enemy and is very reliable. The third is the Holy Storm of the Spell Paladins. Holy Storm, B summons a storm condensed by Holy Light at the designated location, causing light magic damage to all enemies within a certain range. Zhou Yi currently only has a long-range spell damage, Retribution of Light. If coupled with the Holy Storm, his long-range spell output ability will be greatly enhanced. Chapter 62. Skill books are extremely rare. After each skill book is used by one person, it cannot be used by the second person. Therefore, the skills in the skills library of Suzhou University need to spend a certain amount of credits to learn. A C-level skill book requires about 200 credits. B-level skill book requires 800 credits. A-level skill books cost 3000 credits. And you need to apply for study permission in advance. But that's for ordinary students. Due to special admissions permissions. For Paladin skills below A level, Zhou Yi can learn it for free without paying any price. After selecting these 3 skills, click OK on the operation interface. Didn't wait a while. A staff member brought in 3 skill books that exuded slight fluorescence, then closed the door of the room and quietly retreated. Guardian of the Light, Holy Fist Combo, A&D. Holy Storm. Looking at the 3 skill books on the table, Zhou Yi did not hesitate to spend skill points to learn them. And the 3 skill book booklets also dimmed and gradually dissipated, obviously no longer able to be used by others. These 3 skills cost him about 40 skill points to learn. There are still 163 skill points left, and Zhou Yi did not keep it, so he chose to continue to add points to improve his level. In the end, all the skill points were consumed, and the 3 skills were upgraded to LV4, LV4, and LV5 respectively. Guardian of the Holy Light. 9. In the room, a light suddenly lit up. A white halo that exudes a divine aura and looks extremely tough also enveloped Zhou Yi. Well, the consumption of mana is not much 20. Also, can last about 2 minutes. 39. Zhou Yi nodded with satisfaction. Originally, even if it was upgraded to LV4's Holy Light Guardian, the duration was only 40 seconds. However, the Guardian of the Light belongs to the light-based skill, which is enhanced by the Guardian of the SN talent Holy Angel. The duration was abruptly increased to 120 seconds. Fully tripled. Let's go back and try the rest of the skills, it won't work here either. 35. It seems to be for confidentiality, the whole room is not big, only about 10 square meters. Coupled with a large table in the middle, the space left for Zhou Yi is actually not that big. Even the Holy Fist combo can't be used, let alone the Holy Storm skill that can summon a giant storm. Hey, this time the harvest is very big. Not only did I learn about the career development routes of many senior paladins, but I also learned 3 good B-level skills. 99. Turning off the Holy Light Guardian skill, Zhou Yi slowly exhaled a turbid breath. Suhang University is worthy of being a top university. In general academies, it is impossible to collect the root information of these top paladin skill points. Not to mention providing the corresponding skill book. In this way, the safety of my entry into the Gale Mountains has improved a lot. The next step is to go back and buy full body equipment to further improve his strength. Turning off the holographic operating device, he stood up. After walking out of room 04, and after walking along the passage for a while, I came to the reception hall. On the seat next to him, Zhang Churen's graceful figure has been waiting here for some time. It's finally out, it seems that you have gained a lot. Zhang Churen smiled and stood up. A pair of thighs wrapped in black trousers looked even more round and slender under the illumination of the hall light. Fortunately, I have gained a few skills. Zhou Yi smiled lightly. Me too. 99. Zhang Churen smiled and suggested. It's getting late, or we'll go back after dinner. Her big, clear eyes looked at Zhou Yi expectantly. After the battle in the afternoon, she found that her curiosity about Zhou Yi became more and more serious. Row. Looking at the time, Zhou Yi nodded. They came in after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Spent almost 5 hours in the skill library. It is 7 o'clock in the evening. Concentrating for a long time consumes energy and makes him really hungry. After the meal, Zhang Churen returned to Villa 103. And Zhou Yi himself returned to Villa 001 on the top of the mountain. Enter the bedroom, turn on the computer, and enter the school's official website with ease. Then, click to enter the mall section. Weapons and equipment, medicinal pills, intelligent machinery, contract familiars, sundries. The mall section is divided into 5 parts. Without stopping at all, Zhou Yi clicked directly to enter the weapon equipment module. Weapons, he already has. Now all he needs is a full body suit. Enter the level, click to filter, and suddenly, a large number of equipment are arranged one by one on the virtual projection screen. Blast suit, gold level limit is 10, light armor, suit attributes, strength plus 21, constitution plus 25, agility plus 32, wisdom plus 22. Set effect, attack speed plus 30%, movement speed plus 20%. Giant eagle suit, gold level limit 10, heavy armor, suit attributes, strength plus 31, constitution plus 28, agility plus 21, wisdom plus 23. Set effect, physical defense plus 20%, magic defense plus 15%. The school mall has a lot of equipment, and it is very complicated. Zhou Yi looked at them one by one, and quickly found the jungle series suit he wanted. This set can be purchased as a set or as a single item. It's just that the price of buying a whole set is lower than the price of buying the whole set individually. Fortunately, a level 13 gold level suit is not too expensive. Moreover, I own 2 sets of the jungle series, and I only need to buy the remaining components. Equipment, as long as it reaches the gold level or above, it can be said to be sky high. But Zhou Yi currently has 1,300 credits, as well as the jungle belt and jungle ring, 2 set components. Therefore, to buy the remaining jungle suits, he only needs to spend 800 credits, which is within his acceptable range. Click to buy, his credits are instantly deducted to only 500, and at the same time, a pop-up window also appears. Dear Zhou Yi, because the 4 pieces of jungle equipment you purchased need to be customized. So the equipment will be delivered to your dormitory at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, please pay attention to check it. Sure enough, the equipment bought at the school didn't arrive until the next day. Yes, tailor-made equipment can be delivered tomorrow morning, it is already a very terrifying efficiency. 99. It seems that we have to wait until tomorrow when all the equipment arrives before we set off for the Gale Mountains. Shaking his head, he got up and went to the bedroom, took out his mobile phone, and called his sister Zhou Yun. Communication with his sister Zhou Yun is something he must do every night after he comes here. The next day, 9 in the morning. The school staff delivered all the gear to the door on time. After getting the equipment, Zhou Yi couldn't wait to enter the open-air training ground in his courtyard. As soon as his heart moved, all the jungle equipment in the backpack space was put on him. There are 5 jungle sets in total. They are tops, bottoms, belts, shoes, and rings. These 5 pieces of equipment are all around 1 and 2 gold stars. All equipped together, it provides Zhou Yi with a total of plus 23 strength, plus 27 constitution, plus 28 agility, and plus 25 increase in wisdom. The jungle suit belongs to the light armor category, and the overall appearance is white-green. The appearance is painted with some magical lines and magic symbols that exude a faint glow, and the overall appearance looks very good. Because I entered my height and weight measurements and other data last night, this tailored jungle suit fits very well. With Zhou Yi's already tall figure, and the Xianguang warhammer, a giant soldier of 1.8 meters in length, held in his right hand. A heavy sense of oppression came from the surface. Xiao He, turn on the battle monitoring and release the training robot 5. Xiao He is the artificial intelligence of the training ground. The trainer's status and various data can be monitored, and a report can be formed after the training. 077 Xiao He received. In the training ground, cameras with a dark appearance and full of sci-fi atmosphere were all over the place, and they were all running, locking their perspective on the position where Zhou Yi was. Laugh. Laugh. At the same time, each 1 meter 8 high silver-white training robot spewed out the white gas produced by the burning of fuel and stepped out of the warehouse. Start walking back and forth in a fixed area. Go on, blessings of weapons, gifts of God, blessings of honor. Zhou Yi's heart moved, and in the dazzling divine brilliance, one after another booster buff skills were released by him. At present, he has a total of 6 augmentation buff skills, namely Weapon Blessing, God's Gift, Dawn Blessing, Courage Gift, Guardian Gift, and Holy Light Guardian. It stands to reason that it takes about 10 seconds to release these skills in one go. But because these skills belong to the gods and light skills, with the SN talent and the protection of the Holy Angel, Zhou Yi released these skills in less than 2 seconds. It can be said to be super fast. That's my strength in prime. Feeling the surging power in his body and the light elements surrounding him, Zhou Yi couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth slightly. His basic 4-dimensional attributes are Strength, 90, Constitution, 97, Agility, 89, Wisdom, 96. At present, when he is equipped with the jungle suit, holds the profound light warhammer, and fills up all buff skills, his 4-dimensional attributes have been increased to a terrifying level. Strength, 167. Physique, 178. Agility, 162. Wisdom, 179. At this time, his level has not changed. But if he encounters the bull-headed boss who tried his best in the nightmare copy of the college entrance examination again, his mana was almost exhausted and he was killed. I'm afraid there is no need to release any skills. With one hammer, you can instantly kill. Chapter 63. First of all, the punishment of light. Zhou Yi's heart moved, accompanied by the surge of magic energy. In addition to the white halo guarded by the holy light around the body, another blue-gold halo suddenly appeared. Crackling one by one. At the same time, he seemed to have turned into a thundercloud. One after another, small thunders condensed around his body out of thin air, constantly flickering and rubbing, making noises. The power of lightning. A-level skill, Retribution of Light, was added to LV4 by Zhou Yi. After the release, you can continue to master the power of lightning for 4 minutes. In addition, it can drop light-type magic attack lightning on the designated enemy. although he has used this skill many times in previous training. But the lightning power he mastered after releasing the skill still made him a little intoxicated. Fall. Stab it. Under the control of Zhou Yi, the training ground flashed, and a blue-gold lightning bolt fell out of thin air. The straight bombardment was among the several training robots walking in front. Boom! When the seemingly small lightning strikes, it actually sets off a huge explosion effect. The nearby 1.8-meter-high robots were thrown out. The hard alloy covering the whole body was also dented by the bombardment during the explosion and could not be recovered. What's more deadly is that countless blue arcs are still jumping and flickering between the robots, causing secondary damage continuously. It took more than 10 seconds for the aftermath of these arcs to gradually dissipate, leaving behind the burning remains of the robot. The effect of light attribute lightning is much stronger than before, and the residual arc will also cause secondary damage. This is true for hard machinery. If it bombards the flesh and blood, the effect will probably be even more terrifying. During the duration of the light retribution effect, Zhou Yi can master the power of lightning, and can summon a light attribute lightning to bombard the enemy about every 1 second. Of course, every time it is summoned, a certain amount of magic power will be consumed. Since this training was a combat assessment before heading to the Gully Mountains, Zhou Yi did not continue to summon lightning. Instead, unleash the skills learned yesterday. Holy Storm. In the surging holy light, 15 meters ahead, at the place designated by Zhou Yi, countless golden holy lights converged and gradually formed a hurricane that was 6 meters high and 2 meters wide. The wind howled, blowing the sleeves of Zhou Yi's dense forest light armor jacket to sway wildly up and down. Since the distance was 15 meters away, the storm only generated a strong wind suction, and did not shake Zhou Yi's tall figure. And the robot in the middle of the storm is miserable. Not to mention being caught in the storm, the holy light is constantly inflicting magic damage to the light attribute. Bang! 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 In just 3 seconds, 5 or 6 training robots could not bear the damage and exploded. At the same time, the light screen next to it was projected. Under the statistics of the artificial intelligence Xiao He, who is in charge of monitoring Zhou Yi's state, the damage data is constantly beating. Light attribute magic damage 1331. Light attribute magic damage 1367. Light attribute magic damage 1329. Light attribute magic damage 1340. The damage data flows like a waterfall on the light screen projection. 20 seconds passed before the holy storm gradually disappeared. Total damage, 26021. The total damage of a holy storm is more than 26,000. Looking at the statistics on the virtual projection screen, Zhou Yi was also a little surprised. If the blood volume of the training robot is converted into data, it is about 200 points. It is equivalent to a level 10 silver level elite monster minotaur. And his holy storm will cause about 1,300 damage to all enemies in the storm every second for 20 seconds, with a total damage of more than 26,000. In other words, enemies like the level 10 silver elite minotaur are just instant kills. My damage is probably higher than the magic attack of the pure mage profession. Zhou Yi is very satisfied. In fact, in addition to light retribution and divine storm, the S-level hand of God should also belong to the range of spell strikes. It's just that this is no longer a pure light-based skill, but a fusion skill of light-based and God-based. Before leaving Lijiang City, he tried to release this skill in the villa in Bian scenery. The result was no surprise. The damage of the God-level skills is terrifying, leaving a huge pothole as high as 4 meters deep and about 10 meters wide directly on the training ground. If he hadn't anticipated this, he would have chosen this skill to be released in the open-air courtyard. Otherwise, the entire villa may be destroyed because of this. Of course, as an S-rank skill, releasing the Hand of God once would almost drain all the magic power in his body. Now that Zhou Yi's strength has improved again, the damage of the God-level skill, Hand of God, may be even more abnormal. However, this time is just a strength verification. If the hand of God is released, I am afraid that the magic power will not be enough to release the remaining skills. Therefore, this training he did not intend to release this powerful God-level skill. The skills of the auxiliary department and the mage department have been verified. Next, it's melee combat. 99. Whoosh! Zhou Yi carried the Xianguang warhammer behind him, and rushed forward to a nearby training robot. Holy Fist Combo. 99. Zhou Yi's body was slightly lowered, and the golden fist condensed with holy light struck like lightning. Jab, straight, swing. 3 punches were fired one after another, bombarding the robot in front of him. Bang! Its hard alloy shell, which can resist the firing of pistol bullets, is under the bombardment of these 3 punches. It was directly hit and sunk deep, and then it exploded with a bang. The Holy Fist combo, the damage is still a little low, and can only be used as a supplementary damage during the skill's stagnation. Leaping away, Zhou Yi, who was far away from the explosion range, shook his head and held the Xianguang warhammer in his hand again. For most professionals, there is a period of rigidity in releasing skills. This rigidity period can be long or short. The long one may be 0.5 seconds, and the short one may be 0.1 seconds. In ordinary battles, it may be nothing, but in desperate fights, this skill release in less than a second can be deadly. And Holy Fist Combo, as one of the main bonus skills of the top 3 rank Paladin of the melee combat system. Skill damage isn't really that high. The main reason is that this skill can be forcibly released during the rigidity period after releasing the skill. Erase the inflexibility period of less than 1 second. If such a skill is used in actual combat, it will have unexpected effects. Therefore, Zhou Yi chose to use it as one of the bonus skills. Skill verification is complete, and the next step is actual combat. 35. Xiao He, release the new training robot, and start the level 5 combat state. Okay. Qi Yi. Under Xiao He's cold electronic voice without a trace of emotion, dozens of training robots stepped out of the warehouse in a uniform manner. Level 5 combat stance is on, trainers please prepare. In the training ground, the training robot, which originally had a harmless blue light in its eyes, kept walking back and forth according to a fixed route around it seemed to have suddenly awakened its self-consciousness. Both eyes suddenly turned scarlet. At the same time, during the surge of energy, these training robots took out one weapon after another from behind. There are war knives, war hammers, daggers, and machine guns. The level 5 combat stance has been activated, and the training is about to begin. 3,2,1. Start. As soon as the words fell, these robots performed their respective duties and attacked Zhou Yi. The robot with a dagger gradually disappeared under the action of the optical camouflage module, while the robot with a machine gun fired frantically. The robot armed with a war knife, war hammer, and shield is the first to charge towards Zhou Yi. That's interesting. Zhou Yi laughed and charged forward with the Xianguang warhammer blessed by the weapon blessing. Da! 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 The training robot with a machine gun in the rear held the trigger and didn't move, while the muzzle of the fire snake was huffing and breathing, and the bullets shot out with a powerful kinetic energy of 400 meters per second. However, before these bullets could touch Zhou Yi's body, they were all blocked by the white halo formed by the Guardian of the Holy Light. Can't do any damage. Death to me. Call. The Xianguang hammer smashed into the melee robot that approached first with a heavy sound of breaking through the air. Bang! It was just a hammer, the robot was directly smashed to the ground, the light in its eyes went out, and it couldn't get up again. At this moment, a slender robot figure emerged from the void, holding a dagger, and stabbed Zhou Yi's back fiercely. The melee dagger attack is also a physical attack, which is within the damage range that the Guardian of the Holy Light is immune to. It stands to reason, don't worry about it, this dagger can't hurt Zhou Yi at all. But he turned around quickly, and the Holy Fist combo instantly ended his stagnant state. Bang! 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 Under the 3 punches with huge power, this slender training robot figure also exploded in the air with a bang. Come again! 35. Lifting the Xianguang warhammer on the ground, Zhou Yi rushed forward again. As the top Villa 001 of Suhang University, in addition to providing training grounds, it also has other additional functions. For example, artificial intelligence that can monitor and analyze the state, and now, for example, training robots that can switch combat postures. To know. The training robot is divided into 10 combat postures from level 10 to level 1. Level 10 combat stance has low combat effectiveness, and the training robots basically do not cooperate. When you reach level 9 fighting stance, you will have a certain level of cooperation. And the level 5 fighting stance, this kind of cooperation has reached the level of proficiency. The combat power has soared exponentially, equivalent to a small army. And the highest level 1 combat stance is programmed according to the top core who have been in and out of other worlds for a long time, and the cooperation is terrifying. Even the smallest mistakes will be caught and then scaled up to a victory. 3 days after entering the school, he also challenged the 6th level fighting stance and could no longer break through. And today, he went a step further and tried a level 5 fighting stance. Bang! 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 Boom! In the process of Zhou Yi's continuous impact and swing, and the release of his skills, there were continuous explosions and tearing of robots. At the same time, he also discovered that today's battle scene that has become more difficult is actually much easier than before. Obviously a lot of progress. Chapter 64. 30 minutes later, the training is over. Call. In the middle of the training ground, Zhou Yi stood with a giant soldier's hammer and let out a long breath. Such a fierce and long-term battle will inevitably make him a little too exhausted. Certainly. The training results are also very pleasing. The challenge difficulty of level 5 fighting stance has been cleared. At this time, the ground around him was full of broken and burning mechanical wreckage, and some training robots even had the remaining blue arcs dancing. The wide training ground is full of terrifying depressions and cracks. Some are square, apparently caused by a warhammer strike. In addition, those irregular potholes are definitely caused by the impact of the lightning bombardment explosion. And those mechanical remnants gathered in pieces are obviously masterpieces of the Holy Storm. Statistics of training results. A total of 60 level 10 robots, start level 5 combat stance, and spend 30 minutes to kill them all. Comprehensive evaluation, excellent. The voice of the artificial intelligence Xiao He echoed in the training ground. The difficulty of training is related to the number of robots, their level, and the combat stance that is turned on. Even if you just increase the robot level by 1 level, the difficulty is completely different. And the level 5 fighting stance of 60 level 10 robots is generally the challenge difficulty of level 20 professionals. Zhou Yi is only level 13, and it only took 30 minutes to complete the challenge. The overall evaluation is naturally excellent. It is worth mentioning that, in the past 3 days, Zhou Yi's comprehensive evaluation was excellent, from level 10 fighting stance to level 5 fighting stance. Xiao He's electronic voice continued to reverberate, and the virtual screen on the side also listed some statistics from the battle just now. Single strongest physical attack, Holy Fist combo, 2024. Single strongest magic damage, Light Retribution Lightning, 4321. Single skill comprehensive maximum damage, 077 Holy Storm, 26421. Maximum combo count, 24. Yes, with this strength, entering the Wind Mountain range, as long as you don't encounter particularly abnormal epic or legendary high-level monsters, there will not be too many problems. Looking at the data analysis displayed on the virtual screen, Zhou Yi nodded with satisfaction. In this way, the safety of entering the Gale Mountains is much higher. Withdrawing his gaze, he glanced at the surrounding training ground that looked like the ruins of a battlefield, and he was not distressed. This is an outdoor open-air training ground, not an indoor training room. Don't worry about destroying the villa. And the outdoor training ground is a place for students to practice combat training. Otherwise, the training robot will not be set up. Now that it looks like this, he doesn't even need to take the initiative to contact him, and the artificial intelligence Xiao He will report the situation. A special person will come to replace the new robot and repair the damage around it. It's all free. Only dormitories equipped with outdoor training grounds have such privileges. The top 20 freshmen in the sequence should all have them. Not sure about the first 30. The strength verification is over, take a shower, and prepare to set off for the Gale Mountains. Go now, take public transport, and you should be there by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhou Yi has always been a vigorous person. Now that all preparations are complete, he has a clear understanding of his own strength. Therefore, after taking a refreshing bath, when the rest of the freshmen are still exploring the school rules, preparing to consume the resources obtained from the school, and train hard to improve their strength, Zhou Yi has left the school quietly with all his equipment. Cab. Not long after Zhou Yi left, in front of Villa 001, a slim and pretty figure was greeted. Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell rang several times, but there was no movement inside the door. Hey? Zhou Yi left so soon. There was surprise in Zhang Churen's beautiful eyes. It was close to noon, and she was thinking of calling the other party over to have lunch together. Forget it, just call him and ask. Taking out his mobile phone, Zhang Churen gave a slight pause. Suddenly a question came to mind. Zhou Yi's phone number, she doesn't seem to have any. The Tornado Mountains belong to the Sizhou Hangzhou province. It is located more than 50 kilometers away from the southernmost suburb of Ning'an City. As a game map that emerged from the fusion of Eternal Games and Blue Star, the number of monsters in the Gale Mountains can be said to be countless. Silver and gold level monsters can be seen everywhere. It is even said that in the deepest part of the mountain, there is a legendary dragon with a level of up to 60 living here. For ordinary people, the Gale Mountains is a Jedi that can only be circumnavigated. For professionals, this is also a dangerous place where their bodies will be torn apart by monsters if they are not careful. Certainly. Danger also represents opportunity. Experience gained after killing monsters, monster flesh, monster materials, as well as all kinds of magical herbs, fruits, and even ores all over the Windy Mountains. It attracts a large number of professionals. In order to make it easier for professionals to trade and supply, at the entrance to the Gully Mountains, there is a supply trading base with a height of 34 floors. Here, you can buy all the equipment and potions you want. It is also very convenient to sell the materials obtained from the Windy Mountains. Bloodblade Team, all members are level 20, and there is one level 20 warrior or knight missing. Please contact me if you are willing. Thorn Potion, a bottle of 4,000 midsummer coins, it's cheap. The level 13 Hurricane Wolf baby I just caught from the mountains can reach level 21 as an adult. Please contact me if you are interested. On the square in front of the supply base, there are teams invited to form a team, and there are vendors who set up stalls to sell various materials, potions, and magic pets. Compared with the materials and potions in the base, the materials sold by the vendors here are naturally much cheaper. Certainly. The authenticity of the item needs to be identified by itself. Even so, there are still many professionals who travel through it and make inquiries to buy. Very lively. Boom. At this time, a train with a length of about 6 meters and engraved with mysterious runes came from a distance and stopped on the road next to the square. A well-armed professional, wearing armor, weapons, and shields behind him, stepped off the train one after another, and there were more than 20 people. These 20 people were naturally divided into 3 teams, and only a few professionals were alone. Among these people, there is a tall young man with a resolute face, wearing white-green light armor, carrying a giant soldier's warhammer behind him, and exuding a faint sacred atmosphere all over his body is quite conspicuous. This young man is exactly Zhou Yi, who left Suhang University and is about to enter the Gale Mountains. Arrive. Zhou Yi, who got out of the car, glanced around. The Gale Mountains are extremely steep. In addition to entering from the fixed entrance, entering from other places rashly must be a life and death experience. Therefore, he who wanted to enter the Gale Mountains also chose to come to this fixed entrance where the supply base was set up. This is the supply base in front of the Gale Mountains. He raised his head slightly and looked at the building not far ahead. This building is at least 200 meters high. On the front of the building, the 4 characters supply base are written in large numbers. And not far from the right rear of the building, you can vaguely see the buildings, and several very conspicuous mage towers surrounded by various luminous mysterious runes. Military District 35. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. There are many monsters in the Gufeng Mountains. In order to prevent the monsters from rushing out of the mountains and attacking the city. Here, there are also legions stationed naturally. And those mage towers that radiate surging magic energy fluctuations are the monitors that monitor the movements of beasts. Once the monsters in the mountains change, the legion stationed here will be dispatched in an instant. I heard that there will be at least 1 legion commander who has reached the rank 3 professional level in this military area. I don't know if it is true or not. Shaking his head, Zhou Yi glanced to the left again. On the left, 500 meters from the base, there is a giant checkpoint. There, it is the entrance to the Gale Mountains. All professionals entering and leaving the mountain must pass the checkpoint authentication before entering. Go to the supply base to verify your identity first, otherwise you won't be able to enter the Tornado Mountains. Looking back, Zhou Yi walked towards the entrance of the base. Sir, please come in. The waiter at the entrance of the base hall saluted respectfully. They are all professionals who have reached level 15, but here, they are acting as doormen. Zhou Yi stepped directly into the base building. As soon as he stepped into the supply base, a sacred aura came from the surface, which made people feel refreshed. He looked up subconsciously, and he saw it. On the wall of the lobby on the first floor of the front, there is a huge golden hexagram array inlaid. Accompanied by the slow operation of the formation, the divine aura continued to reverberate in the hall. Holy Spirit Magic Circle. Priest Occupation Specific Skills. It can relieve the mental fatigue of professionals and speed up the recovery of magic power. It's not easy to solidify a priest amplification magic that can cover the entire hall. To maintain the normal operation of the magic circle all the time, the magic crystal consumed is another astronomical figure. This supply base is really arrogant. 5. Zhou Yi was amazed. As long as there are a large number of monsters gathered, there will be troops stationed. At the same time, there will also be the existence of supply bases. Countless professionals who went into the mountains, while buying equipment and selling materials, also brought huge profits to the supply base. After all, nothing is cheap when it comes to professionals. Therefore, no matter where the supply base is, it is extremely luxurious and can bring the most comfortable enjoyment to professionals. Looking at it now, it really lives up to its reputation. Sir, do you need anything? A good-looking waitress walked up. After seeing Zhou Yi's well-equipped and obviously decent outfit, her eyes lit up and the smile on her face brightened again. Chapter 65. I want to apply for professional identity certification. Zhou Yi responded. Professionals who go to the wilds like the Wild Wind Mountains for the first time need to apply for professional identity certification at the supply base. Only with this identity authentication can you freely enter and exit the wild. And this identity authentication is also to prevent fugitive professionals who have committed murders from escaping from here to the wild. Okay, please come with me. Under the guidance of the female staff, the two walked into the hall. After arriving at the front desk, the female staff member took Zhou Yi's ID card and swiped it on the computer. All the information was revealed at once. Mr. Zhou is a student of Suhang University. Looking at the information displayed on the computer screen, the woman immediately became more respectful. Zhou Yi nodded, keenly aware of the change in the other party's attitude. But he was not surprised. The Gully Mountains is the only place near Ning'an City where monsters of beasts are active. The students in the university town of Ning'an basically choose to come here to kill monsters and gain experience in leveling up. And he is a student of Suhang University, a top institution in the country. In this supply base, he is obviously the most respected kind of person. The basic information has been entered, but we still need to check your occupation, level and basic 4-dimensional attribute information on our machine. After a while, the woman said softly. Using identification techniques on strangers is a very rude behavior. Moreover, if the other party chooses to hide their own information, the identification technique will also not be able to obtain any valid information. Therefore, occupational level information is tested with professional instruments. Certainly. This is also to prevent some professionals from lying about their professional level. After all, some of the benefits for professionals in the supply base are arranged according to the occupation level. Row. Zhou Yi followed the staff member and continued to walk inside. It can be seen that there are also some people around him who were taken away by the staff like him. It seems that they are also professionals who are going to the wild for the first time. Among them, the young professionals should also be students in the university town of Ning'an. Look, it's Team Qing Yuan. Looking at the bloodstains on their bodies, this time it should be a full harvest. Tisk tisk, worthy of being a team from a top university, this kind of momentum is different from that of ordinary students. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the hall. Most of the people looked towards the door and exclaimed from time to time. Zhou Yi also looked over there subconsciously. Immediately, at the entrance of the gate, a group of 5 people walked in. The leader was a tall, black-haired young girl wearing light blue leather armor. The girl's face is delicate and beautiful, but her whole body exudes a cold and evil spirit. The indifference revealed in the glance of the beautiful eyes is daunting. Not only that, the equipment and weapons of the remaining 4 team members were also stained with blood, and they were full of evil spirits. Obviously, this is a team that has just returned from the mountains. This is the team from your school, Mr. Zhou. 35. Seeing the curious look on Zhou Yi's face, the female staff member next to him chuckled lightly. This team only started coming to the Wind Mountains a year ago. In just 1 year, he has made a name for himself. The leader, Su Qinglian, is even more powerful. I heard that he has just entered the junior year this year, and he is already a level 24 professional 5. She was a little emotional. Students in top universities are completely different from students in ordinary schools and social professionals, and their strengths improve very rapidly. This is the case for this Qing Yuan team. This year, only 5 or 6 times the Gale Mountains came. But even so, he has created his own illustrious reputation. Zhou Yi on the side listened, but did not speak. He had only been in school for 3 days, so naturally he didn't know what kind of strong teams the school had. However, in this sense, this Su Qinglian is really powerful. After all, Li Dongsheng, the senior director of the Aurora Club, is only level 29. Mr. Zhou, you just need to enter this cabin, stay in it for 30 seconds and wait for the cabin door to open again before you can come out. And your occupation level and basic 4-dimensional attributes and other information will also be entered into the system synchronously after the detection. 95. In front of a black egg-shaped cabin with a height of about 4 meters and a width of about 3 meters, the female staff introduced to Zhou Yi. This is in a testing room. However, it is a room, but the area is not small, more than 400 square meters. And like this black egg-shaped cabin, there are more than 20 units in it. On the far right in front of this room, there is a very conspicuous beam of light that is carved with magic crystals and is about 3 meters high. On the beam of light, some text data is also recorded. Level 10 peak attributes: Yao Zheng, Strength 36, Constitution 32, Agility 35, Wisdom 36. Level 11 peak attributes: Yang Tianheng, Strength 47, Constitution 42, Agility 45, Wisdom 41. Level 12 peak attributes: Chen Xiaobing, Strength 52, Constitution 49, Agility 53, Wisdom 51. This is the pinnacle attribute record of our supply base. It records the characters who have reached the highest attribute at each level over the past 100 years since our base was established. Seeing Zhou Yi looking at the beam of light, the female staff member explained with a smile. There are a lot of people above, and now they have grown into giants and are active in our country. But it may also be because the characters in the past are really good, although there are still many professionals who have logged in the past 5 or 6 years. But the names on this list seem to have never changed. Oh! Zhou Yi glanced at it and quickly found the peak attribute record corresponding to level 13 on the beam of light. Level 13 peak attributes: Ling Yun, Strength 62, Constitution 57, Agility 59, Wisdom 61. At level 13, there is an average 4-dimensional attribute of 60 points. It's really powerful. Unfortunately, I met me. Shaking his head, Zhou Yi went straight into the egg-shaped cabin in front of him. Laugh. The hatch closed, and a pale blue light was projected from the cabin. Scan him in all directions from top to bottom. At the same time, on the display screen outside the cabin door, his professional level information also began to emerge. Occupation: Paladin. Level 13. It's actually a Paladin profession. The female staff waiting outside was a little surprised. This supply base has never been a Paladin professional before. But usually they come with the team, and this is the first time she has seen them alone. After all, the Paladin profession is very popular among professionals. It is impossible to find a team to accept. Maybe it's because I haven't started looking for a team yet. Shaking, she continued to watch. Soon Zhou Yi's 4-dimensional properties appeared on the screen. Strength, 93. Constitution, 99. Agility, 92. Wisdom, 98. This attribute, the average is 95 points? The female employee's eyes widened. After rubbing his eyes and making sure that he was not mistaken about the level attribute, he was inconceivably shocked. This is a record-breaking. As if to verify her words, the moment after Zhou Yi's occupation, level and 4-dimensional attributes were all entered into the system. A huge announcement suddenly sounded in the hall. Congratulations, Mr. Zhou Yi, for breaking the base level 13 peak attribute record with the 4-dimensional attributes of Strength 93, Constitution 99, Agility 92, and Wisdom 98. Congratulations to Mr. Zhou Yi, with the 4-dimensional attributes of Strength 93, Constitution 99, Agility 92, and Wisdom 98, setting the base level 13 peak attribute record, 566. This magnificent announcement sound echoed in the entire supply base building. The professionals who were in various parts of the building, after being stunned for a moment, quickly reacted and burst into shocking sounds. What the hell? No one has broken the peak attribute record for many years, and there is such a person today. 0. The average 95.4-dimensional attribute is only level 13, which is outrageous. 35. I remember, the 13th level peak attribute holder seems to be the leader of the Ash Legion today. 35. All the professionals who have registered professional level attribute information in this supply base, no one does not know the peak attribute list. Naturally know how difficult it is to break the above record. There are even some people who have been in the Wind Mountains for many years, but they have never seen the scene of the list being refreshed. So, the moment I heard this announcement, a large number of professionals rushed to the testing room in the lobby on the first floor. I want to see for myself who broke the record. Captain, someone actually broke the record of the peak list, shall we go and see? 9. The front desk of the lobby on the first floor, Qing Yuan team. The petite girl Wen Tianrun said to Su Qinglian eagerly. Xiao Wen, it's not like you don't know. When the captain came to report for the first time, he almost broke the peak attribute record of level 15. Now you let her watch someone else's record-breaking scene, isn't that adding to the captain's block? Another girl with long black and purple hair, Zhou Yi, said with a smile on her face. All members of the Qing Yuan team are girls, and they are all beautiful. This woman is also the same. When she laughs, it gives people a warm feeling like a spring breeze. Su Qinglian raised her eyebrows slightly. The majesty of the long-established captain made the girl who spoke earlier stick out her tongue and immediately shut up. Let's go and have a look. I also want to see who can have such a powerful attribute at level 13. Looking at Su Qinglian's slender figure leaving, the remaining 4 team members looked at each other with a surprised expression. You know, Captain Su Qinglian has always been a fighter. There are very few things that interest each other than fighting. Captain, wait for us. Seeing that Su Qinglian was about to leave, they quickly followed. Chapter 66. Sure enough, the 13th level peak attribute recorder has been replaced by Zhou Yi's name. Zhou Yi? I haven't heard of it before. Could it be from the Zhou family in Ning'an? Whether you have heard of it or not, this basic 4-dimensional attribute with an average of 95 points is simply outrageous. 35. In the detection room, look at the Zhou Yi name corresponding to level 13 on the light beam, as well as the corresponding 4-dimensional attributes of Strength 93, Constitution 99, Agility 92, and Wisdom 98. Many professionals were shocked. The original level 13 peak attribute record holder Ling Yun's average 4-dimensional attribute was only 60 points. And Zhou Yi, it's over 35 o'clock. What's even more terrifying is that on this peak list, for a level 17 peak attribute recorder, the average 4-dimensional attribute is only 97 points. That is to say, as long as Zhou Yi thinks about it, then the level will be raised to 14, 15, 16. You don't even need to assign free attribute points, just come to the base for authentication. You can refresh all the records from 14 to 16. I remember Ling Yun, the original level 13 record holder, who seems to be the current leader of the Ashes Legion. In the crowd, it was mentioned. Yes, that's right. I remember that too. Some time ago, there were reports that the commander of the Ling Corps, 080, led the Ash Corps into another world and returned triumphantly. Soon someone responded. The process of the fusion of Eternal Games and Blue Star is actually the process of fusion of the Other World and the Blue Star World. During this process, otherworldly demons and beasts invaded the Blue Star, causing a large number of slaughter. And human beings will not sit still. Therefore, it is often seen on the news that the top powerhouses lead the Legion to enter the other world. And this Ling Yun was one of those very famous beings. Hey, so, this Zhou Yi actually surpassed all the records held by the 13th level Commander Ling. Some can't believe it. That is the top powerhouse who leads an entire army. The level is at least 65 or above. The record left by such a terrifying figure was actually broken. How incredible is this? Laugh. Just when everyone was shocked, with a snort, the black hatch of the egg-shaped cabin on the far left slammed open. Look, Zhou Yi is out. 99. Because of the presence of staff, it is easy for many professionals to know that Zhou Yi is located in the detection chamber on the far left. Therefore, at the moment when the hatch was opened, countless gazes all converged. I saw a tall young man slowly walk out of the cabin. This young man has a strong and handsome face, and looks like he is no more than 20 years old. Wearing white-green light armor, behind him is a giant soldier warhammer about 1.8 meters long. Although the young man looks young, he vaguely exudes a sense of sacred strength, which makes people feel very stable. Zhou Yi, who walked out of the cabin, glanced around and raised his eyebrows slightly. Before entering the cabin, when the light beam effect is obtained from the staff, he knew that the basic four-dimensional attributes that he entered into the system would probably break the record, attracting the attention of some people. But I didn't expect it to attract so many people. This is Zhou Yi. He looks young and handsome. In the back, a petite girl named Wen Tianrun jumped in place and looked forward. Because she is only 1.6 meters tall, she can only keep jumping to see the front figure across the crowd. However, although she is relatively petite, her development is not bad. When jumping, there is also shaking somewhere. The name Zhou Yi sounds familiar. Captain Su Qinglian frowned slightly. Yao Xiao took out his mobile phone and quickly searched for relevant information about Zhou Yi. This Zhou Yi is actually the provincial champion of our Suzhou Hangzhou province this year. The purple black-haired girl Zhang Yi who came over looked at the content on the phone and whispered softly. Where is where? Let me see. The remaining two Qing Yuan team members also joined up. I saw that on the interface of Captain Su Qinglian's mobile phone, there was a news item called Dark Horse. Zhou Yi, the provincial champion from Lijiang City. And the figure in the news picture is exactly the same as the figure walking out of the inspection cabin in front. Evildoer. Abnormal. After confirming that Zhou Yi is this year's champion of Suzhou Hangzhou province, the two women couldn't help taking a deep breath at the same time. To know one by one. It's only less than a month since the end of the college entrance examination. Generally speaking, within this month, provincial champions who have received a lot of resources from municipal and provincial governments will usher in a period of crazy strength. A month later, even if the strength is doubled, it is not an exaggeration. The average four-dimensional attributes of the previous champions of Suzhou and Hangzhou are all around 40 points. Even Zhou Yi is more powerful than previous year's provincial champion, with an average four-dimensional attribute of 50 points. Down this month, the average four-dimensional attribute that has soared from 50 points to 95 points cannot be explained by the doubling of strength. You can just call it a monster. Just when the girls of Qing Yuan team were surprised by the speed of Zhou Yi's strength, the professionals gathered from the front have already started to compete. Zhou Yi, are you coming to our Dawn team? Our leader is a level 21 first turn mage. I guarantee you to upgrade without worry. Cut, it's only level 21, our captain is already level 26, Zhou Yi is coming to our team. Hehe, you are all rubbish. Our captain is a level 32nd turn mechanic, and he provides babysitting service throughout the whole process. It is best to come to our team. 55. Different from ordinary auxiliary professional priests, paladins are hidden professions. Not only can you apply boost buffs and healing methods to teammates, but you can also stand up as a tank to absorb damage at critical moments. Such a professional, even if the level is lower, there are also many teams willing to accept. Moreover, this paladin is also different from ordinary paladins. This is a genius who broke the record of the peak attributes of the commander of the baseling army. Now pull in the team and cultivate a good relationship in advance. After the other party grows into a giant in the future, it will be enough for these people to digest anything casually in their hands. Therefore, many professionals are eager to invite. Hope Zhou Yi can join his team. Captain, do we want to invite you to try it too? Zhang Yi in the back was eager to try it. Their team consisted of 5 people, and their leader, Su Qinglian, was a warrior who followed the pure output route. Petite Lolita Wen Tianrun is a summoner, and the other sisters Zhu Rao and Zhu Dan are mechanics. And she herself is a mage. Although when he usually roams in the windy mountains, there are the magical beasts summoned by Wen Tianrun and the mechanical creatures of the two sisters to explore and take damage. But in fact, their team is not complete. Lack of tank slots and healing slots. If Zhou Yi was invited in, it would just fill the team's shortcomings. No. 0. Looking at Zhou Yi, who was watching everyone in front of him, Su Qinglian shook his head and said, "His level is too low. Although the four-dimensional attributes are very terrifying, he can only act as a level 17 paladin at most 5. With him, our team's progress will be seriously slowed down. Don't forget, this summer vacation, our goal is to raise at least 2 levels collectively." 99. At her level, the experience needed to level up is enormous. In the school copy, she can enter the Twisted Jungle, which is only limited to levels 23 to 26. But this dungeon is for her, who is already a level 25 professional. The experience gained from swiping once is too little. Clearing a level once, even 1/20th of the experience progress cannot be filled. And every time you brush a copy, the credits consumed are very much. It's really not worth it. That's why they came to the Gale Mountains and hunted wild beasts to gain experience in leveling up. And this time, their goal is to gain experience for 2 levels in a row within 3 months. If Zhou Yi joined the team, they would definitely not be able to hunt high-level monsters. By then, their upgrade progress will inevitably be dragged down. Well, that's a pity. Zhang Yi looked back with regret. It fits the needs of their team like this. And such a handsome little brother is not easy to find in Suhang University. Missing this person, their team will most likely be in a state of long-term lack of tank positions and treatment positions in the next 6 months. Let's go, dispose of this batch of demon beast materials and the herbs and ore we have collected. After 2 days of rest, we will go into the Windy Mountains again. Yes. Under the leadership of Su Qinglian, the Qing Yuan team quickly left. The other side. Zhou Yi, who was surrounded by the crowd, was considering whether to add all the buffs, when he opened a holy light guardian and forced him out. Suddenly a brisk applause and praise sounded. Sure enough, it's a boy from a hero, Zhou Yi, amazing. 35. I saw a middle-aged man in a suit with a slightly fatter figure walking over from the side. He had a gentle smile like Maitreya Buddha on his face, which gave people a good impression invisibly. 1.5 on both sides of him, there were also 2 black-clothed bodyguards who were powerful at first glance. It's Director Wang. He's actually here. Nonsense, the base has not produced a professional who can break the peak attribute record for so many years, he must have come over after being alerted. See. Looking at the middle-aged man, all the professionals around showed respectful expressions. Wang Ji, a level 22 first-turn knight. Although the opponent's level is not high, he is the nominal top supervisor of this supply base. Even a high-level rank 2 professional, it is extremely difficult to meet each other. Hello, I'm the supervisor of this supply base, Wang Ji. Wang Ji stretched out his right hand. Director Wang, hello. Zhou Yi also reached out and shook it as a courtesy. Remember, the last time someone in our base broke the peak attribute record was 6 years ago. I wasn't able to see it with my own eyes when I was outside that time, but luckily this time, it just happened to me. After being polite, Wang Ji immediately smiled and said, Mr. Zhou, how about we talk somewhere else? Row. Looking at the crowd of professionals around, Zhou Yi nodded. Chapter 67. The supply base has a total of 34 floors. The 34th floor is the top floor, which is also the office of the top management of the supply base. At this time, on the top floor of the base, in the supervisor's office. Zhou Yi, what would you like to drink? Tea or coffee? Wang Ji asked Zhou Yi on the sofa. Unlike ordinary offices, this executive office is extremely luxurious. The total area is as high as more than 200 square meters, and the surrounding decorations are extremely delicate. Some even exude a faint magic energy fluctuation. Apparently a lavish decoration enchanted by an enchanter. In addition, the most amazing thing in the whole office is the huge transparent floor-to-ceiling window. Through this floor-to-ceiling window, you can clearly overlook the windy mountain range, where there are many trees and monsters. Zhou Yi replied. Although I don't know why the director of the base brought himself up. But since the other party showed goodwill, it was not good for him to leave immediately. Nowadays, there are not many young people who like to drink tea. Wang Ji smiled slightly, and took out a package of delicately packaged tea from the back of the drawer. Tear it apart and pour it into a cup, then pour it into hot water, then get up and put it on the coffee table in front of Zhou Yi. At the same time, he sat on the sofa opposite Zhou Yi. The tea is still a little hot, it may take a while. Just like treating a good friend, Wang Ji reminded without pretense. If such a scene were seen by his subordinates, they would definitely be surprised. You must know that as the director of the supply base, Wang Ji 20 rarely appears so approachable. In general, they give people a majestic image. Thank you, Director Wang. Zhou Yi thanked him. Wang Ji couldn't help nodding his head in the attitude of neither humble nor arrogant. To know. Although he has restrained his power at this time, it gives a gentle feeling. However, the pressure brought by the long-term high position cannot be completely restrained. Ordinary professionals, in the face of such coercion, are either fearful or bluffing. There are very few people like Zhou Yi who are neither humble nor arrogant and can maintain their attitude. Moreover, this is just a teenager who has just turned 18 this year. This is especially rare. Thinking of the other party breaking the peak attribute record just now, Wang Ji couldn't help but praise. Zhou Yi, you gave me a big surprise. You know, in our supply base, no one has been able to break the peak attribute record for more than 6 years. Also, the level 13 peak attribute records you broke have been held for more than 20 years. 20 years? So long. Zhou Yi was slightly taken aback. The Tornado Mountains is the only place near Ning'an City where you can hunt wild monsters and gain experience in leveling up. Every day, there are nearly 10,000 professionals entering and leaving the supply base. There are hundreds of newly registered professionals every day. Under such circumstances, this peak attribute record has been maintained for 20 years, which is incredible. Yes. 39. This record was left by Ling Yun, the current commander of the Ash Legion, before he went to the Gale Mountains more than 20 years ago. Ash Legion, you should know? No. Zhou Yi nodded. Today, in Zhongxia, there are 3 top legions active in the eyes of ordinary people. They are the Legion of Ashes, the Legion of Shadow Flame, and the Legion of Glory. These 3 legions, often out of another world, fought in various places on Blue Star. You can often see relevant news on mobile phones and TVs. M2. Did he break the record that the Ash Legion commander held when he was still relatively weak? That's right. Seemingly seeing Zhou Yi's doubts, Wang Ji laughed and said. Breaking records means your potential. For your kind of genius, our supply base naturally has special treatment. As he spoke, he handed over a black gold medal card. This card is our base's black gold membership card. In the future, you will get 20% off all your purchases at our supply base. 5. Moreover, there is also the 10 million Zhongxia coins that we presented to you. You. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes and keenly caught the key words. The forces behind the supply base are complex. There are super families and consortiums of Zhongxia Kingdom, as well as foreign forces. If this Director Wang represents a domestic power, that's fine. If foreign powers. Don't worry, classmate Zhou, I come from the Ling family. 95. And now the patriarch of the Ling family is the commander of the Ash Legion I mentioned just now, Ling Yun. 95. It is also a rule set by Patriarch Ling to reward those who break the base's peak attribute record with a black gold card and 5 million midsummer coins. Seeming to see Zhou Yi's concern, Wang Zhi explained. Of course, I am very optimistic about you personally, so I raised the reward amount to 10 million. The Gale Mountains is an extremely important location for gaining experience from leveling up. There are tens of thousands of professionals entering this location every day. If there are many professionals, you need to buy equipment and medicines, and also need to sell materials and magic pets. The resulting profits are staggering. The Ling family pushed Wang Zhi as the supervisor of this supply base. It is enough to see the importance attached to him. It is precisely because of this that he can increase the reward amount at will. After a pause, Wang Zhi continued. This 10 million is completely given to you, without paying any price. Of course, if you want, you can sign a talent training contract with our Ling family. We will provide you with a wealth of resources during your studies at Suhang University. 35. Even if you enter the Gale Mountains, you can also arrange for someone to protect you from hunting monsters and gain experience. Certainly. If you sign a talent training contract, wait until you graduate from Suhang University. It is necessary to join the Ash Legion and play for it for 3 years. How about you, do you want to think about it? You must know that many of the geniuses in your school have grown so quickly because of the support of external forces. Wang Zhi looked at Zhou Yi and said expectantly. Only at level 13, the opponent has already reached a terrifying 95-point average 4-dimensional attribute. If he cultivated further, he couldn't imagine how strong Zhou Yi would be. Ling family, talent training contract. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said. Thank you for the kindness of Director Wang, I have just entered the school, and I have no idea of joining a certain force for the time being. A family like the Ling family has top legions in and out of another world. If you accept the talent training contract of the other party, you can indeed obtain a lot of resources and speed up the speed of strength improvement. But if it is conditional on the freedom of 3 years after graduation, he naturally cannot accept it. Moreover, what resources can be better than the free attributes and skill points he gets for completing daily tasks? His thoughts. If they were heard by ordinary Soviet students, they would definitely cry out a pity. After all, the powerful Ash Legion is the dream place of many Seoul University students after graduation. Also, but if you change your mind in the future, we still welcome you to join. Wang Zhi was not surprised by Zhou Yi's rejection. After all, geniuses are arrogant. Now Zhou Yi has a lower level, and it is easier to level up. Once he leveled up to level 20 or more, you will understand how difficult it is to go to another level. At that time, the other party will naturally consider the training contract that he is talking about now. By the way, you should enter the Wind Mountain range next. It's very dangerous in the Gully Mountains. Even if it's just outside activities, a team of level 20 professionals may be wiped out. In this way, I will give you a personal gift, which can guarantee your safety in the Gale Mountains. Wang Zhi took out a rune stone from the inner bag of his suit jacket and handed it over. This is. Zhou Yi looked at the stone in his hand. Unlike ordinary stones, this stone has a smooth and rounded surface and is very warm to the touch. And you can vaguely feel a suppressed magic energy fluctuation from it. Light Boundary Stone, after crushing, it can unfold a light attribute protective magic cover with a radius of about 5 meters. It can block the full strength attack of monsters below gold level 30 for half an hour. The higher the level, the rarer the quality of monsters, and the shorter the time the magic cover can block the attack. Of course, as long as you crush the Light Boundary Stone, our supply base will receive positioning information, and arrange -080 teams with all level 30 and fully equipped to come to rescue. Wang Zhi smiled. Light Boundary Stone is a commodity sold by the supply base. The price is about 15 million midsummer coins. Of course, sometimes it will be given to some teams or professionals with better potential. And Zhou Yi, naturally, it's worth giving away this Light Realm Stone. Light Boundary Stone. Zhou Yi was slightly taken aback when he heard the words. The black gold card and 10 million Zhongxia coins can also be understood as the investment of the Ling family. And this light boundary stone. He thought for a moment, and quickly realized that the other party was showing his favor. And this kind of gesture, if you refuse, maybe the other party will not like it. Moreover, he also needs to make friends with people like Director Wang. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Yi, together with the black gold card, accepted the light realm stone. Seeing Zhou Yi accept the two things, the smile on Wang Zhi's face became even more prosperous. Being able to break through the record held by the patriarch of the Ling family has fully demonstrated Zhou Yi's potential. Regardless of whether the other party will come to you to sign a talent training contract in the future, it is always good to leave a little goodwill. By the way, you haven't found a team yet, have you? Why don't I contact you now? I know a few teams, they are absolutely strong. Also, they also need an almighty paladin like you. After sending out the light boundary stone, Wang Zhi asked again. He was telling the truth. A profession like a paladin, even if the level is lower, is definitely popular outside. Don't bother Director Wang, I'm going in alone. Zhou Yi shook his head. Alone? Wang Zhi was slightly taken aback. He had never heard that a paladin could hunt monsters alone. But thinking of Zhou Yi's abnormal four-dimensional properties, he was relieved. As expected of a young hero, I wish Zhou Yi a fruitful return. From the moment he entered the office, the smile on Wang Zhi's face never stopped. Before leaving, he insisted on sending Zhou Yi downstairs before turning around and leaving. This made him feel a little emotional. Sure enough, talented people get preferential treatment. Chapter 68. After leaving the supply base, Zhou Yi, who got the identity verification, easily passed the level and entered the Gale Mountains. When I first entered the level, there were still many professionals in my peers. Most of them are also talking and laughing, a very lively look. But just after walking into the mountain range, it was like a river flowing into the sea, and it all disappeared without a trace. Only Zhou Yi is left alone. At the same time, the roar that belonged to the monsters also began to sound from a distance. Hoo! Ow! The furious roar, the dense and tall jungle. Although this is the first time to face such a wild scene. But in the nightmare level copy of the college entrance examination, Zhou Yi has seen even more terrifying pictures than this. So, he didn't feel anything special either. With the same expression on his face, he took off the Xianguang warhammer behind him and held it in his hand. Bonus of courage. Gift of guardianship. With a burst of dazzling divine light, Zhou Yi's aura grew stronger. These two skills are only D-level buff skills, consume very low mana, and can last for about 10 minutes. And 10 minutes later, the magic power consumed by this point, under the accelerated magic power recovery effect of the jungle suit, has long been restored to its original state. Call. Zhou Yi, who added the buff to himself, let out a long breath and looked at the distant jungle. Let's start, sweep the periphery of the Gully Mountains. Holding the warhammer in his right hand, Zhou Yi strode forward. August 1st is the day when all the remaining freshmen report. And August 3rd is the day when the freshman competition begins. Today is June 23rd, and there is still more than a month before August 3rd. In this more than a month, he will walk all the outer areas of the Gyewind Mountains. Look for traces of the Arctic ice lotus. And there are 4 wind mountains the size of Ning'an City, even if it is only the outer area, it is very huge. Therefore, he must hurry up. The jungle boots stepped on the lowest road and made a sound. The reddish sun of the setting sun shone on Zhou Yi's body, dragging a long shadow on the road. When most of my peers were still training at school, this young man, but resolutely embarked on a lonely road. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month has passed. Suhang University, although all the newly admitted special students almost all train in their dormitories. But there are still many people who realize that something is wrong. Hey? Why do I feel like I haven't seen the 001 sequence Paladin for a long time? Yes, I haven't seen him for a long time, and Villa 001 on the top of the mountain doesn't seem to be lit at night. Hehe, during this period of time, it was when our strength was rapidly improving, and I don't know where he went. I heard that he came from a relatively barren prefecture-level city in Jiangbei, and he was probably fascinated by the prosperity of Ning'an city. In addition, the province and city rewarded him with a lot of cash. Normal. Humph. Small local people are small local people, they are too short-sighted. Choose to enjoy now, and there will be time to endure hardship in the future. You must know that the credits of Suhang University are only used within the school. Leaving school, credits are worthless. Although I don't know why Zhou Yi was not in the school during this time, he did not use the credits in exchange for resources to improve his strength. In terms of the speed of strength improvement, it will definitely be a lot behind everyone. The other special students were naturally happy. Suzhou in Hangzhou University, the third floor of the teaching building, the conference hall. A meeting about this special admissions class is going on. Everyone, how is the performance of special enrollment recently? Wu Meng, the dean of Zhanzheng College in the main position, said. With a giant bloodline and a height of more than 3 meters, his seat is also different from other teachers, and it is extremely spacious. A low voice came from his tall body, and the entire conference hall seemed to vibrate. Not bad, a lot of special recruits have come to me to ask me some training questions recently. One of the instructors smiled. Although the tutors will be selected and the colleges will be assigned after the freshman competition. But during this period of time, in fact, special enrollment can also ask their teachers to ask some questions. More than half a month has passed, and obviously many people have realized this. The strength of this class of freshmen is very good, and the training is also very hard. As far as I know, Shen Lingfeng, who is ranked 002 in the sequence, has already been able to pass the level 5 combat stance of the training robot in the villa training ground. Another teacher reported. Yes, not bad. Wu Meng nodded slightly. He is the dean of Zhanzheng College and the general manager of this special enrollment. Responsible for paying attention to the relevant training information after admission of these special enrollments. And within a month, clearing the level 5 fighting stance is indeed a very good talent. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Su Mei in the seat on the left. Mr. Su, I heard that Zhou Yi hasn't been at school all this time. All the sequence rankings of special enrollment are arranged by him. And Zhou Yi, who was rated as the strongest freshman by him. He is naturally more concerned. It is hoped that the other party can work hard to consume resources during the enrollment period and further enhance their strength. However, he heard the news that the other party didn't seem to be in the school. Yes. Taking a deep breath, Su Meihui reported. Hey? What's going on? Wu Meng frowned. The aura of a rank 3 professional filled the entire conference hall, causing the surrounding teachers to feel the pressure doubled. Zhou Yi went to the Gale Mountains the day after the special admissions meeting. The purpose should be to find the extremely cold ice lotus that can awaken her sister's bloodline safely. Su Mei bit her head and said. Under the pressure of Wu Meng, a rank 3 warrior, she, a rank 2 mage, didn't even dare to let out a breath. Going to the windy mountains? Wu Meng frowned. But thinking that the other party is not as extravagant as rumored in Ning'an city. The brows gradually stretched out. Since it's going to the Gale Mountains, that's fine. However, Zhou Yi wasted a period of time when the strength of special enrollment has rapidly improved this month. But since it's his own choice, it's better to let him have a good memory after the freshman competition 5. During the period from the special enrollment registration to the freshman competition, the tutors will only observe the training situation of the students. Will not interfere much. Some people will use credits to buy skills and resources, and frantically improve their strength. Others are taking credits and indulging in the easy life of school. Different people have different choices. The choice is different, the final strength is also different. This step tests the student's self-control and judgment. Going to the Gale Mountains, you can indeed increase the level by killing the monsters. But compared to Su Da's resources, this level is obviously not enough. After all, in the low-level period of the professional, it is not uncommon to kill by leapfrog. As for Zhou Yi, although he has the strength of the first freshman, he has 1 month's training time behind the other special students. The strength will definitely lag behind. When the freshman competition is over, the ranking will also drop accordingly. But thinking that the other party is for his own sister, Wu Mang can understand. If there are still students going to the Tornado Mountains in the future, remember to report in advance. Wu Mang said. Even just the outer regions, the windy mountains are extremely dangerous. Nowadays, special admissions should mainly focus on improving their strength, and wait for the last semester in the school to receive a full range of training. It is not too late to enter the Gale Mountains. Forward. In the seat, a teacher bite the bullet and said. President Wu, I forgot to tell you. Zhang Churan, who was ranked 003 in the sequence, had already left the school at 9 o'clock this morning, and also went to the Gale Mountains. A supply base outside the Windstorm Mountains. As usual, there are many professionals entering and leaving the lobby on the first floor of the base. There were also a lot of people who had just sold the World of Warcraft materials, got a large sum of cash, and sat on the sofa talking, laughing, chatting, and relaxing. Hey! This girl who just came in is so beautiful. Suddenly, an exclamation sounded from nowhere. Hey! Are there beauties? As soon as they heard there was a beautiful woman, many people in the hall immediately looked in the direction of the door. Then, they saw a girl about 18 years old walking in from the door. The girl's eyes are clear and energetic, her skin is as white as jade, and her appearance is very stunning. The appearance of this girl is enough to be called stunning. But what's even more amazing is her figure. Although she was only wearing a simple set of black light armor, but her proud bust and perfect waist-to-hip ratio were also vaguely outlined, exuding endless temptation. And behind her, the scabbard and simple long sword exudes a cold aura, but it is a strong contrast to her appearance and temperament. Hey! This figure, really superb. Qian's. When did our supply base have such beautiful professionals? It doesn't look like he's very old, so he probably hasn't graduated from college yet. It seems that it should be a college student who came to the Wind Mountains to experience. There are a total of 5 colleges and universities in Ning'an University Town. In addition to Suhang University, which has only more than 4,000 students, almost each of the other 4 universities has nearly 10,000 students. The 5 colleges and universities together have more than 44,000 students. Among them, many will come to the Wind Mountains to experience. And because they look young and immature, they are social professionals who can easily tell them apart. This is the supply base? Ignoring the fiery gazes cast in the hall, Zhang Churan's beautiful eyes glanced around, looking curiously. As the owner of the 003 sequence ranking, the default basic credits that Su University gave her was 900 points. And these 900 credits have been exhausted in less than a month. Her strength has also improved a lot. Although there will be resource elements provided by the family in the future. But the speed of strength improvement has not been so fast. So, she thought about coming to the Gully Mountains, hunting demon beasts, and raising her level. And the tall and determined figure of Zhou Yi appeared in Zhang Churan's mind. She also wanted to try and see if she could meet Zhou Yi here. After all, it's been a month since we saw each other. Chapter 69. Windstorm Mountains. In the jungle of tall trees. A gigantic, sturdy body, a silver-ranked Gale tiger with a level of 19 was walking on the road. Its huge limbs stepped on the road without making a single sound. Dark green eyes glanced around, as if looking for prey. Roar! Suddenly, its footsteps stopped and its body lowered. A deterrent roar was sent towards the dense forest ahead. The Spear of Victory. At this moment, accompanied by a low drink, a dazzling golden spear emitting a strong wave of magical energy shot out from the jungle. Whoosh! This golden spear is extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it will pierce this magical beast. Roar! Gale Tiger let out a low roar, and a cyan breeze appeared around his body. A little bit of force on the limbs, dragging up an afterimage, and dodging directly. Hum! At the same time, around the Gale Tiger, 3 wind blades condensed, and then they attacked the direction where the light spear flew out with bursts of air-breaking sounds. Whoosh! 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 The wind blade is extremely powerful and extremely sharp, directly cutting off the twigs of shrubs along the way. Roar! At this moment, a huge ferocious wolf head protruded from the bushes, and then the entire body jumped out. This is a huge wind wolf about 140 centimeters high and over 260 centimeters long. The blue-gray hair is extremely soft, and its strong muscle lines can be seen through the hair. Gale Wolf, a rare gold-level warcraft in the Gale Mountains. Mastering the wind-based talent spell, it has extremely fast speed and a ferocious biting force. The level is generally above 18, and the size is huge. Generally, Warcraft is easy to 0-80 and dare not provoke, and ordinary professional teams can only run away when they encounter them. And from the perspective of body size, this Hurricane Wolf is obviously more ferocious and robust than the ordinary Hurricane Wolf. However, at this time, a tall figure was sitting on the broad back of this strong Hurricane Wolf. This figure had a resolute face, dressed in white-green light armor, and behind him was carrying a giant soldier's warhammer that glowed with golden sacred brilliance. The 2 runes on the top of the head rotate, releasing the breath of power and wisdom. This person is none other than Zhou Yi, who has been wandering in the Gully Mountains for nearly a month. Compared with a month ago, his jungle suit light armor is no longer clean and beautiful. Dark red bloodstains are all over the place, and several damages can even be seen. Of course, compared to a month ago, Zhou Yi's aura was also much sharper. In the face of the cutting air, 3 wind blades struck quickly. Zhou Yi held the warhammer in his hand and swung it violently. Bang! 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 Under one hammer, the 3 wind blades were directly smashed into the air. Roar! The wind blade skill that he depended on for survival was smashed by a hammer, and Gale Tiger knew that the humans in front of him were not easy to mess with. With a low roar, he turned around and ran away without hesitation. Little Black, come on! With an order, the Gale Wind Wolf under Zhou Yi stretched out his legs and ran towards Gale Wind Tiger. The Gale Tiger and the Gale Wolf are both wind-type monsters and are known for their speed. But Gale Wolf is a gold-level monster, while Gale Tiger is only a silver-level monster. The rank gap made it less than 5 seconds for Gale Wolf to equalize the distance of more than 30 meters between the two. Die! Look at the Gale Tiger in front of you. Zhou Yi raised the Xianguang warhammer with the divine light of weapon blessings high, and slammed it into the strong wind with the huge momentum of the Gale Wolf under him. Bang! The warhammer hit Gale Tiger's rear buttocks, and the huge impact force made it fly 5 or 6 meters away with inertia. Weakly fell to the ground and lost his breath of life. The Gale Tiger died, and the Gale Wolf slowed down, came to the corpse, and began to eat. On his back, Zhou Yi jumped over and stood firmly on the ground. Then press the right button of the smartwatch on the right wrist. This smartwatch was issued by the supply base after being certified as a professional. It contains a map of the Gale Mountains, as well as some necessary functions such as sending out a distress signal and positioning information. After pressing the button, a map is also projected in mid-air. This is the map of the Wild Wind Mountains, and the light spot representing Zhou Yi's position is just northeast of the outer periphery of the Wind Mountains. In a month, I have almost completed the 9/10 of the outer area of the Gale Mountains. I also met many professionals along the way, but unfortunately, I still couldn't find the news of the extremely cold ice lotus. 39. Zhou Yi frowned. Today is July 25th, and there are 9 days left before the new student competition of Seoul University will begin. From here, back to the supply base, and then back to Suzhou and Hangzhou University, it will take 2 days at least. In other words, the time left for him to explore in the Gully Mountains is only 7 days at most. There is still the last 1/10 of the area left, and in 5 days, it should be able to be completely swept. At that time, if you haven't found the trace of the extremely cold ice lotus, you can only go back first. However, before setting off again, let's consume all the experience accumulated during this period of time. After closing the map, the information panel belonging to Zhou Yi also appeared in his mind. Name, Zhou Yi. Occupation, Paladin. Level 13, 26730/2500. Talent, Guardian of the Holy Angel, S+, Stone Skin, D. Skills, Hand of God LV1, S grade, Light Retribution LV5, A grade, Holy Light Guard LV5, B and grade, Holy Fist Combo LV4, B grade, Holy Light Cross LV7, B grade, Holy Storm LV7, B level. Attribute, Strength, 144, Constitution, 152, Agility, 143, Wisdom, 156. Special Bloodline, none. Capf, unlike in the dungeon, the monsters in the Gale Mountains often appear alone. Even if they appeared in groups, there would only be a dozen or so monsters together at most. There will not be a situation where hundreds of monsters and beasts appear in one go like in the dungeon. Moreover, the level of monsters in the mountains is different. Sometimes the level of monsters encountered is low, and the experience gained after killing them is less. Sometimes the level of monsters encountered is high, and they cannot be beaten at all, so they can only walk around. However, even so, Zhou Yi also gained more than 26,000 experience points during the crazy killing for more than a month. Let's start leveling up. 35. As before, the level needs to be manually upgraded by yourself. Zhou Yi, who had accumulated a month of experience, did not hesitate to upgrade himself. I have to say that the 26,000 odd experience accumulated in 1 month is indeed a lot. He has been promoted several times in a row. Congratulations, you have upgraded to level 14, you have gained 10 free attributes and 10 skill points. Congratulations, you have upgraded to level 15, you have gained 10 free attributes and 10 skill points. Congratulations, you have upgraded to level 16, you have gained 15 free attributes and 15 skill points. Level 16, 230/22,000. After the upgrade to level 16, the accumulated experience will be completely consumed. After the upgrade, you will gain 25 free attribute points and skill points. According to the default distribution, Zhou Yi distributed all the free attributes evenly, and the 25 skill points remained unchanged for the time being. Now his skill level has been raised to a certain extent. Simply using skill points to raise 1 or 2 skill levels is basically useless. It's better to wait to collect some more skill points and improve your skills in one breath. After the allocation of free attributes, Zhou Yi obviously felt that his strength was much stronger. More importantly, when the level was raised to level 16, the magic power level in his body suddenly doubled several times. Now, if you want to use the S-rank skill called Hand of God, you won't be afraid of being drained of the magic power in your body in one breath. A smile appeared on Zhou Yi's mouth. Professional level, the further you go, the harder it is to improve. For example, this month, he desperately killed the monsters, and the accumulated experience would allow him to upgrade to 3 levels in a row. If you want to continue to upgrade to level 17, it will not be so easy. I'm afraid it will take more than 10 days. This is based on the fact that he has four-dimensional attributes that far exceed his peers, as well as powerful skills. If you change to an ordinary professional, it is impossible to upgrade from level 16 to level 17 in less than 3 months. No wonder when I rejected the talent training contract in the supply base that day, the other party didn't seem to care. It turned out to be waiting for me here. In the Blue Star world, without background resources, it is a very dangerous thing to go to the wild to upgrade alone, and you will die if you are not careful. The Zhongxia Congress will provide free resources to all citizens, provide resources to upgrade to level 10, and set up career transfer ceremonies nationwide. And through the college entrance examination to screen out talented students, in order to more accurately cultivate the strong, to achieve accurate allocation of resources. As a top university, Suhang University has enough resources. But no one thinks they have too many resources. Therefore, as Director Wang said, it should be a fact that many geniuses in the University of Su have signed talent training contracts. If it were an ordinary genius, maybe after encountering difficulties in leveling up, he would really sign a training contract. Unfortunately, the daily attributes and skill points provided by the system allow me to continue to become stronger even without any resources. 35. Zhou Yi shook his head and looked at his four-dimensional attributes. Strength, 150. Physique, 159. Agility, 149. Wisdom, 162. Now, his four-dimensional attributes have reached an average of 150 points. The average four-dimensional attribute of 150 points, coupled with the occupation level of 16, should be completely crushed against other special enrollment. The corner of Zhou Yi's mouth twitched, somewhat looking forward to the upcoming freshman competition. Chapter 70. Just when Zhou Yi was checking his four-dimensional properties, the hurricane wolf held a blue crystal nucleus about the size of an egg, exuding a faint magical energy, and placed it at Zhou Yi's feet. It can be seen from its dark green eyes that it has a very strong desire to devour this crystal nucleus. But after placing the crystal nucleus at Zhou Yi's feet, it bowed its head respectfully and stepped aside. Little black boy. Zhou Yi smiled and stroked its soft wolf fur. A month ago, after entering the Gale Mountains, he discovered a problem. That is, his walking speed is too slow. Relying on oneself, there is simply no way to bypass all the dangerous points marked on the map within a month, sweeping the entire outer area of the Gully Mountains. He needs a mount to do it. Therefore, when he encountered this golden rank 18th hurricane wolf, he deliberately saved his life and did not kill it. Tamed into a mount. Because I didn't carry the familiar contract scroll, the whole taming process was a little troublesome. But judging from the current level of obedience of the hurricane wolf, the final taming effect is not bad. Of course, the name of this storm wolf is still the name of the artificial intelligence of the villa. After all, he's a scumbag. Item, Level 19 Wind Magic Core X1. Remarks: the crystal core containing the surging magic energy is the most critical core in the Warcraft body. It can be used to build a magic circle or used as an enchanting material, and feed it to a wind-type pet, which can be upgraded with a certain probability. Under the identification technique, the information of this crystal nucleus is revealed. The magic core is the magic core that exists in the body of the monsters above the silver rank. There are more than 100 magic cores like this in Zhou Yi's backpack. Among them, there are also many wind magic cores. Therefore, this time he did not choose to receive it into the backpack space. Xiao He, I'll give you this magic core. 35. Zhou Yi patted the head of the wind wolf, who bowed his head in front of him to show his submission. Although tamed by force. But sometimes it's a good thing to do. Ow! The hurricane wolf's eyes lit up, and the huge wolf mouth swallowed the magic core on the ground. Roar! Not long after swallowing the magic core, a huge wind-type magic energy erupted from its body. Its body size also increased, and its power was much stronger than before. Promoted. Zhou Yi raised his brows. Monster, Wind Wolf. Level 19. Qualification, Gold. Skills, Wind Blade, Gale Cannon. Remarks, Gale Wolf rushes very fast and is the darling of Gale. Sure enough, I got promoted. Looking at the information presented in the identification technique, Zhou Yi felt a little emotional. For a human professional to advance to one level, it is often necessary to hunt down a large number of monsters and gain a lot of experience. And monsters like this Warcraft only need to devour 2 or 3 high-level Warcraft crystal cores, and it is easy to complete the upgrade. Coupled with the strong reproductive ability of Warcraft, many Warcraft cubs are born at level 10 or above. Naturally, monsters are stronger than humans. It is precisely because of this that the Tornado Mountain Range has existed for hundreds of years, and there are still so many magical beasts under the circumstance of countless professionals pouring in to experience it one after another. Xiao He, let's go, to the northeast. After the promotion of Storm Wolf was over, Zhou Yi carried the Xianguang warhammer back to his back and made a leap. Sit again on its broad back. Not to mention, Xiao He, who has improved by 1 level, has a much more comfortable back than before. Roar. With a low roar, the Wind Wolf, the darling of the wind, drove Zhou Yi quickly to the northeast. A valley in the northeast on the outskirts of the windy mountains. Here, the light is dim, and the air is filled with a strange purple-black energy, making it difficult to see the surroundings. At the bottom of the flat valley, there are 6 huge runestone pillars with a height of about 30 meters and a radius of about 1 meter, exuding surging magical energy fluctuations. The 6 directions where the stone pillars are located are connected, and a hexagram magic circle can be vaguely constructed. And in the middle of this vaguely formed hexagram magic circle, a purple-black palace was built here. Tread, step. In the grand hall of the palace, a tall figure about 2 meters high and shrouded in armor walked in. Kneel down on one knee in the middle of the palace. His Royal Highness, the Eclipse Magic Array is about to be built, and in 5 days, we can return to the Holy Realm. His deep voice echoed in the palace. It was a language unlike any other country on the Blue Star, and the syllables were so odd that they were not uttered by humans. Haha, very good. The half-year mission has been completed, and we can finally return. At the very front of the palace hall, on a luxurious seat with intricate patterns, was sitting a tall demon with 2 horns and purple eyes. This demon was wearing a black and purple battle armor, and in the middle of the breastplate, there was a flame pattern like magma burning. The smile on his face is like the lava flame pattern on his chest, wanton and arrogant. Before leaving, let our clansmen be indulgent in the end. During this time, the garrison can go out to hunt and kill humans at will. But remember, we cannot be discovered by strong human beings, and the hunting area is limited to the vicinity of the valley. Every time we make a shot, we guarantee that no one will be left alive. The sound of the tall demon from the chest, in the entire hall, is like thunder, constantly vibrating and echoing, and echoes are heard. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, I don't think they would be willing to stay alive. The tall figure in the middle of the hall stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. Human taste. Finally, able to taste again. 4 days later. At noon, the sun is shining. In the northeast direction of the outer periphery of the Tornado Mountains, near a stream. Wind Wolf was drinking water by the river with his head down, while Zhou Yi was looking at the map. Dark Miasma Valley, if I can't find the Ice Lotus here tomorrow, then I can only go back. Looking at the last unexplored spot in the northeast direction of the map, Zhou Yi sighed. During this month, the periphery of the Gully Mountains, except for the area occupied by dangerous monsters. Except for the last Dark Miasma Valley, he has been to almost all the other areas. And the Dark Miasma Valley is shrouded in inexplicable and strange energy all the year round, and the monsters and plants are basically unable to survive. Few professionals go there. There is a high probability that there will be no trace of the extremely cold ice lotus. But now that they're all here, Zhou Yi decided to take a look. Xiao He, let's keep going. With a cry, the hurricane wolf next to the stream quickly came to Zhou Yi's side. Just as he rolled over and rode on the back of the wind wolf, the smart watch on his right hand suddenly vibrated violently. At the same time, a light dot signal appears in the map on the dial. The smart watch on Zhou Yi's right hand is the basic electronic equipment issued by the supply base. There is not only a map of the Gale Mountains marked with various dangerous locations, but also the information and location information of where you are. Of course, for safety reasons, prevent black from eating black. Professionals in the Wild Wind Mountains cannot see the location information of other professionals. The sudden appearance of the position light point signal at this time can only mean that the other party is asking for help. The distress signal, and it doesn't seem too far from here, let's go and have a look. Zhou Yi quickly made a decision. As a human professional, they fought desperately in the Gale Mountains, and they helped as much as they could. Hey! On the jungle road covered with dead leaves, a group of 5 people rode the mounts of demon beasts and fled frantically. The person at the head, tall and slender, wearing light blue leather armor, is clearly Su Qinglian from the Qing Yuan squad. At this time, the wallet equipment Su Qinglian was wearing was slightly damaged. When the horse under her was running, even with her, there was a vague sense of spring. Unlike male professionals, even in dangerous wild mountains, female professionals will pay more or less attention to their own image. But now, she doesn't have the heart to pay attention to these things at all. Because, behind them, there is a group of terrible pursuers. Why are there demons in the Gale Mountains? Su Qinglian's pretty face was extremely pale, and she had long lost her former composure. 0. Demon. One of the 5 major races in the alien world, it is born with a dark affinity, and its shape is similar to that of humans, but it has a pair of demon horns on its head. And extremely violent. Love to devour living things. Usually it only exists in other worlds, but I didn't expect it to be encountered in the Wind Mountain range this time. That large group of demons with terrifying power. If they hadn't used several whole cards, there would be no way to escape. However, even so, the other party still did not give up, firmly chasing behind. Captain, I can't take it anymore. The petite loli behind the team, Wen Tianrun, let out a painful groan. Her right arm has disappeared, and the right half of her clothes is soaked with blood. As a summoner who mainly adds agility and wisdom attributes, the pain of losing her right arm has made her consciousness very blurred. Xiao Wen, hold on. We'll be able to escape in no time. Xiao Ai, add another concentration technique to her. Su Qinglian said quickly. Yes. The purple black-haired girl in the team, Zhang Yi, nodded quickly, and a faint golden fluorescence burst out from the top of the staff in her right hand. Concentration. A golden light enveloped Wen Tianrun, who had lost his right arm. But it only made her feel better, but the blood was still flowing from her right arm. Damn it! If I knew earlier, I should have pulled Zhou Yi into the team. Seeing this, Su Qinglian couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. At this time, the disadvantages of the team without the priest profession have already been reflected, that is, poor resilience. There's no way to rescue a seriously injured teammate. Captain, regret is useless now. My magic power has been exhausted, and that was my last skill just now. Zhang Yi, who was riding on a white tiger, smiled bitterly. Have you run out of magic power? Su Qinglian's face turned pale again. Behind them, there are 4 level 22 demons chasing them. In the previous battle, they used all their cards to kill the other 4 demons. And most of their magical energy has been consumed, and even team member Wen Tianrun was seriously injured. It can be said that it has reached the point where it runs out of fuel. Shout! Hearing the roar that was getting closer and closer, so King Lian's better face showed a look of despair. Could it be that my team is really going to be destroyed here today? People. Chapter 71. At this moment, the smart watch in So King Lian's hand suddenly vibrated. A virtual map is projected in the air. On the map, a spot of light was rapidly approaching where they were. Our distress call has been answered. Su Qinglian, whose face was ashen, instantly cheered up, and said excitedly, "If everyone persists, the opposing team will be here soon." Great! Now we are saved. 35. Everyone was injured more or less. In order to preserve their physical strength, their words were very brief. But from their simple words, they can also feel the strong desire to survive. At this moment, as long as there is any hope of life, they will firmly grasp. Shout! At this moment, in the jungle behind, a demon with a long horn on its head and a flame burning in the middle of its chest rushed out. He moves very fast, and when he grabs it, a basketball-sized fireball is thrown by him. The fireball exuding a hot breath was about to hit the center of the Qing Yuan team. Lunar slash! Su Qinglian, who was in front of the team, let out a coquettish shout, twisted her tender body, and slashed out a light blue powerful sword energy with her sword swing. Bang! The 5-meter-long sword chi accurately bombarded the fireball, causing it to explode in mid-air. After the explosion, the scorching flames scattered 0 and 80, quickly igniting the surrounding trees, and also caused the demons behind to slow down a little. But then, behind the demon, 3 other demons with similar appearances followed. Whizzing! The 4 demons ran extremely fast, not even slower than the 5 members of the Qing Yuan team riding their mounts. The magic in my body is only enough for me to release my skills 3 times. Hearing the angry roar of the demon behind him, Su Qinglian, who was being carried by his mount and charged into the jungle, frowned. Just now, the excitement she showed was just so that the team members could hold on for a while longer. In fact, she had no confidence in the team that came to the rescue. You must know that the 4 demons behind are all 22 level silver rank. In general, a team with all members of level 23 would not dare to wipe its edge. It is similar to his own team, all members are above level 22, and the top team with strength beyond the average professional can try to kill. But how rare are such teams? Therefore, the general team, even if they came to the rescue, it will only take a look from a distance, see that the situation is not right, and immediately run away. Hopefully that team is a top team like us. Up to now, Su Qinglian can only pray that he is lucky enough to meet a top professional team who can only save his team. The chase continues. Almost all members of the Qing Yuan team were injured, even the mounts under them were no exception. There were several wounds that were bled with blood. The running speed is getting slower and slower. It stands to reason that the 4 demons should have caught up long ago. But they kept following, throwing a fireball from time to play. "Captain, how far is the opposing team?" On the back of the white tiger, Zhou Yi asked anxiously. At this time, the seriously injured Wen Tianrun had been transferred to her mount, her eyes were closed, her complexion was pale, and her breath was like a gossamer. "Come on, it should be less than 500 meters away," Su Qinglian said quickly. The distance of 500 meters is enough for the opposing team to see the good movement behind them. But the other party still chose to continue. That means that the other party has enough confidence to deal with high-level monsters. So Qinglian's dangling heart finally let go a little. Even the soreness of the whole body caused by the fierce battle has eased a lot. Drib! Drib! The smart watch sounded. This means that the team that sent the aid signal is about to join them. The aid team is coming soon. So Qinglian's eyes narrowed, condensing the remaining magic power in her body. In the Qing Yuan team, only she, the team leader, maintained the best condition. Although the magic in the body is only enough to release 2 or 3 B-level skills. but she is still ready to cooperate with the rescue team to kill the 4 demons behind. Behind her, the 3 team members except Wen Tianrun looked forward with hopeful eyes. I saw in the jungle ahead, a tall hurricane wolf rushed out fiercely. And on its broad back, there is also a tall figure. Why is there only one person? Seeing this scene, Su Qinglian felt a chill in her heart. The team members behind were also pale as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. A whole team, even if the strength is weaker, if the opponent has a priest who can restore the state. Maybe even join forces to kill the demons behind. But a person. It can only be to send more flesh and blood to the other party. Perhaps, it's a powerful second-rank professional? 35. Zhu Rao, one of the twin sisters, smiled reluctantly. Rank 2 professionals would hardly stay outside the Gully Mountains. But now, she can only hope so. At this moment, the younger sister Zhu Dan said hesitantly. Why do I feel that this figure is a little familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere? Su Qinglian hurriedly looked forward. As the other party approached, she finally saw the other party's face clearly. It was a familiar face with sharp edges and corners. Zhou Yi. Su Qinglian's pupil shrank. How could it be him? Shout! The excited roar of the demon behind is already close at hand. It's over. I didn't expect that it was Zhou Yi who responded to the distress signal. 99. On the back of the white tiger, Zhang Yi had a wry smile on his face. And Su Qinglian at the front of the team. After feeling the violent evil aura that was getting closer and closer, he also showed a look of despair. Now, the Qingyuan team is finished. The entire Qingyuan team was originally able to escape such a long distance under the playful pursuit of the 4 demons by relying on the hope of the aid team. Now, after finding out that the person who sent the aid signal was actually Zhou Yi, a level 13 paladin who had a relationship at the supply base, the desire to survive in their hearts disappeared in an instant, replaced by a sense of despair. It seems that there is no way to escape, since that's the case. The hope was shattered, and Su Qinglian, who was the captain, was the first to react, and his eyes gradually became firm. Zhang Yi, you remind Zhou Yi not to come over again, and at the same time protect Wen Tianrun from retreating to the back. 99. Zhu Rao and Zhu Dan, gather magic power again. 35. Even if we die, we have to stop these 4 demons. 35. Yes. At this time, Zhu Rao and Zhu Dan also understood that there was no way for them and others to escape. It's better to stay here and protect Zhang Yi and Zhou Yi from leaving. So, they stopped their mounts and, together with Su Qinglian, prepared for the final struggle. And Zhang Yi is very reluctant. But I also know that this is an opportunity that the captain finally created. So she hurriedly rode the white tiger and accelerated towards Zhou Yi's direction. At the same time shouted. Zhou Yi, run away, there are 4 demons behind. Demon! Zhou Yi, who was being carried by the wind wolf, frowned slightly, and recognized that the other party was a member of the Qingyuan squad, and was about to ask carefully. I saw that 4 creatures with similar shapes to humans but with horns on their heads rushed out from the jungle in front. Their eyes were filled with tyrannical excitement, and their chests had crimson flames burning recklessly. Monster, Demon Warrior of Flame. Level 22. Qualification, Silver. Skills, Fireball, Explosive Bomb. It's really a devil. Looking at the information displayed under the identification technique, Zhou Yi was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, an ordinary rescue, not only met the Qingyuan team, and also encountered the legendary demon that only exists in another world. Woohoo! At the moment when the demon appeared, the hurricane wolf below him let out a low growl in fear. Even the running speed has slowed down a lot, and it seems that he is unwilling to move forward. Zhou Yi, run! Demons appear in the Wind Mountains, we have to hurry back to the supply base to report. 55. Zhou Yi came over and spoke very fast. What about them? Zhou Yi looked at the open space ahead. Under the siege of the four demons, the three of Su Qinglian were in a precarious situation, and they could die at any time. Captain and the others have their own way to escape, let's go first. Zhang Yi had no time to explain and said anxiously. Escape? No, it's just four demons, I'll help senior sister and the others deal with them together. 5. Zhou Yi smiled slightly. Driven by him, although the hurricane wolf was extremely reluctant, it continued to rush towards the other side. Don't, come back, the devil is not something you can deal with. 35. Before Zhang Yi could finish speaking, he saw that Windwolf had already rushed out 50 or 60 meters away. It's over now. Looking at the tall figure approaching the devil, Zhang Yi's eyes were dull, and his heart was full of despair. Open space ahead. Just when the three of Su Qinglian, who were in poor condition, were about to lose their hold under the violent attack of the four demons, a tall figure riding a hurricane wolf appeared in front of them. Zhou Yi. Before she could think about why Zhou Yi appeared here, Su Qinglian anxiously shouted. Get out of the way, they are all level 22 demons. Don't worry, his 1.5s alone won't hurt me. Zhou Yi smiled indifferently, the magic power surged in his body. The right hand caressed the eyebrows, and the sacred cross mark appeared at the same time. A low voice also sounded. Holy storm! The moment the voice fell, Su Qinglian and the three saw the shocking scene. I saw not far ahead. Countless holy rays of light gathered together to form a huge storm with a height of 20 meters and a radius of about 1 meter. Hey! Hey! The wind howled and uprooted the surrounding trees. And the four flame demons were even more unbearable, without the slightest resistance, they were sucked into them. Boom! The holy light shines, and the four demons in the holy light storm continue to suffer light attribute magic damage. Whoops! In less than 6 seconds, the weakest of them, the demon of flame, couldn't hold it any longer, and exploded with a bang. It turned into flames, bringing a touch of crimson to the storm. Bang! 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 The remaining 3 demons didn't last long and exploded one after another. Call! The storm gradually stopped. Looking at the original location, there were only a bunch of 4 flame demons left with unknown black scum, and the tall figure exuding a divine aura like a god on the back of the Windwolf in front of him. The 3 Su Qinglian in the rear fell into a sluggishness in an instant. Chapter 72. What's the situation? The 4 flame demons were killed by a spell like this. In the back, Zhu Rao's eyes widened, and her tone was full of incredulity. To know. In the current battle, their team also killed the 4-headed flame demon. But that's only when their entire team is intact and they have thrown several whole cards. And Zhou Yi. This only releases 1 skill. This is Zhou Yi's strength. The tall and slender girl Su Qinglian was also extremely surprised. Then looking at the tall figure with the giant soldier's warhammer in front of him, he couldn't help but murmured. Am I dreaming? A month ago, when Zhang Yi said that he wanted to invite Zhou Yi to join her team, she still thought that his strength was too low. Thinking that after his level rises in the future, if his team still lacks a healer tank slot, he will invite him. However, now it seems that even if the entire Qing Yuan team is placed in front of others, he may not take it seriously. After all, this is a powerful character who killed 4 demons in one single spell. Too monstrous. Su Qinglian couldn't help but sigh. She herself is known as a genius. But in front of Zhou Yi, this little light was as dim as the candle light compared to the bright moon. Team Qing Yuan was surprised, but Zhou Yi was also a little surprised at this time. These 4 demons died just like that? Originally, in his expectation, this holy storm should only seriously injure him, not to kill him with 20 hits. After all, this is a level 22 silver demon. The blood volume and defense power are not comparable to ordinary monsters. I am only level 16, although my body buffs have already been filled on the way. But the damage output should not be so scary. Could it be because of my skills? After a little thought, Zhou Yi understood the reason. Property restraint. Holy light has a certain restraint relationship with dark-type monsters. What's more, this is a demon who is proficient in the power of darkness. The light attribute damage composed of holy light naturally has a high damage bonus. Under the support of faith, the holy light will always protect you and burn away all evil. At the original transfer ceremony, when he obtained the guardian talent of the S-End Holy Angel, the guardian oath of the six-winged Holy Angel reappeared in Zhou Yi's mind. Holy light, evil. It seems that the holy light does have a strong restraining effect on evil forces. 35. As a native of Zhongxia, Zhou Yi only believes in his own strength, and has no habit of believing in the holy light. But at this moment, he also had to say something. Believe in the holy light. Zhou Yi, thank you this time. Just when he was thinking to himself, Su Qinglian came up. The beautiful and pure melon seeds have sincere thanks on their face. In just a few minutes of being chased by the 4 flame demons just now, her mood went up and down like a roller coaster, fluctuating violently. Now, after being rescued by Zhou Yi, although she didn't want to admit it, it was true that she was filled with a sense of security. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. Novelty and fascinating. It's all right, it's just a matter of hand. If you change to other professionals, it will also come to save you. When he came back to his senses, Zhou Yi rolled over from the Windwolf and replied with a smile. Not always. Su Qinglian shook his head. According to the regulations of Daxia, in the wild, if there is a distress signal, the professional team must take a look first and then decide whether to help. But many times, even if a distress signal is received, most teams ignore it. After all, everyone came to the wild to kill monsters, obtain materials, and search for medicinal spar. Who would waste time on unfamiliar teams? After a pause, Su Qinglian continued. Okay, let's not talk about that. Now that the demons are in the Gale Mountains, we must return immediately and report the situation to the base. Forward. Sister Su, why don't we make some repairs before we set off? Looking at Su Qinglian in front of him, Zhou Yi coughed dryly and suggested. At this time, her body armor was damaged in many places. The exposed snow-white skin also had multiple wounds. If you go on the road in such a state, I am afraid it will not last long. More importantly, through these damaged parts, some exposed spring light can still be vaguely seen. Fix. Su Qinglian looked down subconsciously. He soon realized that his current image was a bit wrong, and his pretty face instantly turned bright red. Then let's find a place to fix it, and then go. From the rear, he looked at the shy appearance of his own captain. Sister Zhu Rao and Zhu Dan looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. That tough captain! When did you have such a little girl's attitude? Amazing! Zhou Yi, you are amazing! The 4-headed flame demon, you killed them all with one skill. 35. In the middle of the jungle, under a tall tree, Zhou Yi and the Qing Yuan team are here for the time being to tidy up and rest. Zhang Yi also leaned over at this time, and described the scene she saw in the back with a shocked expression. Your storm formed by the gathering of holy light is simply amazing. It is several times more powerful than the wind spells released by my mage. She didn't lie. As a first-turn mage, she also knows some wind spells. Similar to spells that can generate storms, she will too. But from the release of the skill to the formation of the storm, it took a full 15 seconds. And in the case of low level, the power is too weak. She generally doesn't use it. So, after seeing Zhou Yi's fast and powerful holy light storm, she was simply shocked. Senior sister has won the prize. 35. Zhou Yi said modestly. When he was looking for this hidden place just now, he already knew the names of all the members of the Qing Yuan team. And this senior Zhang Yi is the most lively one among all the members. Xiaoai, don't disturb Zhou Yi, let him recover well. Unleashing skills to kill demons, and also applies slow healing to us all, which is very mana-consuming. At this time, Su Qinglian, who had finished repairing, walked out from behind the tree. I saw that she had taken off the damaged leather armor and replaced it with a light armor. In addition to being light, it also looks heroic. Everything depends on the captain. 35. Zhang Yi stuck out his pink tongue, then looked at Zhou Yi, put his hands together, and thanked. Zhou Yi, thank you very much for your slow healing. If it weren't for you, Xiao Wen would be in danger. Just now, the first time after escaping. Each of them was given a slow healing by Zhou Yi. And Wen Tianrun, who was seriously injured with a broken arm, was also out of danger because of this. The state gradually stabilized, and now he has fallen into a deep sleep. Slow healing, such a common healing skill. In your hands, there is such a powerful recovery effect. Su Qinglian also looked at Zhou Yi at this time and praised. Under one of his slow healings. But in just a few minutes, she felt that her originally seriously injured body had recovered 60 to 70%. In the face of the praise from the two, Zhou Yi smiled slightly and did not speak. For maximum safety. In this month, he has increased the only healing skill he has mastered, slow healing, to the level of LV9. The extremely high level, coupled with the SN talent, brought this high increase by the guardian of the Holy Angel. The amount of recovery brought by this C-level healing skill that automatically masters skills after being transferred to a paladin has reached a terrifying level. Another 6 minutes of rest and we're off to get out of here. Su Qinglian glanced at the time and decided. Sister Su, how come there are demons in this wind mountain? Taking this opportunity, Zhou Yi asked his doubts. I don't know where these demons came from. But it is certain that there must be a mutation in the Gully Mountains. 35. Su Qinglian looked into the distance, her eyes solemn. Although they killed 8 demons, they were temporarily out of danger. But no one knows if there will be more demons. Is that so? Zhou Yi nodded thoughtfully. In the past month, he has almost explored the entire 080 area outside the Gully Mountains, but he has never met the demon race. It also means that these demons either appeared recently, or they came from the depths of the Gully Mountains. If it came from the outer area, it could only be hidden in the last unexplored place, the dark Miasma Valley. Under the tall trees, Zhang Yi is taking care of Wen Tianrun. Sisters Zhu Rao and Zhu Dan are taking the Huilan pharmacy, and hurry up to restore their magic power. And Zhou Yi's own consumption is extremely low. After entering the Wild Wind Mountains, the special effect of the magic power recovery speed of the jungle suit is stimulated by X6. Under the effect of special effects, this very little mana consumption has also been filled. Because Su Qinglian was a warrior, he didn't need much magic power. After taking the magic recovery potion, the magic power has actually recovered almost. Therefore, for a while, under the entire tree, only she and Zhou Yi were the most leisurely. In order to avoid embarrassment, but also to satisfy their own curiosity, Su Qinglian took the initiative to ask. Zhou Yi, may I ask, what level are you now? Although she did not use the identification technique to directly check Zhou Yi's information, she could see it. Compared with the supply base a month ago, Zhou Yi's strength has improved a lot. Level 16. 99. Zhou Yi didn't hide it and said directly. Level 16. So fast. Su Qinglian's eyes widened. You know, it took her almost 3 months to upgrade from level 13 to level 16. Among them, it was because there were seniors and senior sisters who led them to form a team to hunt down monsters. If not. If you are alone, I am afraid that you may not be able to improve to level 16 in half a year. It has only been a month since Zhou Yi entered the Gale Mountains. Moreover, I was alone, without the help of senior and senior. They are both provincial champions, why is the gap so big? 35. Su Qinglian was a little depressed. Back then, when she entered Suhang University, she was also specially recruited as the champion of Suzhou province. However, compared with Zhou Yi, she, the former provincial champion, is just like a fake. Chapter 73. Sister Su, I remember that there is a mage tower in the military area over the supply base that can monitor the situation in the Gale Mountains. Why do we need to go back to the base to report the situation? Zhou Yi asked in confusion. In the military area, the mage tower exuding huge magical energy fluctuations left a great impression on him. It stands to reason that there are otherworldly creatures in the peripheral area, and it is impossible not to know about it. Relying on manpower to report the situation like this is not only dangerous, but also a waste of time. The mage tower in the military area mainly monitors the movements of those epic level and legendary level high-level monsters in the depths of the Gale Mountains 5. At most, there are only gold level 30 level monsters in the outer areas of the Gully Mountains, and the monitoring is actually very small. Su Qinglian, who had recovered from his depression, explained. After a pause, she said hesitantly. Also, the alien creatures that appeared this time are very strange, and the level is too low. 99. Level too low. Zhou Yi didn't understand. A 22 level silver level demon can't be considered a low level monster no matter how you look at it. You just entered Seoul University, you haven't started classes yet, so you don't understand. Our school has a course devoted to explaining otherworldly creatures that pass through the cracks in the world. According to the teacher's description, it's normal, the alien creatures who have passed through are at least level 35. And this time, the 8 flame demon warriors we encountered, the highest level was only level 23. The higher the level of otherworldly creatures, the higher the otherworld aura they emit. On the contrary, the lower the level, the lower the otherworld aura it carries. The aura of another world is too low, which is also one of the reasons why the mage tower in the military region did not detect the abnormal situation here. 99. Zhou Yi understood Su Qinglian's explanation. After the fusion of Eternal Games and Blue Star World, otherworldly cracks will suddenly appear in many parts of the Blue Star World. And more than 98% of the otherworld cracks are very small, not enough for otherworldly creatures to pass through. Although no outsiders would pass through these rifts to Blue Star. However, the areas where cracks appear will also emit the breath of another world. And the entire Gully Mountains, as a map that appears after the game and the Blue Star World are integrated. There are naturally many otherworldly cracks inside. It should be precisely because of this that the military region has set a threshold for the concentration of otherworldly aura. And now, because the demon's level is too low, the otherworldly aura it exudes was judged by the military region to be the aura naturally emitted by the cracks in the otherworldly world inside the mountain range. Therefore, the military region did not find any abnormality here. The other side, why send over 20 level demons here? Isn't this superfluous? Su Qinglian frowned slightly, somewhat confused. A level 23 silver level demon might be terrifying for ordinary professionals. Generally, a team of professionals with all members of level 23 can't deal with it. But in the slaughtering battlefield between the otherworld and the Blue Star, it is very inconspicuous. Not even cannon fodder. And can accommodate 23 level demons through otherworldly cracks, can also pass through high-level demons above 50 level. So, generally, as long as it is an invasion from another world, it will be a whole, or even several legions invade at the same time. All the members of such an alien army are at least level 40. This time, although the 20-level demons looked ferocious, they only needed to be discovered by the powerhouses at the base. Arrange a team of more than 30-level legions to come over, and they can all be wiped out. This wave of operations from another world. It is equivalent to giving away the head of the wave in vain, and it also exposes a crack in the other world that can accommodate the passage of the legion of the other world. It's just blood loss. Forget it, this kind of thing is not something we professionals need to consider, we just send the news back. Su Qinglian shook her head and didn't think about it anymore. 6 minutes later, Zhou Yi and the Qing Yuan team finished resting and began to evacuate. In the windy mountains, there are overgrown trees, uneven terrain, and many weeds and shrubs. If it were to attack on foot, the speed would be outrageously slow. Even if he walked for 3 days and 3 nights, he would not be able to get out of the Gale Mountains. But if there is a mount, it is completely different. Extremely fast. When Zhou Yi came to the dark Miasma Valley from the other side, with the help of Wind Wolf, it only took an hour. Therefore, when evacuating, Zhou Yi thought that he should be able to leave this dangerous area in just an hour. But reality is always unexpected. The group walked for about half an hour. But not even a quarter of the way. And what hindered their progress was what they encountered on the road, the wave after wave of flame demon squads. The Spear of Victory. In the slightly dimly lit jungle, a dazzling golden light spear quickly shot at a tall demon. Bang! The light spear was in the middle of his chest, and the 22-level silver flame demon warrior was buried in Zhou Yi's hands. The bang turned into flames and quickly burned out, leaving only a pile of black scum on the ground. At the same time, the Qing Yuan team led by Su Qinglian also dealt with the remaining flame demon warriors. We've been attacked by 4 waves of demon squads along the way. Zhou Yi, who was holding the Xianguang warhammer, frowned slightly. There are only 3 or 4 of these fire demon squads. There are a lot of them, about 5 or 6. Although the level is not high, only about 21 and 22. But it takes a lot of work to kill. After all, this is not a monster with low intelligence. It is a demon from another world, one of the 5 great races of the other world with extremely high intelligence. It is precisely because of this that the progress of their group has been seriously slowed down. Zhou Yi, I am fortunate to have met you this time. Otherwise, even if we are lucky enough to escape the pursuit of the 4 demons, I am afraid we will not be able to get here. On the side, Su Qinglian, who had killed a demon of flame, walked over, with a happy look on his face. Looking at Zhou Yi, there is also a little bit of heat and appreciation in the eyes. I thought that she, the former champion, was not as strong as Zhou Yi. The strength should also be almost the same. But in the few battles just now, Zhou Yi's strength can be said to be terrifying. If there is no other party, it is impossible to get here by yourself and others. Yeah, that's too powerful. Tisk tisk, with you, it feels like the roles are reversed, we are all juniors, and you are the senior. The rest of Zhang Yi and others also sighed with emotion. Along the way, Zhou Yi displayed a very sophisticated fighting style. Not at all like a freshman who just entered college. Instead, it's like a junior or senior. And they themselves have become school girls who need to be protected. This comparison makes me look smaller. On the back of the white tiger, the petite lowly Wen Tianrun pouted and said quite cutely. Under the slow healing treatment, except for her right arm, her condition has recovered. And the missing right arm, as long as it can return to the city. Just find a level 40 cleric, or buy a potion of powerful recovery to respawn. So, she seems to be in a good mood now. Senior sisters are joking, it just happens that my holy light has restraint on demons, so it seems to be more harmful. 35. Zhou Yi smiled slightly. After a pause, he looked at Su Qinglian and said. Senior sister, judging from the situation encountered along the way, the alien demons are probably humans who want to completely clean up the surrounding area. If we want to leave here directly, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. Moreover, the most troublesome thing is that there is an extremely open plain area on the way to leave this northeast and the region. Zhou Yi's tone was a little dignified. The terrain in the Gale Mountains, in addition to the Jungle Mountains, also has areas such as plains and rivers. And want to leave from the place, on the way to the supply base, there happens to be a very open plain area. In this area, the field of vision is wide and there are almost no obstacles. Judging from the situation just now, if the devil really appeared from this area, it would be impossible to let any human being leave. And that plain area, it is easy to be garrisoned by the demon army. Su Qinglian frowned, obviously thinking of this. He sighed and said helplessly, "There's no way, so far, we can only take one step at a time." 35. Let's go there first. If there is a demon team stationed there, we will find a way. 55. That's all there is to it. Zhou Yi nodded, and the group quickly got their equipment and set off again. In the following time, although I encountered several waves of the demon team of flames. But with the concerted efforts of everyone, these demons were quickly killed. However, even so, it was already 2 hours later when it was time to leave the jungle area. At the edge of the jungle area, Zhou Yi and the Qing Yuan team gathered here, stopped, and, Qian Hao, hid behind the tree trunk. Then through the gap between the tall jungles, look out to the plains. The time is now around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun is just right. It can be clearly seen that on the vast plain, there is a pair of horned and dangerous flame demon squads patrolling back and forth. At first glance, there are at least hundreds of them. It's troublesome, the demons really arranged a garrison army on the plain to prevent anyone from escaping. Su Qinglian retracted his gaze and smiled bitterly. This is not a monster, but a real demon with extremely high intelligence. The more the number, the stronger the strength formed. And hundreds of demons. Even if all of them are only 20 level silver rank, they are far beyond the scope of what they can deal with. Not to mention, there are even stronger high-level demons. Could it be that we can only die here? Subconsciously, Su Qinglian looked at Zhou Yi. However, he found that the expression on his angular and determined face was still calm. As if nothing would surprise him. "Hey, when did I become worse than a junior?" Su Qinglian laughed at himself and shook his head. Besides, even if there is really no way to break through, it's not bad. A smile appeared on her lips. The afternoon sun shines on her through the gaps between the leaves, making her already beautiful profile even more crystal clear. Chapter 74. Zhou Yi, what should we do next? Taking a deep breath, Su Qinglian looked at Zhou Yi. The rest of Zhang Yi and others also turned their attention to it. Unconsciously, Zhou Yi has become the backbone of the Qing Yuan team. Restore your state and prepare to break through. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Judging from the situation along the way, there should be many scattered demon squads in the jungle looking to kill the rest of the professional teams. Once these demons kill most of the professionals in the jungle and clear them, in order to prevent the remaining professionals from escaping, naturally they all converged on the plain. At that time, it will be even more difficult to break through. And like them, there should be quite a few teams waiting at the edge of the jungle. They are just watching quietly, not daring to take risks easily. Once you and others take the lead in launching a breakthrough, these people will naturally follow suit. Row. Su Qinglian clearly understood the current situation of herself and others, nodded, and then sat down to recover with everyone. Along the way, Zhou Yi was constantly releasing and slowly healing, and everyone was almost unharmed. The recovery state is also mainly to supplement the magic power. In less than 2 minutes, everyone returned to their heyday. Shout! Roar! Just as everyone was getting ready to rush out to break through the encirclement, there was a sudden roar of demons from the plain ahead. Although Zhou Yi and others do not understand the devil language, they have had several experiences with the devil of flames before. Also understand that this sound is their angry roar. What's the matter? Why did the demon suddenly riot? Everyone was shocked and quickly looked out. On the broad plain outside, a figure rushed out. This is a slender female professional, who doesn't look very old, should be less than 20 years old. Wearing black light armor, his black hair was tied up high by a bunch of red silk. Reveal the perfect and exquisite beauty. Carrying a simple long sword in her hand, she shuttled back and forth in the surrounded flame demon squad. The faint purple sword energy flickered vertically and horizontally, and demons were constantly being knocked out. Although the sword chi is powerful, it can be seen that the girl's damage is not enough. The demon that was knocked out quickly got up and joined the battle again. The damage is not enough, attack speed to make up. Under the girl's continuous violent offensive, in just a few minutes, 2 demons were killed and annihilated by the sharp sword energy. What a powerful girl! What a fast attack speed! Hey, to be able to kill 2 demons in a siege, amazing! 39. Let me use the appraisal technique to see what level of professional this is. At this time, there were almost 8 demons besieging the girl, although the average level was only about 21. The level is lower than that of the 8 silver level demons that the Qing Yuan team encountered before. But you know, this is just one person. To be able to kill 2 demons instead of being killed in a siege is already very perverted. It is likely to be a professional above level 25. Therefore, the team members, including Su Qinglian, quickly used the identification technique to identify the girl's information. Level 15. Occupation, Spirit Controlling Swordsman. Hey, only level 15. What kind of monster is this? It's too perverted. Looking at the information displayed on the appraisal technique, everyone in the Qing Yuan team almost stared out. This level is 10 levels away from the level 25 they imagined. Zhang Churan? Why did she come here? Kapf, looking at the girl on the plane, Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows. Although the girl's whole body was enveloped by dark purple energy, he still recognized the other party's identity at a glance. You know each other? Su Qinglian, who was beside him, asked suspiciously. Well, like me, she is also a freshman at Su Da. Zhou Yi replied. Freshman? 35. Everyone in the Qing Yuan team looked at each other, and they were all surprised to see each other. Your freshmen are all so strong. Su Qinglian's eyes froze, and she no longer wanted to speak. I just met a perverted Zhou Yi, and now there is another Zhang Churan. Let's go, she shouldn't be able to last in this state. Without help, her life may be in danger. Zhou Yi turned over and mounted the Wind Wolf, carrying the Xianguang warhammer, and rushed out first. He had already seen that Zhang Churan should have used the dark attribute power hidden in her body now. Strength has been improved for a short time. But this dark attribute force is rapidly weakening. Once completely disappeared, the besieging demon can easily kill it. Go. Follow Zhou Yi. Su Qinglian also knew that now was the critical moment to break through. His eyes narrowed, the long sword was held in his hand, and he rushed out with Zhang Yi and others. Shadow Slash. On the plain, Zhang Churan held the Dark Moon Ancient Sword inheritance weapon. He violently waved a huge purple sword energy to the surroundings. Shout! The surrounding tall and ferocious flame demons quickly dodged, letting the sword chi fall in the air and bombard the ground. Bang! The grass covered with green grass was immediately bombarded with a deep pit. The inner dark purple sword energy is permeating, and the breath is sharp. This is troublesome. Zhang Churan's heart sank as he looked at the agile movements of the surrounding flame demons. 5 days ago, she entered the Gale Mountains and started her own training. In the first few days, everything was fine. She killed a large number of monsters in a row, and her level was smoothly raised from level 14 to level 15. But starting today, everything is different. She actually met the devil here. In addition to being shocked, after using a few cards to kill the demon she encountered, she quickly chose to evacuate to the supply base. Fortunately, she just entered the area near the dark Miasma Valley, and it only takes more than 10 minutes to reach the plain area. And as long as it passes through the plain area, it is safe. Unfortunately, when she came to the edge of the jungle, she also found a large number of demon legions of flames. There was no way to break through, so she chose to take a short rest and recover. But after 2 hours, her state was restored. However, it was found that the number of demons on the plain was almost 1/3 more. So, she knew she couldn't wait any longer. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he stimulated the power of the succubus in his body and wanted to break through quickly. Unfortunately, after killing the 2 flame demons, the remaining demons seemed to see that their state could not last. Start to avoid attacks and use the method of only siege and no attack to Zhou Xian. I want to drag it until the power of the succubus in my body disappears before launching an attack. The succubus power in my body can last for another 10 minutes, if I can't break out within 10 minutes. Zhang Churan bit her red lips lightly. It seems that she is not considered a big threat, and now there are only 8 demons besieging her. But even so, she couldn't resist. After 10 minutes of waiting, the power of the succubus subsided, and all that was waiting for her was death. Even if she was able to kill these 8 demons, the hundreds of flame demons in the distance would not let her go. And these demons? On the hideous face, in addition to the excitement of human flesh and blood, some greed and evil colors can be clearly seen. If you can't break out after a while, just blow yourself up. Zhang Churan made a decision in his heart. In order to ensure her safety, the Zhang family has prepared follow-up measures for her. Even if he dies, he can be resurrected again, but at most he will lose some attributes. But even if she died, she would not let her body fall into the hands of these demons. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see Zhou Yi this time. If I wait for the resurrection to come from Sichuan province, I am afraid it will be another month. Zhang Churan sighed and waved another sword chi. In addition to the experience, another purpose of going to the Wind Mountains this time is to find Zhou Yi. Unfortunately, Zhou Yi was not found, and his life was in danger. Shout! Roar! On the other side, as soon as Zhou Yi and the Qing Yuan team rushed out of the jungle, they caught the attention of the demon of flame, and more than a dozen tall and ferocious demons rushed towards them immediately. Monster, Demon Assassin of Flame. Level 21. Qualification, Silver. Skills, Stealth, Dagger Stabbing. Remarks: the demon assassin from another world has a strange movement and can sneak into stealth. Looking at the demon information displayed by the identification technique, Zhou Yi immediately arranged. Senior sister, please help to stop it, and I will respond. It is good. Su Qinglian nodded, not worried about his safety. 6 level 20 silver flame demons are a nightmare for ordinary level 16 professionals. For Zhou Yi, just moving his hands is enough to kill a weak existence in seconds. By the way, let me add the status to you first. Some uneasy Zhou Yi's heart moved, the magic in his body was surging, the divine breath permeated, and skills were released one after another. Weapon Blessing. Dawn Blessings. God's Gift. The buff skills of ordinary level 16 paladins can be applied to 2-3 teammates at most. As the level of the paladin increases, the casting range and the number of objects will gradually expand. A top paladin above level 60, a buff skill that can be released at will, can even benefit everyone in a whole city. While Zhou Yi is only level 16, but under the SN talent Holy Angel's protection enhancement effect. His buff skills can be applied to up to 15 professionals at the same time. It's just that he is always alone, so he only imposed it on himself. At this time, all the buff skills were released, and all the members of the Qing Yuan team were infected with the divine breath. Under the effect of weapon blessing, their respective weapons also bloomed with golden holy light, which was extremely sacred. Su Qinglian glanced at his information panel subconsciously. Even then, he found that his various attributes had actually increased by about a quarter. This increase is too terrifying. She widened her eyes, and a storm surged in her heart. You know, she's level 24 now. About a quarter of the attributes are improved, enough to double her strength. If the high-level paladin released the boosting skills, it is understandable. But Zhou Yi is only level 16. I thought it would be good to have a 1/10 increase. Unexpectedly, the increase brought by Zhou Yi is so terrifying. Chapter 75. My attribute value has increased a lot. Wow! This increase is too scary, isn't it? Is this the boosting effect that a level 16 paladin can bring? It's outrageous. Soon, the remaining members of the Qing Yuan team also discovered the change in their strength, and they were surprised one after another. How did he do it? Even if the wisdom attribute value is higher than that of ordinary professionals, it is impossible for us to bring such a terrifying enhancement effect. 99. Zhang Yi blinked, and there was a look of doubt in his clear eyes. She knew that Zhou Yi's attributes were all crushing levels compared to professionals of the same level. However, the effect of buff skills is not only affected by the four-dimensional attributes, but also related to the skill level. Zhou Yi, who is level 16, should have a very low skill level. However, the skill effect released by the opponent, it was even stronger than the skill boosting effect released by the level 22 paladins she had received. This may be the characteristic brought about by the guardianship of the SN talent Divine Angel. Seeing the back of Zhou Yi quickly leaving, Su Qinglian murmured. SN talent. She herself is an A and grade talent. She thought that although there would be a gap between the two, it should not be too big. Now it seems that the gap between them is simply outrageous. Whoops! Whoops! On the plain in front of them, there were as many as 20 flame demons rushing towards them, and so Qinglian's roar of excitement also brought him back to his senses. Come on, Zhou Yi is leaving. Although we can't kill all these demons, it is still possible to block them here. Her eyes narrowed, and she turned over and jumped off her mount. As the magic circle shone, the mount entered the contract space and disappeared. Unlike Zhou Yi, as a warrior professional, the mount will only affect her strength. The remaining members of the Qing Yuan team also put away their mounts. GX1 Corona, GR5 Ranger, RT5 Defender, 55, Y1-5 Self-Destructor, 66. The screams sounded one after another, and the two mechanic sisters, Zhu Rao and Zhu Dan, quickly released their machines. Holding a staff, Zhang Yi first added a shield to himself, then closed his eyes slightly and began to sing spell skills. As a summoner, the petite Lolita Wentian Run broke her arm, and almost all the contracted beasts died in the jungle. But she still has skills that can be summoned without contracting beasts. Spirit Summon, Ice Ness. Spirit Summon, Yadian. Spirit Summoning, Revos. Spirit Summoning, the MTEC. 35. Ice, Fire, Light, and Darkness, 4 level 22 elemental spirits were summoned. This is a sprite formed by directly extracting elements from the surrounding air. The combat power is affected by the concentration of elements in the surrounding air, and it cannot achieve the stable strength like the contracted beast. But in the current state, it is already a good output protection method. In the face of demons, the Qing Yuan team's combat effectiveness may be slightly insufficient. However, among ordinary professional teams, they can definitely be regarded as the top team. In just a few seconds, the strength of the team members was completed, and they were ready to fight at any time. Go on! Falling Moon Slash. Su Qinglian took the lead in launching the attack, and a huge sword energy with a golden holy light on the edge was cut out. He directly hit a demon of flames that was attacking. Bang! The flame demon hit by the sword energy was cut into 2 smooth-cut halves, and then exploded. The fire was overflowing, and the grass was quickly burned. This power! Su Qinglian was stunned for a moment. In her expectation, under this blow, the demon should just be knocked out and attacked again. How did it get killed instantly? Fireball! Boom! Zhou Yi threw a fireball technique, and also killed and injured 5 or 6 flame demons. Captain, the power of my skills has improved a lot. 35. Zhou Yi said excitedly. On the other side, Sister Zhu Rao and Zhu Dan, who watched their machines go back and forth among the demons, were also extremely excited. The devil seems to be afraid of our attack. This. Su Qinglian subconsciously looked at her long sword with golden light. Weapon, Sunan Secret Shadow Sword. Quality, Gold. Level requirements, Level 22. Attribute, Strength plus 27, Agility plus 30. Race restriction, none. Occupation restrictions, Warrior, Swordsman. Effect, the longer the battle time, the higher the attack speed increase, up to 30% attack speed increase. Remarks, under the special effect of Holy Light Blessing, Strength plus 19, Constitution plus 22, and the damage to dark attribute monsters is doubled. This is the power of the light? That's outrageous. 35. Looking at the content displayed in the weapon remarks, Su Qinglian couldn't help muttering to herself. She finally understood why Zhou Yi killed demons as easy as drinking water. The buff skills applied to others have the effect of doubling the damage to dark attribute monsters. If you apply it to yourself, under the effect of SN talent effect, the damage bonus will definitely be more terrifying. The blessing Zhou Yi gave us has a restraining effect on the demons. Hurry up and clean up the demons here, we will go and help. Su Qinglian, who has recovered, said excitedly. Yes. Zhou Yi and others responded quickly, and under the blessing of the power of the holy light, they started a one-sided killing. On the other hand, with the passage of time, the succubus power in Zhang Churen's body weakened more and more quickly. In the siege of the 6 flame demons, she was almost unable to support her. Whoops! Suddenly, a demon seized Zhang Churen's stiff sword and swung it with his right hand with sharp claws. The claws were as sharp as blades, reflecting the cold light under the sunlight. There is no doubt that if such a claw hits the head, it will definitely explode like a watermelon. Is it the only way to get here? Zhang Churen's purple eyes were full of despair. The remaining dark attribute succubus power in the body quickly condensed and expanded, ready to explode. Thunder come! Fall! At this moment, a low voice suddenly sounded. Stab! Lightning! The majestic golden lightning like divine punishment suddenly fell straight up and bombarded the flame demon Tianling that stretched out its sharp claws. The demon of flame is tall, more than 2 meters tall, with skin like armor, and extremely strong defense. But at the moment of contact with thunder, he was like a fragile toy, he didn't even react, and his face still had the excitement and bloodthirsty before he got the prey, and he was directly chopped into fly ashes. Only a deep hole was left in place. From when the lightning strikes to when the demon is bombarded into slag. All this happened between the electric light and flint. Even, the succubus power in Zhang Churen's body has not been gathered, and the crisis has been lifted. This is... Zhang Churen was stunned for a moment, and quickly looked carefully. Only 100 meters away. A huge hurricane wolf is rushing towards here. And on its broad back, sitting a tall young man wearing white-green light armor. He has a resolute and handsome face, his whole body is surrounded by a sacred aura, and he holds a giant soldier warhammer that shines with golden light. Just like the god of thunder, around his sturdy and tall body, there are golden arcs that are constantly jumping and flashing. His whole person, just sitting on the mount, exudes a heavy sense of divine oppression. Zhou Yi. 35. Seeing the familiar face, Zhang Churen was instantly surprised. The power of the succubus that was about to condense, expand, and explode in the body quickly dissipated. Zhou Yi is here. Help! Whoops! The remaining 5 flame demons also reacted and quickly attacked Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi! Be careful! Zhang Churen shouted quickly. Like humans, the demon of flame is a relatively large group of demons within the demon race. Clan people also have different occupation types. In addition to the basic warrior, assassin, and mage classes, there are many other class types. 0. And among these 5 flame demons, there is a flame demon knight. This flaming demon knight has a level as high as level 23. Extremely powerful. It was also the devil who put the most pressure on her during the siege just now. Although he knew that Zhou Yi should have the remaining cards, Zhang Chuan couldn't help but worry. Shout! That tall and strong flame demon knight, like a military armored vehicle, quickly charged towards Zhou Yi, feeling full of oppression. Boom! At the same time, the flames in his chest burned more and more intensely. Centered on the chest, gradually spread to the whole body. Body of fire. A rare talent skill of the flame demon family. The effect is similar to the madness of another big race in another world, the orcs. It's just that this flame body will not only increase the demon's strength, but also increase the firework power of the flame demon to the strongest. The flames covered the entire body of the demon of flame, burning the grassy ground where he passed. It's not good to destroy the environment. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed and his heart moved. Stab it! Another light attribute lightning crashed down. Although it was not bombarded into slag like the previous demon. But this flame demon knight, after being hit by the thunder, instantly scorched black, and then crashed to the ground, losing his breath of life. And the remaining 4 demons saw that the strongest flame demon knight was instantly killed, and they started to escape at the same time. Not to mention, the demon with a speed comparable to a mount escaped quite fast, and in the blink of an eye, it escaped dozens of meters away. Oh, there's no escape. Thunder come. Fall. 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 A series of 4 thunderbolts fell precisely and bombarded the escaped 4-headed flame demon, bombarding it into flying ashes. No wonder everyone wants to change careers to become a mage, the feeling of killing monsters from a distance is really good. Watching the 4 demons being annihilated by his own bombardment, Zhou Yi looked happy. After blessing the light retribution skill, he can drop light attribute lightning in a designated area. The range of this area will increase as the skill level increases. The A-level skill of retribution of light has now been added to LV5 by him. The range that can summon lightning is 2 kilometers. In other words, unless you run 2 kilometers away in an instant. Otherwise, with a single thought, he can summon thunder to strike people remotely.